In these separate spaces like soap bubbles, Ning Xiaochuan is constantly fighting with a young man with white eyebrows at the moment. This young man with white eyebrows is Jiu Dang. He is very ordinary, but a pair of white eyebrows are extremely conspicuous. Ning Xiaochuan and Jiu Dang's accomplishments have reached the level of secondary god Jiu, and their strength is equal to each other. They can't tell the victory or defeat at all for a time. In the long river of time and space, this hazy figure stared at Ning Xiaochuan below. Suddenly, a faint sigh came out of his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan, you have been in Jiu space for 30 years, and you have almost mastered most of the mystery of the 10,000 Dharma Godhead. Now it's time for you to leave. With a sigh of the hazy figure, his palm suddenly extended into the long river of time and space below, gently stirred in the long river of time and space, and his palm immediately retracted. But just this once, it immediately made the whole river of time and space throw up colorful ripples, as if countless huge waves broke out in the river of time and space. These colorful ripples, however, ended up in one place, as if they had completely disappeared. The disappearance of the long river of time and space means the complete destruction of this space. The dim figure glanced at the interrupted long river of time and space, and then he drove the boat, slowly floating to the distance. At the moment, in the Jiu space, the sky, which was originally a little dark, suddenly changed color, and clouds seemed to be blown by the wind, flying quickly over the heads of Ning Xiaochuan and Jiu Dang. Such a change in the sky in Jiu space naturally immediately attracted everyone's attention in Jiu space. Even those who fall into madness now look up at their heads and don't know what happened. At least hundreds of thousands of miles away from Ning Xiaochuan, Lei Guang's Lord God is still sitting on the top of the stone mountain. Looking up at the sky with changeable clouds and clouds overhead, the Thunder Light Lord God's huge eyes have shown a very surprised look. Space loopholes, there are space loopholes in Jiu place. With this loophole, I can escape from here and return to the Thunder Light World. Thunder Light World is the world where Thunder Light lived before the Lord God. This world, like Shinha civilization, is an 8-level civilization. Since he came here, Lei Guang Lord God has thought of countless ways to escape from here. But in the end, he was desperate. The wall membrane of this space was even more stable than that of a universe. With his divine strength, he was still unable to escape from here. But now, the Lord God of Thunder Light saw the hope of escaping. The Lord God of Thunder Light, who has been sitting on the stone mountain, stood up at the moment. His tall figure stood on the top of the stone mountain, but his voice began to echo throughout the 9 secluded land. I am the Lord God of Thunder and Light. Now I summon all gods, secondary gods, and even ordinary mortals in the 9 hell place. I have found a space leak in the 9 hell place. One day later, I will take you out of this place. At the foot of the Lord God of Thunder Light, those people who were all dead and walking on the steps of this stone mountain suddenly looked up, and their eyes shone bright light. Most of them are gods. In the past, when they were depressed, they had no power at all. But at the moment, the power bursting out of them was simply amazing. In the 9 secluded place, countless figures immediately flew up and rushed towards the place where the Thunder Light Lord God was located. Finally, there is hope to escape from here. Haha, God bless, if I escape from here, even if it takes billions of years, I will kill the people who created this space. It's too cheap to kill him. Later, we will seal his power and throw him here to let him taste the pain of staying here. From the blood ring under their feet, Ning Xiaochuan and Jiu Dang heard countless sharp voices. Most of the people trapped here, except those new people, are going crazy. Now they have a chance to escape. Naturally, the long-suppressed emotions in their hearts are immediately released. A group of fools, it would be great if they could escape from here later. They even want to deal with a Lord God. They simply don't know how to write death. Jiu Dang raised his white eyebrows and snorted coldly. Only Ning Xiaochuan knew that Sita Lang was actually the same kind of person with cold face and hot heart as the blood god Ning Xiaochuan met before. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan and Sita Lang would not make friends with each other. Glancing at Sita Lang, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense." We also rushed to the Lord God of Thunder Light to have a look. Their figures rose to the sky and rushed to the place of Lei Guang's main god. At this moment, on the stone mountain where the Lord God of Thunder Light is located, the rule of no flight has long been abolished. Dense figures flew from all around and fell directly on the stone mountain. Half a day later, the whole stone mountain was almost full of figures. Ning Xiaochuan and Sita Lang also stood somewhere on the stone mountain. After these people came here, they looked up at the Thunder Light Lord God on the top of the mountain and waited silently. After a whole day, regardless of whether there is a figure coming towards here in the distance, the figure of the Lord God of Thunder Light suddenly flew up and flew away overhead. Behind the Lord God of Thunder Light, the stone mountain roared and flew up. Artifact. Is this stone mountain an artifact? At this moment, many people feel that the stone mountain under their feet is actually an artifact. The artifact in the shape of a hill followed the main god of Thunder Light, disappeared into the clouds above, and then entered a chaos. Everyone, including Ning Xiaochuan, looked up overhead at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan had also detected what was above Jiu. After Ning Xiaochuan crossed these clouds, endless chaos appeared in front of him. Chaos is extremely dangerous, and even the Lord God will die if he falls into chaos. Therefore, even the Lord God of Thunder and Light cannot leave the Nine Hell land wrapped by the power of chaos. However, at this moment, in the chaos in front of Ning Xiaochuan and others, a huge vortex appeared, which stirred the power of chaos and tore a small gap in the endless power of chaos. At this moment, the Lord God of Thunder and Light rushed towards the crack with the artifact hill behind him. As long as they rush out of this crack, they can escape from this space. When the figure of the Lord God of Thunder Light disappeared into the crack, countless people on the hill cheered almost at the same time, and they had seen the hope of escaping. But at this moment, a pillar of light suddenly came out of the crack, enveloping everyone on the hill. All the disobedience in the 9 secluded places will be severely punished. The cold sound came from the light column. Hearing this sound, everyone, including Ning Xiaochuan, suddenly turned pale. As long as you come to the land of Jiu, I'm afraid you won't forget this sound. Because they were brought to Jiu by the owner of this voice before. After this beam of light shines down, the first pressure is the Thunder Light Lord God. The Thunder Light Lord God is alone and almost bears the 9 power in the light column. But even the remaining power of the light column cannot be blocked by anyone. Standing on the hillside of the hill, Ning Xiaochuan immediately saw that many times around, the muscles of the god were turned up by the light beam, and the whole person became bloody. After a few screams, these bloody secondary gods disappeared one by one, and I don't know whether they were completely destroyed by the light beam or retransmitted by the light column back to the land of Jiu. No, Ning Xiaochuan, let's fight. Standing beside Ning Xiaochuan, Sita Lang's face changed greatly at the moment, stretched out his hand to hold Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately flew towards the crack in his head. A mighty divine power came from Sita Lang, who had always shown the 9th strength of the secondary god. Unexpectedly, he was also a god. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan can't afford to be surprised. The remaining gods on the hill also flew frantically towards the crack against the light column one by one. As long as you enter the crack, you can leave the land of Jiu. With hope in front of us, these remaining gods began to work hard one by one. Ning Xiaochuan had no strength to resist these pillars of light at all, but with the help of Sita Lang, he also flew towards the crack. So many gods survived under the light column, and there seemed to be an angry emotion in the light column. Immediately, the intensity of the light column increased countless times. Those gods who flew in front of them were like moths jumping on the lights, burning all over, screaming and disappearing. Such a scene made Ning Xiaochuan and others who flew behind almost all turned pale with horror. However, even if there is only a dead end ahead, no one wants to shrink back at this moment. Even if there is only a chance, these gods want to escape from here. Countless figures rushed up, but were completely destroyed by the light column. Situ Lang sheltered Ning Xiaochuan, and looked back at Ning Xiaochuan with a pale face. Originally, he wanted to ask Ning Xiaochuan whether he would rush up with him. But after only one look, he saw Ning Xiaochuan's determined look in his eyes, so in the end he didn't ask anything, but immediately began to rush up with Ning Xiaochuan. Situ Lang's cultivation, that is, the degree of the lower gods, is weaker than many gods here. Not long after he flew overhead, his body began to burn. In a blink of an eye, Situ Lang's figure was only half left. With a calm smile on his face, Situ Lang looked back at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, it's a pity that we can't compete anymore. Without saying a word, Situ Lang's figure was completely annihilated in the light column, and a god with more than 300 sections in his body began to collapse under the light column. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan grasped this divine personality in his hand. All the essence of the gods have been integrated into the divine lattice. As long as the divine lattice is immortal, Situ Lang will have a chance to be reborn. However, the premise is that Ning Xiaochuan can keep Situ Lang's divine personality. Without the protection of Situ Lang, Ning Xiaochuan almost instantly felt that his whole body also began to burn, and this strong burning sensation almost burned Ning Xiaochuan to ashes. The feeling of burning filled the whole body, and Ning Xiaochuan even felt that his body began to disappear. The infinite power carried in this light column can't even be carried by those gods with profound cultivation, let alone Ning Xiaochuan, who is only the cultivation of the secondary god. After feeling the strong crisis, the white bone bead in Ning Xiaochuan's virtual divine cell suddenly trembled and slowly turned again. Ning Xiaochuan's guess is right. Only in the face of a fatal crisis, this white bone bead will rotate and erupt into its strongest strength. As the white bone beads began to rotate, the virtual deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body also began to rotate. 36 sections, 72 sections. And even the final hazy round shape. All the laws of destroying the world burst out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and turned into a black fog, covering Ning Xiaochuan's whole body, temporarily blocking the beam of light overhead. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan will not miss this good opportunity. As soon as his figure flashes, his figure goes deep into the light column again. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes appeared a huge figure, which was the Lord God of Thunder and Light who was first shrouded in the column of light. The huge body of the Thunder Light Lord God is almost completely shrouded by the light column, and more than 90% of the power of this light column is concentrated on the Thunder Light Lord God. If there were no Thunder Light Lord God, I'm afraid that at the moment of the light column, everyone in the whole Jiu land would be killed by the light column. However, the Thunder Light Lord God has obviously reached the limit at the moment, shaking all over and blurred consciousness. Did you fail, and finally no one rushed out of this damn 9-hell place? Looking back at those figures that disappeared like moths to the fire and rushed into the light column, the Thunder Light Lord God's face was extremely pale. The Lord God who created the 9-hell land is too strong, and his strength is far beyond his thunder light, so he is almost desperate at the moment. No. Just when Lei Guang's Lord God was about to give up, Ning Xiaochuan's figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, there is still a little guy alive. He is only in the realm of secondary god. How can he survive until now? At a glance, Lei Guang's Lord God naturally immediately found Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, although Ning Xiaochuan's distance in the column of light is far less than those dead gods before, as a secondary god, his distance at this moment is almost more than that of most lower gods. And from the black fog that came out of Ning Xiaochuan, the Lord God of Thunder Light also felt a strong breath of destruction. This is the pure breath of the world-destroying way. The eyes of the Lord God of Thunder Light stared big. The breath of destroying the world made him feel hope again. As the Lord God, he knows very well how powerful the real way of destroying the world is. Maybe he can work miracles and escape from here. Lei Guang's main god looked extremely solemn, and his huge palm stretched out in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Don't resist. I'll escort you with my last strength. With the weak voice of Lei Guang's Lord God, Ning Xiaochuan was wrapped in his huge palm, and then forcibly rushed to the deepest part of the light column. At the end of this light column, a space gap is slowly shrinking at the moment. The Lord God of Thunder Light held Ning Xiaochuan in one hand, and the protective body was covered with a layer of golden flame, constantly approaching the crack. With the burning of these golden flames, the breath of Thunder Light Lord God has become weaker and weaker. This is a god who is burning everything. Feeling the gradually weakening breath of the main god of Thunder Light behind, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly gave birth to a tribute to this man-eating main god. Now he can understand why people like Blood God were so convinced of the Lord God of Thunder Light at the beginning. Why would those who were eaten by the Lord God of Thunder and Light willingly go to the Lord God of Thunder and Light and become the food of the Lord God of Thunder and Light? Because the Thunder Light Lord God carries their hope to escape from here. And Lei Guang himself is definitely a great god. He inherited the bad name of man-eating Lord God and lived in Jiu land for countless years. His only obsession was to leave this Jiu land. If someone can leave here, people living in Jiu will have hope in their hearts, and they will no longer live like walking dead as they used to. At this moment, Lei Guang's Lord God has put all the hope of escaping on Ning Xiaochuan. As Ning Xiaochuan went deeper and deeper into the light column in front of him, most of Lei Guang's fat body had disappeared, and many parts of his flesh and blood had disappeared, leaving only his golden skeleton. Even so, there was still an indomitable will on Lei Guang's main god, and he insisted on rushing forward. Finally, his bones began to crumble and disappear. Such a scene made Ning Xiaochuan also moved by it, and he almost couldn't help rushing out of the palm of the Thunder Light Lord God. Don't move. As long as you live, it doesn't matter if all of us die. The voice of Thunder Light Lord God sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly appeared in front of a bright ball like a gem. I have eaten a total of 1.213 million people over the years. All the gods in their bodies have been refined into this soul ball by me. This soul ball contains the obsession in the hearts of 1.2 million people. You take it out, and then we all escape from here. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan was told, and a glittering divine personality appeared on the Lord God of Thunder Light. This divine figure is gorgeous and much more beautiful than any gem in the world. Moreover, this divine figure has more than 2,000 sections, and it is the real king of divine figures. This is the main god of Thunder and Light. This main god lattice emerged from the main god of Thunder Light, and then exploded. The self-explosion of the main god's divine personality almost blew away the surrounding pillars of light. Ning Xiaochuan's figure, with the help of the force formed by the explosion, jumped out of the light column and drilled into the space gap above. Immediately, the space gap disappeared, the light column disappeared, the remnant of the Thunder Light Lord God disappeared, and the dead Jiu land returned to calm again. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan, after rushing out of the space gap, was stunned by the scene in front of him. At the moment, several circular spaces like soap bubbles appeared in front of him. What Ning Xiaochuan just left is one of the spaces. There are so many places of Jiu, even the Lord God, I'm afraid he can't make so many places of Jiu. This idea flashed away in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, and then he ignored these. His figure flashed and ran away like a fish in the distance. At the moment, the virtual deity in his body is still a hazy circle. In this state, Ning Xiaochuan's speed is simply faster than that of ordinary gods. But behind Ning Xiaochuan, a pillar of light appeared and tracked it out of thin air. This pillar of light is almost larger and more terrible than the one that appeared in Jiu land before. In an instant, it shuttled through countless spaces, and came to Ning Xiaochuan's head. The Lord God who controls the Jiu land obviously can't stand someone escaping from the Jiu land at all, so he wants to destroy Ning Xiaochuan and all the existence separated from the Jiu land. He lost a Lord God and nearly 90% of the masters in Jiu land, and finally got the chance to escape from the heaven. But now, he is still just a dead end. Not reconciled to. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan will not be reconciled. Take out the world-destroying demon sword. Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to cut at the light column in front of him. The white light column buried the demon sword. Ning Xiaochuan is just a secondary god now. No matter how hard he tries, he can't fight with a Lord God. Suppressed by the white light column, the demon sword itself even made a creak sound, as if it would collapse at any time. However, at the moment when the sword was suppressed, a slender figure of a woman with long hair came out of the sword. This is a beautiful woman, but her expression is cold, so people don't dare to approach. There was nothing feminine about her at all, only endless domineering and evil. However, such a domineering woman does not make life feel bad. This is an elder of Mi Shidao. Ning Xiaochuan's mind suddenly came up with this idea. The demon sword of extermination is the treasure of extermination, which naturally contains a trace of power of previous generations of descendants of extermination. Before, Ning Xiaochuan could not inspire these forces. But now, the power contained in it seems to be aroused at once. Destroy the world. After the woman appeared, she gently spit out 2 words. Immediately, her palm was cut out of thin air, and a breath full of destructive power split the pillar of light in front of her eyes in 2. Without any weakness, this breath rushed directly into the infinite darkness, as if into a higher level world. After all this, the woman's figure suddenly disappeared, and Ning Xiaochuan's internal strength was also exhausted at this moment. Click! A space gap swallowed Ning Xiaochuan. This is one of the 8-star regions of Xinghe civilization. Compared with the name of Demon Star Realm, more people like to call it the Demon Realm. In the starry sky of the demon world, an advanced starry boat is shuttling rapidly. In the starry boat, several young men and women casually talked and laughed. Most of these young men and women looked arrogant, and their every move seemed to run with a law. Such signs showed that the cultivation of these young men and women had reached the realm of sub-gods. There is no doubt that these young men and women are young Tianjiao of some big forces. However, even if they are arrogant, there are differences between them. At the moment, among these young men and women, a young woman with red hair, tall figure and only wearing a leather armor is the most noticeable. This red-haired woman is enchanting, and this red hair shows that she is a member of the royal family of the demon people in the demon world. Standing here casually, she can immediately become the focus of everyone. At the moment, almost all the men in these young Tianjiao are courting the red-haired woman alone. Such a scene made several other women Tianjiao secretly hate it, but there was no way. Bixiyui, they can't compare with this red-haired woman. Compared with their birth, they are also inferior to others. Even compared with their appearance, they are far from the red-haired woman. The red-haired woman looked cold. Even though she was surrounded by a group of courteous men, she seemed too lazy to pay attention to them. Click! In front of the high-star boat, countless thunders suddenly appeared, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the star boat. Thunder unexpectedly appeared in the starry sky. Is there any strange treasure to be born? It's very possible that I heard before that a martial brother encountered a whirlwind in the starry sky and unexpectedly collected the soul of a whirlwind. This luck is simply against the sky. Can we have an adventure today? As several Tianjiao uttered surprise, the other people in the star boat also looked a little excited. They often hear the legend of getting strange treasures in the vast starry sky. Everyone go out and have a look, but be careful. The red-haired woman threw away her long hair and directly put the star boat away. In the vast starry sky, a dozen young Tianjiao were not afraid of anything. They shuttled through the space interlayer of the starry sky and rushed to the place where the thunder appeared in front of them. However, before these Tianjiao rushed to the thunder dissipated one after another. Such a scene made these Tianjiao, who wanted to encounter an adventure, quite disappointed. The thunder dissipated, and the starry sky in front of it has recovered calm. Naturally, there can be no more adventures. Just when these Tianjiao stopped and prepared to return to the star boat, the red-haired woman suddenly frowned and shouted coldly, "There are people in front," as if they were the thunder he triggered. What? Unexpectedly, someone triggered thunder in the starry sky. These young Tianjiao suddenly surprised. The starry sky is extremely desolate, and there are not even basic elements, so I'm afraid only those real gods can cause thunder in the starry sky. Guessed that there might be a real god ahead, these Tianjiao immediately hesitated. Although they all claim to be a generation of Tianjiao, their cultivation is only a secondary god realm, and they simply cannot compete with a real god. However, just when these Tianjiao hesitated, the red-haired woman had stepped across half the starry sky and appeared in front of the figure in the distance. In this case, other Tianjiao can only be wide-eyed, followed by rushed over. The closer they got, the more surprised they became. Because at this moment, they have seen clearly that in the place where the thunder just appeared, a slightly thin figure, holding a blood-red sword, sat upright in the starry sky. Although it is still far away from this figure, these Tianjiao people have already felt the strong killing intention uploaded from this figure. Such a strong killing intention can only be cultivated in the environment of long-term killing. Feeling this, these Tianjiao people were suddenly nervous. Figures crossed the starry sky, and then stopped beside the red-haired woman. When all the Tianjiao arrived here, a voice of surprise suddenly came out of these Tianjiao. Impossible, how could it be Ning Xiaochuan? Hearing this sound, several people, including the red-haired woman, all turned around and looked at the speaker. It's also Tianjiao. Other Tianjiao are naturally familiar with this Tianjiao, who screams at the moment. So, looking at the stunned Tianjiao, the red-haired woman frowned and asked, "Brother, Shuat-san, do you know this person?" "Yes, of course." This Tianjiao, whose name is Shui Kan, showed a somewhat complicated look on his face. Of course, he knew Ning Xiaochuan. He thought that when he was in the Heavenly Palace, because of the relationship between UCC, he was badly beaten by Ning Xiaochuan. You rewrite. The Tianjiao, who appears here at the moment, is the talented disciple Shui Kan of the original Tianting God Palace. The Emperor Zijin took the whole heaven into the Source World, and brought all the talented disciples in the Divine Reserve Palace to the Source World, and this blood residue was naturally among them. After entering the Source World, with the help of the abundant resources of the Source World, such as genius like blood disability, cultivation and progress rapidly. Today's blood residue, impressively, has entered the realm of the secondary god. Although it is only the primary existence of the secondary god, it is also extremely extraordinary. No wonder it will be regarded as a young arrogant person. Although I have been in the Xinhe civilization like a duck to water recently, at this moment, seeing Ning Xiaochuan, the little pride that blood can't easily cultivate in his heart is still shattered. There is no way. Although he thinks he is a genius, compared with Ning Xiaochuan, he is simply a cabbage on the side of the road. By the way, how did Ning Xiaochuan come to Xinhe civilization? Did he pass through the door of other people's gods? Blood residue looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a complex expression, and said in his heart. As for Ning Xiaochuan's possibility of crossing the void and coming to Xinhe civilization by himself, Shuat-san didn't even think about it at all. Make fun of. Before, when I didn't know the distance between Xinhe civilization and Dian world, Shuat-san might misunderstand. But now, as a demon Tianjiao, who had long known the terrible distance between Xinhe civilization and Dian world, he would not make such a common-sense mistake at all. Therefore, Sankan instinctively believed that Ning Xiaochuan must have come to Shinha civilization with the help of the Gate of Man and God, like other disciples of the God Palace. The look change on the blood remnant's face has naturally been seen by other Tianjiao. Therefore, they all immediately looked at Ning Xiaochuan curiously in front of them, and wanted to see what kind of person it was, which could make the Tianjiao of blood residue show such a look. Under the gaze of these Tianjiao, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan had already felt the approaching of these Tianjiao just now, but he had just escaped from the land of Jiu and had no extra energy to pay attention to these. Sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, he barely regained some strength before he began to scan these people in front of him. Blood residue. With only a glance, Ning Xiaochuan recognized the identity of Xuezhan. As soon as I escaped from Jiu, I immediately met an acquaintance of Dian World. Such a coincidence surprised Ning Xiaochuan. However, the habit formed in Jiu land for more than 30 years made him look no different on the surface. Holding the sword of destruction in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan stood up directly from the starry sky with a cold face. This man is so cold. Those women Tianjiao followed Ning Xiaochuan's every move and immediately sighed in their hearts. Unlike young Tianjiao, such as Shui Kan, Ning Xiaochuan, who has been in Jiu for more than 30 years, naturally has the unique cold breath of Jiu. Such a breath is indeed very attractive to these young women. Even the red-haired woman in front of him couldn't help but look a little different when she saw Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan standing up, Xuezhan immediately couldn't help asking, Ning Xiaochuan, why are you here? I want to ask you the same question. Ning Xiaochuan's figure was cold, and his eyes slowly swept over these young Tianjiao. Seeing the red-haired woman, Ning Xiaochuan's expression gave a slight pause. Other Tianjiao, such as Xuezhan and others, are just beginning to enter the realm of the secondary god, but this red-haired woman, like Ning Xiaochuan, has reached the 9th level of the secondary god. It's a long story. Blood residue vaguely shook his head, obviously did not want to say anything in detail, with Ning Xiaochuan in front of so many people. The red-haired woman glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and then said coldly, since you know this person, let him go with us. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and didn't object. Immediately, the red-haired woman waved her hand to release the star boat again, and a group of people successively entered the star boat. At the moment, with Ning Xiaochuan present, the attention of these Tianjiao people has almost always focused on Ning Xiaochuan. Those women Tianjiao had been extremely curious about Ning Xiaochuan for a long time, and originally wanted to take the opportunity to talk to Ning Xiaochuan. But they didn't expect that after entering the star boat, Ning Xiaochuan immediately walked to a corner and sat cross-legged on the ground, as if no strangers were allowed. Ning Xiaochuan's extremely cold appearance, even Xuezhan was stunned by it. When he first saw Ning Xiaochuan was not as cold as he is now. However, due to the presence of others, Shui Kan didn't want to expose his secret from Dian World, so he waited silently, looking for an opportunity to talk with Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged on the ground, but his mind was all sunk in his body. Every time the white bone bead rotates, it will exhaust all the strength of Ning Xiaochuan, and the same is true this time. Fortunately, however, what Ning Xiaochuan consumed this time was only his own strength. After a little rest, he was able to recover. At the moment, what Ning Xiaochuan pays attention to is not his own situation, but the two things hidden in his body. One is Sita Lang's divine personality. When Sita Lang's body was destroyed, Ning Xiaochuan grabbed his divine personality. The divine personality of the gods has contained most of the essence of the gods, so as long as this divine personality does not die out, Sita Lang will be born again. However, now Sita Lang obviously can't wake up. He was hurt too much before, and it may take thousands of years to recover a little without external help. Ning Xiaochuan can only sigh endlessly about this. Although there were still many miraculous drugs on him, these miraculous drugs had no effect on Sita Lang at the moment. Put away this divine personality, Ning Xiaochuan's mind immediately placed on another thing, which was the soul ball finally entrusted to him by Lei Guang's Lord God. This ball of soul is formed by the Lord God of Thunder Light using special techniques to condense countless gods together. Through the surface of the soul ball, Ning Xiaochuan can even see that inside the soul ball, countless gods are flying wantonly. Most of these gods are virtual gods, but a small number of them are real gods. However, these gods are different from Sita Lang's gods. The activity in these gods has been lost, and they have been barely preserved by the Lord, God of Thunder and Light with great divine talents. Otherwise, these gods would have dissipated and completely collapsed. Such a condensed body of divine personality is of no use to others. The Thunder Light Lord God refined the soul ball out of his own guilt and was not prepared to use this soul ball to do anything. But now, the ball of soul has fallen into Ning Xiaochuan's hands, and everything is greatly different. This ball of soul is simply a timely reign for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan's 10,000 Dharma deities need to absorb other laws before they can evolve. But to absorb other laws, you must kill people, and you must kill masters above the secondary god. Only the divine lattice in their bodies contains laws. Ning Xiaochuan killed hundreds of secondary gods in Jiu, absorbed all the laws in their virtual gods, and failed to make the 10,000 gods evolve. But now, with this soul ball, as long as Ning Xiaochuan absorbs the laws contained therein, he can definitely make the 10,000 Dharma deity evolve to a very high level. You know, there are more than hundreds of thousands of gods in this soul ball, and the laws contained therein are as high as tens of millions. If absorbing so many laws can't make the 10,000 Dharma deity evolve, Ning Xiaochuan really wants to give up this deity completely and find another way to improve his strength. However, the current situation is not suitable for Ning Xiaochuan to refine the soul ball. After receiving the ball of soul into the virtual divine space, Ning Xiaochuan began to listen to the conversation of those Tianjiao people nearby. At the moment, most of these Tianjiao surrounded Shui Kan and kept asking him about everything about Ning Xiaochuan. Although Shui Kan has been vague, these Tianjiao are not fools. From the reaction of Shui Kan at the moment, they have identified that Ning Xiaochuan is just a talent and not much worse than them. For others, these arrogant people may remain arrogant and lazy to pay attention to each other. But in the face of the same arrogance as themselves, their attitude will be much softer, which is the main reason why these arrogances did not oppose Ning Xiaochuan to sit on the star boat they were riding. After asking for a long time around the blood residue, they didn't ask anything, and these Tianjiao people's interest in Ning Xiaochuan gradually dissipated. So their attention shifted to the red-haired woman again. Compared with Ning Xiaochuan, this red-haired woman has significantly higher weight in their hearts. Ning Xiaochuan listened carefully for a moment, and all he heard were the words of these men's arrogance fawning on the red-haired woman. If at other times, Ning Xiaochuan might be interested in watching the excitement. But now, he is really not in the mood. At the moment, he just waited to find a suitable place, and then met with the blood remnant alone, to ask about the recent situation of the Purple and Gold Emperor and others. Sitting cross-legged on the ground of the star boat, Ning Xiaochuan's energy immediately recovered after a slight breath adjustment for a long time. At this time, the whispers of several women suddenly came to his ears. Unlike those male Tianjiao, these women Tianjiao are not in the mood to curry favor with the red-haired woman, so at the moment, most of what they talk about is about practice. My cultivation has reached the level of sub-god, but now I understand 3 laws. There is no clue about the other laws at all. I'm afraid I can't make further progress in a short time. When you advance to the secondary god, the more laws you understand, the stronger the divine personality you condense, and the brighter the future. Only then do you understand the 3 laws. I'm afraid the divine personality you condense will not have more than 1,000 aspects. Aren't you talking nonsense? These people here have a divine personality with more than 1,000 aspects. Such peerless arrogance has long been directly attracted by the royal family. When I heard that Mo Tianxiang advanced to the secondary god, I had understood a full 7 rules, so the condensed divine personality has more than 1,000 aspects, which can be called the Tianjiao of our demon world. Although I don't like Mo Tianxiang, I have to admire her talent. She has only advanced to the secondary god for less than 3 years, and she has promoted her cultivation to the 9th level of the secondary god. She almost condensed her divine personality and succeeded. I really don't know how she cultivated. The sub-god realm can be promoted as long as she understands the new rules. I heard that when Mo Tianxiang created the realm, she has already understood dozens of rules, but she didn't understand these rules thoroughly. Later, after condensing the divine personality, she had an epiphany, so this practice can be promoted quickly. It seems that they are worried about the red-haired woman, so when these women Tianjiao mention the name of Mo Tianxiang, they will deliberately cover up and directly use their minds to transmit sound. Ning Xiaochuan was also able to overhear these women's conversations with the help of his 7-hole demon heart. Magic fragrance. It should be the red-haired woman. Ning Xiaochuan looked up at the red-haired woman standing on the side with a cold look, but it just collided with her eyes, as if the 2 armies were fighting. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and those of the red-haired woman Mo Tianxiang, crossed for a moment, and then they took back their eyes respectively. It's really strong, Ning Xiaochuan said secretly in his heart. From the sight of this red-haired woman, Mo Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan felt a strong sense of war. A person with such a strong sense of war will never be a weak person. Those women Tianjiao said that it was not impossible that she might condense a divine personality with more than 1,000 aspects. In addition, what shocked Ning Xiaochuan was that it took only 3 years for this magic fragrance to improve his cultivation from the 1st level of the secondary god to the 9th level of the secondary god. This cultivation speed was simply against the sky. It took Ning Xiaochuan more than 10 years to upgrade from the 1st weight of the secondary god to the 9th weight of the secondary god. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his cultivation had been improved quickly, but compared with Mo Tianxiang, his speed was not enough. After flying in the starry sky for 3 consecutive days, the star boat landed on a huge continent in all directions. In the vast starry sky, there are not only round and spherical celestial bodies, but also continents like today, which are square and like a chessboard. After the star boat landed on this continent, Ning Xiaochuan and others fell directly in front of a huge palace, which covers an extremely wide area, and countless people are still vaguely busy in the palace. Obviously, this is a forbidden area like the imperial palace. Ning Xiaochuan, this is Zhoushan continent. This time, we come here because there is a master of Zhoushan who has reached the realm of Supreme God to give lectures here and explain the experience of practice. Come in with us. Waving back to take off the boat, Mo Tianxiang said a cold word to Ning Xiaochuan, and then walked directly into the huge palace in front of him. Along the way, Mo Tianxiang obviously has also found Ning Xiaochuan's good, so he said this at this moment. It is indeed a rare experience to be able to hear the superior God speak about the experience of practice. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and followed Mo Tianxiang to the hall in front of him. God, I heard right just now. Princess Tianxiang even spoke to Ning Xiaochuan. Not only took the initiative to speak, but also invited Ning Xiaochuan to attend the class. God doesn't have eyes. This Ning Xiaochuan was just picked up by us halfway. How can Princess Tianxiang take a fancy to it? If someone has a strong talent, the secondary god Jiuchong dares to walk alone in the starry sky. If you have this talent and courage, Mo Tianxiang might make love to you like this. Those Tianjiao who came here with Ning Xiaochuan before, followed Ning Xiaochuan with wide eyes, muttering constantly. The people who came here to listen to the lecture of the superior god are obviously not only demon Tianxiang, but also Tianjiao in other places. Ning Xiaochuan just walked a few steps, and a large group of people appeared in front of him. These people seemed to be queuing up, waiting to enter the palace in front of him. After waiting for a moment behind these people, Mo Tianxiang was the first to enter the palace. Then came Ning Xiaochuan. However, before entering the palace, Ning Xiaochuan was suddenly stopped. Wait, where are you from? Don't you know the rules? A cold-faced man with a cold look and armor waved in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and looked up and said, "What rules?" He really didn't know the rules here. The reason why he came here was just a coincidence. Bastard, dare to break into the residence of the god on the bamboo mountain at will without even knowing the rules. The cold-faced armor man drank coldly, then glanced up and down at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Boy, not everyone is qualified to listen to the upper god of Zhushan. Only those real Tianjiao are qualified. Have you seen this baby in my hand? This is a talent test stone. As long as it is not qualified to enter, it will react. Just now you have triggered his reaction." The secondary gods around waiting to enter the palace have now looked this way one by one. Ning Xiaochuan looked down at the circular dharma plate on the arm of the armored man and asked, curiously, "How can I be qualified to enter here?" Very simple. One of the most basic conditions is that the divine personality condensed in your body must be at least 500 sections. The armored man snorted coldly. 500 faceted deities, forget it. Ning Xiaochuan rolled his eyes, turned around and left. I'm kidding. At the moment, there are only 36 aspects of the divine aspect in his body, and there is still a long way to go from 500 aspects. Anyway, there is still a shadow sleeping in Ning Xiaochuan's body. When the shadow wakes up, the spiritual experience taught to Ning Xiaochuan is not necessarily much worse than this superior god of Zhushan. The armored man looked at Ning Xiaochuan, who turned directly, and his face showed a somewhat surprised look. Hey, it's the first time that I saw a god who wanted to get in here. Let me see how this boy's talent is. If it's only a little worse, for the sake of his courage, I'll reluctantly let him pass. Raise the magic weapon of the disc on his arm, and the armored man uses his divine power to cover Ning Xiaochuan's figure with this perfection. At the next moment, a virtual deity with 36 sections clearly appeared on the disc. Only 36 sections. Looking at the divine figure appearing on the disc, the armored man widened his eyes. At this moment, the armored man would not be surprised if a deity with more than 400 facets or more than 300 facets emerged on this perfection. Because the secondary gods that condensed hundreds of faceted deities, placed in some remote galaxies, have been regarded as genius-level existence. It is understandable that such a person would not hesitate to come here to listen to the upper god. But the armored man never thought that at the moment, he found a divine figure with 36 sections. 36 faceted deities, which is already the lowest of all deities. Having such a divine personality means that its master's future is limited, that its master's strength is average, and that it may be difficult for its master to become a god in the future. Therefore, after seeing the 36-cut divine lattice, the armored man waved his arm and simply turned around and walked away. As for the idea that he was going to be lenient to Ning Xiaochuan just now, he had already thrown it aside. Joking, if he really put a secondary god with the lowest level of deity into it, the superior god of Zhushan might directly crush him to death. The armored man left, and the remaining secondary gods looked at Ning Xiaochuan with strange faces at the moment. Like Mo Tianxiang and others, those who come here at this moment are the Tianjiao of all parties in the demon world. At this moment, I saw a guy with only the weakest deity, and he even wanted to sneak in like himself and others to listen to the lectures of the superior deity. After such a scene, many gods were stunned for a moment, they couldn't help laughing, and looking at Ning Xiaochuan was like looking at a fool. Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about these at all. He went directly to Xuezhan and said to Xuezhan, "Choose a time, and we'll meet in private." Blood Disabled looked a little dull at the moment, and obviously noticed the action of the armor man testing Ning Xiaochuan's talent just now. Looking strange, he glanced up and down at Ning Xiaochuan several times, and Shui Cripple nodded and said, "When I come out of the inside, I will find you." "Okay." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and turned to walk in the distance. As for the ironic eyes behind him, Ning Xiaochuan didn't care at all. It's a joke. He has lived in Jiu for more than 30 years. If he doesn't even have the ability to bear this, he has wasted these 30 years. However, at the moment, these guys behind laugh at each other. If someone really dares to come and provoke him, what Ning Xiaochuan gives each other is definitely the word kill. "Xiusan, it turns out that you have been lying to us before. Is this Ning Xiaochuan a garbage at all? Fortunately, we have been moving forward with him for so long. This thing is really annoying. If I had known this guy was so garbage, I wouldn't have sat in the same star boat with him. This Ning Xiaochuan looks so cold. It turned out to be all pretended. It's a garbage that condenses 36 faceted gods. Thanks to my previous feeling that he is very manly, it turns out that this manly smell is a stink." The arrogant men and women around who came with Ning Xiaochuan immediately looked contemptuous at Ning Xiaochuan. Among a group of people, only Xiusan looked at Ning Xiaochuan's back with tongue-tied eyes at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan only condensed such a garbage god. It's impossible. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan's posture of exploding the door of man and God was amazing. How could such a person condense such a garbage god? Is it because at the beginning, we were all dazzled? It was not Ning Xiaochuan who broke the door of human god at all. By the way, it must be so. Otherwise, how could Ning Xiaochuan become so now? In the heart of Xiusan, various ideas constantly flashed. Later, Xiusan's heart even began to get excited. Haha, thanks to my fear when I face Ning Xiaochuan these days, now it seems that he is nothing in front of me at all. At least there are more than 700 aspects of my god condensed. When I see Ning Xiaochuan again in the future, I must not be too polite to him. By the way, if I see UCC in the future, I can also straighten my back. Then I think UCC will choose Ning Xiaochuan as a garbage, or choose me. Sengken muttered excitedly in his heart, and then turned around and walked into the palace in front of him with other Tianjiao. In the depths of this hall, the figure of Mo Tianxiang slowly walked out. I clearly felt that Ning Xiaochuan seemed very unusual before. Why is his divine personality so weak now? Standing there for a moment, Mo Tianxiang shook her head and turned to leave. On the other side, after Ning Xiaochuan left the palace where the upper god of Zhushan was located, he rose directly into the air and flew in a random direction. It may be because the god on Zhushan sits here. The environment of this continent is quite beautiful, and countless mortals live on it. Ning Xiaochuan flew over 2 mortal cities in succession before landing on a piece of green grass. This grassland is far away from the secular world and inaccessible. It's easy that no one will come here at all. Sitting in this green grass, Ning Xiaochuan took the ball of soul into his hand. Before, when he was in the star boat, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't refine the soul ball, but now, he can refine while waiting for the blood residue to appear. One hand pressed on the ball of soul, and Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual force immediately entered the ball of soul. Ning Xiaochuan has done it several times by using the 10,000 Dharma deity to absorb the law, so now he is familiar with it. With the deepening of his mental power, countless laws in this soul ball were immediately inspired by Ning Xiaochuan and began to pour into the deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Originally, there were only those laws absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan before and the laws in various scriptures, including Heaven and Earth Sutra and Zisha Sutra, which Ning Xiaochuan himself understood. But now, with the influx of laws in the soul ball, the number of laws in the 10,000 Dharma divine lattice has increased. It's like a pond is constantly filling with water. At this moment, the deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body is this pond, and the laws in the ball of soul are the pond water. With the continuous injection of water, the water in the pond will gradually fill up, and it will be filled almost immediately. For 3 consecutive days, Ning Xiaochuan was constantly absorbing the laws in the soul ball. In the evening of the 3rd day, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly looked changed, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. It really began to evolve. Some surprised to pay attention to the divine space in his body. Ning Xiaochuan clearly felt that at the moment, the law in this divine space had been completely filled by him. At this moment, the law of his hand-washing is less than 1/10,000th of those laws in the soul ball. After the 10,000 Dharma deities were filled with laws, the edges and corners of those sections had begun to divide, and the original section seemed to be constantly splitting, changing towards the state of the 2 sections. At the beginning of this change, the speed was very slow, and the 10,000 Dharma deity itself seemed unable to bear this change. Even Ning Xiaochuan was worried about whether the deity in his body would suddenly break up. However, later, the pace of divine evolution accelerated a lot. It took about half a day for Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality to take shape again. At this moment, this 10,000 Dharma deity has evolved from 36 aspects to 72 aspects. Feeling this change, Ning Xiaochuan jumped up happily. Although the 72 aspects of God's personality can only be regarded as garbage in Shinha civilization, this evolution of God's personality has at least proved that his own God's personality can indeed evolve. Since it can evolve, sooner or later, this God will be able to evolve to the most perfect 3,600 aspects. Such a huge discovery, of course, makes Ning Xiaochuan extremely excited. Waiting for the divine personality to completely stabilize, Ning Xiaochuan immediately grabbed the ball of soul in his hand and began to reabsorb the laws. At this moment, after the evolution to 72 aspects, the space inside the 10,000 magic godhead seems to have been expanded again. The rules absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan before are simply not enough to fill the inside of the magic godhead. It's like a pool full of water, which suddenly expands its area, and the pool can naturally be filled with water again. But at this moment, when he began to absorb the law, Ning Xiaochuan found that he didn't know whether it was because the godhead had just evolved. Now, the 10,000 Dharma godhead simply couldn't absorb the law in the soul ball again. It seems that it will take a while before this divine personality can evolve again. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and put away the ball of soul directly. Even for the newly expanded pond, if you want to inject water, you need to build a new injection pipeline. So Ning Xiaochuan is not anxious about this. Standing up from the ground, Ning Xiaochuan's sword appeared in his hand. Holding the sword of destruction, Ning Xiaochuan was absorbed and meditated. At this moment, what appeared in his mind was the picture of the beautiful woman who had come out of the demon sword of destruction and split the pillar of light played by Feng Zhujun with a sword. There is no doubt that the woman who appeared at that time was one of the previous generations of Mishidao. Just relying on a breath left on the world-destroying magic sword, it can break up the terrible light column that killed the Lord God of Thunder Light. This terrible strength makes Ning Xiaochuan have new expectations for cultivating the world-destroying way. Originally, with the 10,000 Dharma deity, Ning Xiaochuan could practice all kinds of other laws. But now Ning Xiaochuan has determined in his heart that no matter what, first cultivate the way of destroying the world. If Ning Xiaochuan can practice the way of destroying the world successfully, I'm afraid it will be enough to kill the terrible Fengzhu king. Thinking about the appearance of the woman's move at the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan began to wave the world-destroying magic sword in his hand. He wanted to use the residual impression in his mind to understand the new way of destroying the world. For several days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan was waving the sword of destruction. It's just a pity that the breath of the founder of the world-killing Tao is too profound. A simple palm, I'm afraid, has contained thousands of world-killing Tao. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan wants to understand the new world-killing Tao from the picture of her move, and the difficulty is conceivable. A few days later, a group of secondary gods flew over Ning Xiaochuan's head. A large group of secondary gods flew over Ning Xiaochuan's head, and everyone carried that proud breath, as if telling everyone at all times that their identity was not bad. There is no doubt that such a group of people are those secondary gods who went to listen to the upper god of Jushan before. It's over. Why didn't Shui Cripple come to me? Ning Xiaochuan was confused and put away the evil sword of destruction. His figure flew up and rushed to the palace where the god on the bamboo mountain lived. Before arriving at the palace, Ning Xiaochuan saw countless figures flying out of the palace. Many of them took out the star boat directly and flew towards the sky in the star boat. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan's breath was directly released without any disguise. In this way, as long as the blood residue comes out of the palace, the trace of Ning Xiaochuan can be found immediately. Groups of Tianjiao came out of the palace where the god on the bamboo mountain was located, including Xuezan and others. Haha, Master Jushan is worthy of being a superior god. After listening to him for a month, I seem to have quite a feeling that I can break through immediately. Me too, but it's a pity that the next time Master Jushan gives a lecture will be 10 years later. At that time, if I have a chance, I will come back. Hey, senior brother Xuezan, that man seems to be Ning Xiaochuan. He should be waiting for you. Bloody cripple, don't worry about him. You are the pride of our magic Tua mountain. If you walk with such garbage, we will lose our face if we are seen. That's right. Now Ning Xiaochuan is a laughing stock. You didn't hear him just now. Many people are still talking about him. He is the lowest level garbage, and he even wants to mix with the upper god of Jushan to attend classes. It's simply ignorant. A group of Tianjiao surrounded Mo Tianxiang and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan in the distance, laughing constantly. Knowing that the deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body is only the lowest deity this time, their attitude towards Ning Xiaochuan has changed greatly. The same is true of Xuezan. At the moment, he stares at Ning Xiaochuan with a livid face. He even resents why he knew Ning Xiaochuan. If he didn't know Ning Xiaochuan, he wouldn't be laughed at by other Tianjiao now. Although there was an agreement with Ning Xiaochuan to meet in private before, at this time, Xuezan avoided Ning Xiaochuan and of course refused to meet with Ning Xiaochuan in private. Let's leave directly and go back to Mount Montua first. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance, Xuezan said. Mo Tianxiang frowned and glanced at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance, but without saying anything, she directly took out the star boat and rushed into the sky with these Tianjiao. Looking at the star boat that left, Ning Xiaochuan frowned immediately. Just now, he had found the blood disability. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan thought that the blood disability would come to meet him. Who knew that he left without saying a word? Ning Xiaochuan still wants to know the information of the Purple and Gold Emperor and others from the mouth of blood residue, so of course he won't let blood residue leave like this. Take out the high star boat extorted from Ding Kuei. Ning Xiaochuan drives the star boat and rushes towards the sky. 2 star boats, one in front of the other, rushed into the vast starry sky. In the starry boat ahead, this group of Tianjiao has switched the topic and stopped talking about Ning Xiaochuan. After all, in their view, they are the favored ones of heaven and will become gods in the future, so it is not worth wasting time on Ning Xiaochuan. Suddenly, a Tianjiao turned around and looked behind him and exclaimed, "Hey, why is there a star boat behind us? Is it the Tianjiao in the star domain who wants to come over and get close to us?" Hearing the scream of the Tianjiao, Shui Can and others also turned around and looked at each other, looking stunned. In the vast starry sky, the probability of 2 starry boats taking the same route is too small, so when they see the starry boat behind them, these Tianjiao immediately determine that the starry boat behind them is tracking them. Stop and see who it is? Dare to track us. Maybe it's Princess Tianxiang's suitor. Can it be that Ning Xiaochuan, who was left on Jushan continent by us, is now catching up? Don't talk nonsense. The value of an advanced star boat is still quite high. He is the lowest secondary god. How can he get such an advanced star boat? A group of Tianjiao casually discussed a few words, and Mo Tianxiang waved away the star boat and quietly waited for the star boat behind to approach. The star boat rushed only a few miles away from Mo Tianxiang and others before it suddenly disappeared, and Ning Xiaochuan's figure appeared in front of these Tianjiao. Lying in the trough is really Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's figure, several Tianjiao were stunned to swallow their tongues. The value of an advanced star boat is still quite amazing. Although these young Tianjiao are gifted, they are too young, and most of the resources they get are used for cultivation, so it is difficult to get such an advanced star boat. At the moment, in this group of Tianjiao, Magic Tianxiang has such a high star boat, and the quality of star boats in the hands of other Tianjiao is much worse. So these Tianjiao people were so surprised to see that Ning Xiaochuan actually owned a high star boat. They didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan, the star boat, was blackmailed from others. At the beginning, Ding Kuei also got such a high star boat because he was an emissary of the Heavenly Palace. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance, Mo Tianxiang's indifferent voice passed in the past. Ning Xiaochuan, our fate is over. What have you been doing with us? Ning Xiaochuan stepped in front of Mo Tianxiang and others, glanced at them once, and then stopped on Xuetzan, calmly said, I'm not looking for you, I'm looking for him. Wait, as long as he answers me a few questions, you can go. When these Tianjiao heard Ning Xiaochuan's indifferent tone before, they would only feel very cool. But now, Ning Xiaochuan's tone in these Tianjiao's ears made these Tianjiao feel a little harsh. Blood Residue glanced at these arrogant expressions around, and knew that Ning Xiaochuan had caused everyone's dissatisfaction. In this case, he has a great opportunity to restore his image in the hearts of other Tianjiao. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, Shuaikan directly opened his mouth and said coldly, Ning Xiaochuan, what are you, dare to talk to us like this? Blood Disabled's words obviously immediately caused the resonance of other Tianjiao. So even Blood Disabled also felt that the eyes of other Tianjiao around him were much softer. Just when Xuetzan was proud, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Brother Shuaikan, how is your relationship with Ning Xiaochuan? Shuaikan glanced around and immediately saw a male Tianjiao winking at him. This male Tianjiao's cultivation has reached the 6th level of the second deity, and he is also a big man among the young Tianjiao in Magic Tua Mountain. Compared with it, Shuaikan is obviously much worse. Usually, when he was in Magic Tua Mountain, Shuaikan still curry favor with this elder martial brother. At this moment, hearing this elder martial brother asking himself so, Shuai can't help thinking that his understanding with Ning Xiaochuan, the lowest secondary god, had provoked the elder martial brother's dissatisfaction. Therefore, the cold-looking Blood Residue immediately began to whisper to the male Tianjiao, Elder martial brother, I just met Ning Xiaochuan, and I have no deep friends. Hearing the response of Shuaikan, the male Tianjiao immediately smiled at the corners of his mouth and continued to whisper, haha, it's just right, brother Shuaikan, wait for you to cooperate with us and fight against Ning Xiaochuan together. We robbed the high star boat in his hand. At that time, we won't lose your share. What? Rob the high star boat in his hand. This surprised look suddenly appeared on the Blood Residue's face. Although knowing that Ning Xiaochuan has only condensed a lowest deity at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation is, after all, a secondary deity. And more importantly, Ning Xiaochuan's image of exploding the door of human god before left a deep impression on Shui Cripple, so that Shui Cripple always had some confidence when facing Ning Xiaochuan. What? Is younger martial brother Xuetzan unwilling to join hands with us? If so, younger martial brother can watch the excitement. The cold voice immediately spread into the Blood Remnant's mind. Sengkan was immediately shocked and said eagerly, no, elder martial brother misunderstood. Of course, I have to fight with elder martial brother and others, otherwise, can I be regarded as a disciple of Magic Tua Mountain? Compared with Ning Xiaochuan, Shui can now care more about this group of demon Tuashan Tianjiao. A few words were whispered in private, and the eyes of Xuezhan and others looking at Ning Xiaochuan began to be murderous. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan, standing in the starry sky, looked cold. With the help of the power of the seven orifices demon heart, he had already heard the transmission of blood residue and several others, clearly. Ning Xiaochuan was not surprised that those other Tianjiao wanted to poison him secretly, but Xueqin was also involved in this matter, which made Ning Xiaochuan a little angry. Originally, he thought that these geniuses who came out of the Dian world could form a group in the Xinhe civilization and make a world together. However, from the current performance of blood disability, Ning Xiaochuan knew that his idea was just delusion. Kill this boy and snatch the star boat in his hand. The sword he held before seems to be an artifact, and he must not let it go. Senior brothers, let me do it alone. Although this guy's cultivation has reached the 9th level of secondary god, his divine personality is only 36 aspects, which shows that the law he understands is not too strong, and I can kill him alone. After a little discussion, a group of Tianjiao, such as Xueqin, directly killed Ning Xiaochuan from all directions. This group of Tianjiao, at the moment, has made no secret of their hostility to Ning Xiaochuan. Even those women Tianjiao, there are several people around Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Killing people and robbing goods is the most convenient in this vast starry sky. Magic Tianxiang looked gloomy for a few minutes, and seemed to be dissatisfied with these Tianjiao's sudden action around her, but she finally didn't say anything. A sub-god with only 36 aspects and at the bottom of the Xinhe civilization, even if he was killed, was nothing at all. Even Mo Tianxiang and the Tianjiao around him retreated a little distance, as if they didn't want to intervene in the battle. Seeing that Mo Tianxiang reacted like this, the last trace of scruples in the hearts of these arrogant people also completely disappeared. Kill, starburst rule, let me explode everything you have into pieces. A male Tianjiao rubbed his hands, and a small universe appeared between his hands. A disc-shaped galaxy kept rotating between his hands. The next moment, with the circling star river, the Tianjiao rushed in front of Ning Xiaochuan and wanted to hit Ning Xiaochuan with the circling star river. This is the star-burst law of this Tianjiao cultivation, which is a very violent law. It's just that he hasn't become a god, so he can't form a real star explosion. He can only integrate the law into his own fists. This violent law is so destructive that it can tear everything apart. However, now this law has encountered a nemesis. Ning Xiaochuan held the demon sword of destruction, and the whole person seemed to become a sharp sword, cutting directly from the Tianjiao's hands. The star river between the Tianjiao's hands was also cut in half by the demon sword of destruction at the moment. Stunned, the Tianjiao had almost no time to react, so he was directly split in two by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan directly held the divine personality with more than 600 sections in his body. Holding this divine personality, Ning Xiaochuan turned and killed other Tianjiao. Kill decisively. At the moment, those Tianjiao around Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's reaction would be so fierce. Once he fought back, he would immediately kill a Tianjiao. Everyone worked together to kill him. Another male Tianjiao screamed. Although they despise Ning Xiaochuan from the bottom of their hearts, these Tianjiao are still shocked by the murderous intention that Ning Xiaochuan has taken up, so they eagerly want to join hands with the enemy. The gods in these Tianjiao bodies all have more than 500 sections, which shows that their cultivation rules are extremely strong, and their own physique is also quite good. If they encounter other secondary gods with only 36 aspects, any one of them can sweep a group of the lowest level secondary gods. But Ning Xiaochuan is different. Although Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality is weak now, the way of destroying the world he cultivated is really one of the highest laws in the whole world. Plus at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is holding the world-destroying magic sword, and an artifact can definitely double the strength of a secondary god. With such advantages, Ning Xiaochuan is like a flock of sheep at the moment. His figure is killing and looting among these Tianjiao. Almost in the blink of an eye, he pinches a hand of the virtual gods, which are all owned by the Tianjiao he killed. More than a dozen Tianjiao were killed by Ning Xiaochuan in an instant, leaving only 2 or 3 Tianjiao. After looking at Ning Xiaochuan with a dull face, they turned and fled to the place of the demon Tianxiang. Ning Xiaochuan's figure flickered, and easily stepped on the blood disability and the last male Tianjiao under his feet. Since this blood cripple still refused to talk to him, Ning Xiaochuan also had no patience. The power of the 7 orifices demon heart invaded each other's mind, and directly began to explore each other's memory. Memories immediately transferred from Xuezhan's mind to Ning Xiaochuan. After only exploring for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's face was livid. From the memory of Xuezhan, all the bad news Ning Xiaochuan got was almost none that could make him happier. Plundering the memory of the bloody remnant, Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to plunder the memory in the mind of the Tianjiao around him. At this moment, Mo Tianxiang and others, who were livid, had rushed to Ning Xiaochuan from a distance. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan started too fast to let Mo Tianxiang save people. At the moment, looking at the dozen virtual gods in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, Mo Tianxiang's face became more and more gloomy. If these virtual gods can be returned, maybe these Tianjiao who was killed by Ning Xiaochuan will have a chance to recover. This time, this group of Tianjiao went to Zhoushan continent to listen to the upper god, and Mo Tianxiang was the leader of this group of Tianjiao. As a leader, Mo Tianxiang naturally can't watch these secondary gods being killed here by Ning Xiaochuan. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, Mo Tianxiang took a deep breath and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, it's our fault this time. I apologize for my companions." Mo Tianxiang is a smart woman, so at the moment, she didn't say a word of nonsense at all, so she directly apologized to Ning Xiaochuan. Well. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm and nodded at Demon Tianxiang. Just now, Mo Tianxiang and others didn't deal with him, so Ning Xiaochuan didn't have a bad feeling for Mo Tianxiang at the moment. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was calm at the moment, and he was not as murderous as he was just now, Mo Tianxiang's face showed some joy. If Ning Xiaochuan was so talkative, it would be easier for her to ask for those virtual gods from Ning Xiaochuan next. However, before Mo Tianxiang spoke, the male Tianjiao pinched by Ning Xiaochuan suddenly looked up at Ning Xiaochuan and said fiercely, "Ning Xiaochuan, I'm an elite disciple of MT Magic 2A, and my master is Pa." Ning Xiaochuan's palm directly entered the Tianjiao's body and pulled out the virtual deity in his body. Ning Xiaochuan didn't leave his hand this time. With a pinch of his hand, this virtual deity was completely shattered. A young pride has fallen here completely. Mo Tianxiang's face changed greatly, and she couldn't help but say, "Ning Xiaochuan, I've apologized for them just now. Why did you kill him?" If apologies were useful, there would not be so many killings in this galaxy. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Mo Tianxiang like a fool. Then, with the force in his hand, those virtual gods immediately made a snap sound in Ning Xiaochuan's hand like fried beans, and finally all became shattered. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was so decisive and merciless at the moment, the blood residue who was trampled on the other side by Ning Xiaochuan had already turned pale at the moment. At this moment, he finally knew that even if Ning Xiaochuan condensed the lowest deity, it was not comparable to him. Moreover, it was not easy for him to survive one disaster after another, and the blood residue attached great importance to his life. "Ning Xiaochuan, it was my fault just now. For the sake of us all coming from Dian world, please forgive me this time. By the way, I helped Yusasai many times before." For her face, you. As before Shui can finish speaking, Ning Xiaochuan has simply pulled out the virtual deity in his body and crushed it. Those who threatened Ning Xiaochuan were directly killed by Ning Xiaochuan. Those who pleaded with Ning Xiaochuan were also killed by Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Standing opposite Ning Xiaochuan, Mo Tianxiang's face was extremely blue at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan, I must catch you back to Mount Magic today and accept the trial of Mount Magic. With a cold howl, Magic Tianxiang's red hair spread out, like a red cloud, covering Ning Xiaochuan. Unlike those Tianjiao killed by Ning Xiaochuan before, Mo Tianxiang is the Tianjiao among Tianjiao. Not only has his cultivation reached the 9th level of the secondary god, but also the law he understands is an extremely powerful law. At the moment, the red hair on her head is like small snakes, stretching and contracting constantly. And Magic Tianxiang himself, at this moment, there is a short bow with exquisite style and countless patterns in his hand. With a gentle pull of the bow string, a aura light arrow with a strong breath immediately appeared on the short bow. There is no doubt that the short bow in the hand of Mo Tianxiang at the moment is also an artifact. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm, holding the world-destroying magic sword in his hand, staring at the magic fragrance in front of him. From Mo Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan has felt a strong oppression, which makes Ning Xiaochuan know that the woman he is facing at the moment is definitely not as weak as the secondary gods he killed before. All along, since Ning Xiaochuan stepped into the realm of sub-gods, he has never met a real master. Maybe the dead Long Huang was an expert, but he was killed by the shadow. Ning Xiaochuan has killed hundreds of secondary gods, not to mention those secondary gods of Yaowang Star. They live in remote planets, and they are simply the bottom existence in the core of Shinhe civilization. Although some of the secondary gods in the Jiu land are powerful, after being severely tortured by the Jiu land, these secondary gods have become no human, no ghost, no god, almost like a puppet. Therefore, the current magic fragrance is the first real opponent that Ning Xiaochuan faced after coming to Shinhe civilization. The real pride of Shinhe civilization, I'll see how strong you are. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly in his heart, and the sword of destruction swept in his hand, and countless sharp sword qi directly gushed out of the sword of destruction. Then, a fire rose on the sword of destruction. The blazing fire almost burned the starry sky. Annihilation Demon Fireway. Exterminating Evil Demon Family. Doomsday Darkway. Ning Xiaochuan now understood the way of destroying the world, and now she beat it out in one breath. Facing all this, Magic Tianxiang on the opposite side didn't change at all. The short bow in his hand opened, and the aura arrow suddenly turned into a flying firebird and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Before Ning Xiaochuan's Mishideo met the firebird, Mo Tianxiang opened his bows one after another and shot arrows one by one. After flying away from the short bow, these arrows immediately changed into various shapes and shot at Ning Xiaochuan from all directions. Some arrows shot by Magic Tianxiang turn into firebirds, some into flying dragons, some into roaring beasts, and some directly turn into a galloping meteorite. The surrounding starry sky was originally only dead and cold, but after Mo Tianxiang shot these arrows, he immediately added countless colorful colors to the dead starry sky. Looking at the gorgeous scenery in front of us, several women Tianjiao who had not shot Ning Xiaochuan before suddenly showed a look of infatuation on their faces. This is the ever-changing Rui divine skill, cultivated by Mo Tianxiang. It is said that to successfully cultivate this divine skill, it is necessary to understand more than 1,000 laws, and each law can be transformed into a divine beast to attack the opponent. The ever-changing Rui magic skill is also a very famous magic skill in the demon world. Such a magic skill, displayed in the hands of Magic Tianxiang, has almost infinite power. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the demon sword of destruction, cut the arrows that were coming at him one by one. The firebird was chopped with sparks, the flying dragon became two halves, the behemoth was torn apart, and the galloping meteorite exploded directly. Two people attack and defend, it's like cooperating countless times. Those broken arrows burst out in the starry sky, making the starry sky more and more brilliant. Several star boats came from a distance and wanted to shuttle through this star field. Seeing the brilliant star sky here from a distance, they felt the aftermath of the battle passing on the past a little. After that, the people on these low-level star boats turned in horror, immediately turned around, and drove the star boats away to the distance. The battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang seems brilliant, but countless crises are hidden in the brilliance. Ka! Ning Xiaochuan chopped a arrow firebird with a sword, and sparks burst from the firebird, several of which fell on nearby planets, and immediately set them ablaze. It's really strong. I can only resist it. I can't even fight back. Ning Xiaochuan kept retreating after resisting the arrows shot by Magic Tianxiang. Their figures crossed the starry sky, and the nearby starry sky suddenly became a mess. Magic Tianxiang looked cold, but he just kept pulling the bowstring of the short bow in his hand, transforming the laws into arrows and shooting out. Her eyes penetrated the brilliance in front of her, and finally fell on Ning Xiaochuan's face with the same calm face. Ning Xiaochuan, you killed so many Tianjiao in my magic Tua mountain, and my masters in my magic Tua mountain will not let you go. Now you go back with me, and take the initiative to plead guilty. Maybe you still have hope to live. A sense of magic fragrance was constantly introduced into Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Ning Xiaochuan waved the world-destroying magic sword in his hand, and he was completely dismissive of this consciousness from Mo Tianxiang. The law of the jungle is the law of survival in Xinhe civilization. If Ning Xiaochuan was really caught today, voluntarily pleaded guilty, and went to Mount Montua with Mo Tianxiang, he would definitely die miserably in the end. However, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't mind making a direct reconciliation with Mo Tianxiang today. He has seen the strength of Mo Tianxiang. It is indeed very strong, even a little stronger than Ning Xiaochuan, but the strength gap between the two is very small. In this case, if two people fight hard, they will only lose both. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan directly passed his consciousness to Mo Tianxiang. Mo Tianxiang, you and I are equal in strength. If we fight again, we will lose both sides. It doesn't make sense at all. I suggest we stop temporarily. Impossible. Mo Tianxiang's attitude was very firm. While pulling the bowstring in his hand, he said coldly, unless you are caught today, otherwise, I will not let you go. Such an attitude made Ning Xiaochuan suddenly angry and said, well, since you want to consume it, I'll spend it with you to the end to see who can consume more energy in the end. Waiting to break an arrow shot by Mo Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed and killed the women Tianjiao of Mo Tua mountain who were standing in the starry sky watching the battle. These magic Tuashan Tianjiao didn't die because they had been around magic Tianxiang before. But at the moment, seeing Ning Xiaochuan killing them, their faces suddenly showed panic. Although the strength of these women Tianjiao is not vulgar, their own strength is similar to that of the group of Tianjiao who was just killed by Ning Xiaochuan. When they met Ning Xiaochuan, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Looking at the beautiful and flustered women in front of them, Ning Xiaochuan didn't show any mercy. After several swords, he cut their exquisite bodies into several pieces. Immediately, the virtual gods in these women's Tianjiao were also shattered by Ning Xiaochuan's sword. Although the strength of these women Tianjiao is average, they are also secondary gods. After Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang are defeated, they will definitely attack Ning Xiaochuan directly while Ning Xiaochuan is weak. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan will not have any strength to fight back. Since Mo Tianxiang chose to continue to consume, Ning Xiaochuan certainly had to eliminate this threat in advance. Killing these women Tianjiao almost took only a blink of an eye. When Mo Tianxiang found these, there were only Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang left in the starry sky. Seeing that the remaining Tianjiao were also killed by Ning Xiaochuan, Mo Tianxiang was trembling with anger, and his beautiful face began to show a red glow of anger. Wow! With a wave of the palm of magic Tianxiang's hand, the brilliance all over the sky immediately disappeared. Magic Tianxiang looked coldly at Ning Xiaochuan, and the short bow in her hand was almost pulled into a round shape by her. Obviously, under the anger, Magic Tianxiang finally showed her unique skill. A gorgeous arrow shot out from the short bow in the hand of Mo Tianxiang. This arrow is quite different from the arrow that Mo Tianxiang shot before. The arrow that Mo Tianxiang shot before will immediately change into various forms after leaving the short bow in her hand. But at the moment, this arrow, however, has always maintained the shape of the arrow and shot quickly towards Ning Xiaochuan. Danger! Danger! Extreme danger! Looking at the arrow shooting at him in the distance, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. With a flash of his figure, Ning Xiaochuan's figure crossed half the starry sky and landed on a star. But to his surprise, the arrow turned in the air and still aimed at Ning Xiaochuan. At the same time, the figure of Mo Tianxiang also passed through the starry sky and fell towards the star. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the demon sword of destruction, aimed at the arrow and suddenly cut down. However, this arrow actually seemed to be illusory. It passed directly through the world-destroying magic sword and shot into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan, my ever-changing heartbreaking arrow is a secret method to directly attack the divine lattice. Your divine lattice has only 36 sections and is the lowest divine lattice. You can't bear my arrow at all. Die. The figure of magic fragrance passed through the air, and a cold consciousness came at the same time. It turned out to be a direct attack on the Godhead. As soon as the voice of Mo Tianxiang came, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that the arrow had hit the 10,000 Dharma God in his body. Click! Almost instantly, cracks appeared on the surface of the 10,000 Dharma God. The Divine Personality was damaged, and Ning Xiaochuan's mouth directly spewed a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his eyes were black, and his consciousness seemed to be almost unconscious. After cultivating the secondary God, the Divine Personality is fundamental. If the Divine Personality collapses, Ning Xiaochuan will never survive. Fortunately, however, the deity in his body has just been essenced into 72 sections, which is much stronger than before, and the arrow of magic fragrance is obviously only powerful to kill 36 sections of deity. Therefore, this arrow only damaged the deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body. Just when Ning Xiaochuan fought against the arrow of magic fragrance, the cold magic fragrance had fallen directly from the sky. At the moment, Mo Tianxiang's face was also a little pale. Obviously, the arrow just now also had a considerable burden on her. In fact, the situation of Mo Tianxiang is good now. Her move was originally used to deal with her opponent with the same strength, which is a unique skill of losing both sides. Knowing Ning Xiaochuan's divine level, Mo Tianxiang's arrow just now did not exert all its power. It is precisely because of this that Mo Tianxiang's state at the moment does not look very bad. The rule this man just showed should be the legendary way of destroying the world, but he clearly didn't condense the spirit of destroying the world. Why can he continue to practice the way of destroying the world? There must be some secret in him. I'll take his body back and study it carefully, and maybe I can work out some results. Mo Tianxiang, who was pale, grabbed Ning Xiaochuan with his hand. She had long recognized that Ning Xiaochuan's law seemed to be the legendary way to destroy the world, but the more it was, the more confused she became. It is almost well known in Xinhe civilization that the way of destroying the world is matched with the spirit of destroying the world, but Ning Xiaochuan broke this iron rule. Reach out and grab Ning Xiaochuan, and Magic Tianxiang directly carries Ning Xiaochuan in front of him. Just when Mo Tianxiang was ready to put away Ning Xiaochuan's body and fly away directly, Ning Xiaochuan, who was regarded as a body by Mo Tianxiang, suddenly opened his eyes. Both hands quickly grabbed Magic Fragrance's arms. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took the initiative and pressed Magic Fragrance under him. Magic Tianxiang didn't seem to believe the fact that Ning Xiaochuan was not dead at all. After being pressed by Ning Xiaochuan, she suddenly changed her look and immediately began to struggle hard. Both of them are secondary gods, and their strength is almost the same, but in terms of strength, Mo Tianxiang is much worse than Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, for a moment, Magic Tianxiong could not escape from Ning Xiaochuan's control. On the contrary, because of the struggle and resistance, Ning Xiaochuan almost pressed the whole body on Mo Tianxiong, and then reluctantly controlled Mo Tianxiong. The bodies of the two people were entangled, and then kept rolling on this desolate planet. Holding and rolling back and forth with a charming and gorgeous woman is definitely the scene that all men are looking forward to if it's a different occasion. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiong almost all tried their best to suppress each other. After their figures rolled on the ground for several times, they all became embarrassed. "Don't move." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly burst out, as if a thunder sounded in his ear. Mo Tianxiong was also stunned by Ning Xiaochuan for a moment. Immediately, Mo Tianxiong felt that Ning Xiaochuan's mental power had invaded her body and eroded towards the virtual deity in her body. The martial arts heart palace of Mo Tianxiong is also a very special heart palace. Its body is like a cloud of smoke, constantly changing. In addition, the virtual divine lattice in Mo Tianxiong's body has more than 1,300 sections, which is many times stronger than those Tianjiao who had hundreds of sections before. After Ning Xiaochuan's mental power invaded the body of Mo Tianxiong, he immediately began to erode towards this god with more than 1,300 sections. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart palace pounded violently. This is Ning Xiaochuan using the strongest power of the 7 orifices demon heart to refine Mo Tianxiong, the princess of the demon world, into his own mind slave. After robbing the memory of blood residue, Ning Xiaochuan has been eager to rush to the source world. With the help of the demon princess, Mo Tianxiong, he would definitely travel countless times faster. After feeling the invasion of Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual force, Magic Tianxiong's spiritual force immediately gave birth to the resistance force, and began to strive to resist the invasion of Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual force. On the desolate surface of the stars, Ning Xiaochuan tightly hugged Magic Tianxiong, and the two people became completely motionless. The strength of their minds all contracted to their bodies, starting a most original confrontation. If it is replaced by an ordinary 9-level master of the secondary god, Ning Xiaochuan can easily control it by relying on the power of the 7-whole demon heart. However, Mo Tianxiong is worthy of being a generation of Tianjiao. Relying on his own will, he just blocked the control of Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual force. In the dead starry sky, the aftermath of the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiong has completely disappeared. Many shuttle star boats also began to shuttle in this piece of the sky again. But no one found that on the surface of the huge star beside them, Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiong were hugged together, covered by the rolling dust on the surface of the star. Half a year later, on this desolate star, Ning Xiaochuan's figure suddenly rushed out of this layer of dust. Closely behind Ning Xiaochuan was Demon Tianxiong with a cold face. After their figures rushed out of the dust, their divine power rippled, and immediately cleared all the dirt on their bodies. Glancing back at the beautiful Magic Tianxiong, Ning Xiaochuan looked a little pensive. At the moment, Mo Tianxiong stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan in a daze, with a confused look in her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly waved to Mo Tianxiong and said, "Come here, kneel down." Magic Tianxiong's face dulled and walked to Ning Xiaochuan. With her legs bent, she was about to kneel down in front of Ning Xiaochuan. However, just as she was about to kneel down on the ground, her eyes suddenly flashed a little cold. Then, the figure of Mo Tianxiong was straight, and a proud look appeared on her face. This proud look also appeared for a short moment, and then the proud look on Mo Tianxiong immediately disappeared again. Is this really the case? With the power of my 7-whole demon heart, I couldn't suppress her pride. Looking at Mo Tianxiong, Ning Xiaochuan frowned. He and Mo Tianxiong fought continuously for half a year. Finally, relying on the domineering power of the 7 orifices, Ning Xiaochuan finally suppressed Mo Tianxiong's power of mind. However, as a princess of the demon world, Mo Tianxiang's pride is too strong. It can be said that this pride has gone deep into her bone marrow and become her instinct. Therefore, when Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to refine Mo Tianxiang into his own spiritual slave, a force of resistance poured out of Mo Tianxiang. This is the capital stock in Mo Tianxiang's body, which can resist being a slave to others. Because of this resistance, Ning Xiaochuan's control over Mo Tianxiang was only half completed in the end. Magic Tianxiang's mental power is now only blocked in her divine cell by Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices, and is not completely controlled by Ning Xiaochuan at all. Now if Ning Xiaochuan issued a simple order to Mo Tianxiang would not resist at all, but if Ning Xiaochuan ordered Mo Tianxiang to do something Mo Tianxiang didn't want to do, like just making her kneel down, Mo Tianxiang would wake up briefly and resist Ning Xiaochuan's order. This result made Ning Xiaochuan quite helpless. He wanted to use Mo Tianxiang to rush to the source world quickly. If Mo Tianxiang had been in this situation at present, I'm afraid she couldn't help Ning Xiaochuan at all. As long as we try to get rid of her pride, Mo Tianxiang can completely become a slave to my mind. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, and then his face showed a sneer. Now, Mo Tianxiang doesn't have any resistance at all. It's too simple to kill her pride. Ning Xiaochuan waved, the earth on the surface of the star surged, and immediately formed a wide stone chair in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan casually sat on the stone chair, then waved his hand to Demon Tianxiang and said, "Come here." Mo Tianxiang walked to Ning Xiaochuan and stood still with a dull face. "Come closer and sit on my lap." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Magic Tianxiang and said calmly. Mo Tianxiang instinctively walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, but just as she was about to sit down, the previous reaction appeared again. With a flash of her figure, Mo Tianxiang immediately flashed to the distance and refused to get close to Ning Xiaochuan at all. Looking at such a scene, Ning Xiaochuan waved with his hand, and the aura condensed a rope, tied it to Mo Tianxiang, and pulled Mo Tianxiang hard to his side. Before Mo Tianxiang resisted, Ning Xiaochuan directly stretched out his hand and pulled her down on his leg. In this case, Mo Tianxiang immediately tried to resist, but unfortunately, most of her mental power was blocked in the divine cell by Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, her resistance was just an instinct. Without the blessing of the law, magic fragrance's resistance was fundamentally weak. Ning Xiaochuan easily controlled magic fragrance completely and pressed it on his legs. Mo Tianxiang didn't seem to have had such intimate contact with other men before, so after sitting on Ning Xiaochuan's legs, Ning Xiaochuan obviously felt that her body had become much stiffer, which was obviously an instinctive reaction, even if Mo Tianxiang was now under control. Controlling Mo Tianxiang in his own hands, Ning Xiaochuan tentatively reached out and fumbled on her. This more direct stimulation made Mo Tianxiang almost tremble all over, and her face became more and more pale. Even her consciousness showed signs of temporary awakening at the moment. Is the reaction so violent? Ning Xiaochuan looked surprised. However, he knew in his heart that the more obvious the reaction of Mo Tianxiang at the moment, it showed that the struggle in her heart was more intense. What Ning Xiaochuan wanted was such an effect. When Mo Tianxiang's mind completely collapsed, Ning Xiaochuan could immediately take advantage of the weakness and completely control her. Glancing down at the tall body of Magic Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan directly stretched out his hand without hesitation, and tore off most of the gorgeous robe that Magic Tianxiang was wearing. Magic Tianxiang immediately began to show a large amount of white skin. In the constant trembling of Magic Tianxiang's delicate body, her robe was completely torn off by Ning Xiaochuan. A perfect delicate body is completely displayed in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Mo Tianxiang's face is definitely the top one. Even among the women Ning Xiaochuan has met in the past, few have better looks than Mo Tianxiang, such as Tang Shuyao, the beautiful saint of light, and others. In terms of face, they are only equivalent to Mo Tianxiang. Therefore, at the moment, even if Ning Xiaochuan suddenly saw the beauty in front of him, his eyes couldn't help showing a bit of infatuation. Ning Xiaochuan, I will kill you. Just when Mo Tianxiang was trembling and almost convulsed, her expression showed a cold look and her mouth made a cold sound. This is the moment. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were instantly crystal clear, and he stretched out his hand and pressed it on Mo Tianxiang's forehead. The powerful power of the 7 orifices God's demon heart entered the body of Mo Tianxiang and invaded the ever-changing Rui deity in the body of Mo Tianxiang at one stroke. This time, Mo Tianxiang had almost no resistance to her spiritual power, and was immediately branded by Ning Xiaochuan in her spiritual power. Taking back his mental power, Ning Xiaochuan looked down at Mo Tianxiang. Mo Tianxiang's face was a little confused, but this trace of confusion immediately disappeared. She glanced at her bare body. In her eyes, Mo Tianxiang showed a somewhat shy look, lowered her head and buried it in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, and made a cat-like sound in her mouth. Master. Succeed. Ning Xiaochuan finally succeeded in controlling Mo Tianxiang and became his spiritual slave. Looking down at the stunning beauty in her arms, Ning Xiaochuan swam on her for a moment with a pair of palms impolitely, and then directly stood up and waved to put on a robe for her. It's not that Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to do anything to Mo Tianxiang, nor that Mo Tianxiang's temptation is not enough at the moment, but Mo Tianxiang is obviously still a virgin. If Ning Xiaochuan really breaks her body, I'm afraid I can immediately see the change of Mo Tianxiang when I meet those experienced people. In this way, Ning Xiaochuan, who follows Mo Tianxiang, will be suspected. In order to avoid such stupid things in the future, Ning Xiaochuan restrained himself at the moment. On the desolate surface of the stars, Ning Xiaochuan sat on a wide stone chair. Already dressed, but the face is still a little red, like a maid standing beside Ning Xiaochuan. After the mind controlled Mo Tianxiang was now absolutely loyal to Ning Xiaochuan, and his consciousness was not affected at all. This result made Ning Xiaochuan very satisfied. Staring at magic Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan asked, Tianxiang, do you know any way to make me reach the source world quickly? It is the most important thing for Ning Xiaochuan to get to the source. Before, he plundered the memory of Xuezhan. From the memory of Xuezhan, Ning Xiaochuan got some bad news. For example, after the Zijin Emperor and others came to the source world, there was a chaotic star field. Not long after they came to the source world, the Tianting, which was blended into a small world by Ning Xiaochuan, was broken by people, and countless members of the Tianting God Palace died. The Zijin Emperor tried his best, but only kept some of the elite. For another example, several of the most talented disciples in the Divine Reserve Palace, such as the spiritual Void Venerable, survived under the protection of the Purple and Gold Emperor, but disappeared completely because of an outing for cultivation, and their whereabouts are still unknown. Ning Xiaochuan was quite surprised by this result, so he was eager to rush to the source world to check the situation. If he can settle down in the source world, Ning Xiaochuan will have the heart to continue to look for Xiaolinger and Xiaohong. The most common way to reach the source is to take the high star boat. With Ning Xiaochuan's strength at the moment, it will take at least hundreds of years to reach the source world by driving an advanced star boat. Such a speed is too slow, and Ning Xiaochuan can't wait at all. In addition to this method, there is another method is to take the boundary-breaking boat driven by the gods. The speed of the boundary-breaking boat is many times faster than the star boat. At the beginning, the blood remnant was able to come to the demon world so quickly from the source world, which was discovered by a god of the magic Tua mountain and brought him by hand. However, this method is also quite impractical for Ning Xiaochuan. He is now alone and cannot find a god who not only owns the broken boundary boat, but also is willing to take him on the way. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan will ask Mo Tianxiang at this moment. With the identity and status of Mo Tianxiang, there may be a way to quickly reach the source world. Although she was controlled by Ning Xiaochuan with the power of the seven orifices God's demon heart, the nature of Mo Tianxiang didn't change much. At the moment, her expression was cold, and she thought for a moment before she said, "Master, if you want to reach the source world quickly, the best way is to transmit the Dharma array through the stars." What? Interplanetary transmission array? Ning Xiaochuan stood up abruptly, stared at Demon Tianxiang and said, "Do you know where there is an interplanetary transmission array?" Of course, Ning Xiaochuan has also heard of the interplanetary transmission array. It is said that these interplanetary transmission arrays are super masters who control the power of the source of space and open up the channels created by the space of the two star regions. Using these channels, you can get from one star region to another in less than a day, which is the most convenient way to walk between star regions. However, it is said that these interplanetary transmission arrays are all in the hands of the major forces of Xinhe civilization, and ordinary people have no chance to see them at all, so Ning Xiaochuan never thought of using this method to reach the source world from the beginning. But at this moment, Magic Tianxiang seems to know where there is an interplanetary transmission array. Mo Tianxiang nodded and said, "Of course, I know that there is an interplanetary transmission Dharma array in the Demon Palace where I am located, but this interplanetary transmission Dharma array is leading to the Buddha world, which is of no use to the Master. In addition, there is a transmission Dharma array leading to the source world in Matua Mountain." Ning Xiaochuan sat down again, shook his head and said, "The magic mountain you are in is also a big force in the demon world. There are countless gods in it. I don't want to take this transmission array at all, so it's useless to say this now." Mo Tianxiang's face showed a little complacency and said, "If the Master can't take it, I won't tell the location of this transmission Dharma array." About half a year later, Motua Mountain will organize some elite disciples to go to the source world to practice through the transmission Dharma array. At that time, as long as the Master gets a place, he can take this transmission Dharma array immediately. There should be such a thing. If this method is feasible, I can try it. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes lit up. Magic Tianxiang responded, "Of course it's feasible. As long as the Master goes to Magic Tua Mountain with me, I can easily make the Master become a disciple of Magic Tua Mountain. At that time, it's not difficult for me to work together with the Master to get 2 training places. But there's another thing I have to remind the Master in advance." Ning Xiaochuan looked at Mo Xiangxiang and said, "What's the matter?" Mo Tianxiang said, "It's about the Master's cultivation of the world-destroying Tao. The world-destroying Tao is completely synonymous with evil in Xinhe civilization. If someone finds out that the Master's cultivation is the world-destroying Tao, I'm afraid the Master will cause countless troubles. At that time, I'm afraid even those God-level Masters will personally deal with the Master. Don't worry about this. In addition to the way of destroying the world, I can use other rules at ordinary times." Ning Xiaochuan laughed, directly got up and jumped aside, and punched out a dense purple haze. This is the law of the Purple Haze Sutra that Ning Xiaochuan practiced. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's exertion is not as powerful as that of the Emperor of Purple and Gold, but it is also a fake, enough to fool people. In addition to the Zixia Sutra, Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the ground, and the earth vein of this star immediately vaguely seemed to move up. This is the law in the Heaven and Earth Sutra. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan has more laws available at the moment than anyone in the world. He can use all the laws previously absorbed into the virtual divine lattice by him. However, these laws are displayed in Ning Xiaochuan's hands, and their power is simply a heaven and an earth compared with the law of destroying the world. These laws were directly absorbed by Ning Xiaochuan from elsewhere, and he didn't understand them by himself. Of course, it is impossible to exert the essence of these laws. Magic Tianxiang looked aside and opened her mouth. She had never seen anyone who could play a role casually, and played for most of the day, and there was no duplicate at all. Even those upper gods, the number of laws they understand is only thousands. But when he arrived at Ning Xiaochuan, he simply followed every rule, as if he were the origin of all the rules. No, although the number of these rules played by the master is large, their power is not strong, not to mention compared with the upper god, even compared with the lowest lower god, it is far inferior. After watching for a moment, Mo Tianxiang immediately saw some problems of Ning Xiaochuan. After Ning Xiaochuan waved out countless rules, he stopped directly and returned to Mo Tianxiang. How about it? If I pretend to be another law cultivator, no one can see the flaw. Staring at Magic Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan smiled. He just showed so many rules in one breath, just to let Mo Tianxiang see if he could see any problems. Magic Tianxiang shook her head and said, "There are no flaws, but the power of these laws exerted by the master is too weak. It doesn't matter. Anyway, when I really fight with people, I must use the way of destroying the world. If these laws are weak, they will be weak." Ning Xiaochuan could see it, shook his head, waved and took out a high-star boat. Okay, let's hurry to the magic mountain immediately. In addition, on the way, we have to discuss all the plans after entering the magic mountain in advance. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang stepped into the flying boat. Immediately, the flying boat rushed into the starry sky and flew away towards the depths of the starry sky. In the high-star boat, Ning Xiaochuan handed over the control of the star boat to Mo Tianxiang. At the moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating and practicing hard. There is no way. This time, Ning Xiaochuan not only had a deep understanding of the battle with Mo Tianxiang, but also his divine personality was damaged. Ning Xiaochuan is trying to repair his divine personality at the moment. The 10,000 Dharma divine lattice was shot countless cracks by an arrow of Magic Tianxiang. If it weren't for the mercy of Magic Tianxiang, I'm afraid this 10,000 Dharma divine lattice would have exploded at the moment. In this regard, Ning Xiaochuan is also quite helpless. Originally, he thought that he would be much stronger than ordinary gods, but this dream was awakened by an arrow of magic fragrance. Now he has finally concluded that before his divine personality evolved to the strongest, this divine personality was similar to other gods of the same level, and there was no special treatment at all. Before, Ning Xiaochuan's mind was all used to fight with Magic Tianxiang's mind power, so he didn't have time to repair his divine personality. Now he freed his hand and spent a few days, and the cracks on the divine personality slowly disappeared. After repairing his divine personality, Ning Xiaochuan began to think about his strength at the moment. At present, Ning Xiaochuan's strongest strength is still the way to destroy the world, but because there is no relationship between the 10,000 dharmas and gods in his body, Ning Xiaochuan's ability to destroy the world at this moment cannot be regarded as the strongest power of the way to destroy the world at all. In this way, Ning Xiaochuan's real combat power will be brought down to the same level as Mo Tianxiang. Although in the whole Shinhe civilization, the strength of Magic Tianxiang is quite good among all secondary gods, but compared with those real Tianjiao, who have the supreme body and condense the king of divine personality, the strength of Magic Tianxiang is definitely much different. Ning Xiaochuan is just as powerful as Mo Tianxiang at the moment. If he meets those Tianjiao who has the king of divine personality, he may only lose. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid that those Tianjiao will kill him. After all, once Ning Xiaochuan is in a desperate situation, the strange white bone bead in his body will rotate directly. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan can play a strength that is countless times stronger than now. At that time, even if he has the Tianjiao of the God King, Ning Xiaochuan is also confident to kill him. After traveling in the starry sky for nearly a month, Ning Xiaochuan and his colleagues finally arrived at the Magic Tua mountain. Although Mt Matua is named after mountain, the real Mt Matua is much larger than a mountain. I don't know how many times. Coming down from the high-star boat, Ning Xiaochuan was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. What appeared in front of him at the moment was a bright star river. I don't know how many glittering giant stars there are in this star river. Among these stars, countless star boats and boundary-breaking boats shuttle back and forth, as if the whole galaxy is a prosperous metropolis. And over this bustling galaxy, there is a huge conical peak faintly. The bottom of this conical peak is over this galaxy, which seems to be suppressing the huge galaxy below, while the top of the peak disappears into the dark void, which seems to insert another space. This is the territory of the Magic Mountain. The real Magic Mountain is actually a very powerful artifact. Its body, originally the headquarters of the Magic Mountain, stands in this starry sky, permanently suppressing the star domain to which the Magic Mountain belongs. And the star domain below the Magic Mountain is the star domain directly managed by the Magic Mountain. The number of life planets in this star domain exceeds 1 million. The number of lifeless planets is even more. A few, almost 90% of the disciples of Mount Magic are born in this star field, so this star field is the real foundation of Mount Magic. No one dares to make trouble here. Mo Tianxiang took Ning Xiaochuan and explained everything around for Ning Xiaochuan while walking through the star field. Ning Xiaochuan had no time to speak at the moment, and could only constantly look around. At the moment, he felt like a bumpkin entering the city. Now Ning Xiaochuan knows the horror of these big forces in the Xinhe civilization. A magic Tua mountain alone is probably enough to destroy many 7-level civilizations like Tianting. And the demon Tua mountain in front of us is not the strongest force in the demon world. Even so, in the demon world, if it is all the forces of the 8 realms of Xinhe civilization, the number of masters of the whole Xinhe civilization is simply terrible. No wonder the master of Zijin Emperor must come to Xinhe civilization, and only in such a place can a real strong man be born. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked in his heart, but the pride at the bottom of his heart also spontaneously arose. He can reach the peak step by step in Dian world, and so can Xinhe civilization. With Ning Xiaochuan, Mo Tianxiang finally landed on a star in this star field. This star is bright, as if the whole body is like a sphere of light, but entering the sphere of light, there are countless tall and magnificent buildings in front of Ning Xiaochuan. In these buildings, many figures come and go, although busy, but orderly, showing good cultivation and strict rules. This is my residence in MT Magic. Let's settle down here first, and then I'll find a way to help the master pass the entrance examination of MT Magic. While telling Ning Xiaochuan, Mo Tianxiang brought Ning Xiaochuan to a tall building. In the future, just call me Ning Xiaochuan directly. Don't show any tricks. Arriving in front of the building, Ning Xiaochuan whispered to Mo Tianxiang. Naturally, Mo Tianxiang will not oppose Ning Xiaochuan's order. As soon as the two entered the building, several beautiful maidens appeared around. These maidens walked quickly, smiled and saluted to Mo Tianxiang one by one, and then chirped and asked, "Princess, how did you come back now?" The little prince came here once, but he left by himself, without seeing the princess. Although Mo Tianxiang has a cold personality, the maidens under her opponent are obviously very loose, so these maidens show such an attitude at the moment. I know. If I have a chance in the future, I will go to see him once. You all go down. Magic Tianxiang waved her hand and scolded all the maidens. With Ning Xiaochuan in person, Mo Tianxiang walked directly to the depths of the building. Seeing that Mo Tianxiang actually brought a strange man back, and also personally led the way for Ning Xiaochuan, the maidens in the palace were immediately surprised, and they hid in the dark and secretly looked at Ning Xiaochuan. Surrounded by many people, Ning Xiaochuan didn't feel much. What made him a little uncomfortable was that the building was actually full of women, not a man. However, this is also in line with the style of Mo Tianxiang. If a man came to serve her, I'm afraid she would still be a little uncomfortable. Ning Xiaochuan, take a few days rest here first. This time, the team I led to Zhoushan mainland to attend classes was completely destroyed. I must go to the penalty hall of Mount Magic to accept punishment. I can arrange for you to enter Mount Magic when this matter passes. After taking Ning Xiaochuan to his residence, Mo Tianxiang left in a hurry. In the next few days, Mo Tianxiang never appeared again. It seemed that she was indeed receiving punishment. Ning Xiaochuan is a stranger here. In order to avoid causing trouble, he has not left Mo Tianxiang's residence at all. With the order of Mo Tianxiang before he left, the beautiful maids in this palace will take Ning Xiaochuan's future in every detail. Staying in such a powder den, even Ning Xiaochuan felt that if he continued to stay here, I'm afraid he would also develop towards the road of motherhood. Fortunately, about 5 days after Ning Xiaochuan arrived here, Mo Tianxiang finally returned. Compared with the time when she left, Mo Tianxiang's breath was significantly weakened. It was obvious that she had been severely punished, which made Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but secretly smack his tongue at the strictness of the rules of Mo Tua Mountain. Tianjiao like Mo Tianxiang may be treated like a treasure in other places, but here, Mo Tuashan will punish as he says, and he will never be polite. Just from this point, we can see the inside story and strength of Magic Mountain. As soon as Mo Tianxiang came back, he immediately took Ning Xiaochuan and walked outside. Come with me, I have entrusted someone to arrange the entry examination. Now as long as we go through the process, you can immediately become a disciple of Mount Magic like me. Although you are only the lowest disciple, with my secret help, you can soon become a core disciple of Mount Magic. Obviously, even during the punishment, Mo Tianxiang was busy with Ning Xiaochuan. This is the horror of mind control. Even if Ning Xiaochuan let Mo Tianxiang die immediately, I'm afraid Mo Tianxiang won't hesitate. There are 2 ways for Magic Mountain to recruit disciples. The first is to select real talents from the current star field, and then cultivate them step by step. Another way is to plunder Tianjiao directly from other star regions. If the gods who go out of Magic Tua Mountain see those Tianjiao who are extremely talented in other places, and there is no huge force behind each other, they will plunder these Tianjiao directly and make them become disciples of Magic Tua Mountain. Like Blood Remnant, that's how he became a disciple of Magic Tua Mountain. After knowing this at the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan even wondered whether the spiritual void venerable and others who disappeared in the source world had also been discovered their amazing talents, so they were taken to a big power to be well cultivated. After all, among all the Tianjiao of the god's palace, Shui can't be regarded as too excellent. Even he can enjoy the treatment valued by high people. If a god finds the spirit of the virtual venerable and others, I'm afraid he will immediately regard it as a baby pimple and won't let go. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's way to join Magic Mountain is to take this first road, first become a low-level disciple of Magic Mountain, and then climb up step by step. Although this method is a little slow, it is also a helpless thing. Who let Ning Xiaochuan now have only 72 aspects of the divine personality in his body. If the divine personality in his body has 720 facets, I'm afraid he can immediately become the inner disciple of Magic Tua Mountain. The place to take part in the examination of Matua Mountain is on another star in this galaxy. This star is not too far away from Ning Xiaochuan's star at the moment, so Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang did not drive the star boat at all, and their figures directly crossed the sky, and fell on this assessment planet. Just after landing, Ning Xiaochuan's ear suddenly heard a man's voice. Haha, Tianxiang, why do you have time to come to the assessment star? I heard that you were bullied by those guys of the penalty hall, because you failed to lead the team. It happened that I had a magic medicine to repair vitality in my hand, so I brought it to my sister on the way. Although he didn't see the speaker, Ning Xiaochuan felt his character was frivolous and slippery from his voice alone. At first, he called Mo Xiangxiang directly, but later he changed it directly to his sister. From this point of view, this man is also an expert in picking up girls. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang turned around together and saw a young man in white, holding a white sword with a sheath in his hand, walking from the starry sky with a smile on his face. At this moment, under his feet, he was impressively stepping on a colorful rainbow, which set up a rainbow bridge in the starry sky, and the young man stepped on the rainbow bridge and fell down step by step. Simply from the appearance, this young man is also elegant, but his style at the moment makes people immediately feel like a mess. The young man smiled all over his face, and his eyes always stayed on Mo Tianxiang. After falling from the air, he stepped over to Mo Tianxiang and said, "Sister Tianxiang, it's not easy for me to get this pill. Let's find a place to take it for you first." It was just that his intimacy was completely useless. Mo Tianxiang looked cold and stretched out his hand to hold Ning Xiaochuan's arm and walked forward. Seeing that Mo Tianxiang actually pulled the arm of another man, the young man's face turned iron blue, and even his eyes seemed to be full of a blood red. "Damn, who is this boy?" The young man snorted coldly, and with a flash of his figure, he stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang. The young man stopped in front of Mo Tianxiang and Ning Xiaochuan, but his face immediately returned to the way he had been smiling before. It was amazing how quickly his face changed. Smiling at Ning Xiaochuan, the young man said, "Tianxiang, who is this brother? Why haven't you heard of it before? Is it a young hero in the demon mansion?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the young man in front of him, and originally thought that the other party was just a dandy, but from the reaction of the young man's scheming was much better than those dandies Ning Xiaochuan had seen before. This young man is obviously a suitor of Mo Tianxiang, but seeing Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang walking together intimately, he didn't have a direct attack. This alone made Ning Xiaochuan secretly sigh that the Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization really did not have a simple thing. Glancing at the young man, Ning Xiaochuan whispered to Mo Tianxiang, "Tianxiang, who is this person?" Soon, Mo Tianxiang heard, "Mudong Lai is also a Tianjiao of Mo Tua Mountain. His status in Mo Tua Mountain is about the same as those Tianjiao killed by you before. However, because he was born in a better family, he is the descendant of an old ancestor in the demon world, and this ancestor also has a little friendship with my father, so this Mudong Lai has been pestering me." Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and then said, "It's just the lowest existence of magic Tua Mountain. Tianxiang, you find an excuse to fool him, don't entangle with him more." The genius who did not reach the spiritual realm of cultivation was the Tianjiao of magic Tua Mountain. The Tianjiao of Matua Mountain is also divided into several levels. The lowest level is similar to the current Mudong Lai. The condensed divine aspects are more than 500, but not more than 1,000. This level of Tianjiao is the most common Tianjiao in Matua Mountain. Tianjiao, who is higher than them, is similar to Mo Tianxiang. The divine personality condensed exceeds 1,000 sides, but it does not reach 1,800 sections. The reason why 1,800 sections are used as the dividing point instead of 2,000 sections is that the divine personality condensed by the Tianjiao who has the supreme body is generally 1,800 sections. Even in Xinhe civilization, there are not many Tianjiao who can cultivate the supreme body. Tianjiao at this level has been regarded as the top Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization, second only to Tianjiao who condenses the king of divine personality. In Matua Mountain, the Tianjiao with the highest status is naturally those who condense the king of divine personality. The peerless Tianjiao with the king of divine personality is rare even in Mount Magic. The total number of peerless Tianjiao at this level of the whole Mount Magic is estimated to be no more than 10. At this moment, after receiving Ning Xiaochuan's instructions, Mo Tianxiang immediately looked at Mudong coldly and said, "Mudong, you'd better leave my affairs alone in the future, and my father has arranged a candidate for my future husband, so even if you pester me, it's useless." A very direct way to refuse. Maybe Mo Tianxiang really wanted to cut the mess quickly and quickly drive Mudong Lai away. However, hearing the words future husband spoken by Mo Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan immediately knew that it was going to be bad. Magic Tianxiang is usually smart. How can she be so stupid in terms of feelings? I'm afraid any man will run wild when he hears the woman he likes say he wants to marry someone else. Even if he is patient, he can't stand the blow. As Ning Xiaochuan expected, before Mo Tianxiang's voice fell, Mu Donglai's look immediately changed. After glancing at Mo Tianxiang coldly, his eyes fell on Ning Xiaochuan. In this case, Ning Xiaochuan is simply the first suspicious object of the future husband in Mo Tianxiang's mouth. Tianxiang, is he the future husband chosen by Lord Demon for you? Reaching out and pointing to Ning Xiaochuan, Mu Donglai said with a gloomy face. Of course not, he. Mo Tianxiang shook her head directly. As Ning Xiaochuan's mental slave, Mo Tianxiang didn't dare to marry Ning Xiaochuan before he was born. However, before Mo Tianxiang finished speaking, Ning Xiaochuan stepped out and said to Mu Dong, yes, I'm his future husband. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's own admission, Magic Tianxiang's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. And Mu Dong came up and down to scan Ning Xiaochuan. His face was getting worse and worse. Finally, with a scream, he directly got up and left completely. Finally left. Ning Xiaochuan curled his lips. Just now, he really didn't want to see the situation continue to be chaotic. If Mo Tianxiang blindly denied his relationship with him, it would not only arouse Mu Donglai's suspicion, but also be very likely to make this Mu Donglai angry and directly attack him. Rather than this, Ning Xiaochuan simply and directly admitted his relationship with Mo Tianxiang. In this way, Ning Xiaochuan can use the forces behind Mo Tianxiang to oppress the Wooden East in front of him. Anyway, Ning Xiaochuan's life in MT Matua is only half a year at most. As long as he can get a seat in the transmission array, a lie is nothing to Ning Xiaochuan at all. Seeing Mu Donglai leave, Ning Xiaochuan immediately pulled Magic Tianxiang and said, let's go quickly and take the examination immediately, otherwise, this Mu Donglai is very likely to turn over and find trouble for us. Mo Tianxiang nodded and walked towards the assessment point with Ning Xiaochuan. Although Mu Donglai is quite scheming, he is definitely not a broad-minded person. Just when Ning Xiaochuan took the certificate of an ordinary disciple of Magic Tua Mountain and a bronze token into his hand, Mu Donglai appeared again above the assessment star. Along with Mu Donglai, there was a middle-aged man with a serious face and a chill all over. Mu Donglai, is the violator you mentioned on this assessment star? Staring at the examination star at his feet, the middle-aged man said calmly with a cold look. The middle-aged man's voice came into Mu Donglai's ear, and immediately made Mu Donglai tremble, as if he had fallen into an ice hole. Although he felt uncomfortable, Mu Donglai didn't dare to show it at all, because at the moment, standing in front of him was a god. The god didn't show his divine power, but his terrible power as a god was showing all the time. Even a word was enough to make a secondary god like Mu Donglai uncomfortable for a long time. Reluctantly resisting the cold on his body, Mu Dong nodded and said, yes, Elder Xing Ming, the violator I want to report is on this star. At present, he should be with Mo Tianxiang of Tianjiao Palace. Magic fragrance. The middle-aged man named Xing Ming glanced coldly at the assessment star in front of him. After only glancing once, he found the trace of magic fragrance. Immediately, his figure disappeared and appeared on the assessment star. Mu Donglai stood in the starry sky. At this moment, his face began to show a sneer. Mo Tianxiang, you secretly contacted Brother Mo of the assessment star and wanted to cram an unqualified person into my Magic Tua Mountain. I knew this for a long time, but I didn't care about it before. Now you unexpectedly ran the back door for your so-called future husband, so don't blame me for being cruel. Elder Xing Ming is the most ruthless elder in the penalty hall. As long as there are signs of violations, he will definitely punish you severely. I think your future husband can't bear the punishment of Xing Ming Elder. With a cold hum in his mouth, Mu Donglai followed Xing Ming closely and fell on the assessment star. On the assessment star at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang are standing in front of a young man with a bright smile. This young man is Mo Yen. Like Mo Tianxiang, he is also the Tianjiao of Mo Tua Mountain. He is the controller of this assessment star. Mo Tianxiang followed his path, so he was able to let Ning Xiaochuan join Mo Tua Mountain. Facing Mo Yen with a smile on his face, Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Brother Mo, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for Brother Mo's help, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to join Mo Tua Mountain at all." This Mo Yen really helped Ning Xiaochuan a lot this time, and the other party didn't look bad. Ning Xiaochuan naturally didn't mind saying a few more good words to him. Mo Yen smiles, he shook his head at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Brother, I'm going to see you now. I have to fight my life to complete the matter of Princess Tianxiang. What's more, you just join the Magic Mountain and become an ordinary disciple of the Magic Mountain. The ordinary disciples of the Magic Mountain don't have hundreds of millions, and there are at least tens of millions. It's nothing more than you. If you want to become an elite disciple of the Magic Mountain directly, I can't help you. In addition to the ordinary disciples at the bottom, the disciples of Matua Mountain are then elite disciples and Tianjiao. Mo Yan's authority is just to help Ning Xiaochuan become an ordinary disciple. This level is the most lax level in the assessment of the disciples of the sect by Magic Tua Mountain. It can be said that no one cares about the existence of these lower-level disciples at ordinary times. It is precisely because of this that Mo Tianxiang is confident that Ning Xiaochuan can become a disciple of Mo Tua Mountain. Who? While Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Yen were laughing casually, Mo Tianxiang, who was standing next to them, suddenly drank coldly. At the same time, the figure of Xing Ming appeared directly in front of them. Xing Ming Elder. Seeing the appearance of the visitor clearly, whether it is Mo Tianxiang or Mo Yen, his face suddenly changed. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the identity of the person who came, he could also distinguish from the reaction of Mo Tianxiang and Mo Yen. He was afraid that the person who came at the moment was not the right person. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan didn't need to guess. When Mu Donglai's figure appeared immediately, Ning Xiaochuan immediately knew the situation at the moment. Although Ning Xiaochuan had long expected that Mu Donglai might retaliate against himself, he did not expect that Mu Donglai should be so determined. As soon as he left, he immediately brought someone back to retaliate. "Mu Donglai, is he the one you reported?" After Xing Ming's figure appeared, he immediately stretched out his hand and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan Road. Mu Donglai smiled proudly on his face, then nodded and said, "Elder Xing Ming, that's him. The secondary god Jiuzhong, unexpectedly, has just joined my Magic Tua Mountain, and he is also the lowest disciple." Xing Ming stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said. Ning Xiaochuan's identity card of the disciples of Mt Matua in his hand, although it can represent his identity as a disciple of the motorcycle god, it also allows Xing Ming to see his details. The secondary gods among the disciples at the bottom of Mount Magic joined Mount Magic very early and came to this step after hard cultivation. Like Ning Xiaochuan, it is extremely rare that the second god Jiuzhong chose to join the Magic Tua Mountain. Unless it is those who decide genius, otherwise, Magic Tuashan will not recruit such disciples at all. Anyway, some sub-god disciples are nothing at all for Magic Tua Mountain. Xing Ming glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, then looked at Mo Yen and said coldly, "Mo Yen, now you are in charge of the assessment star, what's going on?" Mo Yan's face was pale at the moment, and he glanced at Mo Tianxiang quietly. Only then did he secretly sigh bad luck in his heart, so he was ready to speak and fight against this event on himself. Of course, if he carries this matter, Mo Tianxiang certainly has no responsibility, but Ning Xiaochuan, who wants to blend into the Magic Tua Mountain, will definitely be punished the most severely. According to the rules of Matua Mountain, the lower the disciples are, the stricter the punishment they will receive after breaking the rules at ordinary times. As for those disciples who are not Magic Mountain, but violate the rules of Magic Mountain will directly kill them. This is also the reason why Mu Donglai invited Xingming at the moment. Mo Tua Mountain doesn't care much about the Devil's Mansion behind Mo Tianxiang. If Xingming kills Ning Xiaochuan directly today, even if he is the future husband that the Devil King found for Mo Tianxiang, I'm afraid the Devil King will have to swallow this tone and find a future husband for Mo Tianxiang again. However, before Mo Yan spoke, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly said, "Elder, I don't know you are the elder of Magic Tua Mountain. I really just joined Magic Tua Mountain soon, so I don't know much about the people in Magic Tua Mountain." What? This boy can be so calm at this time, but no matter how calm you are, you can't escape punishment today. Mu Dong looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and the disdain on his face became more and more obvious. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Xingming frowned, looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "I'm Xingming, the elder of the penalty hall. Since you want to join the Magic Tua Mountain so much, you should understand the rules of the Magic Tua Mountain. If you want to join the Magic Tua Mountain again, you must have a certain talent. Summon your virtual god, and I want to check it." The voice of Xingming passed into the ears of the three people of Demon Tianxiang, and the three people immediately froze and couldn't help shaking. While Mu Donglai, standing beside Xingming, was cold at the moment, but his expression was full of pride. "Check the virtual godhead, isn't it a joke? The minimum requirement for the secondary god to join the Magic Tua Mountain is 500 godhead sections. If this boy has this talent, how can he run the back door here to Mo Yan? But it's strange to say, why did the Lord of the Devil find such a waste to be the husband of Mo Tianxiang? In the future, with such a waste son-in-law, the face of the Lord of the Devil will not be needed." With a proud sneer in his heart, Mu Donglai's eyes have been scanning Ning Xiaochuan's body. After waiting for a moment, Mu Donglai was a little impatient and said, "Hey, you dare not listen to the orders of Elder Xingming. Do you want to be captured by Elder Xingming and returned to the penalty hall for interrogation?" Mo Tianxiang came close to Ning Xiaochuan and said secretly, "You can't go to the penalty hall. The penalty hall is for the disciples of Magic Tua Mountain. There is only a dead end for non-Magic Tua Mountain disciples to enter." Glancing at Mu Donglai, Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly for a moment at this moment, and then eased down and said, "It's Elder Xingming, but this virtual god doesn't need to be checked. I really don't have the qualification to directly join Magic Tua Mountain, so I entrusted Brother Mo to help." "So, you are admitting to violating the rules of my Magic Mountain?" Xingming's face was cold, but his voice seemed to be colder. In a word, it seemed that several pieces of ice fell out of thin air around him. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan had no way to go, even his face began to change. Mu Donglai proudly added, "Elder Xingming, according to the rules of my Magic Tua Mountain, the disciples of the Magic Tua Mountain who violate the rules, depending on the severity of their violations, need to be close to the penalty hall for a certain period of time, and if these non-Magic Tua Mountain disciples mess around in my Magic Tua Mountain, then there is only one way to kill." "That's right." Xingming nodded, stretched out a finger, pointed to Mo Yan and said, "Mo Yan, you are in control of the assessment star, but you violate the rules privately. Today, I will deprive you of your qualification to control the assessment star, and punish you to go to Ziyun Star for mining for half a year. As for you, I will take back the Magic Tua Mountain token on you, and then take you back." "Wait." Before Xingming finished speaking, Ning Xiaochuan directly interrupted Xingming's words and said, "Elder, I just said that I just joined Magic Tua Mountain, but I didn't say that I violated the rules." Looking at Ning Xiaochuan with an innocent face, Mu Donglai's eyes widened. After scanning Ning Xiaochuan several times, he gave a cold hum. I'm still dead at this time. I see how long you can last. Since just now, Mo Tianxiang has not spoken. It's not that she doesn't want to meddle in this matter, but she knows very well that Elder Xingming is a well-known stereotype of Matua Mountain. After his appearance today, Ning Xiaochuan is afraid that he can't escape the result of being punished. So at the moment, Mo Tianxiang has almost been thinking about how to help Ning Xiaochuan out of danger. Now suddenly heard Ning Xiaochuan's words, Magic Tiangxiangdans looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some astonishment. Xing Ming's expression hardly changed. Even after hearing Ning Xiaochuan's sophistry, his eyes did not change at all, but coldly said, cheat the punishment elder, and according to the rules of Magic Tua Mountain, you will die. Mo Yan on the side was shaking at the moment. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan with a calm face, he almost couldn't help crying in his heart. Brother, at this time, what are you talking about with Elder Xingming? Elder Xingming is a famous old-fashioned man. The more you talk to him, the more serious the punishment will be in the future. If I could have spared my life to protect you just now, there is nothing I can do now. Although he muttered in his heart, Mo Yan dared not say it. If you say these words in front of Xing Ming at this time, you will definitely be severely punished by Xing Ming. Of course I dare not deceive the elder. Brother Mo did assess me just now, so he gave me the token of the disciple of the Magic Tua Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan took out the token, and then continued, if the elder can't trust Brother Mo, you can personally assess me once. Lying in the trough, you go around, don't you still go around to the starting point? Just now the elder asked you to summon the divine personality. You don't want to. Now what big-tailed wolf is it? Mu Donglai seemed to be amused by Ning Xiaochuan's words, grinning proudly. He stretched out his fingers to Ning Xiaochuan and shouted. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm, glanced at Mu Dong and said, Elder, this is the person who reported my violation just now. I just started. I don't know what will happen if someone slanders his fellow disciples at will and deceives the elder according to the rules of Matua Mountain. Although Xing Ming was rigid in character, he was not stupid. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan was targeting Mu Dong at the moment, he said coldly, if the disciples of Tianjiao Palace commit the crimes you said, they need to be locked up in my punishment hall for 3 days. Being locked up in the Palace of Punishment for 3 days, this punishment seems very bad. Ning Xiaochuan murmured. In fact, he knew in his heart that it should be a very severe punishment to be locked up in the Palace of Punishment for 3 days with the punishment intensity of Magic Tua Mountain. Before, Mo Tianxiang was locked up in the penalty hall for a few days. Only for a few days, her breath, a master of the 9th level of God, weakened. It can be seen that the punishment locked up in the penalty hall is definitely not just closed. Mo Yan was confused by Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan's so confident appearance, he could only smile twice in his mouth and wink at Ning Xiaochuan at the same time, obviously indicating that Ning Xiaochuan didn't play too much. Ning Xiaochuan waved his hand at Mo Yan, and then looked up at Xing Ming and said, Elder, although I don't have much talent in martial arts practice, I'm still a little successful in mental health teacher. Brother Mo just checked my mental health teacher level before allowing me to become a disciple of Magic Tua Mountain. What? Whether Mu Donglai or Mo Yan, even Mo Tianxiang and Xing Ming, all showed a little surprised at the moment. Even in the Xinhe civilization, mental health teachers are very popular. Those low-level mental health practitioners are all right, but those high-level mental health practitioners are definitely in demand in the major forces of Xinhe civilization. According to the rules of Magic Tua Mountain, as long as the level of mental health master reaches the soul-level mental health master, he can become the bottom disciple of Magic Tua Mountain and live in the Magic Tua Mountain Mental Health Hall. The king-level and saint-level mental health teachers have equal status with elite disciples in Magic Tua Mountain. When the level of the heart-nourishing master reaches the Shinnon level, the position of the heart-nourishing master in the Magic Tua Mountain has been equal to the Tianjiao of the Magic Tua Mountain. At this moment, if Ning Xiaochuan can show the level of soul-level mental health master, it is natural for him to become a disciple of Mount Magic. It turns out that you are a heart-nourishing master. In that case, summon your heart-nourishing tripod. I will check it and immediately know whether you are qualified to join my Magic Tua Mountain. Xingming glanced at Ning Xiaochuan once, and then said coldly. Ning Xiaochuan's mind moved, and the heart-nourishing tripod hidden in his body immediately slowly emerged. Staring at the heart-nourishing tripod emerging from Ning Xiaochuan, Mudong came with an iron-green face and said secretly, "Chow, this boy is really a heart-nourishing master." No, his heart-nourishing master grade must be unqualified. Otherwise, Mo Tianxiang will fart for him. After Ning Xiaochuan summoned the heart-nourishing tripod completely, he stepped forward and walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Xingming stepped over to Ning Xiaochuan and brushed a magical force on the heart-nourishing tripod. This divine power fell on the heart-nourishing tripod, and Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing tripod suddenly appeared a layer of golden light full of sacred flavor, and in this light, there were faint thunder walking. At the moment, the eyes of several people here are not bad. Seeing such a scene, a word immediately appeared in their hearts. Saint-level heart-nourishing master. Even Xingming, looking at Ning Xiaochuan in surprise at the moment, said, "You are actually a saint-level heart-nourishing master. According to your level, if you join our Magic Tua Mountain, you can immediately become an elite disciple. But if you work hard enough in the heart-nourishing hall, your treatment can even be comparable to the general arrogance. Now I confirm again, are you sure you want to join our Magic Tua Mountain? What is Elder Xingming doing? Do you want this boy to join the Devil Mountain like this?" When Mudong came to see this scene, he immediately looked urgent and said, "No, if he was really a saint-level spiritual master, how could he only get the token of ordinary disciples just now?" Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Mudong Lai and said calmly, "Sorry, I hid my strength just now, so Brother Mo Yen didn't check out my real level." Mo Yen was already smiling at this moment, and immediately nodded his head when he heard the speech. Yes, 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 just now I thought Brother Ning was just a soul-level mental health master, who knows it was a saint-level mental health master. If Brother Mu hadn't found Elder Xingming, I'm afraid I'd miss someone for our Magic Tua Mountain this time. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Yen almost made Mudong's angry nose crooked. But at this moment, there was nothing he could do. He snorted coldly, and turned around to leave. Who? At this time, a hazy fog suddenly emerged from the Elder Xingming, and instantly shrouded Mudong Lai in it. There was a click sound from Mudong Lai. His body was frozen and could not move anymore. Slander fellow disciples, deceive elders, and Mudong Lai, a disciple of Tianjiao Palace, is punished and imprisoned in the Palace of Punishment for 3 days. The cold voice came from the mouth of the executioner. Immediately, the Elder Xingming brushed Mudong Lai's body casually, and Mudong Lai's frozen body immediately flew away towards the starry sky and flew to the direction of the penalty hall of Magic Tua Mountain. After punishing Mudong Lai, Xingming turned to look at Ning Xiaochuan's 3 humanitarians, Mo Yan's previous punishment exemption. To Ning Xiaochuan, you are already a saint-level mental health teacher, and you can directly become an elite disciple of the Magic Tua Mountain. This is the token of the elite disciple. You can report to the Magic Tua Mountain Mental Health Hall within 3 days. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Yan were tried. As soon as the figure of Xingming turned, it directly disappeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Although the Elder Xingming's character is cold, he does things very simply. When Elder Xingming left, Mo Yan couldn't help laughing. Haha, Brother Ning, this time you've made a mess of Mudong Lai, but I like it. I've long disliked this guy. Mo Yan and Mudong Lai are the same level of Tianjiao in Matua Mountain, so they have no scruples about speaking now. Ning Xiaochuan is holding a white jade sign with a slight white light in his hand at the moment. This white jade sign is the token given by Xingming to his elite disciples of Magic Tua Mountain just now. 3 days later, I'm required to report to the heart-nourishing hall of Mount Montua. In this way, things are much more troublesome. Staring at the jade card in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan began to ponder. Originally, according to his plan, he first became a disciple at the bottom of the Magic Tua Mountain, and then tried to climb up slowly, trying to get the identity of an elite disciple within half a year. As long as he has the identity of an elite disciple, Ning Xiaochuan is qualified to take the magic Tua mountain to transmit the Dharma array. At that time, with the help of Mo Xiangxiang secretly, it is almost certain that Ning Xiaochuan will take the transmission array. But now, Ning Xiaochuan has revealed his identity as a heart-nourishing master. In this way, he must report to the heart-nourishing hall of Matua Mountain. The heart-nourishing master and the martial artist were treated very differently in Magic Tua Mountain, and there was a huge gap between the two. As long as you enter the heart-nourishing hall, if it's not the heart-nourishing master's magic Tianxiang, you can't help Ning Xiaochuan anymore. Forget it, let's go step by step. Tomorrow, we'll go to the heart-nourishing hall of MT Matua first. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment before making a decision in his heart. Mo Yan had long found that Ning Xiaochuan seemed to be distracted at the moment. He thought Ning Xiaochuan was worried about Mudong Lai, so he came close and said, "Brother Ning, Mudong Lai has no help in the heart-nourishing hall, so Brother Ning cannot worry about Mudong Lai, just what?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at Mo Yan and said. He had heard Mo Yan's words at the moment, and seemed to want to warn himself of something. Alas, let Princess Tianxiang tell you these things. I won't talk much, Brother Ning. I'll get together again when I have a chance. Mo Yan hesitated for a moment, and turned around and slipped away. Such a strange situation naturally made Ning Xiaochuan more curious. He turned and looked at Mo Tianxiang. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Tianxiang, what's the matter?" Mo Tianxiang's face showed some anxiety and said, "The heart-nourishing hall and Tianjiao Palace in Mo Tua Mountain have always been free from fire and water. If you join the heart-nourishing hall, naturally you don't have to be afraid of Mudong Lai, but the rules in the heart-nourishing hall are very strict. It is said that almost all the new disciples are tortured by the old disciples inside. I think Mo Yan just wants to tell his master this, but he doesn't know how to say it, so he just slips away. It doesn't matter if I'm tortured by old disciples. It's normal for old people to bully new people everywhere. Tomorrow, I'll enter the heart-nourishing hall and first adapt to the environment of the heart-nourishing hall." Ning Xiaochuan waved his hand. And Mo Tianxiang returned to their residence. The next morning, Ning Xiaochuan, led by Mo Tianxiang, rushed to the place of the enchanted Tuashan heart-nourishing hall. The heart-nourishing hall has been regarded as a real important part of the magic Tua Mountain, so the heart-nourishing hall of the magic Tua Mountain is not located in the lower Star River, but in the sky above the Star River, on the magic Tua Mountain, an artifact. This magic mountain is huge. From a distance, it looks like a smooth cone with a sharp top and a round bottom. But when you get close, you can find that the magic mountain is almost covered with all kinds of buildings, large and small. These buildings have different styles and different buildings, which cut the whole Mount Magic into several parts. Ning Xiaochuan, the different buildings on the magic mountain represent different forces, like the round tower building over there, which is where the Magic Mountain Array Hall is located, and the shape over there is a monument-shaped building, which is where the Magic Mountain Punishment Hall is located. With Ning Xiaochuan, Mo Tianxiang introduced everything here to Ning Xiaochuan all the way. Ning Xiaochuan once passed through the memory of a Tianjiao in Matua Mountain, and he is not unfamiliar with everything here. Scanning everything around all the way, soon, an area covered with colorful clouds appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang. This area is where the Maitua Mountain Heart-Nourishing Hall is located. It is said that at the moment, several Shenong-level heart-nourishing masters are working together to refine a magic medicine in the heart-nourishing hall of Mount Montua, so such a layer of colorful clouds will always be shrouded over the heart-nourishing hall. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang flew to the edge of the heart-nourishing hall area, and then suddenly stopped. Well, I know all this. Don't you disciples of Tianjiao Palace seldom go to the heart-nourishing hall at ordinary times? In order to avoid attracting attention, don't go this time. I can go in alone. If something happens, I'll send someone to Tianjiao Palace to pass the news for you. After telling Mo Xiangxiang, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed and rushed towards the heart-nourishing hall in front of him. Just rushed into this colorful cloud, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt a strong fragrance of medicine into his nose. After only smelling the fragrance around, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his energy was much stronger. Now his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the second god, and the pill that can affect him is almost extremely rare. Even those 10,000-year level psychic miracles have a very limited effect on Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. But the breath here can make Ning Xiaochuan feel refreshed. If an ordinary person is here, I'm afraid that as long as he takes a breath, the essence contained in this breath can immediately make him step into the ladder of heaven, and even directly break through the realm of heaven and man. Awesome, the colorful haze here is definitely not just caused by several Shenong alchemy. These hazes should be the aura of miraculous medicine escaping from the heart-nourishing hall, which is formed over time. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, adjusted his state to the best, and then directly dived down. In front of Ning Xiaochuan are heart-nourishing halls like palaces. Unlike the heart-nourishing hall that Ning Xiaochuan came into contact with in Dian World, there are too many heart-nourishing masters in Matua Mountain, so this heart-nourishing hall cannot be called heart-nourishing hall at all, but should be called heart-nourishing hall group. Countless heart-nourishing halls are all around. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at them casually and immediately fell down towards the most ordinary heart-nourishing hall. The heart-nourishing hall in Matua Mountain is actually an alliance of countless small heart-nourishing halls. The first thing a new heart-nourishing teacher should do is to find a heart-nourishing hall among these heart-nourishing halls, and then join them. Ning Xiaochuan chose this very ordinary heart-nourishing hall at the moment. After stepping into this heart-nourishing hall, a rotten smell suddenly came into Ning Xiaochuan's nose, as if no one had lived here for a long time. Am I so unlucky that I came to an abandoned heart-nourishing hall? Covering his nose, Ning Xiaochuan looked around. Before Ning Xiaochuan finished walking around the heart-nourishing hall, from the side hall, he suddenly rushed out of the side hall, a tall and a short, two strange-looking heart-nourishing masters. Haha, there are new people coming, brothers, ready to greet the new people. Wow. With the cry of the two eccentric mental therapists, a group of mental therapists rushed out of the surrounding side hall. For a moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had come to a wolf's nest instead of a heart-nourishing hall. Yes, it's the wolf's nest. At the moment, those mental therapists around look at themselves like wolves looking at people. The greedy eyes don't even hide at all. Out of these spiritual therapists came a middle-aged spiritual therapist who looked quite dignified. He glanced up and down at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Newcomer, do you want to join our Chuanwu spiritual hall?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and constantly glanced around. The whole magic mountain is in good order. Even the Star River under the magic mountain abides by strict order. However, at the moment, the heart-nourishing hall in front of Ning Xiaochuan didn't give him the feeling of order, which shows that there are definitely many small ways hidden in this place. It is most likely that it is what Mo Tianxiang and others said about the old people bullying the new people, so Ning Xiaochuan has been quite vigilant about this at the moment. The middle-aged heart-nourishing master glanced up and down Ning Xiaochuan several times, and smiled at the corners of his mouth and said, "Well, I'm Song Fei, the Lord of Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall. After you join me in Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall, you will go to the medicine garden to guard the medicine garden for a year. This is the location of the medicine garden. Go and replace Brother Lin yourself." He threw Ning Xiaochuan a rune stone recording the location of the medicine garden. Song Fei pointed to a huge stone tablet beside him and told Ning Xiaochuan, "Pour your breath into this stone tablet, and then you will be a member of Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall." Song Fei made various arrangements, without even asking Ning Xiaochuan's name. However, these arrangements are easy for Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan took the rune stone, walked to the stone tablet next to it, and poured his breath into it. Then Ning Xiaochuan immediately strode out. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan left the heart-nourishing hall, those heart-nourishing masters around him immediately surrounded Song Fei. Temple Lord, how can you let this boy go so easily? According to the rules here, the new heart nurse who joins us must be filial to us enough babies, otherwise, everything on his body will be stripped away by us. Yes, I also want to take off his clothes, and see how he runs naked here. This boy's cultivation seems to have reached the level of a secondary god. It's only in our heart-nourishing hall that he can play with a secondary god like this. A group of heart therapists muttered with distorted expressions. When they entered the heart-nourishing hall here, they also received various insults. Now it's not easy for a new person to come in, and naturally, they want to vent this humiliation on others. For countless years, the heart-nourishing hall here has followed this hidden rule. Even the penalty hall has now tacitly accepted these rules in the heart-nourishing hall. Song Fei's face showed some disdain and snorted coldly, "You know a fart." As the owner of this heart-nourishing hall, Song Fei is the absolute authority here. Even people with higher cultivation and better level of heart-nourishing masters dare not provoke him. At this moment, hearing Song Fei scolding, those heart-nourishing masters around them who looked distorted suddenly became silent and dared not talk nonsense anymore. In a word, Song Fei was quite satisfied with it, shook his head before continuing. As soon as I saw this boy just now, I already saw that this boy is a prick at all, and it is not so easy to be subdued. With his cultivation in the realm of sub-god, you also want to strip human clothes, and be careful to be pinched into meat cakes, by others. I let this boy go to the medicine garden, that is, let him go there to suffer. When he is familiar with the rules of our heart-nourishing hall and knows the strength of our rules, let's make up the beginner's instrument for him. Don't you want him to do what you want him to do at that time? As soon as Song Fei's voice fell, the heart cultivators around him said in a flattering way, "Haha, it's really the Lord's arrangement." The rules on the side of the medicine garden are stricter than ours, and there are several sub-god level senior brothers in it. With them in charge, this new man has to be pinched by others when he comes there. We'll start again after those senior brothers adjust this boy. I just don't know how many babies this boy can have left when he goes to the medicine garden. Don't let us even have soup at that time. Even if I can't get the treasure, I'll be satisfied just by teasing this boy. Just when these spiritual masters were muttering excitedly, Ning Xiaochuan's figure suddenly came in again from outside the hall. Those excited mental therapists were all stunned, looking at Ning Xiaochuan in some astonishment, and didn't know what Ning Xiaochuan wanted to do. Ning Xiaochuan strode in, glanced around again, and then his eyes stopped on Song Fei and said, "Lord, I once got a treasure, which was originally intended to be dedicated to the Lord, and I almost forgot it just now. Hey, this boy has a future." No matter Song Fei or those heart trainers around him, their eyes on Ning Xiaochuan suddenly lit up at the moment. Especially Song Fei, at the moment, his face was almost floating. His talent in mental cultivation is not too strong, but because there is a backer behind him, he has secured the position of the head of this mental cultivation hall. Whenever he is flattered by other spiritual masters, Song Fei will have this floating feeling in his heart. "What's your name again?" At this time, Song Fei thought of asking Ning Xiaochuan's name. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said his name. Ning Xiaochuan, "Ha ha, good name. Good, your boy is very good. If you have any treasure to give to me, just take it out." Song Fei nodded and laughed. Ning Xiaochuan's face suddenly showed hesitation. After glancing around, he hesitated and said, "Temple Lord, can I give you the baby alone? This baby is very important. It's best not to let others know. As a new heart nurse, what can you have? It's no small treasure." "Well, you all go out." Song Fei pretended to disdain on his face, but with greed in his eyes, he waved out all the heart therapists around him. Those ordinary heart therapists stared at Ning Xiaochuan strangely as they walked outside. Some people are secretly scolding Ning Xiaochuan. A newcomer will flatter others like this. Sooner or later, there will be no good end. Some people are salivating about Ning Xiaochuan's fate. They have just joined the heart-nourishing hall, and they have already established a relationship with the hall lord. If they can take out a baby that satisfies the hall lord, they can walk sideways in this heart-nourishing hall in the future. Some people are secretly sad and regret why they were so simple that they didn't even know how to curry favor with the Lord when they came here, so they were punished miserably. No matter what these ordinary heart-nourishing masters think, in a flash, there are only Ning Xiaochuan and Song Fei left in this heart-nourishing hall. At this time, Song Fei's eye no longer made any disguise, directly stretched out his palm at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Take out any treasure directly. If you dare to cheat me, I will send you directly to the palace of punishment." Yes, this is the baby I want to offer. Ning Xiaochuan's face was smiling, but his figure jumped up. Song Fei felt something wrong at the moment. His face was livid and jumped up, angrily shouting at Ning Xiaochuan, "What are you doing?" At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan was too lazy to pay attention to Song Fei, and he grabbed him in his hand as soon as he stretched out his hand. Song Fei's cultivation just created a realm. In front of Ning Xiaochuan, a master of the second god Jiu, he couldn't even resist at all. Being caught by Ning Xiaochuan, Song Fei looked fearless and shouted at Ning Xiaochuan, "Ning Xiaochuan, if you dare to kill me, the master of the penalty hall will directly kill you. Now only if you kneel down and kowtow to me immediately and confess to me, can I forgive you, otherwise, your end will be very miserable." For so many years, Song Fei has been used to being so domineering. Even if he occasionally encounters a little trouble, the backer behind him is enough to wipe out any trouble for him. "Pa!" Ning Xiaochuan slapped Song Fei directly in the face. "You dare to hit me?" Song Fei became more and more angry. "Pa! Pa!" Ning Xiaochuan hardly hesitated, and then slapped again. After a few slaps, Song Fei was immediately dazed and couldn't even speak. Such a scene made Ning Xiaochuan quite satisfied. He was really a little annoyed about Song Fei's roar. Song Fei was thrown aside, but Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to make various decisions with both hands. At last, Ning Xiaochuan popped a drop of blood from his finger and dropped it on Song Fei. On Song Fei's forehead, a strange dark pattern suddenly appeared. After this pattern appeared, Song Fei trembled violently, and his face began to show pain. After such a long time, Song Fei calmed down and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan standing in front of him, Song Fei made a sound in his mouth. "Master." "Well." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. What he did to Song Fei just now was a method of controlling slaves that he learned when he was in the land of Jiu. In fact, if Ning Xiaochuan directly uses the power of his seven-hole demon heart, Song Fei will blink if he wants to control it. But for such rubbish as Song Fei, Ning Xiaochuan really felt that it was not worth wasting his power of the seven orifices, so he used the current method of controlling him. Compared with the mind slaves controlled by the power of the seven orifices, Ning Xiaochuan's method at the moment is obviously much lower end, and there is a risk of being discovered. But Ning Xiaochuan will stay in Mt Matua for half a year. After half a year, he has gone to the source world. Who cares what will happen here? Staring at Song Fei in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, "I have a few questions. You should answer me honestly." Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall is a very common heart-nourishing hall in the many heart-nourishing halls in Matua Mountain. The members of this heart-nourishing hall have the highest accomplishments in the realm of nature, and the highest level of heart-nourishing master is the king-level heart-nourishing master. In the magic Tua Mountain where experts are everywhere, such a heart-nourishing hall is simply a gathering place of waste. After hearing the truth from Song Fei, Ning Xiaochuan finally knows why this place looks so shabby. But this is quite in line with Ning Xiaochuan's requirements. What Ning Xiaochuan wants now is to keep a low profile, so low-key that no one knows the best. As long as he can stand out at the last moment and grab the seat of the transmission array. Master, I've heard that the teleportation array of Magic Mountain is mainly used for the disciples' experience, so if we take the teleportation array, the martial arts must be a generation of Tianjiao. And our mental health teachers must reach the bottleneck, and then get the permission of the elder of Shinnong Temple, before they have the right to go out for experience. I heard that the elder of Shinnong Temple seems to be organizing an assessment. As long as those who pass the assessment, they can take the transmission array to go out for experience. Song Fei stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan dumbly, constantly answering Ning Xiaochuan's questions. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised that although Song Fei's strength was average and his level of mental health teacher was average, he knew a lot. Many contents of Mo Tianxiang didn't know, but Song Fei knew. After questioning Song Fei for almost half a day, Ning Xiaochuan and Song Fei walked out together. In order to avoid revealing any flaws, Ning Xiaochuan still pretends to be respectful to Song Fei at the moment, while Song Fei is a satisfied look after receiving a baby. The two simply acted for a while, and immediately let those ordinary heart therapists confirm that Ning Xiaochuan has become a popular person in front of Song Fei. After fooling these ordinary heart therapists, Ning Xiaochuan took it in and continued to stay here, directly chose a secret room, and then walked in. Song Fei is watching outside, and Ning Xiaochuan can safely close here. Although Ning Xiaochuan is eager to rush to the source world at present, in terms of cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan has never relaxed. Now the breath of receiving the Shinto has been completely engraved on the white bone beads by Ning Xiaochuan. But what makes Ning Xiaochuan speechless is that Ning Xiaochuan's expected God didn't happen. In other words, even if Ning Xiaochuan engraved all the breath of the 10 ways of destroying the world into the white bone beads, Ning Xiaochuan could not become a god. Such an abnormal situation almost immediately stopped Ning Xiaochuan's practice. I can't help it. I'm afraid anyone who encounters this kind of situation will have a headache. Since the condensation of such a strange deity as the 10,000 Dharma deity, Ning Xiaochuan's way of practice is different from that of ordinary people. The experience of other people's practice is of no use to Ning Xiaochuan at all. It can be said that now Ning Xiaochuan is completely taking a new path of cultivation. His practice, there is no experience to learn from, no one can guide him, only his own understanding. When he was in Jiuyou, Ning Xiaochuan understood the method of inscribing the breath of rules to promote his cultivation, but at this moment, he can only improve his cultivation by groping for a new way of cultivation. Although my divine personality is strange, no matter how strange it is also the condensation of the law, which is closely related to the law. As long as I understand more ways of destroying the world, it will certainly improve my realm. Ning Xiaochuan murmured in his heart, and immediately began to think about grabbing the quota of the transmission array. According to Song Fei, before the transmission Dharma array is opened, the Grand Presbyterian Council of Shinnong Temple organizes an assessment, and those who pass the assessment have the right to ride the transmission Dharma array. In this way, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have to worry. He just had to wait quietly for a few months and then take part in the assessment. The only problem is that Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know how strong his opponent is. If he meets several cardiologists with incredible talent in this assessment, he will be in bad luck. It seems that this time I'm going to make a public appearance and listen to the lecture of Magic Mountain Shinnong. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan came out of the secret room. From Song Fei's mouth, he has learned that Shinnong-level mental health teachers often give public lectures in the mental health hall of Matua Mountain to teach the experience of mental health teachers. This alone is where the ordinary heart-nourishing hall outside cannot be compared with the magic Tua Mountain. The existence of Shinnong class is definitely a very important opportunity for the mental health teacher. Ning Xiaochuan certainly doesn't want to miss this opportunity. Now his cultivation in mental health has reached the limit, and Shinong is the next step. Maybe after hearing these Shinong lectures, he can take the opportunity to break through. Of course, in addition, Ning Xiaochuan also wants to take this opportunity to see those spiritual talents of Magic Tua Mountain. In terms of the scale of mental health teachers in Matua Mountain, the number of genius mental health teachers comparable to Tianjiao will never be too small. Ning Xiaochuan, you represent our Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall. Even if you arrive at Shinong Hall, don't lose face in my Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall. At the door of Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall, Song Fei's face was dignified and constantly told Ning Xiaochuan. Each Heart Nourishing Hall has only one place to attend Shinong's lectures. In the past, Song Fei was the person who attended the lectures in front of Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall. But this time it was Ning Xiaochuan. Don't worry, Lord. I won't disgrace our Heart Nourishing Hall. Ning Xiaochuan pretended to nod, and then got up and flew towards the Shinong Hall. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan flying away, the heart healers in Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall couldn't help but gather around Song Fei one by one and tried to persuade Song Fei. Temple Lord, don't be fooled by Ning Xiaochuan. I thought this boy was nothing since he first came here. Now it's obvious that he robbed the Temple Lord of his qualification to listen to Shinong's lectures. Otherwise, after the Temple Lord's lectures this time, the level of the mental health teacher will be greatly improved. Yes, although Ning Xiaochuan has some skills, why should he listen to Shinong's lectures? We have joined Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall for a long time than him, but none of us has ever listened to Shinong's lectures. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't understand any rules at all. As a newcomer, he is so impolite that our Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall simply can't accommodate such a person. Temple Lord, if you let Ning Xiaochuan go on like this, even your position as Temple Lord will be in jeopardy. A group of heart trainers in Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall spared no effort to slander Ning Xiaochuan in front of Song Fei. But this slander is of no use to Ning Xiaochuan at all. Before they finish speaking, Song Fei's face has changed greatly, and he stretched out his hand to point at them and scolded angrily, "Grass, what are you, which can only hurt people behind your back?" I have tested Ning Xiaochuan's ability, and I can tell you clearly that if any of you can have Ning Xiaochuan's ability, I will give him the chance to listen to Shinong next time. As soon as Song Fei's voice fell, the heart healers around him were stunned and said, "Temple Lord, is this what you said?" In terms of the level of mental health teachers, there are several people here who are better than Song Fei, so they are not convinced by what Song Fei said at the moment. Of course, I said. Song Fei snorted coldly and left directly. Before Ning Xiaochuan left, Song Fei had already known that Ning Xiaochuan was a saint-level mental health teacher. Among the mental health teachers in Chuanwu Mental Health Hall, the king level was the highest level. How could he compare with Ning Xiaochuan? Therefore, this is the reason why Song Fei is confident. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know at all. Song Fei's words at the moment had given him a bunch of opponents ready to challenge him in Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall. After leaving the Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall, Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew towards the hall with the highest terrain and at the top of all the heart nourishing halls. This hall, which is at the top of all the heart nourishing halls, is the famous Shinong Hall in Matua Mountain. Only Shinong can live in Shinong Temple. Shinong level mental health teacher is also an important figure in Magic Tua Mountain, so the status of Shinong Temple in Magic Tua Mountain is a little higher than Tianjiao Palace. After all, Tianjiao Palace is just a group of Tianjiao who have not grown up. At least half of these Tianjiao will die on the way to God. However, in the Shinong Hall, a group of Shinong have almost stood at the peak of the spiritual cultivation division. Even a dead person can be saved after being sent to the heart nourishing hall. So even those Tianjiao dare not offend the Shinong in the Shinong Temple at will. Although there is only a difference between saint-level mental health teacher and Shinong, the difference between them is almost the difference between heaven and earth. After Ning Xiaochuan entered the Shinong Hall, there immediately appeared a large group of heart healers in front of him. These heart healers looked different, and some talked together. Some stood alone, frowning and thinking. Some directly summoned the heart-nourishing tripod and began to refine the elixir in front of everyone. Glancing around once, Ning Xiaochuan recognized that almost all of the people who appeared here at the moment were saint-level mental health masters. Although there are several Wang-level mental health masters, there are definitely not too many. There are so many saint-level mental health masters in MT magic, and Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help but smack his tongue in the dark. And after Ning Xiaochuan arrived, there was still a steady stream of heart-nourishing teachers coming from below to enter the Shenong temple. After waiting for about half a day, a huge virtual shadow suddenly appeared on the top of the head of this group of mental therapists. The body of the virtual shadow was an old man with a white beard. Although Ning Xiaochuan didn't know the old man, the other heart therapists around him obviously knew him quite well. Therefore, after seeing the appearance of the virtual shadow, countless spiritual therapists below immediately saluted the virtual shadow respectfully and said, "Master Danbao." The Shenong virtual shadow named Danbao waved casually and said calmly, "You're welcome. I'll start teaching right away." This time, it's still the saint-level heart-nourishing master who has broken through the experience of Shenong. It's up to you to understand it. Danbao Shenong did not show the noumenon, but separated a part of the spiritual body to give lectures. This virtual shadow is the spiritual body of Danbao Shenong. With a wave of his hand, a living beast immediately appeared in Danbao Shenong's hand. Danbao Shenong's palm seemed to contain a world, which bound the beast in it. No matter how the beast ran, it could not escape from Danbao Shenong's palm. This is an ordinary Warcraft octagonal tiger produced in the demon world. I will kill it and then revive it. You can experience the truth. Danbao Shenong said calmly, and the beast in his hand gradually slowed down. Finally, the beast fell to the ground, his eyes glazed, and then lost his breath. Even far away, Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that this beast has indeed lost all its vitality. Resurrecting the dead is the basic requirement for the heart cultivator to reach the Shenong level. I don't know how this Danbao Shenong's means compare with the ugly mother-in-law. Looking at the performance of Danbao Shenong in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan murmured in his heart. The ugly mother-in-law is a down-to-earth Shenong-level spiritual trainer. However, the ugly mother-in-law should also be in the source world now, together with the purple and gold emperor and others. At the thought of these, the figures of Yue Tourmaline and others suddenly flashed in front of Ning Xiaochuan, making him feel guilty and uneasy. At the moment, Danbao Shenong had pointed at the beast in front of him. The beast twitched a few times and slowly climbed up. Seeing such a critical scene, Ning Xiaochuan immediately restrained his mind and looked carefully. He had seen that it might be because he was teaching, so the Danbao Shenong didn't save the beast completely, but saved half of it. At this moment, this beast is like the Princess Lanfei who was resurrected by the ugly mother-in-law at the beginning. It can only be regarded as a corpse slave, and it can't be completely revived at all. These are the several levels that we must go through to enter Shenong. First of all, we must be able to revive the corpse. Even if we only revive the other party to become a corpse slave, it is a further step towards Shenong. The voice of Danbao Shenong spread all over the palace. Among the numerous saint-level mental health masters below, at this moment, several people directly took out living creatures, killed them on the spot, and then imitated the appearance of Danbao Shenong and began to save these dead creatures. Most of them naturally failed, but a few of them have been able to barely revive half of the dead. The reason why they resurrected half of them is that these dead objects they resurrected have a strong sense of death. They are not like Danbao Shenong. They resurrected a corpse slave several times, which can also make the corpse slave not contaminated once it dies. But as a saint-level mental health teacher, it is quite rare for them to do this. Ning Xiaochuan has begun to quietly write down the appearance of these people. A few months later, these people are all his competitors in the evaluation of the transmission quota. At the moment, there are only 3 people in the hall who can revive the dead. One of them is a man with messy hair and an untidy appearance. The other was an old man with a goatee, who looked quite long and wretched, but his eyes were serious. The last person is a woman, with a long figure and almost taller than ordinary men. Looking at her figure alone, this woman is simply more charming than any beauty, but she is very ordinary, and there are even some freckles on her cheeks. These 3 people are remembered by Ning Xiaochuan. Dan Bao Shenong told the truth of the resurrection of the dead, and then casually revived the beast in his hand. This beast is a very common beast in the world of Warcraft. It has a certain wisdom. After dying once, it seems to be quite depressed and can no longer jump like before. Dan Bao Shenong quickly put away the beast, and then looked down at the people. You are all geniuses in our heart-nourishing hall. Next, if you have any problems, you can ask me, and I will answer you as much as possible. As soon as Dan Bao Shenong's voice fell, the man with untidy hair jumped up immediately and asked a question about a cardiologist. Dan Bao Shenong pondered for a moment before giving a careful answer. Those heart therapists around are also listening carefully to such questions and answers. You know, the person who is asking questions at this moment is the mental therapist at the same level as them, so the questions asked by this person are most likely to be questions that have confused them for a long time, so these mental therapists are more focused than just now. In addition to Ning Xiaochuan frowned at the moment, and he didn't hear Dan Bao Shenong's voice at all. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's heart is thinking about another problem. After the fall of the gods, only Shenong can use their divine personality to revive them. Originally, I wanted to take Sita Lang's divine personality and let the ugly mother-in-law revive him after seeing the ugly mother-in-law. But now, even if I arrived at the source, I may not be able to find the ugly mother-in-law. In this case, do I want to ask Dan Bao Shenong about the way to revive Sita Lang? Although Sita Lang's divine personality is now preserved by Ning Xiaochuan, there is no problem for the time being. However, the longer it takes to revive Sita Lang, the more difficult it will be for Sita Lang to recover his strength in the future. If we can revive Sita Lang immediately at this moment, with the realm of Sita Lang's lower god, we can immediately help Ning Xiaochuan. Apart from other things, just the matter of rushing to the source world. If Sita Lang was there, Ning Xiaochuan didn't have to take risks at Matua Mountain as long as he tried to find a broken boundary boat. Almost just hesitated for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan made a decision in his heart. He must seize this opportunity and ask Dan Bao Shenong how to revive Sita Lang. After making the decision, Ning Xiaochuan waited for a moment. After a mental therapist asked about his confusion, Ning Xiaochuan immediately began to ask questions. Lord Shenong, if there is a subordinate god, only the divine personality is left after being destroyed by others, and I don't know how to resurrect. Ning Xiaochuan's question was asked, and he immediately looked nervously at Dan Bao Shenong. And those holy-level mental health masters around them also looked at Ning Xiaochuan strangely at the moment. These mental health practitioners belong to the Magic Mountain, so generally, if there are gods who died in the war in the Magic Mountain, but the divine personality is preserved, it will generally be sent to the Shenong Temple, so that the Shenong in the Shenong Temple can revive them. But Ning Xiaochuan asked directly at the moment, which showed that the god he was going to revive was not the god of Matua Mountain. Magic Tua Mountain has a huge force in the demon world, but it has never been very friendly to other gods who are not Magic Tua Mountain. So at this moment, these saint-level mental health masters want to see how Dan Bao Shenong will deal with this matter. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's inquiry, Dan Bao Shenong's virtual shadow cast his eyes on it. After scanning Ning Xiaochuan once, Dan Bao Shenong was slightly surprised and said, "You are the person in the heart-nourishing hall. Why have I never seen you before?" "Lord Shenong, I am a member of the Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall. I just joined the Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall a few days ago." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan instantly felt a burst of noise around him. Those holy-level mental health masters around suddenly looked at the monsters one by one and seemed to look at Ning Xiaochuan. Sleeping trough, what's going on? Ning Xiaochuan came to the Shenong Hall this time, but he made full preparations, but he didn't expect that he just mentioned the Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall, and these heart-nourishing masters around him would be so surprised. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall was the worst among all the heart-nourishing halls here. Otherwise, when Ning Xiaochuan first entered the Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall, the buildings in the Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall would not be so dilapidated. However, Ning Xiaochuan chose this Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall because it looks ordinary. But if it's just like this, these mental health practitioners around will never be surprised to such a degree. At the moment, these heart therapists were surprised that the person who came to attend the Shenong lecture in front of the Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall at the moment was not the wonderful hall owner of the Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall. It's strange that Song Fei has been taking part in Shenong's teaching in Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall. Even several talented heart-nourishing masters in their heart-nourishing hall are not qualified to come here. Why did a strange boy come this time? This boy's cultivation is a sub-god realm. 10 times he beat Song Fei up, and then robbed the quota of this class. Yes, this is quite possible. Haha, if this is true, this boy will be in bad luck. Song Fei's brother Song Tian is not easy to mess with. When Song Tian comes back, this boy will be finished. Song Tian is not only the peerless genius of our heart-nourishing hall, but also the generation of Tianjiao in Tianjiao Palace. It is said that he is a natural supreme body, and the condensed aspect of the divine personality has been infinitely close to the level of the king of the divine personality. He dotes on his useless brother Song Fei, and even gets him a seat as the head of the heart-nourishing hall at all costs. I heard that people who have offended Song Fei before have been secretly disposed of by Song Tian, even if it's the temple of punishment, and I'm not willing to punish Song Tian, the peerless Tianjiao. Those talking voices around him came into Ning Xiaochuan's ears, and immediately made Ning Xiaochuan look greatly changed. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan's face changed not only because he knew the existence of Song Tian, but because he had felt that the slave mark he had planted for Song Fei was touched. No one in Chuanwu Heart Nourishing Hall can do this at all. Is Song Fei's talented brother Song Tian coming? It can't be such a coincidence. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said in his heart. At the moment, the Danbao Shenong has said again, if you want to use a divine lattice to revive gods, there are many aspects involved. Take out the divine lattice in your hand and I'll take a look for you. To resurrect a god, you need to check the divine lattice. Ning Xiaochuan immediately hesitated. After all, this is magic Tua Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what impact it would have if he took out Sita Lang's divine personality. Maybe, after the gods of Matua Mountain feel the existence of Sita Lang, they will directly destroy it. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's hesitation, Danbao Shenong immediately laughed and said, "Don't worry, although our magic mountain is relatively xenophobic, if there is no hatred between your god-level friend and my magic mountain won't embarrass him. Moreover, I check the god's personality to see how badly he has been hit before, and then I can apply the right medicine to the case and revive him." After hearing Danbao Shenong's words, Ning Xiaochuan looked calmer. Previously, he had heard that Sita Lang said that he himself came from the celestial realm among the 8 realms of Xinhe civilization, and he had never been to the demon realm at all, so it was impossible to have any gratitude and resentment with magic Tua Mountain. Waving to take out Sita Lang's divine personality, Ning Xiaochuan went to Danbao Shenong's virtual shadow and handed over this brilliant divine personality. Most of the heart therapists around were very curious to see Ning Xiaochuan's every move. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan take out such a god with only 300 sections, their faces suddenly showed a little disapproval. Among the gods of Matua Mountain, the 300-faceted deities are at the bottom. After the members of Tianjiao Palace in Matua Mountain become gods, the weakest divine aspect is more than 500. In such an environment, although the cultivation of these spiritual masters in Magic Tua Mountain is not very good, their vision is not low, so they don't even care about the gods with more than 300 faceted gods. Dan Baoshenong didn't care about this, reached out and took the divine lattice into his hand, and then began to shoot a column of light on the divine lattice. On these pillars of light, there is a strong sacred breath. Absorbed these pillars of light, Sita Lang's divine personality immediately began to shine. Dan Baoshenong looked indifferent. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Resurrecting dead lives is only the most basic requirement of Shinong-level mental health masters. After reaching the Shinong realm, the way to go is to resurrect gods. Only by resurrecting gods can we really step into the Shinong realm, and the limit that most Shinongs, including me, can do is to resurrect gods with the help of gods that have not been melted. It is said that the most powerful Shinong does not need to use gods, but only use them. A trace of breath left by the gods can revive them." When treating Sita Lang, Dan Baoshenong still didn't forget to teach the heart trainers below. However, just as Dan Baoshenong kept talking, some sparks of light suddenly burst out from Sita Lang's divine personality. Dan Baoshenong's conscious body was closely stained, and immediately let him scream. Brush! Dan Baoshenong's consciousness body suddenly disappeared at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab Sita Lang's divine personality and put it away again. What's going on? Dan Baoshenong suddenly disappeared. What's strange about that divine personality just now? Is it that something happened when Dan Baoshenong treated him? Don't talk nonsense. This is just a god with more than 300 facets. It is said that Dan Baoshenong has even treated the gods with 1,000 facets. Those mental therapists below noticed such a change and immediately made surprised sounds one by one. Ning Xiaochuan is also a little confused at the moment, and doesn't know what happened. Just when they were in a panic, the figure of Dan Baoshenong suddenly reappeared, and now it is not the consciousness of Dan Baoshenong, but his Numenon. As soon as he appeared, Dan Baoshenong shouted, "This lecture is over, and you all disperse separately." Although the mental health teachers who attended the class below were stunned, they did not dare to refute Dan Baoshenong, and got up and flew away one by one. Ning Xiaochuan was about to leave, but was stopped by Dan Baoshenong. "Little guy, don't you want to know how to treat your friend? I can tell you that your friend's situation is very special. If you leave directly now, I'm afraid his spirit will collapse directly in a period of time." What? Ning Xiaochuan was stunned. Dan Baoshenong had just checked Sita Lang's divine personality, so what he said at the moment was extremely credible. Ning Xiaochuan almost didn't hesitate, and directly turned around and walked back. He would never watch Stuart die. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan faintly felt that Dan Baoshenong didn't seem to be hurting his mind. Walking in front of Dan Baoshenong, Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Lord Shenong? How is my friend? Can you explain it carefully?" Dan Baoshenong nodded and said, "Your friend should have been killed by a very powerful god. Although he was saved at the last minute, the god who killed him was really too powerful. His power has eroded into your friend's godhead, and this power is increasing. After this power suppresses your friend's consciousness, his godhead will completely collapse. My conscious body was just contaminated by this power, that's why I collapsed directly. This force is too overbearing, and even almost hurt my Numenon." Referring to the situation just now, even Dan Baoshenong's face showed a look of fear. Fortunately, it was his conscious body that treated Stuart Lang's divine personality just now. Otherwise, the spark from the divine personality might even destroy his Numenon. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed greatly. What Dan Baoshenong said is indeed true. It was the Feng Zhujun who killed Sita Lang, but his strength was against the sky. With the strength of Feng Zhujun, as long as there is a trace of his strength left, It is enough to destroy Lang. Is there any way for Lord Shenong to save my friend? Even if I die, I will save him. Staring at Danbao Shenong in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan's face coagulated seriously. After entering the Shinhe civilization, the only friend Ning Xiaochuan made was Lang, so anyway, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to see Lang die like this. It's exactly the same as I used to be. Danbao Shenong did not directly answer Ning Xiaochuan, but stared at Ning Xiaochuan and sighed in his heart. When Danbao Shenong was young, he once had a friend who was seriously injured. Danbao Shenong tried his best, but he couldn't save the friend in the end. So at this moment, seeing Ning Xiaochuan working so hard for Lang, Danbao Shenong immediately felt a sigh in his heart. Well, for the sake of his love and righteousness, I'll help him this time. In an instant, Danbao Shenong made a decision in his heart. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what Danbao Shenong was thinking at all, but he felt that Danbao Shenong looked at him as if he were eager for a moment. Come with me. Although I can't completely save your friend, it's still possible to barely save his life. Danbao Shenong waved his hand and took Ning Xiaochuan into the depths of the Shenong Hall in front of him. At the same time, an angry voice spread from the Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall, one of the many heart-nourishing halls of His Highness Shenong. Someone dares to plant a slave mark on my brother. If I don't come back in time, when this mark is completely integrated into my brother's mind, no one can save my brother at that time. In the Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall, a group of heart-nourishing masters belonging to the Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall mostly stood on one side with trepidation. In the center of the heart-nourishing hall, a slender young man with long eyebrows and beautiful eyes is standing here. His body has a proud and invincible breath. Anyone who sees him will feel that this talent is the center of heaven and earth. This man is Song Tian, Song Fei's genius brother. As the Tianjiao of the generation of Magic Tua Mountain, Song Tian's position in Magic Tua Mountain is even higher than that of Magic Tianxiang, and his strength is also extremely amazing. He only looked at Song Fei before, and he saw the truth that Song Fei was marked as a slave by the race. Song Tian was naturally furious about this and immediately began to investigate the truth. After investigating the truth, Song Tian had been waiting in Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall, waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to come back, and then took Ning Xiaochuan directly to avenge his brother. Damn it, this Ning Xiaochuan is so bold. I won't let him go easily if I catch him later. Song Tian's eyes twinkled with anger, and his face was cold and abnormal. As the top group of talented people in MT Matua, Song Tian never paid attention to these people at the bottom. For example, before, there were several new people in Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall who were not convinced of his brother and secretly targeted his brother. Finally, Song Tian directly caught all these people, abandoned their cultivation, and threw them to remote planets, where they were tortured, and then lived and died on their own. But before those new people, no one had ever done so simply and thoroughly as Ning Xiaochuan, and even planted his brother directly with the mark of slavery. Song Tian had tried several times in succession just now, but he couldn't untie the slave mark planted by Ning Xiaochuan, and could only barely seal it. Such a situation made Song Tian extremely angry. After waiting here for a long time, Ning Xiaochuan's figure didn't appear. Song Tian stood in the Chuanwu Heart-Nourishing Hall with a cold look, and he didn't have the patience to wait any longer. Instead, he waved to the group of ordinary heart therapists around him and said, "You all get out and have a look. Why hasn't that shit Ning Xiaochuan come back?" Naturally, these ordinary heart therapists would not miss this opportunity to shoot Song Tian's horses, and ran out quickly one by one. A moment later, they rushed back, bent over and stood in front of Song Tian with a smile on their face, and said, "Sir, just now we have asked. Danbao Shenong's teaching has long ended, but Danbao Shenong left Ning Xiaochuan alone, as if to teach him something alone. Just now he has left Shenong Hall, but he hasn't come back, but he flew in the direction of Tianjiao Palace. It's not easy for this man to have a relationship with Dan Baoshenong. Song Tian showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, but he made a colder voice. However, even if Dan Baoshenong protected him, he is dead. With a cold drink, Song Tian's figure suddenly disappeared in the Chuanwu heart-nourishing hall. On empty Matua, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flew over these heart-nourishing halls. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is still thinking about the dialogue with Dan Baoshenong just now. If you want to save your friend's life, you must first find a treasure called the Sand of the Divine Soul to nourish his divine personality, so that his consciousness can last longer. In addition, you need to find another spiritual trainer whose cultivation reaches the peak of Shenong level, so that you can save your friend. Lord Shenong, do you know where there is this Sand of Spirits? The Sand of the Divine Spirit is a treasure gestated in the core of the life planet in the starry sky, which is very rare, but I happen to know a place with the Sand of the Divine Spirit. When I didn't reach the Shenong realm at the beginning, I once found the existence of the Sand of the Divine Spirit in the trial place of the Source World. Just a few months later, the Magic Tua Mountain will organize a trial practice. At that time, I will recommend you to take the transmission array to the trial place to find the Sand of the Divine Spirit, but after all these years, I can't guarantee whether there is still Sand of Spirits. With the status of Dan Baoshenong in Matua Mountain, it is easy to get a seat for Ning Xiaochuan to take the transmission array. Moreover, Dan Baoshenong has told Ning Xiaochuan the possible location of the Sand of the Spirit. With these two conditions, Ning Xiaochuan is still likely to find the Sand of the Spirit and temporarily save Sitalang's life. And he can also take this opportunity to take the transmission array to the Source World. Ning Xiaochuan was also surprised that a Dan Baoshenong should have helped himself so much. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan was a little wary of Dan Baoshenong before. After all, Dan Baoshenong seemed to be a little too enthusiastic about him. But at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan is full of gratitude to Dan Baoshenong. He could tell that Dan Baoshenong really didn't mean any harm to him and wanted to help him wholeheartedly. Flying away from the Shenong temple, Ning Xiaochuan laughed bitterly. Previously, he had preconceived that all the people on the mountain were bad people, so he was a little wary of anyone. But now think about it carefully. The scale of Magic Mountain is huge, occupying a whole galaxy, and there are at least hundreds of billions of people living in it. Of course, not all of these people are bad people. Good people like Dan Baoshenong are naturally not lacking in the Magic Mountain. When Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart, he immediately felt a fierce figure rushing out of the Chuanwu heart-nourishing hall below. Sure enough, an outsider went to the Chuanwu heart-nourishing hall. It seems that this person is Song Fei's genius brother. Now it's not time to conflict with him. I'll avoid him first. With a murmur in his mouth, Ning Xiaochuan's speed suddenly accelerated and rushed in the direction of Tianjiao Palace. He had secretly informed Mo Tianxiang, and now Mo Tianxiang was coming in this direction. Without revealing his strength, Ning Xiaochuan can't be the opponent of Song Tian at all, so at the moment, he can only use magic fragrance to fight Song Tian. The figures of Ning Xiaochuan and Song Tian, one by one, crossed the sky over the Matua Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan, even if you escape to the sky today, I will catch you back. The cold voice came directly from behind, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about each other at all. Ning Xiaochuan knew that since Song Tian found the slave mark he had planted for Song Fei, reconciliation between the two would be impossible. And now Ning Xiaochuan has Dan Baoshenong as his backer in the heart-nourishing hall, and he can get 100% of the seats by the transmission method array, so he doesn't have to go back to the Chuanwu heart-nourishing hall at all now. As long as he waits for the first half of the year, he can lead by the transmission method array directly. In this case, although Song Tian made Ning Xiaochuan afraid, he was only afraid. As long as he was delayed for half a year, even if Song Tian wanted to find Ning Xiaochuan for revenge, he might not be able to find it. Without any response from Ning Xiaochuan, Song Tian's face became more and more gloomy. With his hands and fingers together, Song Tian made a strange gesture while chasing Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, who was fleeing quickly in front of him, instantly felt his back cold. In a hurry, his almost subconscious figure flashed, and a cold sword light flashed away from his original place. It's a bit of skill to be able to avoid my attack, but I think you can avoid it several times. Song Tian showed some disdain for sneering at the corners of his mouth, and his hands flashed out several sword chi again, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan in the past. Boom! At this time a flaming fire wind appeared from a distance and instantly swallowed all the sword chi that Song Tian hit out. It was Mo Tianxiang who shot. After Ning Xiaochuan informed Mo Tianxiang finally arrived. Magic fragrance. Song Tian's figure stopped for a moment, and his face turned back to the demon Tianxiang who shot. They are also members of Tianjiao Palace, and Song Tian and Mo Tianxiang are almost at the same level of Tianjiao, so they are naturally very familiar with each other. However, just glancing at Mo Tianxiang, Song Tian immediately rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan again. Even if Mo Tianxiang was present, he could not stop Song Tian. Mo Tianxiang's face was cold. He raised his short bow and pulled it into a semicircle. After aiming at Song Tian, he said coldly, "Song Tian, this is my friend. If you want to fight him, you have to pass me first. If you want to attract the people in the penalty hall, do your best to continue to fight." In Matua Mountain, the Temple of Punishment is transcendent, and even gods are afraid of the Temple of Punishment. Hearing that Mo Tianxiang mentioned the Palace of Punishment, Song Tian Kai stopped again. Ning Xiaochuan also stopped opposite Song Tian at the moment and glanced at Song Tian last time. From Song Tian, Ning Xiaochuan felt a strong sense of oppression, which was even stronger than the feeling brought to him by magic fragrance at the beginning. There is no doubt that the strength of Song Tian in front of him is even stronger than that of Mo Tianxiang. A magic mountain can have such a powerful Tianjiao. My strength is good, but I still can't compare with those strongest Tianjiao. Now that the matter of transmitting the Dharma array is finished, I should spend more energy on cultivation. Staring at Song Tian in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan secretly planned. Unlike others, Ning Xiaochuan's strength is not the strongest, but his potential is strong enough. Whether it is the supreme body or the way of destroying the world, having any one is enough to become a generation of Tianjiao. However, when he arrived at Ning Xiaochuan, he, who had both, was implicated by his eccentric deity, resulting in the inability to give full play to his strength. But fortunately, at this moment, his 10,000 Dharma deity has begun to evolve. As long as Ning Xiaochuan keeps evolving his deity, sooner or later he will be able to trample on the strongest Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization. When Ning Xiaochuan secretly planned, Song Tian and Mo Tianxiang had already confronted each other. After the appearance of Mo Tianxiang, Song Tian had only one person left in his eyes. As for Ning Xiaochuan, Song Tian didn't pay attention at all, so he was naturally too lazy to say more with Ning Xiaochuan. Isn't Mo Tianxiang always true to men? How can she be so special to this boy now? Staring at the determined demon Tianxiang in front of him, Song Tian was immediately confused. However, he also knew that if magic Tianxiang disrupted the situation today, he could not successfully capture Ning Xiaochuan. After scanning Mo Tianxiang several times, Song Tian Kai said coldly, "Mo Tianxiang, don't say I don't give you face. This man planted a slave mark on my brother. Now I don't embarrass him. As long as he takes my blow, the matter will be exposed. Of course, if he doesn't have the courage, it will be even if he doesn't have the courage. Take your shot?" Magic Tianxiang frowned immediately. As Ning Xiaochuan's spiritual slave, Mo Tianxiang is wholeheartedly considering for Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, Song Tian put forward such a request and made it clear what the trap was, so Mo Tianxiang naturally didn't want Ning Xiaochuan to take risks. Just when Mo Tianxiang hesitated, Ning Xiaochuan stood out directly. Don't worry, if it's just a blow, there should be no problem. After giving Mo Tianxiang a reassuring look, Ning Xiaochuan stepped in front of Song Tian, waved his hand to Song Tian and said, "Come on." "Very good. It seems that you are kind. In that case, take it." Song Tian snorted coldly, and the fingers of his hands suddenly turned into sharp swords, rolling towards Ning Xiaochuan from top to bottom. "Cut the world." Song Tian's hands and fingers are like two sharp swords, and this heaven and earth is a big cake. The sharp sword in his hand is cutting this big cake. On the side, Mo Tianxiang's face changed greatly. This move to cut the world is Song Tian's unique skill, which is extremely powerful, so Mo Tianxiang is really worried that Ning Xiaochuan can't stop this move without breaking the world. Contrary to the worry of Mo Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan is full of doubts at the moment. When Song Tian suddenly shot just now, he also felt the Sun sword qi, which seemed to be about to cut into himself immediately. But now Song Tian came close to him, but all the sword qi disappeared, as if Song Tian's move at this moment was just a show-off and had no power at all. What trick is Song Tian playing? Ning Xiaochuan muttered, but his heart became more and more alert. Song Tian approached Ning Xiaochuan, but suddenly a group of 5 colored lights appeared in his hands. Waving the 5 colored light, Song Tian directly penetrated it into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan originally flashed, as if he wanted to avoid these 5 color lights, but somehow, at the moment when he was about to escape, his body paused again and caught this group of 5 color lights. Poof! The 5 colored light entered the body, Ning Xiaochuan's mouth suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, and he himself retreated a few steps directly, and one end was about to fall from his mouth. 5 elements of sand. Seeing the 5 colored light from Song Tian, Mo Tianxiang's face changed greatly. 5-element sand is a very special treasure. If it enters the human body, it will cause great harm to the human body. With a flash of her figure, Magic Tianxiang rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and held Ning Xiaochuan in her arms. Magic fragrance, see you next time at the place of trial practice. Take a ball of 5-element sand into Ning Xiaochuan's body. Song Tian simply clapped his hands at the moment, said a cold word to Mo Tianxiang, and then turned directly and flew away. And Ning Xiaochuan, who was held in her arms by Magic Tianxiang, and whose eyes were closed, suddenly heard that Magic Tianxiang said, "Go to your residence first." Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan was still able to stay awake, Mo Tianxiang retreated a little, holding Ning Xiaochuan and flying down the mountain. It turned out to be the 5-element sand. Was Song Tian ready to use the 5-element sand for revenge from the beginning? Holding Ning Xiaochuan, she hurried to her residence, but Magic Tianxiang was still quite worried. The 5-element sand is the material used to refine utensils. If it enters the human body, it will immediately make the spiritual utensils in the human body violent, the blood vessels retrograde, and extremely painful. After catching the enemy, many sects like to torture each other with 5 elements of sand. If Song Tian had known that he would use the 5-element sand, Mo Tianxiang would not let Ning Xiaochuan do it anyway. However, Mo Tianxiang was still confused. In that case, Ning Xiaochuan could completely avoid Song Tian's attack. Why did Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stop at the last moment and bear these 5 elements of sand? Princess. Holding Ning Xiaochuan, Mo Tianxiang rushed directly into her residence in Mo Tua Mountain. Because of the panic, even the beautiful maids who saluted her didn't have time to pay attention. After settling Ning Xiaochuan in the secret room, Magic Tianxiang began to check Ning Xiaochuan's situation. To her surprise, Ning Xiaochuan's appearance at the moment seemed much better than she had imagined. Previously, Mo Tianxiang had seen some 5-element sands entering the body, and they were all in pain. Even if they forced the 5-element sands out of the body, they would be greatly weakened. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's state is quite strange. Although his face is a little pale, his expression is extremely calm and peaceful. It seems that he is not suffering at all, but enjoying it in general. This strange situation immediately confused Magic Tianxiang. In fact, Mo Tianxiang observed well. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan did not suffer at all, because at the moment, the 5 elements of sand in his body had long disappeared and was absorbed by the 10,000 Dharma God in his body. Divine personality is a special substance condensed from all the essence of martial arts, and it is the carrier of various laws. Ning Xiaochuan has never heard of a god who can absorb the refining material of 5 elements, sand. But now his divine personality has done this. Those 5 element sands are simply a great tonic for the 10,000 Dharma deities in his body. After absorbing these 5 element sands, Ning Xiaochuan even felt that the deities in his body began to evolve again. In order to verify whether his feeling at the moment is true, Ning Xiaochuan has already taken out the ball of soul and began to use the divine personality to absorb the laws therein. Facts have proved that Ning Xiaochuan's feeling is indeed right. At this moment, his divine personality has begun to slowly absorb the laws in the soul ball. As long as enough laws are absorbed, Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality can evolve again. Although the way in which the deity evolved this time was a little strange, this situation still let Ning Xiaochuan breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, discovering the way of divine evolution again is tantamount to breaking a barrier for Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes while controlling the law in the divine sphere of soul absorption. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan wake up, the worried look on Mo Tianxiang's face retreated slightly and said, "Master, how do you feel? If you can't refine these 5 elements of sand, I can help the master absorb some." "It doesn't matter. These 5 elements of sand have been cleaned up by me." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and then cut off the topic. "Don't worry, I was deliberately hit by Song Tian just now, and then took this opportunity to eliminate his wariness. Recently, I happened to hide here with you to improve my strength." Magic Tianxiang nodded, and her eyes were still a little worried. "Even if it's intentional, you can't breathe 5 elements sand into your body at will." However, Mo Tianxiang didn't know that after Song Tian took out the 5 elements sand, Ning Xiaochuan just felt the change of the divine personality in his body, so he chose to fight against the 5 elements sand. Now the results have proved that Ning Xiaochuan's original choice was right. Now he has deceived Song Tian and has also benefited greatly. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, and then suddenly looked up and asked, "Tianxiang, the strength of Song Tian is probably at what level in Tianjiao Palace?" Although Ning Xiaochuan and Song Tian didn't fight directly just now, the indirect confrontation had made Ning Xiaochuan feel that the strength of the other side was even stronger than himself. Ning Xiaochuan's current strength is about the same level as that of Mo Tianxiang. If Song Tian is stronger than Mo Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan may also be inferior to Song Tian. This time Song Tian used 5 elements of sand to fu Ning Xiaochuan. It was clear that he didn't want to kill Ning Xiaochuan so quickly, but wanted to continue playing with Ning Xiaochuan in the future. In other words, Ning Xiaochuan will fight Song Tian sooner or later. If there is no intersection between Ning Xiaochuan and Song Tian, anyway, in a few months, Ning Xiaochuan will leave the Magic Mountain directly. However, in a few months, Ning Xiaochuan will definitely compete with Song Tian again. Because Song Tian, a member of the Tianjiao Palace of Magic Mountain, will also participate in this experience organized by Magic Mountain a few months later. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan and Song Tian will take the teleportation array together to reach the source world. There are no rules in the place of trial training in Magic Mountain. Only if you are strong enough can you survive in that place. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must prepare for the next fight with Song Tian from now on. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan may have just arrived at the source by taking the teleportation array, and he will be intercepted by Song Tian. Fortunately, Dan Baoshenong has promised to help Ning Xiaochuan get the number of seats in the transmission array. Otherwise, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan has no time to hide here to practice. Mo Tianxiang nodded and replied, Song Tian's strength is extremely strong, and he is also in the top 10 in Tianjiao Palace. The divine lattice, he condensed, is called Jiutian divine lattice, which is a divine lattice with a section of more than 1800. This divine lattice has been infinitely close to the king of divine lattice, so in the whole Tianjiao Palace, except for Tianjiao, with the king of divine lattice, no one dares to say that it must be stronger than Song Tian. When the cultivation reaches the realm of secondary God, the strength of divine personality is the best embodiment of a person's strength. The divine aspect of Mo Tianxiang is more than 13,000, which is already a very strong divine aspect, but the divine aspect of Song Tian is more than 18,000, and its strength is definitely stronger than that of Mo Tianxiang, and it is much stronger. In just a few months, I have to raise my strength to the level of Song Tian. It's really difficult. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, but his expression was somewhat firm. It may not be easy for others to improve their strength in a short time, but it is not impossible for Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Before coming here, Ning Xiaochuan had thought about this problem. At the moment, in his mind, there are at least 3 ways to quickly improve his strength. First, find a way to break through the realm of the lower God. Now he is the realm of the secondary God, and is qualified to impact the realm of the lower God and refine the real divine personality. However, at present, Ning Xiaochuan has been stuck in this level, and it is very difficult to go further. Second, improve the quality of his Godhead. The Wanfa Godhead in Ning Xiaochuan's body is different from the ordinary Godhead. The higher the evolution of this Godhead, the stronger Ning Xiaochuan's strength will be. The divine lattice is equivalent to a law amplifier, so the stronger the divine lattice is, the stronger the law power that the warrior can play. But for ordinary warriors, their divine personality is fixed and cannot be changed, so they can only constantly comprehend new rules to improve their strength. But Ning Xiaochuan is different. Ning Xiaochuan wants to improve his strength. In addition to understanding the new rules, he can also improve the quality of his divine personality. For example, Ning Xiaochuan's current strength is 1, and the aspect of divine personality is 72. After the amplitude of divine personality increases, the power of Ning Xiaochuan's law may be increased to 72. Once his Godhead continues to evolve and breaks through 108 aspects, the power of Ning Xiaochuan's law may rise to 108, which is definitely not a little strong for the improvement of Yu Xiaochuan's strength. And the third way to improve strength is naturally to continue to understand the new rules. At present, the only method that is most likely to make Ning Xiaochuan improve his strength in a short time is the second method. Moreover, after Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality absorbed 5 elements of sand, there are signs of evolution. He only needs to trigger this evolutionary process in the next few months. In the next time, I'll study my divine personality here, and at least improve my strength to the same level as Song Tian before taking the transmission array. After calculating in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan looked at Mo Tianxiang and said, Tianxiang, in the next few months, I will be close to you. On the one hand, I can confuse Song Tian, but on the other hand, I can also take this opportunity to improve my strength. During this period, you have to help me do 2 things. What is it? Magic fragrance is wonderful. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, First, you help me collect a batch of refining materials, such as the 5 elements sand. Second, you help me get a batch of books about cultivation in Matua Mountain, especially the books about divine personality. The more, the better. Both refining materials and various ancient books are what Ning Xiaochuan needs for further research. Okay, I'll do it right away. Mo Tianxiang nodded, turned and walked out, and began to prepare for the 2 requirements put forward by Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the secret room, but now he closed his eyes and began to carefully understand the changes in his divine personality. In the next few days, Mo Tianxiang used her influence in Mo Tua Mountain to collect a large number of refining materials for Ning Xiaochuan. As for the ancient books on cultivation, it's too easy to get a batch of them as Mo Tianxiang is the elite disciple of Tianjiao Palace. Mo Tua Mountain has existed in Xinhe civilization for many thousands of years. The cultivation classics accumulated inside it are simply massive. Mo Tianxiang only moved a small part here, which has made Ning Xiaochuan's eyes straight, and he doesn't know when he can finish reading these classics. However, headache is headache. After headache, Ning Xiaochuan honestly picked up these classics and looked carefully. Vast as the sea of classics, in the following time, Ning Xiaochuan was almost buried in these classics. Research is practice. The road of practice is originally a road of study. The more thorough the study, the stronger the strength will be. In Dian world, Ning Xiaochuan actually did similar things. It is absolutely of great benefit to practice to check all kinds of ancient books and broaden his horizons. Ning Xiaochuan's vision, in fact, has not jumped out of the shackles of Dian world before. Now Ning Xiaochuan studies these classics, on the one hand, to study his divine personality, but on the other hand, it is equivalent to increasing his vision, so that he can truly integrate into the environment of Xinhe civilization. Unexpectedly, there is such a strange divine personality, whose aspect will constantly jump between 500 and 1000. In the secret room of Mo Tianxiang's residence, 7 Ning Xiaochuan were sitting in one place, holding a jade amulet in their hands. At the moment, it was one of them. Ning Xiaochuan's face startled and exclaimed. Around 7 Ning Xiaochuan, there are countless similar jade runes scattered. This kind of jade rune was specially studied by Magic Tua Mountain to record various ancient books. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan saw a strange deity named Tianji deity from this ancient book. After this divine personality is condensed, the aspect of divine personality will change automatically after a period of time. Fortunately, however, the change of this divine aspect has a range, only between 500 aspects and 1000 aspects. Otherwise, I'm afraid this divine aspect will torture his master. Casually threw the jade talisman aside, Ning Xiaochuan waved and took another jade talisman into his hand. Ning Xiaochuan kept checking these classics, and also wanted to find some records about his 10,000 Dharma deity from these classics collected in Matua Mountain. Unfortunately, so far, Ning Xiaochuan has not found anything related to the 10,000 Dharma deity in his body. Dora the Great is a supreme power in the Azura world. This power once unified the whole Azura world by one person. At the moment, what Ning Xiaochuan took into his hands was a biography of a person, and it was a biography of a great man who had appeared in the Xinhe civilization. Forces like Mo Tua Mountain, who can be qualified to be included in the classics, are absolutely great figures in the history of Xinhe civilization. This Dora Great is like this. He can become the king of the Azura world. The strength of this Dora Great is afraid that he has stood at the peak of the Xinhe civilization and absolutely has the strength of the Lord God level. Ning Xiaochuan glanced down casually. Although he checked various classics, his main concern was the introduction of deity in these classics. There are all kinds of wonders in the world. Nowadays, there can be such a strange deity as the 10,000 Dharma deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body, and there will definitely be other alternative deities. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan wants to seek a trace of inspiration from these strange deities to improve his own deity. At the end of the introduction of Emperor Dora, Ning Xiaochuan's expression was dignified. Because at this moment, I even introduced a paragraph about the practice of Emperor Dora. When Dora the Great did not achieve the throne of the Great, his own strength has been very general, and the condensed divine personality is only 1,000 aspects of the divine personality. Although such a deity is extremely rare in Xinhe civilization, people with such a level of deity are not qualified to become overlords of the interface. However, it was shocking that when Dora the Great was stuck in the bottleneck of cultivation, he found another strange way to use the method of refining tools to harden his divine personality, so as to improve the quality of his divine personality. In this way, Dora the Great refined his divine personality all the way to more than 2,000 sections, condensing into a real king of divine personality. Since then, the strength of Emperor Dora has increased greatly, and he has become the overlord of the Azure world. Such a description immediately made Ning Xiaochuan very excited. All kinds of data he received before emphasized that once the divine personality was formed, it would be fixed and could not be changed anymore. But the Emperor Dora, however, forcefully raised his divine personality from 1,000 aspects to 2,000 aspects. Ning Xiaochuan has read countless classics, and now it is the first time to see someone who can change the aspect of God. Of course, it doesn't count that the divine personality that naturally changes the aspect is like the divine personality of the heavenly mystery. Looking eagerly at the introduction of Emperor Dora, Ning Xiaochuan's face became gloomy. Subsequent records show that the Emperor Dora once personally admitted that the method he invented to improve his godhead was not very stable. He was also a coincidence that he was able to reluctantly raise his godhead to more than 2,000 aspects. If other people practice in the same way, it is absolutely impossible to improve the quality of his godhead. That is to say, the experience of Dora the Great cannot be copied at all. Moreover, after being promoted to the level of the King of Divinity, the divinity of Dora the Great has reached its limit. If it is further forcibly promoted, the divinity will be broken. Therefore, when Dora the Great was at its strongest, the divine aspect was only more than 2,000, which could not be raised to more than 3,000 in the legend. Put down the jade talisman and took a deep breath. Ning Xiaochuan's face improved a lot. The Emperor Dora is relying on foreign things to improve his divine personality quality, so he can't continue to improve when he is promoted to the level of the King of Divine Personality, but my 10,000 Dharma divine personality has its own evolutionary function, and the degree to which it can evolve in the end should be more than 2,000 aspects. With a murmur in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan directly got up and took back all the 6 separated bodies scattered around and merged into one again. Then, Ning Xiaochuan took out a bunch of fist-sized ores wrapped in a layer of light. These ores are rare ores from all over Shinhe civilization, which were collected by Mo Tianxiang here in Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan also felt the fact that his divine personality could absorb the 5 elements of sand, so he asked Mo Tianxiang to collect these minerals. During this time, Ning Xiaochuan spent all his time studying these ores except those classics around him. Ice crystal jade, 5 spirit bones, ironwood fruit. Ning Xiaochuan sees everything and takes these ores into his hands. After feeling it for a while, he will put them down again. After repeating this for countless times, Ning Xiaochuan took another piece of ore into his hand, and his expression changed suddenly. He bowed his head and began to look at the ore in his hand carefully. Is fire lutai a mineral with 5 element properties? After whispering to himself, Ning Xiaochuan waved away all the minerals in front of him. So far, in fact, Ning Xiaochuan has almost come up with the results. According to his research, the 10,000 Dharma Godhead in his body can indeed absorb these minerals, just as the evolution of the Godhead of Emperor Dora needs countless precious materials. The 10,000 Dharma Godhead in Ning Xiaochuan's body also needs to absorb these minerals, just like a refining tool. However, what the deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body absorbs can only be materials with 5 element attributes. In addition, even the most precious materials, 10,000 Dharma deities also disdain them. After exploring this point, Ning Xiaochuan has recently begun to sort out many materials with 5 element properties and began to refine them into the body. As long as the 5 element material enters the body, the 10,000 Dharma God will devour it without hesitation. After devouring these 5 elements, the 10,000 Dharma deity in Ning Xiaochuan seemed to be supplemented by energy at once, and the speed of absorbing the law from the ball of soul was faster and faster. Now Ning Xiaochuan has felt that the divine personality in his body seems to be close to the edge of evolution again. As long as it evolves again, Ning Xiaochuan's divine aspect will rise again. In this way, even Song Tian may not be able to suppress Ning Xiaochuan. After refining part of the 5-element materials into his divine cell, Ning Xiaochuan turned around and sat down again, separated himself, and buried again in these vast classics. At first, Ning Xiaochuan had a headache when he saw so many ancient books, but now he is enjoying the process of checking ancient books. Only when you relax can you be considered as a real practice. Since Ning Xiaochuan came to the Xunhe civilization, he was either running around or trapped in the Jedi. He simply couldn't calm down and think about the problems of practice. Now he hides his identity and hides in this magic Tua mountain. Ning Xiaochuan has been calm enough for the time being. After reading so many classics, Ning Xiaochuan once had a confusion in his heart. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan learned the name of Wan Fa Shenzhe from the mouth of Long Huang. With the strength of Long Huang sub Shenzhou, it can only be regarded as the lowest existence in Xunhe civilization. It should be impossible to hear of such an existence at the bottom, but Long Huang knows it in detail. Ning Xiaochuan also thought about this problem carefully for several times, but he couldn't think of any results in the end. He could only secretly guess that the origin of Long Huang might not be simple. But then, Ning Xiaochuan put the matter behind him. Long Huang had already died. It's useless to think so much now. In the 3rd month when Ning Xiaochuan buried himself in these classics, I don't know whether it was because Ning Xiaochuan adjusted his way of practice or because of his previous accumulation, all burst out at this moment. Then one day, Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly touched his heart and suddenly realized the silence and yin and yang among the 3,000 ways of destroying the world. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised to realize 2 ways of destroying the world at once. However, this is only the first surprise for Ning Xiaochuan. Before Ning Xiaochuan fully understands these 2 ways of killing the world, the 10,000 Dharma God in his body has stopped absorbing the law from the soul ball. This sign shows that Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality is about to evolve again. The 10,000 Dharma deity has been absorbing the power of the 5 elements and the law in the soul ball almost all the time. Now it has finally been absorbed to a perfect state and began to re-evolve. Ning Xiaochuan immediately abandoned everything and put his heart on the divine personality in his body. At the moment, his divine personality has 72 aspects. If it evolves again, it is likely to exceed 100 aspects. His godhead has evolved once, so Ning Xiaochuan is much easier this time than last time. In Ning Xiaochuan's anxious wait, his divine personality finally began to split like the last time. But this time the divine personality split is obviously much more messy than the last time, some split and some did not move. 72 aspects of the deity evolved towards 108 aspects. Ning Xiaochuan has now summed up the law. His divine personality is based on 36, and then evolved again and again. In the first evolution, his divine personality evolved from 36 aspects to 72 aspects. And this evolution evolved from 72 aspects to 108 aspects. After almost a whole day, Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality was finally completely stabilized in 108 sections. When the evolution of the deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body was completed, a mysterious message suddenly poured into Ning Xiaochuan's mind. This is. Ning Xiaochuan looked shocked and realized this message. A moment later, a wry smile appeared on his face and he said, "If I want to continue to evolve, I should continue to devour more 5-element forces. This evolution has devoured so many 5-element materials. I really don't know how many 5-element materials I need to devour in the next evolution. In addition, if I want to step into the God level, I need to raise my God level to 500 sections. Otherwise my God level can't bear the long river of laws condensed by God." General martial arts practitioners can improve their accomplishments as long as they concentrate on understanding the rules. If they understand enough rules, they will naturally be able to step into the realm of gods. However, in order to improve his cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan should not only understand enough laws, but also improve the quality of his divine personality. Although this situation made Ning Xiaochuan quite helpless, it also made him quite happy, because after that, he finally didn't have to constantly explore how to practice as before. It seems that before reaching the source world, I have no time to engrave these two kinds of breath of the new understanding of the world destruction on the white bone beads, but it doesn't matter. At the moment, my divine personality is promoted to more than 100 sections, plus the new understanding of the two laws. Even in the face of Song Tian, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not an opponent. After thinking for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan directly got up and stood up. He has been in seclusion here for several months, and now it is time to go out and show his face again. Flying out of the planet where Mo Tianxiang lives, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flew directly towards the heart-nourishing hall. At this moment, it is not a few days since the start of the trial practice in Mount Magic. Ning Xiaochuan needs to go to Danbao Shenong to confirm the transfer quota. When Ning Xiaochuan flew into the Shenong Hall, Song Fei rushed into the small building in a hurry outside a delicate building in another part of Matua Mountain. "Hurry up and tell brother that I have something urgent to find him," eagerly told the maid in the small building. Song Fei hurriedly paced back and forth and waited. After waiting for more than half a day, Song Tian's figure appeared here. He seems to be in a good mood today. After seeing his brother, his smile is even more obvious. "Brother, why are you here instead of staying in your heart-nourishing hall?" "I'm discussing with your senior brothers about going to the source world to experience recently, but I don't have time to mind your little business." Song Fei looked at Song Tian, but he looked a little mournful and said, "Brother." Ning Xiaochuan reappeared. "The person I arranged just heard that he left Mo Tianxiang's residence today and went to the Shenong temple." More importantly, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't look like he was injured at all. It should be that he has expelled all the 5 elements of sand in his body. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's name, Song Tian suddenly showed a sneer and said, "Calculate the time, Mo Tianxiang almost should help him recover." Recently, Ning Xiaochuan has hardly left Mo Tianxiang's residence. It should be that he expelled the 5 elements sand in his body, which tortured him for so many days. It's almost enough. The next time we meet, it's time for me to kill him. "What? Brother, are you going to kill him? This is the best. Otherwise, I still feel a little uneasy in my heart." Song Fei was overjoyed when he heard the speech. At this moment, Song Fei's body still has the slave mark planted by Ning Xiaochuan. Only when Ning Xiaochuan dies completely, this slave mark will disappear. Song Tian nodded and said, "It's definitely not good to kill people in Matua Mountain, but I've made it clear that Ning Xiaochuan has a relationship with Danbao Shenong, and unexpectedly wants to go to the source world to experience through the transmission of the Dharma array. In this way, I can just kill him in this experience. Haha, he's a heart trainer. He even wants to go to experience. Isn't this going to die?" Song Fei laughed. Although Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the second god, no one cares about his strength at all, because if Ning Xiaochuan's strength is strong enough, now he should join Tianjiao Palace, not Yangxin Hall. However, after laughing a few times, Song Fei looked worried again and said, "Brother, it seems that the Tianxiang princess who experienced this time will also go. If she still protects Ning Xiaochuan at that time, it will be a lot of trouble for brother to kill him." Magic fragrance. Song Tian's eyes flashed Mo Tianxiang's beautiful face, and he looked a little disdainful and said, "Don't worry, Elder Martial Brother Fian will also go to experience with me this time. At that time, Mo Tianxiang will naturally be dealt with by Elder Martial Brother Fian." Elder Martial Brother Feiyao, one of the core figures in the Tianjiao Palace of Mount Montua, is a supreme Tianjiao with a real god. Hearing the name of Fei, Song Fei trembled all over, and his face showed some joy, but he dared not say anything more. Half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flew out of the Shenong Hall. To take the teleportation array, I still need the teleportation bead. I'm afraid I'll have to spend a lot of effort to get this teleportation bead without the help of Danbao Shenong this time. A black bead in Ning Xiaochuan's hand flashed away. This bead is the transmission bead that Ning Xiaochuan just obtained from Danbao Shenong. With this teleportation bead, in a few days, when the teleportation array is opened, he can go directly to the location of the teleportation array and take the teleportation array to the source world. Put away the transmission beads, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and looked back at the Shenong Hall. Danbao Shenong has always had high hopes for Ning Xiaochuan, but Ning Xiaochuan is destined to disappoint Danbao Shenong. This time, it is almost impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to return to Mt Matua again. I can only repay your kindness later. After silently saying goodbye to Danbao Shenong in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan turned around again and returned to Mo Tianxiang's residence. After hearing the news that Ning Xiaochuan left the customs, Mo Tianxiang had been waiting here for a long time now. The experience of the source world is about to begin. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang really need to start all kinds of preparations for going to the source world. However, at this moment, both Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang have the transmission beads in their hands, and have obtained the qualification to go to the source world to experience by taking the transmission Dharma array. At this moment, all they need to prepare is to discuss in advance the plans after arriving at the source world. After consulting with Mo Tianxiang for a long time, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up and said to Mo Tianxiang with a smile, "This time we go to the source world, 10 times we'll meet Song Tian. I'm not sure about Song Tian's strength. Both you and he are members of Tianjiao Palace, so we should have a little understanding of his strength. Let's fight first, and you feel the gap between me and him." Fight the master? Mo Tianxiang looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some astonishment. Although she was controlled by Ning Xiaochuan's mind and became Ning Xiaochuan's mind slave, her memory was not missing. She still clearly remembered the scene of her fight with Ning Xiaochuan before. In the last fight, if she hadn't played her strength and was finally taken advantage of by Ning Xiaochuan, she would have won. Therefore, in Mo Tianxiang's heart, Ning Xiaochuan's strength has always been lower than her. Although knowing that Ning Xiaochuan has been in retreat and penance in recent months, Mo Tianxiang doesn't think that Ning Xiaochuan can make any progress in just a few months. What's more, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has reached the 9th level of the second god. According to ordinary people, unless Ning Xiaochuan can break through the divine level and get a powerful artifact alive, otherwise, his strength is almost impossible to make any progress. However, Mo Tianxiang would not refute Ning Xiaochuan at this moment. She got up silently and waved her hand to lay a layer of border around. The two people just fight simply, which is a test of each other's strength, not a real fight. Therefore, as long as they simply set up a border around, they can immediately isolate all the breath and avoid the spread of the breath of the two people's fight. Master, be careful. Magic Tianxiang looked a moment, and her slender hands crossed the air. Where her fingers crossed, fireballs the size of fists suddenly appeared. After these fireballs appeared, they were immediately reborn and changed into countless strange cosmic creatures, killing Ning Xiaochuan. Ever-changing Rui magical skill, the most powerful, is ever-changing. Looking at these other lives rushing towards him in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, good to come. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan turned his knife with one hand and killed the demon Tianxiang with a shout. Although it is only a knife made by hand, after integrating the rules, Ning Xiaochuan's palm has been comparable to any magic weapon in the world. The strange beasts that Mo Tianxiang beat out broke up one after another after touching Ning Xiaochuan's palm. In just a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's palm rested on Mo Tianxiang's white neck. One move and you lose. Mo Tianxiang looked at Ning Xiaochuan in disbelief. Although she did have some carelessness just now, she was quite surprised that she failed in one move. After thinking for a moment, Mo Tianxiang looked surprised and looked up and said, "Master, your rule is at least twice as strong as when you fought with me last time. If you have such a degree of strength, even Song Tian may not be able to win, Master. So, according to your judgment, my strength at the moment is between Bo Zhong and Song Tian." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Mo Tianxiang nodded and said, "Almost. Although the master's strength has improved a lot, Song Tian is the real elite of my Tianjiao palace after all. His strength is against the sky. It's quite rare for the master to draw with him." At the moment, Mo Tianxiang still thought that Ning Xiaochuan had only a god with 36 sections in his body. The 36-faceted deities are the lowest existence in Xinhe civilization. I'm afraid only those who become gods with energy will have such a low-level deity. If Ning Xiaochuan defeats Song Tian, who has more than 1,800 faceted deities, with such a deity, I'm afraid it will immediately become a wonder in the world. There is a consensus in the entire Xinhe civilization that the level of godhead is about 500 sections as a boundary. If the gap between the two martial artists' gods is less than 500, there is still hope that they will draw and even surpass each other in the same realm. However, if the gap between the two aspects exceeds 500, the dominant side will form an overwhelming advantage over the weak side, and the weak side is almost impossible to overturn. But in Ning Xiaochuan, this rule doesn't apply at all. When Ning Xiaochuan had only 72 facets of gods in his body, he was able to draw with the magic Tianxiang of more than 1,000 faceted gods. Now his divine personality has evolved into 108 aspects, and he almost immediately has the strength second only to the king of divine personality. As long as Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality evolves a few times, I'm afraid that Ning Xiaochuan's strength can fully compare with those Tianjiao who has the king of divine personality. Of course, the king of divine personality is known as the king of divine personality. With such a divine personality, even in Xinhe civilization, it is a real generation of Tianjiao. According to Ning Xiaochuan's estimation, if he wants to compare his strength with those who have the existence of the king of divinity, the divinity in his body must evolve to at least 500 sections. 500 sections are still far away from Ning Xiaochuan. However, Ning Xiaochuan is looking forward to what will happen when his divine personality evolves to 500 facets. 500-faceted 10,000 Dharma deities can be compared with the king of general deities. How can 1,000-faceted 10,000 Dharma deities be strong and powerful? 2,000-faceted 10,000 Dharma deities? At that time, his strength is not against the sky. After muttering in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head to wake up. No matter how strong the 2,000 aspects of the 10,000 Dharma deity is, you must first raise the deity to that level, otherwise, everything is empty talk. There is no growing Tianjiao, and it will always be Tianjiao. My strength is similar to that of Song Tian now. If my strength continues to grow stronger in the source world, I can definitely surpass Song Tian at one stroke. Ning Xiaochuan murmured in his heart. Before, the divine personality in his body evolved, and after realizing the mysterious information, Ning Xiaochuan had a clear goal to improve his cultivation. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan is fully confident to continue to improve his strength in a short time. Entering the source world is just a beginning. If Song Nai comes to pester him, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't mind fighting with Song Tian in the source world. Only 3 days later, the whole magic mountain immediately began to echo a melodious bell. As if at the dusk of the end of the day, this kind of bell almost penetrated countless spaces and fell into the ears of everyone in the territory of Mt Matua. The source world trial is about to begin. In the starry river below the magic Tua mountain, a young man in black looked up at the magic Tua mountain, and his figure flew up and rushed towards the top of the magic Tua mountain. Haha, I have been waiting for this experience for many years. When I reach the source world this time, I will definitely hit the realm of gods. Halfway up the mountain, a boy with a sword on his back rushed out. "It's good for you to take good care of your family here. I'll go for about a year and come back in a year." Magic Tianxiang stood in front of several maidens and told them. After Mo Tianxiang said goodbye to these maidens, Ning Xiaochuan and she took off and flew up the mountain of Mo Tua. Countless figures flew out of the magic mountain and entered the magic mountain. Although those who can get the quota of this trial practice, except Ning Xiaochuan, who goes through the back door, most of the others are the real elite of Magic Tuashan. However, there are so many disciples under the Magic Tua mountain gate that even the number of these elite is extremely terrifying. When Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the top of Mount Matua, it was roughly estimated that more than 100,000 people arrived here ahead of him. Among these hundreds of thousands of people, only a small part of them are from Tianjiao Palace and Yangxin Hall, and most of the rest are from other sub-halls of Matua Mountain. Just like the penalty hall, the disciples of the penalty hall also need to participate in training to improve their strength. Before reaching the location of the transmission method array, Ning Xiaochuan felt that most of these people who went to the trial practice at this moment were in the 9th level of the secondary god. Ning Xiaochuan was not surprised at this. Recently, he studied so many ancient books of Magic Tua Mountain. He had long known that those Tianjiao in Xinhe civilization generally understood many laws when they created the realm. After continuously understanding several laws, they would break through the realm of sub-gods at one stroke. In this way, their divine personality will be higher, and after entering the realm of the secondary god, they will soon be able to rush to the realm of the 9th level of the secondary god. The realm of secondary god, in short, is the stage of accumulating laws. As long as you understand enough laws, you can improve the realm. After Mo Tianxiang was promoted to the secondary god, it took only 3 years, and from then on, he was promoted from the 1st god to the 9th god. Ning Xiaochuan, who had already understood the law of the number of ways, could also quickly raise his realm to the 9th level of the secondary god if his divine personality was not too eccentric. Who? Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang fell from the sky and fell among these people. As soon as they fell, curious eyes immediately came from all around. Mo Tianxiang is also a quite famous cold beauty in Mo Tua Mountain, but recently, Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang have been very close. Other disciples of Mo Tua Mountain have long been curious about Ning Xiaochuan, who won the cold beauty. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang looked the same and stood in the crowd safely. However, just a moment later, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly looked a little moved and turned to look aside. Looking in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan, Song Tian, who was tall and handsome, was surrounded by several disciples of Tianjiao Palace and landed in front of Ning Xiaochuan from the air. Song Tian also noticed Ning Xiaochuan long ago, and looked at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Song Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered at Ning Xiaochuan. An obviously extremely murderous spirit was released from Song Tian. This undisguised killing intention immediately surprised those Tianjiao Palace disciples around Song Tian, and they all turned to Ning Xiaochuan to see who dared to provoke Song Tian. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Song Tian a few times at the moment, and then turned his eyes away with indifference. It's not that Ning Xiaochuan despises Song Tian, it's because someone here today is more eye-catching than Song Tian. Next to Song Tian, there was also a young man in white, who stood here casually with a scabbard sword in his arms and a cold look. But the loneliness and coldness emanating from him are many times stronger than Song Tianxiang. Song Tian originally gave people the feeling that he was actually fierce, like the center of the world. But at the moment, beside the young man, he seemed to become a foil. Probably noticed Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, the man in white looked at Ning Xiaochuan indifferently, and Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt cold all over, as if he had felt when facing the elder Xing Ming in the Temple of Punishment. Elder Xing Ming is a real god. Even if he is only a subordinate god, he is not comparable to the secondary god. But now the man in white brings Ning Xiaochuan the feeling of a real god. Who is this person? Ning Xiaochuan shifted his eyes and whispered to Mo Tianxiang secretly. Magic Tianxiang glanced at the man in white in the distance, and then frowned and said, "His name is Fei Hua, who is the real king of our Tianjiao palace and condenses the existence of the king of divine personality. In this experience, among the kings of Tianjiao palace, only the senior brother Fei Hua will participate in the training." Fly. Ning Xiaochuan murmured the name in his heart. Being able to condense the existence of the king of divine personality is definitely at the peak of Tianjiao palace. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to fight it, the divine personality will have to evolve at least several times. When Ning Xiaochuan secretly observed Fei Xian, Song Tian, who was on the side, also stood beside Fei Xian. Glancing at Ning Xiaochuan, Song Tian said calmly, "Elder Martial Brother Fei, the man over there is Ning Xiaochuan I want to hunt this time. What do you think of this man? It's just garbage. Kill it." Fei Fei looked indifferent. Fei Fei is a proud king with the king of divine personality, so in his eyes, almost everyone is garbage. Song Tian had long been used to this way of speaking, so he didn't care. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and continued, "Elder Martial Brother's spiritual eye can see through a person's divine personality. What level is this Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality? Can Elder Martial Brother see it?" Fei Fei slightly tilted his outer head, and a few colorful lights seemed to flash in his eyes. But immediately, his eyes returned to normal and said, 100 spirits have 8 sections, garbage and garbage. What? Only 108 slices. Song Tian widened his eyes and laughed as if he had heard some funny joke after a while. Haha, I'm laughing to death. I thought this boy was a character. I didn't expect it to be much more garbage than I thought. Now I don't even have to shoot him. Anyway, I'll send some junior brothers to bring his head back later. Just when Song Tian laughed, a layer of white light suddenly shrouded the whole magic mountain. The transmission array to the source world is finally about to open at this moment. It is said that the source world is just a barren place in the starry sky, without any vitality, and there can be no creatures. Such a barren place cannot develop civilization. Otherwise, the starry sky is infinite, and the Shinha civilization will not have only 8 interface areas now. So long ago, Shinha civilization had only 7 interfaces, and there was no source world at all. But later, a powerful man who soared from a low-level civilization spent endless power to pioneer in the starry sky. Relying on his almost unpredictable means, he forcibly opened up the source world in the vast starry sky, officially allowing the Shinha civilization to have the 8th interface. As a newly developed interface, the source world is much smaller and more chaotic than the other 7 interfaces. Within the source boundary, there are still many small areas that remain barren. These barren areas are mixed in the center of the source boundary, and they also begin to change, deriving a variety of unique life and substances. Now, the place where Magic Tua Mountain goes to the source world for training is such a small piece of mutated barren land. In this small mutated barren land, there are countless strange elixirs, countless unique minerals, and countless unique life bodies. Therefore, no matter whether you are a heart cultivator or a martial artist, you can gain a lot if you are lucky enough to come here. On this day, a huge Dharma array suddenly appeared on a planet in this mutated wasteland. As the light of the Dharma array became stronger and stronger, countless hazy figures began to appear on this planet. Haha, I finally reached the source world. This feeling of time and space travel is really great. Sooner or later, I will master this ability and travel through time and space by relying on the flesh. Is this the source world? The vitality is indeed very dim. It's like a barren planet. Compared with our demon world, the source world is originally a backward and remote place. If it weren't for the existence of the giants in the source world, our demon world would have destroyed the source world. Stop talking nonsense and leave here quickly. I don't want the treasure I want to collect this time to be robbed. Voices sounded everywhere on the planet. At the same time, countless figures had broken through the air and rushed towards other planets around. These people are all Tianjiao from Matua Mountain. The experience has officially begun at this moment. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang were mixed in the crowd. Just appeared here, Ning Xiaochuan immediately waved his arm and said, "Tianxiang, let's go." Immediately, their figures rose into the sky. Just after flying out of the star, Ning Xiaochuan immediately appeared a high star boat in his hand. After stepping into the star, the two drove the star boat into the surrounding void. Now that he has left Matua Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan is really a fish into the sea, and he no longer has to be afraid of pretending to be a grandson. At the other end of the planet, Song Tian and Fei Xian appeared here. Song Tian, who looked cold, glanced around once, and the power of his mind was released, and immediately shrouded the planet. Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang, who had just left, were naturally noticed by Song Tian. With a cold snort in his mouth, Song Tian turned to several magic Tuashan Tianjiao nearby and said, unexpectedly, he still wants to escape. Younger martial brother Shaoan, younger martial brother Du Yan, younger martial brother Nangong Shang, Ning Xiaochuan will give it to you. You help me kill this boy. When elder martial brother Fei and I go to catch the alien ape, we won't treat you badly. Elite Tianjiao, like Song Tian, has a definite goal in the experience of the source world. This time, he came here with Fei Xian for a giant ape born in this area. This kind of ape was born from the core of the stars and has infinite power. As long as it can be subdued, it will definitely be a big help to them in the future. Song Tian was indeed ready to come here and immediately shot Ning Xiaochuan, but after knowing the details of Ning Xiaochuan from Fei's mouth, he was a little dismissive of Ning Xiaochuan, and was simply too lazy to waste time on Ning Xiaochuan. Don't worry, elder martial brother. Just leave it to us. Around Song Tian, 3 young Tianjiao wearing tricolor armor walked out with a smile, and then stepped into the void. The same passenger, a high star boat, quickly chased the place where Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang left just now. Fei Xian looked cold and stood aside, as if he had no interest in interfering with Song Tian's affairs. When Song Tian arranged everything properly, he and Song Tian got up in the air and flew away in the same direction. Star boats, 2 star boats, one in front of the other, advance rapidly. In the starry boat in front, Mo Tianxiang frowned and said, Song Tian didn't catch up, but it was the other 3 Tianjiao in Tianjiao Palace. What should we do, master? Song Tian didn't come in person, but sent 3 ordinary Tianjiao to die. In that case, let's help him. Go to the planet in front, and we'll stop and kill them. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. He was originally prepared to pull Song Tian away from Fian, and then find a local war, but now Song Tian didn't come, only 3 followers around Song Tian came, and Ning Xiaochuan certainly didn't care more. Who? Magic fragrance urged the high star to stay directly over a fiery red planet. The star boat disappeared, and Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang appeared immediately. Looking back at the star boat behind them, they stepped into the planet in front of them. The high starry sky behind the 2 men immediately stopped, and Shaoan, wearing tricolor armor, jumped out of the starry sky. Elder martial brother, Shaoan, Devil Tianxiang dares to wait for us here. Is there any trick? Any tricks are useless. Although magic Tianxiang's strength is stronger than us, any 2 of the 3 of us are enough to entangle her, and one of us is left. It's easy to kill Ning Xiaochuan, and nothing will happen at all. Haha, elder martial brother, Shaoan, is right. Let's fight together and take Ning Xiaochuan's head to see elder martial brother Song Tian. After a brief exchange, the 3 figures of Shaoan rushed into the planet below like meteorites. On the surface of the fiery red planet, Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang looked up at their heads. Looking at the 3 Shaoan people rushing down from above, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly said, Tianxiang, don't do it. I'll solve them alone. Next, Song Tian and I must have a war, so let's warm up with them now. Originally, if Ning Xiaochuan wanted to leave now, he could leave directly. As long as he leaves this trial area, even Song Tian can't easily find him again, because Song Tianzhen didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan joined Magic Tua Mountain to leave the demon world and rush to the source world. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not intend to leave simply. Even the Magic Tua Mountain chose this area as the place for trial practice. It can be seen that this area must be extraordinary. Before leaving, Ning Xiaochuan also wanted to practice here, and it was best to step into God level during this period. Secondary God, in Xinhe civilization, is only the lowest existence. Only when he becomes a god, Ning Xiaochuan can be regarded as a firm foothold in the divine world. And more importantly, after reaching the spiritual realm, Ning Xiaochuan can drive the boundary-breaking boat to and fro between Dian world and Xinhe civilization. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's instructions, Mo Tianxiang nodded silently and stepped back. She knew Ning Xiaochuan's strength, so she didn't worry about Ning Xiaochuan at all. On the contrary, it was the three Shaoan in the sky. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's posture of preparing to face them alone, he almost stared out his eyes. I'm not mistaken. Is it because Ning Xiaochuan has a brain problem and wants to fight us by himself? Stunned, the three of Shaoan immediately stopped in midair, looking suspiciously at Ning Xiaochuan below. Ning Xiaochuan's behavior at the moment really confused them. From Fei's mouth, they knew that Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality was only 108 sections. Such a weak chicken's divine personality was simply garbage in their eyes. People with such a divine personality will never be strong enough, but Ning Xiaochuan's suicidal behavior really bluffed them. Of course, the main thing that worried them was Mo Tianxiang. They instinctively thought that it must be some means that Mo Tianxiang was playing. No matter what means he plays, two senior brothers, keep an eye on Mo Tianxiang. I'll kill Ning Xiaochuan and bring his head back. After hesitating for a moment, Nangong Shang immediately said impatiently, and a layer of dense Dao rules appeared on his body, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Kill the world Dao. Ning Xiaochuan, barehanded, contained the power of the world destroying Dao in his fist and fought towards Nangong Shang. Dao law is a very destructive law. What Nangong still understands is all kinds of laws extended from Dao law. However, the destructive power of the world-destroying Dao is more powerful than the ordinary Dao law. The knife gas from Ning Xiaochuan collided with the knife gas from Nangong Shang, and the tinkling sound suddenly sounded, as if there were countless solid knives colliding violently. Hey, you can stop my Wutsu sword. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan had not been directly cut into pieces, Nangong Shang's face showed surprise. But immediately, his expression returned to the previous disdain and said, with your garbage god, it's more rebellious to be able to play such a strength, but unfortunately, it's me you met today. Air. Before Nangong finished speaking, his voice immediately got stuck. Because at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan unexpectedly broke through the rules of Dao at all levels around him, appeared next to him, and then reached out and pinched his neck. In fact, the kind of god you condensed is the real garbage. Ning Xiaochuan looked indifferent, said a word, and then snapped Nangong Shang's neck. While twisting Nangong Shang's neck, Ning Xiaochuan's other hand has directly entered Nangong Shang's chest, sucking out the virtual spirit in his body and crushing it directly. Nangong Shang's virtual deity has nearly 1,000 sections. In the Tianjiao Palace of Matua Mountain, he is also an extremely excellent Tianjiao. Unfortunately, he died here today. Shaoan and Du Yan, who were standing high in the air, looked at everything in front of them with startled eyes. They seemed to be unable to believe that Nangong Shang had been killed in this way. In their eyes, Ning Xiaochuan is just a mole ant. But now, the mole ant seems to have grown tens of thousands of times and become a beast. Just when they were stunned, Ning Xiaochuan had left Nangong Shang's body behind, and then rushed towards them. Exterminating evil demon family. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's whole body was covered with a thick spirit of evil, and the whole person seemed to be incarnated into a devil. Chow, how can this strength be the strength that a person with only 108 aspects can have? His divine aspect should be at least more than 1500. Fei, you killed him this time. Feeling the strong killing intention from Ning Xiaochuan, Shaoan and Du Yan almost immediately shouted in their hearts. Although they were anxious and annoyed, at the moment they had no choice but to show their strength to fight Ning Xiaochuan. There is also a covetous demon Tianxiang nearby. Even if they want to escape, it is impossible. Bang! Bang! Just a moment later, the bodies of Shaoan and Du Yan fell directly from the air. From the moment Ning Xiaochuan shot, they were doomed to the end. As Ning Xiaochuan just said, although the divine personality in Shaoan's three people has more than 1,000 facets, in terms of quality, it is not as good as Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality, with only more than 100 facets. Most people of Xinhe civilization have been used to using the divine personality to distinguish a person's potential and strength, but Ning Xiaochuan is obviously an exception. If we have to depend on the divine personality to divide strength, then this strange divine personality in his body can definitely kill everyone. Ning Xiaochuan fell from the air, waved away the bodies of Shaoan and the three men, and then took the star boat with Mo Tianxiang again. After a full day of continuous shuttle in this star field, a huge meteorite belt appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the star boat. Looking around, he could only see a dense number of meteorites, large and small, and could not see a complete planet at all. In such a place, you can't even ride the star boat. You can only slowly explore these meteorites at your own speed. Other secondary gods may not have the patience to search carefully in such places. However, after Ning Xiaochuan came here, he immediately packed up the star boat and drilled into the meteorite belt in front of him with Mo Tianxiang. There is no way. The sand of the spirit that Ning Xiaochuan is looking for is in this meteorite belt. A meteorite belt contains an almost endless number of meteorites of all sizes. It is definitely a very difficult task to find the sand of God and soul in it. Fortunately, there is a demon Tianxiang beside Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. Otherwise, it will be more difficult for him to find the sand of God and soul alone. After searching these meteorites for 7 days in succession, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly heard the scream of Mo Tianxiang in his ear. "Master, come here quickly." Did she find the sand of the spirit? Ning Xiaochuan was overjoyed and rushed to the place where the enchanted Tianxiang was. However, rushing to Mo Tianxiang's side, Ning Xiaochuan found that what Mo Tianxiang found at the moment was not a sand of gods and souls at all, but a huge egg. This egg is tens of feet high and stands on a meteorite. I don't know how long it has been here. What is this? Staring at the egg in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan looked stunned. Master, this egg must be pregnant with some strange lives. The most precious thing in this place of trial is these strange lives. These lives directly pregnant from the barren land are naturally powerful. If they can be subdued, it will definitely be of great benefit to the master. Magic Fragrance said excitedly. Strange life, then I can try to subdue it. Ning Xiaochuan's heart suddenly became hot. Most of the strange lives naturally bred from the starry sky are strange. Even without strong strength, many strange lives will have all kinds of strange abilities. Some of these strange lives have the ability to be called against the sky. So after knowing that the egg in front of him was a strange life, Ning Xiaochuan was immediately moved. Get out of the way. I'll try to break this eggshell first. Ning Xiaochuan led Mo Tianxiang back a few steps, and then took out the world-destroying demon sword. Only holding the sword of destruction, Ning Xiaochuan can make the strongest attack. Annihilation Sword Formula. From the world-destroying demon sword, sharp sword gas gushed out. The sword chi stabbed into the eggshell in front of him, and immediately made a ping-ping sound, and there was not even a trace left on the eggshell. What the fuck? So powerful! Ning Xiaochuan exclaimed in surprise. Even if there was no hesitation, he stabbed directly at the egg in front of him, holding the demon sword of destruction. Ka! Annihilation demon sword stabbed into the egg. Ning Xiaochuan clearly felt that the sword tip of Annihilation demon sword slightly stabbed a small hole on the eggshell that could barely be seen by the naked eye. Be careful, master. Just when Ning Xiaochuan stabbed the eggshell, Magic Tianxiang suddenly screamed. At the same time, the huge egg suddenly trembled and rolled towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked shocked, took back the world-destroying magic sword, and with a flash of his figure, he fled towards the distance. But at the moment Ning Xiaochuan escaped, the egg also followed closely. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly turned around and stabbed the egg again with the devil's sword, trying to stop the egg from continuing to act. However, the demon sword of the world had just touched this egg, and Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt a huge force coming out of the demon sword of the world, almost shaking his body to pieces. Then, Ning Xiaochuan's body was thrown out. He was defeated by an egg. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the egg rushing towards him with a stunned face and bumped it over his body. This egg rolled over Ning Xiaochuan, and then crashed all the way, smashing the meteorite in front of him and rushing deeper into the meteorite belt. Ning Xiaochuan's figure was completely embedded in a meteorite. With a helpless face, he waited until the egg disappeared, then his body shook and separated from the meteorite. With his current body strength, even if he was pressed into these meteorites, he would not be hurt. It's just that this egg is so strong that Ning Xiaochuan is quite disappointed. To his disappointment, it was obvious that he could not subdue it. Watching such a powerful strange life slip away from me, but I can't do anything about it. It's definitely a bad feeling. However, Ning Xiaochuan just muttered twice in his heart, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Because now in front of him, a glittering river of light, like the Milky Way, unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Sand of Spirit. Ning Xiaochuan immediately shouted excitedly. These things appeared in front of him at the moment, which was the sand of God and soul he was looking for. These spiritual sands were scattered and hidden among the meteorites around. Now those meteorites around were crushed by this egg, so these spiritual sands were all exposed. Step over to the front of these shining tianhe. Ning Xiaochuan eagerly took out Sita Lang's divine personality. Put this divine spirit carefully into these spiritual sands. Ning Xiaochuan immediately saw that the brilliance contained in the spiritual sands was absorbed by Sita Lang's divine spirit at the moment, and those spiritual sands that lost their brilliance turned into ordinary and extreme sands. But at the same time, the vitality contained in the Godhead is getting stronger and stronger. Even Sita Lang's breath began to appear on the divine personality gradually. Such a scene finally made Ning Xiaochuan feel at ease. Seeing that it would take some time for Sita Lang's spirit to absorb enough soul sand, Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged, but waved to take out the body of Shaoan, who had been killed by him before. He kept the bodies of the 3 Shaoan people, not because of some strange special habits, but because Ning Xiaochuan wanted to use their bodies to study the principle of the resurrection of the dead. As long as we can study this thoroughly, Ning Xiaochuan's attainments in mental health teacher can completely step into the realm of Shenong. When Ning Xiaochuan first met her ugly mother-in-law, she was at the current stage of Ning Xiaochuan. The most important thing for the resurrection of the dead should be the spirit. Ning Xiaochuan murmured, then casually pointed at Shaoan's forehead. Shaoan's body trembled, and then there was no movement at all. But this trembling made Ning Xiaochuan quite excited. Move. He just moved, which shows that the way I tried to save him before is not infeasible. Ning Xiaochuan looked excited and immediately began to study again. After studying for several days, Ning Xiaochuan didn't come up with any results until Sita Lang's spirit absorbed enough of the sand of the spirit. Ning Xiaochuan was also not disappointed about this. If it was so simple to let him resurrect the dead and study it, the number of Shinnong in the world would not be so rare. Put aside Sita Lang's divine personality, Ning Xiaochuan stood up. Now, Sita Lang's spirit has absorbed enough of the sand of the spirit, and the spirit in the spirit has been greatly pregnant. For at least hundreds of years, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have to worry about Sita Lang's safety. But hundreds of years later, Sita Lang still had to die if he could not be treated. For hundreds of years, it seems to be a long time, but in the vast Shinha civilization, sometimes it may take hundreds of years just to get on the road. Ning Xiaochuan simply can't guarantee that he can find a powerful mental therapist to treat Sita Lang hundreds of years later. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan can only try his best to find a way to improve his cultivation in mental health, and then treat Sita Lang himself. At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan just stood up, a roaring sound suddenly came from behind Ning Xiaochuan. Countless small meteorites flew out from behind Ning Xiaochuan and flew towards him. Countless small stones burst from behind, and then Ning Xiaochuan saw that the egg that had just flown out obviously roared back, and these stones were hit by this egg. What a egg! Is it over yet? Ning Xiaochuan secretly scolded in his heart, but he could only dodge to one side. Just now, he tried his best to kill the world with the magic sword, but he couldn't hurt the egg at all. Now, of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to fight against the egg head-on. And after the egg roared from Ning Xiaochuan, it rushed directly to Magic Tianxiang. Tianxiang, be careful. Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed, and he wanted to pull Mo Tianxiang out to prevent Mo Tianxiang from being hurt by this egg. But to Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, the egg suddenly shrunk dozens of times to the size of an egg before it rushed in front of Mo Tianxiang, and then swished into Mo Tianxiang's arms. After rolling around Mo Tianxiang's chest, the egg still seemed dissatisfied. It went straight into Mo Tianxiang's collar, and then rolled around Mo Tianxiang's chest. There was a foreign body in his chest, and Magic Tianxiangtan blushed when he turned his back and stretched out his hand to take out the egg. Is this really an egg? Ning Xiaochuan stared at what the egg had done, and was about to gather together to see what happened. From behind him, there was a roaring sound again. With this roaring sound, a huge ferocious ape roared and rushed from a distance. Beside the ape, two human figures followed the ape without haste or delay. Master, it's Fei Xian and Song Tian. Magic Tianxiang was holding the egg in her hand and said in surprise. Ning Xiaochuan also noticed that it was Song Tian and Fei Fei who rushed over with the ape at the moment. It seems that this is really not a gathering of enemies. Ning Xiaochuan muttered in his heart, but his eyes turned to the egg in Mo Tianxiang's hand. Up to now, he can't see what this egg is, but from the current situation, this thing is most likely to feel the fight between the two people in the distance and the ape, so it hurriedly rolled back. Plus the action of this thing just now, Ning Xiaochuan is almost speechless about it at the moment. Timid. Lecherous. But it is also extremely powerful. Whether this thing is a strange life or not, Ning Xiaochuan is a little uncertain. Just when the ape appeared, the two people who followed the ape, Fei Xian, had also noticed Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang at the moment. Hey, Ning Xiaochuan hasn't died yet. Xiaoan and them are really garbage. They haven't even killed a piece of garbage. Song Tian snorted coldly, and immediately turned to Fei Fei, saying, Elder Martial Brother Fei, this ape is already in our bag. As long as he runs out of strength, he can subdue it immediately. I'll go and kill the two people in front of me first, so that they won't disturb us to subdue the ape. Go and return quickly. In addition, Mo Tianxiang is the same as us. Don't kill her, seal her, and then bring her back. Fei Fei stared at the big ape in front of him, and said calmly. Song Tian nodded and left the ape with a flash of his figure. The next moment, he appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang. But Fei Fei ran away from the starry sky with the big ape. Mo Tianxiang, you really protected this boy well enough. It seems that the external legend is true. This boy is indeed your lover, but today I see how you can protect him. Song Tian was in a hurry to meet Fian. After appearing in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang at the moment, he sneered and slapped Ning Xiaochuan with a palm. Several runes faintly flashed in his palm. Because of these runes, the starry sky around him instantly disappeared, and Ning Xiaochuan's figure seemed to be bound to a special space by him. As one of the top Tianjiao in Tianjiao Palace of Mt Matua, Song Tian's strength is much stronger than that of Shaoan and others before. At this moment, he will catch Ning Xiaochuan as soon as he makes a move. Shrouded in Song Tian's palm, both Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang instantly moved. At this moment, Mo Tianxiang couldn't care about the egg in her hand at all. She turned her hand and took out the artifact short bow, and then pulled the bow string. However, before she could shoot the arrow, Song Tian's other hand patted her, and the runes wrapped magic Tianxiang. These runes are like a layer of space barriers, simply sealing the magic fragrance to another space. Of course, with the strength of Mo Tianxiang, Song Tian can't trap her forever, but Song Tian's original intention is to trap Mo Tianxiang temporarily. As long as he can trap Mo Tianxiang for a moment, he can kill Ning Xiaochuan. Song Tian's plan is good, but he underestimated Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, holding the world-destroying magic sword and his figure like electricity, unexpectedly drilled through the layers of runes on Song Tian's palm, and then stabbed Song Tian's palm. In an instant, a blood hole appeared in Song Tian's palm, and drops of blood dripped down his palm. As for the runes in his hand, they had long disappeared at the moment. Song Tian's face suddenly changed. Scanning Ning Xiaochuan up and down, Song Tianshan became extremely dignified. Just now, although he only fought with Ning Xiaochuan, he already felt that Ning Xiaochuan's strength was almost no worse than him. Staring at Ning Xiaochuan, Song Tian said in a cold voice, "Awesome. Ning Xiaochuan, it's hidden well enough. I didn't expect that elder martial brother Lian Fian has taken an eye and didn't see through your details. With your strength, the divine level in your body should be at least 1,500 sections. No wonder a woman with eyes higher than the top, like Mo Tianxiang, will be willing to follow you. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up if you want to fight." Song Tian had obviously misunderstood Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, but Ning Xiaochuan was too lazy to explain these to him. With a wave of the world-destroying magic sword in his hand, he rushed towards Song Tian. The demon sword was shrouded in a layer of evil spirit, shrouded in circles towards Song Tian. Song Tian looked dignified, and he no longer dared to look down on Ning Xiaochuan. Instead, he took out a picture scroll in his hand and opened it with a crash. A beautiful landscape appeared in the picture scroll. "Ning Xiaochuan, no matter how strong you are, I see how you can block my 5-element landscape." Regardless of the wound on his hand, Song Tian threw the scroll directly at Ning Xiaochuan. The scroll flew in the air, and the landscape in the scroll gushed out directly from the scroll like a living creature at the moment. A flash of water swept everything around directly. All the meteorites around were swept away by the river surging out of the picture scroll. This river seems to be not an ordinary river, but an extremely powerful water of 5 elements. Water was originally only one of the 5 elements, but now in this river, it has been refined into the other 4 attributes. Ning Xiaochuan's figure was swept by the river, and he immediately felt that the 5-element attribute in the river began to erode towards his body. This river is simply an enhanced version of the 5-element sand that drilled into Ning Xiaochuan last time. If someone else is submerged by this 5-element river, the 5-element attribute contained in the river will surely burst and die if it penetrates into his body. But here in Ning Xiaochuan, these 5-element rivers are simply tonic. Of course, to be exact, this 5-element river is a great tonic to Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality. At the moment, the 10,000 Dharma deity in his body has given off a brilliant light, as if a food fell into a time full of delicious food. Eat. 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 The 5 rivers around formed whirlpools, which were absorbed by the spirit in Ning Xiaochuan's body. In order to enable the deity to continue to evolve, Ning Xiaochuan has recently put the ball of soul and the 10,000 Dharma deity together, so that the 10,000 Dharma deity can constantly absorb the laws in the ball of soul. At this moment, after the 10,000 Dharma god crazily absorbed the 5-element river around, the speed of absorbing the law in the soul ball was also countless times faster. Click. In just a moment, the 10,000 Dharma deity in Ning Xiaochuan began to split directly. 108 sections have evolved to 144 sections again. This evolution has just been completed, and the 10,000 Dharma deity directly split again, evolving from 144 aspects to 180 aspects. Absorb, absorb, reabsorb, absorb enough force of the 5 elements to absorb the law in the soul ball, and then evolve. Although time is only a flash, it is almost decades past for Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, he is already a little silly. This is a desperate evolution. In the blink of an eye, the aspects of the 10,000 Dharma god have evolved from 108 to 396. This is equivalent to that the 10,000 Dharma has evolved at least 9 times, and the evolution has not stopped. The 5 rivers around have been completely sucked up by the 10,000 Dharma. But without the river, there is still a mountain. The mountain drilled out of this picture can also be refined from 5 elements. Attracted by the 10,000 Dharma god, the mountain fell on Ning Xiaochuan with a roar, and then began to shrink rapidly with the naked eye. Supplemented by the new 5-element power, the 10,000 Dharma deity in Ning Xiaochuan's body has directly evolved from 396 aspects to 468 aspects. At this point, the crazy evolution of the 10,000 Dharma deity finally came to an end. When Song Tian threw out this 5-element landscape painting, Mo Tianxiang had now broken away from the runes that Song Tian played. Seeing this 5-element landscape painting, Mo Tianxiang was stunned and immediately wanted to help Ning Xiaochuan deal with Song Tian. But before she could do it, she saw that the river drilled out of the 5-element landscape had plunged into Ning Xiaochuan's body, as if Ning Xiaochuan's body was a bottomless abyss that could devour everything. And it's not over to swallow the river. Even the mountain overhead, Ning Xiaochuan didn't let go. He grabbed it and stuffed it into his body. Such a strange scene naturally makes Mo Tianxiang look confused, and she doesn't know what happened. But on the other side, Song Tian's face was already ugly. Song Tian looked at everything in front of him with a dull expression. At the moment, he almost wanted to scold his mother. How about playing without it? The 5 elements landscape painting is an artifact that Lao Tzu spent a lot of energy refining. It has great power. The previous person didn't die immediately after touching it. Even if he barely survived, his vitality was greatly damaged. But the guy opposite is good. The whole 5-element landscape map has simply become his tonic. Even Song Tian can feel that Ning Xiaochuan seems to be a little different after absorbing the 5 elements landscape. I can even evolve to this point at once, and this is still because the number of 5-element forces around me is not enough. If there is enough 5-element forces, doesn't it mean that the 10,000 Dharma deities in my body can still evolve like just now? After absorbing the mountains and rivers in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan carefully felt the divine personality in his body. The 10,000 Dharma deity has now evolved to only one step away from 500 aspects. As long as it evolves again, Ning Xiaochuan's deity can officially break through 500 aspects. After breaking through 500 sections, Ning Xiaochuan can try to condense the real divine personality in his body and try to impact the divine realm. After feeling the 10,000 Dharma deity in his body, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes immediately looked at Song Tian in front of him. He did not forget the great enemy in front of him at the moment. However, unlike just now, the appearance of Song Tian just now also made Ning Xiaochuan afraid of abnormality, but now, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes on Song Tian are like looking at a sweet cake. This product is simply your own lucky star. No, it can't be said to be a lucky star. It should be said to be giving treasure and money. The last time Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality evolved, it was with the blessing of Song Tian that he absorbed the 5 elements sand that he hit Ning Xiaochuan's body, so as to explore the characteristics of the evolution of the 10,000 Dharma divine personality absorbing the force of the 5 elements. However, at the time of Matua Mountain, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't get too many 5-element materials to refine and absorb. Therefore, the 10,000 Dharma deity in his body cannot evolve again after evolving once. But now, the goods unexpectedly sent 5 elements materials of a whole river and a big mountain at once. Without the power of these 5 elements, the 10,000 Dharma deities in Ning Xiaochuan's body would not be able to complete this step in a short time. At the moment, he glanced up and down at Song Tian. Ning Xiaochuan even wondered whether he should forgive him and let this guy go. This guy also seems to have a special hobby for the power of the 5 elements. At the moment, he let him go first. When he has collected the power of the 5 elements again, he will come to the door and search for it. Of course, this idea is just Ning Xiaochuan's own thinking. If there is no hatred between Song Tian and Ning Xiaochuan, they have reached this point. If Ning Xiaochuan still lets him go, he is simply letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Song Tian was looked at by Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and his heart was almost flustered. But then he became angry. As the top Tianjiao of Magic Tua Mountain, he had never been looked at like a sweet cake. Ning Xiaochuan looked at him now, which seemed to him to be the biggest insult. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan also destroyed the treasure he had worked hard to refine. Without the 5 elements landscape map, Song Tian immediately reappeared a magic weapon like a brick in his hand. This is a 5-element brick, which is equally powerful when it is hit. However, before throwing out the 5-star brick in his hand, Song Tian quickly put the 5-element brick away again. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan absorbed the 5 elements landscape, but he still clearly remembered that he could see that the baby with the power of the 5 elements did not seem to have any lethality to Ning Xiaochuan at all. So he worried that after this 5-element brick was thrown out, it would also be taken away by Ning Xiaochuan. Eagerly checked his inventory, Song Tian's face suddenly showed a look of despair, as Ning Xiaochuan expected. Because of the special relationship between the law of practice, the baby with the power of the 5 elements can burst out with stronger power in Song Tian's hands. Therefore, almost all the treasures in Song Tian's hands at the moment contain the power of the 5 elements. Now he met Ning Xiaochuan, who restrained the power of the 5 elements. Song Tian searched his body and couldn't find a weapon that could fight Ning Xiaochuan anymore. Ning Xiaochuan stood aside, looked at Song Tian calmly, and waited for a moment before he calmly said, "Are you ready? If so, I'll do it." What the fuck? This is simply a naked insult to yourself. Song Tian's face was livid, and his teeth clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. Ning Xiaochuan, without the help of artifact, I can still kill you. Song Tian made a cold sound in his mouth, and then he opened his hands, covered his palms with runes, and hit Ning Xiaochuan. Since you have no artifact in hand, I won't bully you. Besides, Tianxiong, don't interfere. I'll solve him myself. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm at the moment, and waved away the evil sword in his hand. He also wanted to see how strong he was after the 10,000 Dharma deities in his body had evolved to the current level. Although Ning Xiaochuan predicted that his absolute strength was far superior to Song Tian at the moment, he still had to fight before he knew how to start. Facing those runes from Song Tian, Ning Xiaochuan put his fingers together, turned into a sharp sword and stabbed Song Tian. Annihilation Kendo collided with these runes made by Song Tian. The runes annihilated, but the sword chi that Ning Xiaochuan hit gradually weakened at the moment, and finally the two disappeared together. Ning Xiaochuan, no matter how strange your means are, your strength is nothing more than that. I must suppress you today. Song Tian uttered a cold hum, and more runes appeared from him. Countless dense runes, overwhelming pressure toward Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's expression remained unchanged, and a black flame rose from his body. These flames burned on those runes, and immediately made a zizzy sound, just like burning ice with fire. These runes drilled into the black flame, and melted and disappeared one after another before approaching Ning Xiaochuan. But before Ning Xiaochuan refined all the runes, Song Tian's figure suddenly became blurred. At the same time, Song Tian's laughter came. Haha, Ning Xiaochuan, I admit that your strength is very good, and you can almost compete with me, but you alone, you must die here this time. When senior brother Fei and I jointly catch the ape, we will come back to find you, and then it will be your death. Just now, Song Tian had such a big battle. It seemed that he wanted to fight with Ning Xiaochuan to the death. But in the blink of an eye, he actually slipped away. The law of Song Tian's practice is related to space. These runes he typed were refined by using space cracks. So at this moment, if Song Tian wanted to escape, his speed was almost faster than everyone, and he crossed countless spaces in an instant and appeared in a very far place. In order to avoid being chased by Ning Xiaochuan, he even waved directly behind him and arranged a layer of space barriers to distance himself from Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was bursting with countless black flames. Looking at Song Tian's figure in the distance, he shook his head with some regret and said, Song Tian, you are so arrogant that you don't deserve the name. Even Tianxiang is far inferior. At least Tianxiang has the courage to fight hard in the face of his equal opponents. At the beginning, Mo Tianxiang and Ning Xiaochuan were almost equal in strength. At that time, Mo Tianxiang was able to give up everything and share life and death with Ning Xiaochuan. Although in the end, Ning Xiaochuan reluctantly won by the power of the seven orifices demon heart, if Ning Xiaochuan was a little careless at that time, it might be Ning Xiaochuan who failed. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan fought with Song Tian. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan didn't show stronger strength than Song Tian at all. Song Tian ran away without fighting. Obviously, he didn't even have the courage to fight with Ning Xiaochuan. Such arrogance really makes Ning Xiaochuan look down upon. Whatever you say, anyway, I don't have to care about a dead man's words. It's just a blink of an eye to kill you based on the strength of senior brother Fei. Wait for me. Song Tian snorted coldly with disdain. His voice penetrated through layers of space and passed into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Song Tian's figure has fled rapidly and will almost disappear in front of Ning Xiaochuan. At this time, a strong sense of destruction suddenly burst out from Song Tian's side. Song Tian was so shocked that he had no time to do anything, and his body was not involved in this sense of destruction. Oh, Ning Xiaochuan, I won't spare you. Next time I see you, I must eat your meat and drink your blood. Song Tian's shrill cry rang out, and then his figure completely disappeared. And where Song Tian disappeared, two broken legs with blood appeared here. Without the blessing of Song Tian's law, these two broken legs just appeared and were swept by the void storm in the void, turning into cosmic dust and disappearing. Ning Xiaochuan looked up at all this, frowned a little, and muttered in his heart, it seems that I can't give full play to the full power of Ji Mia Dao without depicting the breath of Ji Mia Dao on the white bone beads. Otherwise, Song Tian can't escape just now. What just cut off Song Tian's two legs is the silent way that Ning Xiaochuan just understood. Annihilation Dao is a pure way of destruction, and its destructive power is the most powerful. When Ning Xiaochuan displays Annihilation Dao, he can even break through space and directly display it. However, Ning Xiaochuan needs time to prepare for this move. Song Tian ran away just now, which gave Ning Xiaochuan time to prepare this move. However, because Annihilation Dao Ning Xiaochuan just understood it, and the breath of Annihilation Dao was not depicted on the white bone beads by Ning Xiaochuan, which greatly affected the power of Annihilation Dao, so Song Tian Kai just lost 2 legs and ran away from Ning Xiaochuan in the end. Otherwise, with Ning Xiaochuan's strength at the moment, Song Tian has little hope of escaping. After testing his strength at the moment on Song Tian, Ning Xiaochuan is now looking forward to fighting with Fei to see how exaggerated the strength of Tianjiao, the king of Tianjiao Palace in Matua Mountain, is. The king of divine personality can be called the king, which is not boasted. The Tianjiao who has the king of divine personality, no matter how weak, is probably much stronger than Song Tian. With a murmur in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan turned directly and looked at the magic fragrance behind him. Tianxiang, come here, let me see what the thing on your chest is. Ow! The huge roar echoed in the starry sky around. But then the roar stopped abruptly. In a starry sky full of signs of destruction, Fei, holding a sword in his arms, glanced down at the huge ape he had trampled under his feet, and his face showed a smile. The giant ape seemed to have exhausted his strength at the moment, so he lay in the starry sky and slept. Fei handed the sword in his arms to one hand, and then the other hand took out a thumb-sized blood-red fruit and threw it into the mouth of the big ape in front of him. This great ape is huge, just a thumb-sized fruit, which slides directly into its mouth from its teeth. I finally recaptured this ape. In this way, when I return to Matua Mountain, I can start to try to break through the immediate realm and officially condense my divine personality. Fei waved his hand, and the big ape at his feet began to shrink directly, and then drilled into the sword in his hand. Senior brother. Just as Fei finished all this, a weak voice suddenly came from his ear. Fei turned around and saw Song Tian, whose legs were knee-high and broken, coming out of the void with a pale face. How did you get into this? Fei frowned. Song Tian's face turned pale at the moment. Hearing Fei's inquiry, his face was even more sad and indignant. Elder martial brother, Ning Xiaochuan, had hidden his strength, and even the elder martial brother had misjudged him. When I met him, I didn't resist a move at all and ended up in this end. If I didn't run fast, I'm afraid I wouldn't see the elder martial brother. I'm afraid his strength is not much worse than that of elder martial brother. Just now he said he would challenge you. Song Nai's words, true or false, are stimulating Fei Xian, who wants to kill Ning Xiaochuan to avenge him. Just Fei Xian's expression didn't change at the moment, but he frowned slightly, turned his head to the starry sky and said, he has come, he must have left a mark on you, so he can find here so quickly. Impossible, I don't feel at all. Song Tian looked stunned. He is also a generation of Tianjiao, and the law of practice is about space. Now if he has no feeling at all and is secretly followed, his strength is a little too terrible. But no matter how Song Tian reacted, in the starry sky in the distance, a starry boat really appeared at the moment, breaking open layers of space and coming to Fei and Song Tian. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan and Mo Tianxiang stepped out of the star boat. In Mo Tianxiang's chest, the strange egg was still lying here comfortably. Mo Tianxiang blushed, but he could only hold it carefully with his hands. Ning Xiaochuan. Fei Xian stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and a light flashed in his eyes again. This is Fei Xian using his spiritual eyes to check the details of Ning Xiaochuan again. After only one look, Fei looked strange. The divine personality has turned into more than 400 facets. It seems that Song Tian is right. You are indeed a little strange. Then I will catch you and peel away all your secrets. With a cold voice in his mouth, the figure of Fei disappeared directly. You rewrite. It just disappeared. Even Ning Xiaochuan can't find the figure of Fei Hua at the moment. But everyone here knows that Fei must be around. Be careful, master. It is said that the Tianjiao, who has the king of divine personality, can even kill ordinary gods. Magic fragrance urgently reminded Ning Xiaochuan Road. In fact, without the reminder of Mo Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan has been on alert all around at the moment. Fei Xian is a peerless arrogant with the king of divine personality. Who underestimates him will definitely die miserably. Here. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan waved his evil sword and cut into the void. There was nothing in this void, but when Ning Xiaochuan's evil sword of destruction was cut away, a sword tip suddenly appeared from here. It's just the tip of a sword. In addition, the figure of Fei Xuan still doesn't appear. The evil sword of annihilation collided with the tip of this sword, and a mighty force burst out from the place where the two collided. Like a ripple, this huge force directly swept everything around. All the meteorites around were swept away. Magic Tianxiang and Song Tian, who were closest to them, changed their faces at the moment. After this force swept over them, Song Tian, who was already seriously injured, vomited blood in his mouth one after another, and rolled away like a garbage. Mo Tianxiang's situation was not much better, but just when her body was unstable, the egg in her arms suddenly emitted light, forming an eggshell-shaped shadow around Mo Tianxiang, blocking this force. After this force was completely released, Fei Xian's figure appeared again in front of Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, the sword in his arms has been completely out of its sheath, revealing a blade like mercury. Your godhead is also the king of godhead? Frowning and looking at Ning Xiaochuan, Fei Fei has completely regarded Ning Xiaochuan as an opponent at the same level at the moment. Just now, he didn't release water in that move. He completely wanted to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but he was blocked by Ning Xiaochuan. Only this one let Fei Huan know that Ning Xiaochuan's strength now is at least on the same level as him. Ning Xiaochuan grinned, and didn't answer the question at all. Naturally, the divine personality in his body has not reached the level of the king of divine personality, but these are certainly impossible to tell Fei Fei. Magic Fragrance on one side, at this moment, looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a bit of horror. The master's divine personality is unexpectedly at the level of the king of divine personality. Even if it is the Tianjiao Palace in Matua Mountain, there are few gods at this level. Fei Fei stared up and down at Ning Xiaochuan, as if puzzled. However, after seeing Ning Xiaochuan several times, his figure disappeared again. At the same time, the voice of Fei Fei came into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Ning Xiaochuan, you are really a good opponent, but I just caught the ape, and the power consumption is too large. I'll fight with you again when I get back to Matua Mountain. Fei Xian's figure appeared in the distance, grabbed the miserable Song Tian, and then disappeared into the void again. How dare you retreat without fighting? This king-level Tianjiao of Magic Tua Mountain really can't be underestimated. Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart. Fei's retreat was completely different from Song Tian's escape just now. Song Tian ran away directly when he was in good condition. And Fei Xian, in the attack just now, Ning Xiaochuan really felt his lack of strength, so he wanted to rely on this sneak attack to win at one stroke. Now, if he doesn't hit, Fei Fei immediately retreats without hesitation. Such a person is even more terrible. You know, many Tianjiao are forced by their faces, so when facing a strong enemy, they will spare no effort to fight, and finally end up in a miserable end. In contrast, Fei's mind is obviously much clearer. Watching Fian disappear, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and turned to look at Mo Tianxiang. Joking, Ning Xiaochuan is not ready to go back to Magic Tua Mountain at all. Fei Fei leaves now, and it is almost impossible to have a chance to fight with Ning Xiaochuan in the future. Master, do you want to catch up? Magic Fragrance looked urgent. If Ning Xiaochuan can kill Fei Xian, it will be a big news. Tianjiao, the king of Matua Mountain, has not died for many years. No, I came here this time to try my strength. Now that my goal has been achieved, there is no need to fight with Fei. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, and then looked dignified for a few minutes. Tianxiang, let's separate here. What? Separate here? Does the master want to leave alone? Magic Fragrance looked eager. Yes, my goal was originally the source world, so now I'm here, of course I want to leave. Originally, I was a little worried about you. I was afraid that you would be implicated by me after you returned to Matua Mountain, but now that you have this thing in your arms, your status in Matua Mountain will definitely increase greatly, so I don't have to worry about anything. Ning Xiaochuan was talking, but his eyes were fixed on the egg on Mo Tianxiang's chest. He had studied this thing for a long time before and wanted to get it into his own hands. However, this thing refused to leave Mo Tianxiang's chest, and it was simply the most lecherous egg in the world. Master. Mo Tianxiang looked reluctant to speak, but before he spoke, Ning Xiaochuan interrupted, well, I'm not going to die, so don't be a bitch. If there is a chance, maybe we can see each other again in the future. Wave out the high-level star boat, and Ning Xiaochuan will take it directly to leave. But before going to the star boat, Ning Xiaochuan glanced back at Mo Tianxiang and specifically warned, in addition, you should be careful in the future. If the woman in Mo Tua Mountain is prettier than you and her chest is bigger than you, don't let this thing close to her. Magic Tianxiang's face suddenly crimson, pinched and nodded. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and stepped into the star boat. Then, the star boat rode in the sky and flew away in the distance. Magic Tianxiang stared at Ning Xiaochuan, disappearing in front of her eyes here. Then she took out another flying boat and took it. Now in another starry sky in the source world. The atmosphere here is disordered, and many planets are even broken, but among these planets, there is a huge planet. The broken planets around are not small in size, but compared with this huge planet, they are simply pediatrics. In a canyon on this huge planet, Yusasai and Niao Longji sat on a grass with their knees in their arms, looking up at the starry sky with a sad face. There is a big difference between here and Dian World. Even the stars are different from Dian World. I don't know how the little marquis is now. Niao Longji was originally lamenting the starry sky, but at last, his voice turned, but he talked about Ning Xiaochuan. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's name, Niao Longji and Yusasai only slightly smiled on their faces. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed over from one side and shouted, two younger martial sisters, elder martial brother Zhou is here. Call the roll and ask you to see her. Hurry up and prepare. If you annoy elder martial brother Zhou, our life will be difficult again. Hearing the name of elder martial brother Zhou, Niao Longji and Yusasai suddenly became gloomy. But in the end, they stood up and turned around to leave with the figure. Not far from the canyon, a large number of dilapidated buildings stand here. From the appearance of these buildings, it can be vaguely recognized that these buildings are the former heaven. At the moment, several young Tianjiao in the divine palace are surrounded by an ugly man. This ugly man's cultivation is almost at the peak of the realm of creation, which is much higher than the cultivation of the young Tianjiao in the surrounding god palace. Haha, you will follow me in the future, and you can ensure that you can cultivate yourself and improve yourself. In the future, it is not necessary to condense a divine personality and become a secondary god. At the moment, the ugly man grinned at the young Tianjiao of the god palace around him. Among these young Tianjiao, although some faces showed disdain, but more people are trying to curry favor with this ugly man. Then all depends on Brother Zhou. It is said that Brother Zhou is now a master of the 9th level of the second god, and he can almost break through the divine level. If the Lord Zhou breaks through the divine level, wouldn't he be more invincible in the nearby star field? Yes, at that time, we will be exposed. We don't have to worry about being killed every day like now. Around these young Tianjiao, one by one, they tried to flatter the ugly man, senior brother Zhou. However, it's no wonder that they will be so. Now there are almost no masters in the heaven, and only those with the highest cultivation can create the realm. But this elder martial brother Zhou not only reached the peak of his cultivation in the realm of nature, but also, what's more terrifying is that behind him is a brother of the 9th secondary god. In this star domain, the master of the secondary god Jiu has been regarded as the highest master. Therefore, although Zhou only has the cultivation of creating the realm of change, he can be domineering here, and no one dares to provoke him. Zhou listened to the flattery of those young Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve Palace, and his mouth couldn't close. However, he knew that these people in front of him at the moment used to be called heaven's favorites. Zhou felt very happy at the thought of a group of past heaven's favorites lying in front of him pretending to be grandchildren. However, this kind of cheerfulness will get bored sooner or later. Now Zhou feels a little bored. These guys are simply hillbilly, and they don't know how they were regarded as the pride of heaven in the past. They're not even as good as the garbage of Shinha civilization. Let's find a chance to kill them in the future. Muttering in his heart, Zhou eyes have been scanning the door. He is waiting for Yusasai and Niao Lanji to return. At the thought of Ucc and Niao Lanji's heavenly and human faces, he immediately felt hot in his heart. Among these guys, only those chicks look good. I just killed one of them a while ago. These aboriginal chicks have much more taste than the women of Shinha civilization, especially the two best ones left now. It's a pity that those better-looking chicks are all missing. It's really a waste. But I can't let them run away anyway. I'll play first and then give them to Big Brother, and Big Brother likes to kill these beautiful women a little bit. With a proud smile in his heart, Zhou face showed some impatience and said, "Why hasn't the person I want to see come? If those two sisters don't come again, you know the consequences." Seeing Zhou rage, the young Tianjiao of the Divine Reserve Palace around him suddenly shivered. In the past, when Zhou was angry, he severely tortured many of them. Just when these young Tianjiao of the Divine Reserve Palace was frightened, the figures of Yusasai and Niao Lanji appeared at the door. Seeing Ucc and Niao Lanji, Zhou face suddenly turned from overcast to sunny, and he greeted him with a smile. "Two sisters, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you have to make up for me." Niao Lanji and Yusasai flashed a look of disgust in their eyes, but they could only barely smile and walked over. When Niao Lanji and Ucc were about to come to their front, Zhou turned pale and grabbed them with his hand. Looking at the target he grabbed, it was the chest of Royal Sissy and Niao Lanji. Directly grasping a woman's chest, such a scene made Yusasai and Niao Lanji's face suddenly change. While rapidly retreating, they sternly shouted, "Zhou, what are you doing?" "Nothing, just playing with my two sisters." Zhou laughed, but his speed didn't decrease at all. He was about to touch the two women immediately. In this matter, Niao Lanji and Ucc suddenly saw a sword edge in their hands, and without hesitation cut it toward their neck. Seeing such a scene, Zhou immediately stopped and said eagerly, "No." The sword edge stopped steadily on two white and delicate necks. Because it was too close, Royal Sissy's neck even exuded bright red blood drops like gemstones. "Shit, it's the same thing again. If I didn't want to die, I would have got it now. But it's interesting. I think you can hold on for how long?" Zhou snorted coldly in his heart, but said with a smile on his face, "The two sisters are angry again. I'm just kidding you. Now that the joke has been played, let's get down to business." Seeing Zhou serious face, Ucc and Niao Lanji gradually relaxed. Zhou didn't care about this, nodded and continued, "This time I came to propose marriage. The two sisters are ready to marry me in a few days. As for the bride price, I won't treat you badly. Here is the gift list." With a wave of Zhou hand, he threw out a gift list. It seems to be deliberately showing off. Zhou sent this gift list to each of these people around, even Ucc and Niao Lanji. However, they didn't even look at the gift list at all, so they directly threw it on the ground and said, "Zhou, we won't marry you. If you don't marry, well, I'll leave right away. In addition, I want to inform you that your elder Zijin can't come back. And I won't tell you the news of this sister's sister, that gorgeous beauty." Zhou Chongdao simply put down these words, turned directly and left. Hearing the news of his sister, Niao Longji's expression changed greatly. She couldn't help but stop Zhou Chong, but she was pulled by UCC. When Zhou Chong left, all the talents in the hall were silent. Two younger martial sisters, you don't have to consider this matter. We'll leave here immediately and go somewhere else. I don't believe Zhou Chong can keep chasing us. You're right. At least we're also the young Tianjiao of the Divine Reserve Palace. Now we're in such a mess. We'd better die directly instead of being so helpless. A moment later, several sad and angry God Palace Tianjiao gathered around UCC and Niao Longji and continued to persuade. But on the other side, there were also several gods, the Crown Prince Tianjiao, with a greedy face staring at the gift list on his hand. Hearing the words of these men with sad and angry faces, they suddenly had a strange way of yin and yang. What you said is good. If you really let you die, are you willing? If you are willing, you won't live to this day. Younger martial sister Cici and younger martial sister Longji, don't listen to them. I think you should marry elder martial brother Zhou. If you marry elder martial brother Zhou, you won't lack resources for cultivation in the future. This is your great opportunity. In this way, naturally, it immediately caused those indignant and arrogant counterattacks. Shit, you are going to push the two younger martial sisters into the fire pit. Haven't you seen through the nature of Zhou Chong? Elder martial sister, Yi died in his hands not long ago. Have you forgotten this revenge? Elder martial sister, Yi was looking for her own death. Just serve elder martial brother Zhou Chong well, but she had to resist recklessly. Who's to blame for her death? Listening to the noise in their ears, Royal Sissy and Niao Longji's faces were pale. While others were not paying attention, they slipped out of the hall quietly. Standing on a pavilion, the two of them were full of bitterness at the moment. Sister Longji, what are you going to do? You don't really want to marry that bastard Zhou Chong. After a moment of silence, Royal Sissy said. Niao Longji bowed her head, suddenly lowered her eyes, and said with big tears, I don't want to, but I want to find my sister. Only by marrying Zhou Chong can I have hope. He stretched out his hand to hold Niao Longji in his arms, and Royal Sissy's expression became more and more depressed. For a long time, Royal Sissy was the proud princess before, but at this moment, she felt quite powerless. Their existence, once called the favored ones of heaven, is now simply a group of cattle and sheep slaughtered by others, and they have no power to fight back at all. If the young Marquis is here now, there must be a way. Lying in her arms, Niao Longji suddenly said. Yusasai smiled bitterly at the corners of her mouth, and finally slowly shook her head and said, I don't want to see Ning Xiaochuan here. Why? Niao Longji looked up curiously at Yusasai. Yucici sighed and explained, Ning Xiaochuan's character is too arrogant. I'm afraid he would rather die than be insulted by Zhou Chong when he came here. In this case, his situation may be worse. Little Marquis, he is indeed such a person. Niao Longji nodded, barely showing a smile on his face, deliberately forked off the topic and said, Sister, look, there are meteors in the sky today. Yusasai looked up and saw a bright meteor across the sky. Shook her head, Yucici said, This is not a meteor, this should be the trace left by the strong man shuttling through the starry sky. If we can do this, we don't need to stay here. With a sigh, Yucici and Niao Longji stopped talking, but silently looked up at the rare meteor above their heads. The star boat suddenly stopped, and Ning Xiaochuan came out of it. Glancing down at the huge planet under his feet, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed some joy. After separating from Mo Tianxiang, Ning Xiaochuan continued to stay in the place of trial practice for almost a month. Finally, he felt that there was no need to continue to stay in that place, so he left the place of trial practice. It took nearly 2 years before Ning Xiaochuan finally arrived here. If you didn't find the wrong place, the master of the Purple Gold Emperor and others should be here. With a sound in his mouth, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed and appeared on the surface of the planet. The power of mind expanded, but Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a wry smile. The planet was so huge that his power of mind could only detect a small part. I can only find it a little bit. Anyway, it doesn't take much time to find the whole planet. With a murmur in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan began to walk around the planet. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the other side of the planet, where the Tianting God Reserve Palace is located, Zhou Chong took a group of people and swaggered into the God Reserve Palace. At the moment, in the Divine Reserve Palace, Yu Cixi and Niao Longji stood among a group of young Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve Palace, looking indifferently at Zhou Chong who came in. Seeing the beautiful royal Cixi and Niao Longji, Zhou Chong flashed a little proud in his eyes and said, "Haha, you're all here. Just in time, I came to pick up the wedding. You should have no opinion about it." "No problem, of course, no problem. They are lucky to be able to marry Brother Zhou." Several disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace standing on the other side saw Zhou Chong coming in and immediately posted it with a smile. Seeing such a scene, Yu Cixi and those Tianjiao Palace disciples around Niao Longji suddenly looked angry. One of the young Tianjiao couldn't help but directly stand up and scold, "Lu Jun, how did you promise us before? Didn't you already say that you would advance and retreat with us, and today you won't let Zhou Chong succeed even if you fight to the death? Now you betray us." One of the disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace who posted it to Zhou Chong looked back at Yu Cixi and others, and then said with a disdain on his face, "You know a fart, only with Brother Zhou can you survive here. Otherwise you can only wait to die. Don't think we are all as stupid as you, and we're ready to fight Brother Zhou. If you weren't many, how could we compromise and promise you temporarily?" He snorted coldly. The man looked at Zhou Chong with a flattering smile on his face and said, "Brother Zhou, I have been trying to report to you these 2 days. These guys don't know whether to live or die. They are inciting Sister Cixi not to marry you. If it weren't for them, Sister Cixi and Sister Longji would have taken the initiative to find you." Zhou Chong showed a sneer on his face and pointed at those God Reserve Palace Tianjiao, beside Yu Cixi. "It's really ignorant. Since they dare to target me, I'll teach them a lesson a little." Immediately, several people followed by Zhou Chong flashed out in an instant and punched these young Tianjiao of the Divine Reserve Palace. These people's accomplishments have reached the level of creating a realm, which is much stronger than the young Tianjiao of these God Reserve Palaces, so for a moment, the whole God Reserve Palaces suddenly sounded a scream. "Enough, Zhou Chong, we have promised to marry you. You should stop these people around you immediately." Looking at the tragedy of those companions around him, Niao Longji immediately shouted. Zhou Chong wanted this result, so when he heard what Niao Longji said, he immediately laughed and shouted, "Well, stop and give my sister a face." All those figures around immediately retracted and stood up to Zhou Chong again. And those God Palace Tianjiao who had surrounded Yu Cixi and Niao Longji before were now lying on the ground one by one. Yu Cixi glanced at these companions around angrily, and then looked coldly at Zhou Chong and said, "If we want to marry you, you have to promise us 3 conditions." Seeing Yu Cixi talking, Niao Longji immediately anxiously voiced to Yu Cixi, "Sister, we didn't agree that as long as I went alone to deal with him, how can you say that now?" Yu Cixi stretched out her hand and patted Niao Longji. The voice said, "I'm still a little worried about letting you enter the fire pit alone. Leave it alone and just listen to my arrangement." Zhou Chong looked greedily at Yu Cixi and Niao Longji. He smiled and said, "Of course, it's no problem, not to mention the 3 conditions, that is, 300 conditions, I can promise you." "Well, first condition, from now on, you can't bully my fellow disciples again." Royal Cixi nodded. "No problem. If I marry you, they will be my classmates. If I insult them again, I will be a bastard." Zhou Chong nodded and swore. But at the moment, Zhou Chong was sneering in his heart. "Now I promise you, when I get tired of playing with you, I will play with you as I want. The second condition. Yusasai slowly opened her mouth. However, before Yusasai could speak, a loud voice suddenly came from everyone's ears. The second condition is that you all get out of here. Such a sudden sound suddenly stunned everyone. Immediately Zhou Chong flew into a rage and shouted angrily, "That bastard talking, want to die?" Yu Cixi and Niao Longji, whose words were interrupted, all looked incredulous at the moment, looking at the entrance to the God Palace together. At the moment, at the entrance, a figure they knew very well was coming in step by step. Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing this figure, the disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace suddenly burst out in surprise. Ning Xiaochuan's name, at first, rang through the whole God Palace, but later, people came to the Xinhe civilization, and the situation became worse and worse, so they gradually put Ning Xiaochuan's affairs behind them. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan reappeared, and they recognized Ning Xiaochuan's identity at once. Little Marquis. Niao Longji rubbed her eyes in disbelief. After confirming that she had read correctly, she rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, threw herself into Ning Xiaochuan's arms, lay on Ning Xiaochuan's chest, and cried in a low voice. At the moment, only in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, can she release all the grievances of these days. Yu Cixi was almost the same at the moment, but Niao Longji was a step earlier than her and took Ning Xiaochuan's arms. She could only rush to Ning Xiaochuan with a happy face and hold Ning Xiaochuan's palm in her hand, as if only in this way could she be sure that Ning Xiaochuan in front of her was real. When Xiang Nephrite is in her arms, and Ning Xiaochuan is also laughing excitedly. Since I left Dian World, I have been thrilling and running all the way. Now I finally meet these familiar people again. Feeling the temperature from Niao Longji and Yusasai, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt that all the thrills and hardships before him were worth it. Okay, don't cry. Let's have a good talk when I solve these guys. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and patted Niao Longji's fragrant shoulder, then took Niao Longji with one hand and Yu Cixi with the other, and walked towards the front. At the moment, Zhu Chongzheo's face was livid. Royal Cixi and Niao Longji were the women he recognized. At the moment, they were so intimate with Ning Xiaochuan that he was almost jealous and crazy. However, after scanning Ning Xiaochuan up and down, Zhou Chong couldn't see the details of Ning Xiaochuan at all. Such a situation made Zhou Chong didn't immediately take action, but called the God Palace disciple named Lu Jun beside him to his side, and asked carefully, "Who is this guy?" "He is Ning Xiaochuan, and he is also the Tianjiao of our God's Palace. He and Sister Cixi both started at the same time. Moreover, he and Sister Cixi have a good relationship, and may be your biggest rival in love." Lu Jun leaned close to Zhou Chong and whispered. In addition to detailing the bottom of Ning Xiaochuan, Lu Jun and each unkindly poured a lot of dirty water on Ning Xiaochuan, trying to kill Ning Xiaochuan with Zhou Chong's hand. At the moment, he also found that he could not see through Ning Xiaochuan's strength, so he was afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would find him in the future. It's the pride of your God's palace again. After listening to Lu Jun's narration, Zhou Chong disdained to curl his lips. Born in the Xinhe civilization, he despised Ning Xiaochuan and others who were born in Dian World from the bottom of his heart, thinking that they were all a group of hicks who had never seen the world. Originally, Zhou Chong was still a little afraid of Ning Xiaochuan, but now this fear suddenly dissipated. An aboriginal, even if the strength is strong, how strong it can be. With a cold hum in his heart, Zhou Chong looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a sneer and said, "Brother, what you are holding in your hand is my wife. Please stay away from them." Ning Xiaochuan took Niao Longji and Yusasai to Zhou Chong. After hearing Zhou Chong's words, he couldn't help laughing. "I've never seen such a fool as you, but since you've set your mind on you watermelon, don't leave today." Hearing the title of Royal Watermelon, Royal Cixi suddenly felt a warm current in her heart, which she had not heard for many years. But then she became a little worried and whispered to Ning Xiaochuan, "Ning Xiaochuan, this Zhou Chong's cultivation is already the peak of the realm of creation, and behind him is a big brother of the secondary god Jiu Dang. Even the master of the Purple and Gold Emperor is not his big brother's opponent, Yu. Yusasai originally wanted to tell Ning Xiaochuan not to be too angry with the guy in front of him. However, before he finished speaking, Ning Xiaochuan directly interrupted, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Zhou Cheng's face changed greatly at the moment, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and cold drinking. "If you want to keep me, it depends on whether you have this ability." Although he said so, at the same time, Zhou Cheng had secretly ordered one of his men to ask his eldest brother to come over quickly. Zhou Cheng's man received Zhou Cheng's voice, and immediately rushed outside the Shinshu palace. Seeing his figure disappear, Zhou Cheng smiled again on his face. His big brother is the overlord on this planet. As long as he comes, everything will be much simpler. Ning Xiaochuan watched Zhou Cheng finish all this, then released Yucici's soft palm and casually faced Zhou Cheng. Several sharp sword chi circled around Zhou Cheng and immediately cut off all their limbs. At this moment, a group of masters of the realm of creation suddenly broke their limbs and fell to the ground with a wail. This appearance is much more miserable than those God Palace disciples who were injured by them before. Zhou Cheng, who was just unbearable, immediately broke his limbs, became disabled and lay on the ground, looking miserable. Such a scene has long stunned everyone around. Especially Yucici and Miao Longji, holding Ning Xiaochuan's hands at the moment, looked at Ning Xiaochuan with eyes that were almost straight. But immediately, they became a little worried. Zhou Cheng's most terrible is not himself, but his eldest brother who has a secondary god with 9 levels of cultivation. At this moment, the smile on Yusasai's face disappeared and turned into a worried look. Ning Xiaochuan, your cultivation is higher and your speed is faster than us. Please leave here quickly, otherwise, Zhou Cheng's eldest brother will come and won't spare you. Ning Xiaochuan didn't speak, but Zhou Cheng, who had lost all his hands and feet, sneered. "Haha, dog men and women, now you know you're afraid. I tell you, it's useless. I've sent someone to inform my brother. My brother will come right away, and then it's time for you to die." What a lot of nonsense. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Zhou Cheng on the ground and kicked a piece of gravel on the ground at Zhou Cheng with a casual foot. Zhou Zheng, who was scolding proudly, stopped suddenly, and half of his body was beaten to pieces by this gravel. Even if he was a master of the realm of creation, he was completely dead at the moment, without any breath. You know, Ning Xiaochuan's random strike at the moment contains rules. How can Zhou Cheng resist it? Looking at Zhou Cheng, who had almost become a pile of broken meat on the ground, Yusasai and others were completely speechless. Now Zhou Cheng is like this. I'm afraid that even if Ning Xiaochuan escapes, his eldest brother will chase Ning Xiaochuan at all costs. It's over. I'm afraid everyone will be finished now. Zhou Cheng's eldest brother will anger everyone when he sees Zhou Cheng like this. Those around the God Palace Tianjiao, now one by one looked depressed, completely desperate. Even Yusasai is almost like this, but she still wants Ning Xiaochuan to escape quickly, so she is constantly persuading Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yucici with a smile on his face, but occasionally shook his head. Now he is too lazy to explain anything. Anyway, the eldest brother of Zhou Cheng is coming soon. After less than a cup of tea, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly looked dignified, because at this moment, he had felt that a sub-god level master was coming quickly. This man should be Zhou Cheng's eldest brother of the 9th cultivation of the second god. Ning Xiaochuan muttered in his heart. To tell the truth, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't care about Zhou Cheng's eldest brother. It is certainly impossible for him to be reduced to a secondary god on such a remote planet. Otherwise, he might have left here long ago to join a large group of people and become the pride of his internal elite. Bastard, I killed my brother. I want to kill you all and revenge for my brother. Before the second god rushed to the place of the god palace, the power of mind immediately felt the situation in the god palace, especially the pile of broken meat left by Zhou Chong, so he immediately roared angrily, and even Ning Xiaochuan, the second god master, was ignored by him. Hearing this roar, the look of Yu Sisai and others completely changed. Yu Sisi, who was pale, looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a wry smile at the moment and said, "It's over. Now even if you go, you can't go away." Ning Xiaochuan, I didn't expect that we died together in the end. Royal Watermelon, I don't want to die. Wait for me here a little. Ning Xiaochuan grinned, and then gently broke away from the small hands of Yu Sisi and Niao Longji, and flew out of the gate of the Divine Reserve Palace. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan left, the disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace in the Divine Reserve Palace immediately began to argue in surprise. God, Ning Xiaochuan shouldn't be his brother to fight Zhou Chong. Isn't this nonsense? Now that people have blocked the door, Ning Xiaochuan went out from the gate and the two happened to meet. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has reached the realm of secondary god, he must be just a new secondary god. How can he be the opponent of Zhou Chong's brother? This is Ning Xiaochuan's own death, and he can't blame others. The disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace who had previously flattered Zhou Chong looked cold at the moment, and they wished Ning Xiaochuan would die immediately. Because of Ning Xiaochuan, they worked hard to curry favor with Zhou Chong, and all their plans to benefit from Zhou Chong failed. Ning Xiaochuan's figure flew back again before these gods and princes argued about the outcome. At the moment, in his hand, he was holding a glittering virtual deity with more than 100 sections. Is this a virtual deity? Did Ning Xiaochuan really kill Zhou Chong's eldest brother? These God Palace Tianjiao people, at the moment, one by one look frightened. After coming to the Xinhe civilization for so many years, their eyes have also improved a lot. Naturally, they can immediately distinguish that what Ning Xiaochuan holds in his hand at the moment is a virtual deity. After leaving the human body, the virtual deity will soon collapse, so at the moment, the virtual deity in Ning Xiaochuan's hand can only be just removed from the human body. At the moment, it seems that the only secondary god who can be picked up by Ning Xiaochuan is Zhou Chong's eldest brother who has just arrived. At the thought of Zhou Chong's eldest brother, the overlord was so easily killed, these young Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve Palace felt a burst of suffocation. Finally, Yu Sisi, who was also surprised, couldn't help asking, Ning Xiaochuan, did you really kill Zhou Chong's eldest brother? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, his body is still outside. After being stunned for a moment, several people around rushed out of the gate of the Divine Reserve Palace and wanted to go out and have a look. A moment after rushing out, they came back with complicated faces. Looking at the faces of these divine princes Tianjiao, Yu Sisai and others finally determined that Ning Xiaochuan had indeed killed Zhou Chong's eldest brother. It really deserves to be senior brother Ning. Just now we said that senior brother Ning is sure to win. Haha, with elder martial brother Ning in our god palace, we will definitely be able to flourish again in the future. The previous disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace who flattered Zhou Chong just wanted Ning Xiaochuan to die immediately. At the moment, their faces changed, and they jumped in front of Ning Xiaochuan and flattered him. Yu Sisai and others looked at their appearance, and immediately showed disdain on their faces. These people are no longer the arrogance of the God Palace, but servile slaves. When Zhou Chong came just now, they flattered Zhou Chong. Now seeing Ning Xiaochuan's strong strength, he immediately changed his face and began to curry favor with Ning Xiaochuan. Next to a God Palace Tianjiao looking at this scene, he couldn't help mocking these people. Lu Jun, just now you cursed Ning Xiaochuan will die, how can you change your mouth so soon? The disciple of the Divine Reserve Palace, named Lu Jun, looked unchanged and said in a righteous manner, I was blind just now and didn't see elder martial brother Ning's strength. I want to apologize to elder martial brother for this. While talking, Lu Jun actually flopped down and knelt in front of Ning Xiaochuan, as if praying for Ning Xiaochuan's forgiveness. Ning Xiaochuan looked down at Lu Jun, and then with a little finger, he directly hanged all the people in front of him. Lu Jun, who was still kneeling on the ground, didn't seem to expect Ning Xiaochuan to kill them, until he died with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan so decisively killed Lu Jun and others, those gods around him felt happy, but they also felt bad in their hearts. After all, it was their fellow disciple who died at the moment. But Ning Xiaochuan is too lazy to care what others think at the moment. Based on what Lu Jun and others have done before, if Ning Xiaochuan doesn't kill them, they will still be a disaster sooner or later. When it's time to be cruel, Ning Xiaochuan won't be soft-hearted. After solving all the things here, Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his hand to hold Yusasai and Miao Lanji again, and disappeared in the palace in a flash. At the next moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Yusasai appeared in a quiet place in the Divine Reserve Palace. In the past, the Divine Reserve Palace, no matter where it was brilliant and a scenic spot on Earth, but now the Divine Reserve Palace has lost its vitality and is full of dilapidated scenes. With a sigh in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan looked back at UCC's two people. Tell me what happened recently, the more detailed it is, the better. UCC and her husband looked at Ning Xiaochuan and knew that Ning Xiaochuan was very powerful at the moment, which was far beyond their imagination. Therefore, they did not hide Ning Xiaochuan and told Ning Xiaochuan in detail about their arrival after Xinhe civilization. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan mixed the Xinhe civilization into an independent small space, which was brought to the Xinhe civilization by the Emperor Zijin. When they first arrived at the Xinhe civilization, they had a good time. Led by the sub-god master, the Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperors, the imperial palace of the gods of heaven soon established a foothold near here. However, there were several young Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization in the Xinchu palace at that time. These Tianjiao returned to Xinhe civilization and immediately left in a hurry. Subsequently, these left Tianjiao unexpectedly brought a large number of secondary gods, trying to rob the resources stored in the Tianting and Tianjiao in the Divine Palace. The Zijin Emperor fought with these secondary gods, which finally led to the complete fragmentation of the whole heaven. The Zijin Emperor tried his best to save this part of the Divine Palace and most of the Tianjiao in the Divine Palace. In order to avoid more casualties, the Emperor of Zijin had to compromise temporarily, make peace with these local secondary gods of Xinhe civilization, and took the people of the Divine Palace to settle on the planet in front of him. After that, the number of people in the Divine Reserve Palace decreased one by one. Finally, even the Zijin Emperor disappeared completely. Without the Zijin Emperor, the Divine Reserve Palace declined completely. Even goods like Zouchong dared to bully the Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve Palace at will. It can be said that in the past 10 years, UCC and others have been extremely miserable, and even their accomplishments dare not be improved too fast, because people who practice too fast will be taken away and killed by Zouchong as a threat. UCC and Miao Lanji's words made Ning Xiaochuan extremely angry. At the beginning, he left a few Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization, but in order to make the people of Dian world better integrate into Xinhe civilization, who knew that they had become a scourge, but attracted the enemy and destroyed the whole Tianting. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan still suppressed the anger in his heart. After carefully listening to UCC and Miao Lanji, he nodded and said, "So you don't know the whereabouts of Zijin and others at all?" Miao Lanji said, "When Master Zijin left, he wanted to go out to find the news of his sisters, and he also wanted to go out to experience and improve his strength. But no one expected that Master Zijin never came back after he went out. We all secretly guessed that Master Zijin was killed by a nearby secondary god. Is that right? I have just checked the memory of Zouchong's second god brother. Although there is a picture of fighting with Zijin, there is no picture of attacking the people in the Divine Palace." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Just now when he went out, he not only killed Zouchong's eldest brother, but also directly robbed each other's memory." It's a pity that although the other party is a secondary god, he knows no more than Yusasai. So, ugly mothers-in-law, and they are most likely still alive. Royal Sissy said with great joy. For so many years, she always thought that these people who disappeared from the Divine Reserve had already died. Of course, I'm alive. In addition, Shuelingxiu, Guangming leftover woman, and Niao Lanqin, who disappeared in the past, should also be alive, and have encountered their own opportunities. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said his previous guess. You bet. These Tianjiao disappeared in the Divine Reserve Palace, but all of them are the most extreme Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve Palace. Their talent is absolutely no worse than those Tianjiao at the top of the Xinhe civilization. If they can be well cultivated, they may even condense into the King of God. Ning Xiaochuan's words made Niao Lanji laugh immediately, and he stuck them on Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Thank you, little Marquis, I've been worried about my sister's accident, and now I can finally rest assured." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Niao Lanji and shook his head, but he didn't know what to say. Because the fate of these peerless Tianjiao people is just a guess of Ning Xiaochuan, even if Ning Xiaochuan himself can't guarantee that his guess is right. So, Ning Xiaochuan could only digress, "I'm not worried about your sister, but what I'm most worried about now is the master of Zijin Emperor. He is cultivated to the secondary god. Although he was born against the sky, he was born again, but it caused congenital deficiencies. Without great opportunity, it's difficult to enter the realm of gods, so those big people can't take the master of Zijin away and attract him. As a person of the master of Zijin Emperor, he hasn't come back now. I'm afraid something really happened." Being said by Ning Xiaochuan, Yu Cixi and Niao Lanji suddenly showed a worried look on their faces. After coming to Xinhe civilization these years, they all survived under the protection of the Emperor Zijin. Therefore, they have long had feelings for the Emperor Zijin. At this moment, they naturally don't want to hear the bad news about the Emperor Zijin. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said, "Wait here for me. I'll go out and inquire about the whereabouts of the master of the Purple and Gold Emperor, and I'll be back soon." With that, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed and disappeared into the Divine Reserve Palace. After leaving the God Palace, Ning Xiaochuan released his spiritual power and immediately felt another secondary god nearby. To find the whereabouts of the Emperor Zijin, it is natural to start with these secondary gods. With a brush, Ning Xiaochuan rushed directly towards the secondary god. In the Divine Reserve Palace, Yusasai and Niao Lanji watched Ning Xiaochuan leave, then turned around and returned to the main hall of the Divine Reserve Palace, stood together with other Tianjiao, silently waiting for Ning Xiaochuan's return. About half a day later, Ning Xiaochuan's figure finally reappeared in the main hall of the Divine Reserve Palace. But at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan was followed by a large group of secondary gods. Such a scene scared the disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace one by one. In recent years, even Zhou Chong, who created the Avatar, dared to bully them at will, let alone a secondary god. If the secondary gods didn't look down on them at all, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. But at this moment, such a large group of secondary gods appear here in such a dense manner. The momentum emitted by the body alone is enough to scare a lot of people. Yu Cixi and Niao Lanji were also frightened, but their faces slightly improved after seeing Ning Xiaochuan in the front. They ran to ask, "Ning Xiaochuan, what's the matter? Why are all these sub-god masters coming to us? Did they come to avenge Zhou Chong's eldest brother?" At the thought of this possibility, Yusasai and others looked pale. Although Ning Xiaochuan is powerful, there are too many secondary gods in front of him, at least hundreds of people. I'm afraid even Ning Xiaochuan can't stop so many secondary gods. Don't worry, I've subdued them. Bring them here, it's just to judge them. Ning Xiaochuan reached out and patted the back of Niao Lanji and Yusasai's hands to comfort the two people. What? You subdued them and brought judgment. Yusasai looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some silly eyes, and felt a little dizzy in front of her eyes. What Ning Xiaochuan said at the moment had a great impact on her, even greater than the impact brought by Ning Xiaochuan's brother who killed Zouchong before. At the moment, the other Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve Palace can only stand aside with fear and timidity. They haven't even cultivated the realm of creation. In the face of such a group of secondary gods, they really can't mention the courage to juxtapose with them. Seeing this scene, Ning Xiaochuan waved his hand impatiently and said, "Well, you all step back. In addition, put away your momentum for me. You are arrogant here. Who do you want to scare?" "Yes, master." More than 100 secondary gods bowed and nodded respectfully, then restrained their breath, became like ordinary people, and retreated to the entrance of the god palace. UCC, Niao Longji, and others finally believed Ning Xiaochuan's words at this moment. These more than 100 secondary gods have been subdued by Ning Xiaochuan, and they have been subdued very thoroughly. What on earth has he reached now? UCC and Niao Longji's beautiful eyes constantly scanned Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan said to the Tianjiao of the Divine Reserve Palace around him, "You all go over and have a look. There was someone who attacked the Divine Reserve Palace before. Point him out." Although these secondary gods have been subdued by Ning Xiaochuan, they are a large group of secondary gods after all. No matter how bold they are, they don't have the courage to point fingers at a group of secondary gods. Therefore, after Ning Xiaochuan's words, no one responded to him. Niao Longji glanced around quietly, pouted, and jumped out and said, "First of all, the little Marquis, the bald guy, had shot at Master Zijing before, and he was very cruel. Our god's palace was broken by him." At the moment, Niao Longji pointed to one of these secondary gods. The second god was a big man with a bald head. His accomplishments were the same as Zouchong's eldest brother, and he had reached the 9th level of the second god. At this moment, hearing Niao Longji's identification, a bit of panic flashed on his face. "Come here." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the bald sub-god, and then waved at him. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's order, the bald sub-god almost didn't hesitate at all, so he walked directly towards Ning Xiaochuan, stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan obediently, and bowed his head and said, "Master." Ning Xiaochuan was also impolite, stretched out his finger and gently touched his forehead. A series of memory pictures immediately passed from the bald head. After only checking for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan directly released the bald secondary god, and said coldly, "Fight against the master of the Purple and Gold Emperor, destroy the heaven, and torture 6 disciples of the god's palace. Well, you can die." The bald sub-god didn't hesitate at all, turned directly, walked outside the God Reserve Palace, and then waved to take out and crush the virtual deity in his body. A master of the 9th level of the second god fell like this. Although it's a waste to crush the virtual godhead in his body like this godhead that already has a master will soon disappear once the master dies, so it's useless to leave it. Although Ning Xiaochuan's 10,000 Dharma deity can absorb the laws in the deity, there are few laws in the virtual deity like these secondary deities in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan has the ball of soul in his hand, and of course, he doesn't care more about these garbage virtual deities. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan snap his fingers, he let a master of the 9 secondary gods commit suicide and die. The disciples of the divine palace around him finally determined that these secondary gods were indeed controlled by Ning Xiaochuan at this moment. Perhaps because they have been suppressed for too long, they suddenly get an opportunity to vent at this moment, but they don't adapt. However, just a moment later, these disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace made a sad roar. "That short guy, I saw him kill Elder Marshal Brother Mu with my own eyes before, and he didn't even leave his body. The secondary god with a scar on his face kidnapped my favorite little junior sister." So far, there has been no news about the little junior sister. A group of disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace, at this moment, heartily vent their pent-up anger. They were originally favored by heaven, but when they came to Shinha civilization, they were worse than prisoners. But they still have to suppress their feelings every day to avoid a more miserable end. But at this moment, they no longer need to deliberately suppress. Their tearful eyes stroked their eyes. In addition to scanning the group of secondary gods in front of them, they looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a grateful face. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, they might never have the opportunity of revenge in front of him. Although most of the secondary gods looked a little unnatural, at the moment, they could only stand still like a group of chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep, listening to the wanton scolding of the disciples of the divine palace. Almost all of the more than 100 secondary gods have killed Tianjiao from Dian world. Some of them are a little abnormal, and it is even more tragic to catch people. For such a secondary god, Ning Xiaochuan has only one word: find a place to die by yourself. The secondary gods huddled in such a small place are almost the weakest secondary gods. They simply have no power to fight back in front of Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. These secondary gods have now been planted with slave marks by Ning Xiaochuan, and they can't resist Ning Xiaochuan at all. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's order, they turned around and walked out of the Divine Reserve Palace one by one, and then committed suicide. In less than half a day, more than 100 secondary gods died. For the rest, Ning Xiaochuan felt that their crimes were not too serious, so he left them behind. Anyway, Ning Xiaochuan left these secondary gods, just ready to let them protect Yusasai and others. The remaining more than 30 secondary gods are enough to protect them. Of course, even those who survived, Ning Xiaochuan searched their memories one by one. Ning Xiaochuan caught them this time, not only to try them, but also to search for the whereabouts of the Emperor Zijin and others. After such a search, Ning Xiaochuan really found some useful information. For example, the ugly mother-in-law was sent by one of them to a big force called Poseidon Palace to ask for credit, but as a spiritual therapist of the ugly mother-in-law Shinnon level, her treatment in Poseidon Palace was also good. In addition, some people have seen that Xuelingshu was taken away by a woman covered in gold, and then disappeared. Searching such a picture from the memory of these secondary gods made Ning Xiaochuan feel at ease. Xuelingshu's experience at least shows that Ning Xiaochuan's previous speculation is correct. These peerless Tianjiao were just taken away, not directly died. However, these Tianjiao people were taken away. Since then, they have been separated from each other. If they want to meet again, they don't know when it will be. Ning Xiaochuan is also quite helpless. With his strength at the moment, it will take hundreds of years to get from the demon world to the source world. If you search the entire Shinha civilization to find these Tianjiao people, you don't know how many years it will take. Such a thing that consumes energy and time is not worth the loss. So at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan can only sigh that each of them has his own chance, so they can only come back here voluntarily in the future. The only pity is that Ning Xiaochuan didn't collect all the information. Many familiar Tianjiao didn't have any news, and the Emperor of Zijin also didn't have any news. Ning Xiaochuan, how about it? Niao Longji said cautiously. Ning Xiaochuan had just told her that he was trying to find the whereabouts of the Emperor Zijin and others. So she wanted to know if Ning Xiaochuan had found Niao Longqin's whereabouts. Not so good. There is no news from Niao Longqin. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head apologetically. Just now he promised Niao Longji to help her find her sister, but there was no information related to Niao Longqin in the information Ning Xiaochuan collected just now. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Niao Longji's beautiful face showed a slightly disappointed look, but then he reluctantly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, the little Marquis has said that my sister's life is definitely not in danger, so we can meet again sooner or later." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and was about to speak, but he didn't want the whole God Palace to suddenly shake at this time. What happened? Almost everyone, including Ning Xiaochuan, was immediately stunned. Rushing out of the Divine Reserve Palace, Ning Xiaochuan and Ma Shan were stunned by the scene in front of them. At this moment, a huge golden list appeared above the god's palace. This list was spread all over the sky, and the big characters on it were shining. Jiu Dang civilization, the kingdom of truth. Invite all the Tianjiao of low-level civilizations. As long as you pass the examination, you can join the kingdom of truth. On the huge list, lines of writing are clear. Ning Xiaochuan frowned and stepped into the starry sky. From the position where the list appeared, the starry sky that Ning Xiaochuan was fighting at the moment should be the position of the list. But when Ning Xiaochuan stood on the starry sky, he found that this huge list was still above him. When he looked up, he felt no difference from looking at the planet below. Then, Ning Xiaochuan changed several positions in the starry sky one after another, but no matter where, this huge list is hung high above the head, so that people can see it clearly. Can you see this list everywhere in Shinhe civilization? If you can do this, it seems that the person who published the list is indeed the kingdom of truth. Ning Xiaochuan's face was full of confusion, and he fell back in front of the divine reserve palace. After the simple test just now, Ning Xiaochuan began to believe that this list was really issued by the kingdom of truth, rather than someone playing a prank. Because if a list can be spread throughout the entire Shinhe civilization, I'm afraid even the Lord God can't do this. Only the kingdom of truth with a higher level of civilization can have such a means. He looked up again and carefully scanned the huge list above his head, but Ning Xiaochuan's face began to show excitement. Staring at the huge list above his head, Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Haha, it's really God's help, Lanji. I think I can help you find your sister soon this time." Niao Lanji looked at it with some confusion. Ning Xiaochuan explained with a smile, "This is the list issued by the Jiu Dang civilization, the kingdom of truth. As long as you know what kind of existence the kingdom of truth is, you will definitely want to participate in the assessment of the kingdom of truth. Therefore, as long as I also participate in this assessment, 10 can meet Niao Lanxin in the assessment." Niao Lanji said excitedly, "Then I'll go to the examination with the young marquis." "I'll go too." Royal Sissy curled her lips beside her. In fact, the two of them know little about the kingdom of truth. At this moment, they just don't want to separate from Ning Xiaochuan again. Looking at Sissy and Niao Lanji, Ning Xiaochuan began to meditate. If this assessment is only a pure assessment, he doesn't mind taking Niao Lanji and Sissy with him, but the problem is that Ning Xiaochuan has a vague feeling of uneasiness about this assessment. The kingdom of truth is a 9-level civilization. Why is this examination suddenly held for low-level civilizations? It's like the rich suddenly want to share money with the poor. The purpose is easy for people of Chinese descent. And according to the memory of Long Huang at the beginning, the kingdom of truth is now in the midst of civil strife. Most of those rebels are crazy guys. If they organize this assessment, the situation will be even worse. So after a moment of meditation, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "No, you can't participate in this assessment. I'll check the situation first and then inform you." Seeing that Sissy and Niao Lanji were still a little unconvinced, Ning Xiaochuan raised his eyebrows. He continued directly, "Well, there is nothing to discuss about this matter. At this moment, all the secondary gods on this planet have been under my control. I have ordered them to listen to your orders. With the help of these secondary gods, there must be no problem with your safety on this planet in the future. Your cultivation is still too weak now. It's better to participate in this assessment when your cultivation is stronger." Unable to help Sissy and Niao Lanji continue to say more, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flickered and disappeared directly. Standing in the starry sky, Ning Xiaochuan looked down at the huge planet under his feet. At the moment, he could even vaguely see that Niao Lanji was very sad because of his sudden departure, while Sissy was scolding herself for being ruthless. Ning Xiaochuan can only smile bitterly about this. If he continues to delay with Sissy, he is really worried that he will not help being soft-hearted and take them to the examination of the kingdom of truth. The Kingdom of Truth is a 9-level civilization. Just because the Kingdom of Truth can fill the current list with the whole Shinha civilization at will, we can know that the strength of the Kingdom of Truth is absolutely worthy of its level of 9-level civilization. Suddenly raised his head and stared at the golden inscription on the top of his head. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes had been very firm. 9-pin civilization, the Kingdom of Truth. Ning Xiaochuan is going to break into sooner or later, but he didn't expect that he could contact the existence of the Kingdom of Truth so soon. Since I came into contact with it, I'll go and see what qualifications the Kingdom of Truth has to be called Jiu civilization. With a cold snort in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan flew directly towards the golden inscription on his head. The golden list is clearly written. Those who want to participate in the assessment will automatically enter the assessment place of the Kingdom of Truth as long as they fly towards the list. Although such a statement is unreliable, no one doubts anything. Because the one who published the list is the only 9-level civilization in the world. Ning Xiaochuan's figure shuttles through the starry sky. With his strength at the moment, his breath can tear the space, but the space in the starry sky is stacked one after another, and one step forward will almost tear countless spaces. If you don't take the star boat, Ning Xiaochuan's forward speed is almost slow to a painful point. However, after flying towards this golden bandguan for almost a whole day, even Ning Xiaochuan began to feel boring, and suddenly there was a constantly ringing sound in his ear. Dee dee. Cultivation is secondary, God 9 times, and the energy index is 1.7. If it exceeds the minimum index, you can enter the test point. With this sound, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes suddenly brightened, and a feeling of space-time shuttle came again. The next moment, Ning Xiaochuan came to a completely strange world. Cultivation is secondary to the 9 gods, and the pure energy index is 0.9, which is not up to the standard. What? I didn't meet the standard. How did you test it? I'm the strongest Tianjiao of Qinglong Valley generation. How could I fail to meet your standard? If I say it doesn't meet the standard, it's not up to the standard. Next. In front of Ning Xiaochuan is a group of Tianjiao who are being tested. Pa. The Tianjiao from Qinglong Valley in front of Ning Xiaochuan was slapped with a whip because of constant argument. As a generation of Tianjiao, when was he so insulted? So almost instantly, the Tianjiao of Qinglong Valley broke out, and chain-like rules emerged from him. But the fat man in charge of the test didn't even look at it. Like pinching an insect, he waved and pinched the Tianjiao in his hand, and then threw it out. Ning Xiaochuan clearly saw that there was a space leak in Qinglong Valley where Tianjiao was thrown, and then the Tianjiao of Qinglong Valley fell directly into it. Such a scene made all the Tianjiao around look dignified, because they could feel that the Tianjiao of Qinglong Valley was strong and almost no worse than them, but in the hands of the fat man in front of them, the Tianjiao of Qinglong Valley didn't even have the strength to resist. But the fat man didn't care about it at all, and still shouted, "Hurry up, next." Another Tianjiao walked up. The fat man just looked at each other for a few eyes, and directly shook his head and said, "The pure energy index is 0.8, which is worse, and it doesn't pass." Impossible. Like the Tianjiao of Qinglong Valley just now, this Tianjiao heard 3 words that couldn't pass the test, and immediately his face shouted angrily. However, just after venting, he suddenly remembered the fat man's means to deal with Qinglong Valley Tianjiao just now, so he quickly suppressed his anger in his heart and said, "You've always said pure energy index, what is this energy index?" This problem is also the curiosity of those Tianjiao around, so at this moment, they all look at the fat man. The fat man shook his head, winked and said, "Well, anyway, sooner or later, you will know. It doesn't matter to tell you now. This energy index is the standard to measure a person's strength. The higher the energy index is, the stronger your strength will be. The pure energy index is the strength after removing the artifact and the treasure on you. Generally, the energy index of the most common gods who become gods is 1. You are all peerless Tianjiao. If you can't reach even one energy index in the realm of secondary gods, you can't be Tianjiao at all, and you're not qualified to join our kingdom of truth. When we send people from all over the universe, we choose the existence whose energy index is close to 1 or more than 1. Otherwise, we are not qualified to come to me. Before the fat man finished speaking, Tianjiao, whose energy index was only 0.8, couldn't help grinning coldly. Haha, it's the first time I've heard such ridiculous words. When can a person's strength be described by a string of data? It's really killing me. If the kingdom of truth is really so ridiculous, then I won't join the kingdom of truth. The fat man stared, waved and squeezed the Tianjiao in his hand, and then directly threw it out as if he had just thrown the Tianjiao of Qinglong Valley. There's so much rubbish. The fat man turned around and grinned at other Tianjiao with disdain. I tell you in advance, anyone who feels that there is a problem with the detection of our kingdom of truth can withdraw by himself. You know, although this list is sent by our kingdom of truth, we don't ask you to join the kingdom of truth. In a word, will love come? Next. The fat man's words immediately made many Tianjiao around angry. But in the end, no one chose to leave. This is an opportunity to join the 9th civilization. You know, in this world, there are countless other 8th civilizations, besides Shinha civilization. However, there is only the kingdom of truth in the 9 civilizations. Just the previous list full of stars, as well as the ability to transmit to this space anytime and anywhere, all show the strength of the kingdom of truth. And now the energy index in this fat man's mouth has also aroused a lot of Tianjiao's curiosity. He wants to enter the kingdom of truth to see the difference between the 9th and 8th civilizations, which are at the peak of the universe. Testing continues. The pure energy index is 0.6. What happened to the sleeping trough and the space-time hall? This kind of garbage has also been transmitted. Pure energy index 0.9, fail, next. One by one, Tianjiao passed, but most of them failed. Such a situation made those Tianjiao who had not been tested behind nervous. Ning Xiaochuan was also among these people. After a Tianjiao in front of him tested, he stepped over. The pure energy index is 1.7. Haha, I finally met a qualified one. The fat man stared at Ning Xiaochuan and laughed, then stretched out his hand and pointed to a light pillar behind him and said, "Boy, see that light pillar, go and buy yourself, and you can officially enter the kingdom of truth." Seeing Ning Xiaochuan walking towards the light column in front, many Tianjiao behind suddenly showed envy. But the fat man didn't care, and continued to shout, "Hurry up, next." Ning Xiaochuan came to the light column, took a deep breath, and then walked in. It's not that he doesn't worry about the danger. With the ability of the kingdom of truth, which can easily send people around, he doesn't need to invent so many tricks to kill such a secondary god. Time and space changed. After stepping into this light column, Ning Xiaochuan's figure suddenly appeared in a huge hall. Many people have gathered in this hall at the moment, but unlike the chaotic situation just now, it looks orderly here. Ning Xiaochuan's appearance did not attract much attention, because at this moment, people are constantly appearing around the hall. At the moment, although these people are Tianjiao, it is obvious that they are not all from Shinha civilization, because Ning Xiaochuan has heard that several of them are discussing other 8-level civilizations. Obviously, they come from this place. Since the kingdom of truth wants to absorb the arrogance of low-level civilization, of course, it can't just publish the list in Shinha civilization, which Ning Xiaochuan has long expected. Ba, this place is really a good place. I love this place. Ning Xiaochuan just appeared in the hall, and suddenly a familiar voice came from his ear. At the same time, a series of scolding sounds sounded. "Wokeo, monk, you don't want to die. The kingdom of truth dares to talk nonsense. Be careful to be directly destroyed by others." Ba, I was just excited for a while, so I expressed my sigh in my heart. The predecessors of the Kingdom of Truth will certainly not mind my little excitement. The familiar voice sounded again. Ning Xiaochuan turned his head and looked at the place where the voice came from. Sure enough, he saw monk Tanqian standing in the crowd at the moment, looking like a Taoist monk. At this moment, monk Tanqian's cultivation has reached the level of the 9th level of the secondary god, which is obviously a strange encounter he had before. Looking at monk Tanqian, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a helpless look. He was ready to meet anyone here before, but he never expected to meet monk Tanqian here. But like Ning and others, they all didn't appear at the moment. It seemed that he noticed Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Monk Tanqian looked like an eminent monk, and slowly turned around with a peaceful look. With a happy smile on his face, at the moment he saw Ning Xiaochuan, his face turned into a ghost. Sleeping trough, Ning Xiaochuan, how could it be you? It's impossible. There must be something wrong with my eyes. Otherwise, how could I see Ning Xiaochuan here? While talking, monk Tanqian rubbed his eyes hard. Looking at the appearance of monk Tanqian, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help laughing. Although this guy is sometimes very annoying, he is also reluctantly reliable. Being able to meet such an acquaintance in such a place at present, Ning Xiaochuan's mood suddenly improved. Haha, master, you're all right. Ning Xiaochuan walked over with a smile. Hearing that Ning Xiaochuan called himself a master, monk Tanqian trembled and said, "No, you'd better call me monk Tanqian." Ning Xiaochuan, how did you come here? This time, the list of the Kingdom of Truth appears only in the 8th-level civilization, such as our Dian world. It is impossible to appear in the list. The list will not appear in Dian world? How did you know? Ning Xiaochuan glanced up and down at Tanqian and Shangdao. Of course, it's the information you exchanged for others with your baby. Originally, you don't know anything. Just at the right time, the poor monk has carefully prepared a detailed information about the disclosure behind the list of the Kingdom of Truth. If you want, the poor monk can sell it to you. Monk Tanqian looked a little moved, and suddenly his eyes were staring at Ning Xiaochuan Road. The secret behind the list of the Kingdom of Truth? You can get this thing. Ning Xiaochuan stared at monk Tanqian, with a deep suspicious look on his face. Monk Tanqian straightened his chest and was about to speak, but suddenly came up to a teenager, whispered to Ning Xiaochuan, "Brother, don't be cheated by this monk. What he said is written over there." Shit, I was cheated by this monk just now, and even the life-saving baby my master gave me to him. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help nodding at the young man's words. This kind of thing is like monk Tanqian's style of doing things. Being exposed to his trick, monk Tanqian showed some embarrassment on his face and argued with the boy. Alas, little brother, you wronged me so much. The content written over there is so rough that I wrote almost nothing. What I explained to you is a detailed version, and the content is much more detailed than that written over there. Detailed fart, in addition to the content written clearly over there, other content is your own brain to fill it. Glancing at monk Tanqian who was arguing with others, Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to curl his mouth and turned around and walked towards the place where the boy pointed. On one side of the hall, countless handwriting are clearly displayed at the moment. These handwritings seem to be prepared for Ning Xiaochuan and other Tianjiao who have just arrived here. So when Ning Xiaochuan walked over, many people were carefully checking these handwriting. These handwriting in front of us just outline the simple rules for the Kingdom of Truth to absorb Tianjiao this time. Just when Ning Xiaochuan checked these handwriting, monk Tanqian had got rid of the boy, strode over, stood beside Ning Xiaochuan with a sad and angry face, and muttered, "This time it's really bad luck. It's obviously the real goods that are sold, but it's just that no one believes it." Ning Xiaochuan, the poor monk, guaranteed with his own personality that the things in his hand are absolutely credible this time. How about? Do you want to have a copy of the things in my hand? Ning Xiaochuan looked back at monk Tanqian, and said calmly, I can't believe the master's personality. Wokao, even you can't believe what I said. Who else can I sell the baby I worked hard to get? Buddha forgive me, I'm so angry that I said dirty words. Monk Tanqian looked sad and angry, gathered around Ning Xiaochuan and said, I'm bleeding this time. I'll send you a copy of the information in my hand. Regardless of Ning Xiaochuan's reaction, Monk Tanqian directly stuffed Ning Xiaochuan with a jade-like ball. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly immersed in it, and countless information suddenly appeared in his mind. The most important one is about the introduction of the Kingdom of Truth. According to these materials, the Kingdom of Truth has been the top existence of all civilizations, so the means of the Kingdom of Truth has reached an incredible level. Of course, if it's just powerful, there is no difference between the Kingdom of Truth and the 8th-level civilization. The reason why the Kingdom of Truth can become the 9th-grade civilization is that the Kingdom of Truth has developed to the extreme in all aspects, and there is no weakness in any aspect. It is said that in order to make the Kingdom of Truth more perfect and surpass all other civilizations, the creators of the original Kingdom of Truth drew huge original power and created 6 strongest artifacts, which are civilization, order, power, wisdom, life and space-time. With these 6 artifacts, the Kingdom of Truth has completely become the strongest empire that surpasses everything. Now, the operation of the Kingdom of Truth depends on these 6 artifacts. Artifact civilization represents the highest civilization achievement in the world. Almost all the cultivation methods in the world can be deduced by artifact civilization. In addition, everything in front of artifact civilization is a string of data. So in the Kingdom of Truth, to judge a person's strength, just looking at his own data is enough. The artifact order represents the most perfect order of time, and also represents justice. Any evil and existence contrary to the order will be destroyed by the artifact order. The power and wisdom of the artifact represent the most powerful power and the most intelligent mind of time. These 2 artifacts, one is the crown and the other is the scepter. The crown is on the head of the Queen of the Kingdom of Truth, and the scepter is held in the hand of the Emperor. Artifact life represents eternal and endless life. As long as it is located in the Kingdom of Truth, it will never die. Even if it is death, the soul will be sucked away by artifact and reborn against the sky. The artifact space-time, which represents time and space, is the most difficult existence to control among the 6 artifacts. This artifact was placed at the core of the Kingdom of Truth by the founder of the Kingdom of Truth, sitting in the Empire, so that the Kingdom of Truth can transcend time and space. The existence of the 6 artifacts has made the Kingdom of Truth almost a paradise on Earth, surpassing the 8 civilizations in all aspects. But the road is ruthless, and there will be nothing truly perfect in the world, and so will the Kingdom of Truth. Although the Kingdom of Truth is perfect enough, it has a fatal drawback, that is, it cannot control people's hearts. People's is infinite. Even in a perfect country like the Kingdom of Truth, some people will not be satisfied. Therefore, the Kingdom of Truth was split, and some rebels took away the order and life of artifacts and betrayed the Kingdom of Truth. Without artifact life, people in the Kingdom of Truth begin to die and can no longer be raised. The rebel side, however, can constantly revive masters by relying on artifact life. With each passing day, the Kingdom of Truth will one day fall into the hands of these rebels. Therefore, in order to reverse this situation, the Kingdom of Truth launched this golden list to recruit talents. It wants to find those peerless Tianjiao from all 8 civilizations, and then cultivate them into masters to deal with those rebels. Ning Xiaochuan was originally dismissive of these contents, but when he saw those contents behind him, his expression suddenly became dignified. In the eyes of other Tianjiao, the Kingdom of Truth should be perfect, so when you see the content of Monk Tanqian's jade, you naturally won't believe it and think that Monk Tanqian is cheating. But Ning Xiaochuan is different. Ning Xiaochuan knows that the Kingdom of Truth is divided. Therefore, the content of this jade is much more true in his view, and may even be completely true. When his mind returned to his body, Ning Xiaochuan turned to look at Tanqian and Shang. "Monk Tanqian, where did you get the things in the jade?" Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's dignified look at the moment, Monk Tanqian immediately showed a little excited look on his face and said, "Haha, how about it? I just said that what I sold this time is absolutely genuine, how about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Stop talking nonsense, and tell me where you got these contents." Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly and pressed Tanqian and Shang Dao. Before Monk Tanqian spoke, a clear and ethereal voice suddenly sounded in the hall. "Dear Tianjiao, I am Bai Lingxue, the receiving envoy of the Kingdom of Truth. You are the first batch of Tianjiao absorbed by the Kingdom of Truth. Next, I will take you to the Tianjiao Palace, prepared for you by the Kingdom of Truth." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the place where the voice came from, and saw a woman wearing a blue dress. Her eyebrows were curved, her small nose was slightly upturned, and her face was white, like jade grease. On her white neck, there was a string of pearls, which were shining faintly, and it was like a pink jade carving that set off her face. She is not too tall, but she is extremely symmetrical, especially that part of her waist, which looks as soft as bone. Such a woman, no matter where, is obviously the focus. What's more, at the moment, she also claimed to be the messenger of the Kingdom of Truth. Naturally, those Tianjiao people from all civilizations surrounding her immediately surrounded the woman in the middle. "Jianqi, is this the Kingdom of Truth? We have been here for a while and have been trapped in this hall. Lao Tzu can't stand it anymore. Even the Kingdom of Truth can't treat us so lightly. My pure energy index is 1.2. I want to know how you test my energy index." The messy voice rang out, and the beauty of the Kingdom of Truth received by Lingxue, who immediately became the object of siege. Although some Tianjiao felt that it was inappropriate to do so, they were also a little impatient here, so naturally they would not stop other Tianjiao from asking and answering all kinds of questions. Bai Lingxue's face was always smiling. Even if she was surrounded by so many Tianjiao, her expression did not change at all. She just waved her arm indifferently, and her green jade-like fingers gently brushed around, and all the Tianjiao around was immediately bounced away. Unexpectedly, he is also a master. This time, the eyes of those Tianjiao around looking at Bai Lingxue suddenly changed. The strength of a person who can easily bounce away so many Tianjiao is simply against the sky. People in the Kingdom of Truth seem to be masters. Ning Xiaochuan watched this scene, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Although the fat man who was responsible for testing them before was also a secondary god, Xiuwei, like Bai Lingxue in front of him, obviously his strength was far beyond these Tianjiao. This is indeed the Kingdom of Truth. As for your other questions, I will answer them slowly, but now let's go to Tianjiao Palace first. Bai Lingxue smiled and flew with these Tianjiao people. Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian also followed these Tianjiao. Flying out of the hall, a group of people flew away in the distance. Scanning everything around, everyone, including Ning Xiaochuan, flashed a curious look in their eyes. After all, this is the Kingdom of Truth. At the moment, the place where Ning Xiaochuan and others are located seems to be in the middle of a big mountain, surrounded by sword-like mountains. These mountains are steep, and only on the top of the mountain, buildings occasionally appear. Although the scenery is absolutely beautiful, at the moment, all the people here are Tianjiao, from all sides. What kind of majestic scenery have not been seen? Naturally, they will not be amazed by the scenery in front of them. At the moment, what these Tianjiao care about is Bai Lingxue, who is the receiving envoy. Bai Lingxue is leading the people forward, but at the same time, he is introducing everything about the Kingdom of Truth to Ning Xiaochuan and others. As long as you are a citizen of the Kingdom of Truth, you will get an energy detector that can be used to detect the energy intensity of your opponent. When you arrive at Tianjiao Palace, someone will naturally give you the energy detector. You should remember the buildings around. There is the artifact hall. Later, you can go inside to choose the artifact you need. Here is the Lingdan Pavilion. If you need magic medicine, you can enter and look for it. In front of you is the Kung Fu Hall. After entering, you can get various skills. Of course, these skills will not be given to you simply. That is the Space-Time Hall. If you want to go to any experience in the future, you have to go through the Space-Time Hall. It seems that the Kingdom of Truth this time is indeed the old capital to cultivate the Tianjiao of these low-level civilizations, and it has prepared all kinds of palaces properly. Bai Lingxue said this, many people were immediately excited, and wanted to rush into these palaces to see what was different from the forces they were in before. However, in the end, they all restrained their temper and followed them to the Tianjiao Palace, prepared for them by the Kingdom of Truth. In front of a towering mountain, Bai Lingxue stopped with the crowd. Pointing to the towering mountain in front of him, Bai Lingxue said, "This is Tianjiao Palace, but I want to remind you that Tianjiao Palace here is divided into 4 levels. The weakest Tianjiao can only live at the foot of the mountain, the strongest Tianjiao lives in the cloud palace above the top of the mountain, and the Tianjiao in the middle level lives on the hillside and the top of the mountain. The treatment of the 4 levels of Tianjiao is very different from each other. Tianjiao also has strengths and weaknesses, and their treatment is different. Almost everyone knows this in their hearts." Before Bai Lingxue's voice fell, someone immediately asked loudly, how to divide Tianjiao at each level. Bai Lingxue said, "Naturally, according to the energy index, you should know what the energy index is just now. If you want to know more specifically, go to the Classics Pavilion we just passed to find the corresponding information." After many Tianjiao were silent for a moment, someone asked again, "Then where should we live now?" "With your strength at the moment, you are barely qualified to live at the foot of the mountain." Bai Lingxue nodded. "What? Just at the foot of the mountain?" Bai Lingxue's words immediately made many Tianjiao around gloomy, thinking that Bai Lingxue was teasing them. You know, almost all of these Tianjiao who appear here at the moment have divine kings. In their world, they are simply the top Tianjiao. They originally thought that with their strength, even if they could not live in the cloud palace on the top of the mountain, they should still have no problem living on the top of the mountain. But now, they can only become the weakest Tianjiao, living at the foot of the mountain, and Bai Lingxue still uses the word reluctantly. Bai Lingxue waited quietly for the crowd to calm down a little, then he looked calm and continued, "According to the rules of the Kingdom of Truth, all the sub-god Tianjiao and those with an energy index below 3 live at the foot of the mountain. Those with an energy index between 3 and 6 live on the mountainside. Those with an energy index between 6 and 9 can live on the mountaintop. Those with an energy index above 10 can live in the cloud palace on the mountaintop. If any of you has an energy index above 3, you can live on the mountainside immediately." A word immediately poured cold water on the Tianjiao people around. Although they have just come into contact with the idea of energy index, most of them already know that a little energy index represents the strength of a real god. At the moment, these Tianjiao who came here, although their energy index is mostly more than a point, few of them reached 2 points. But here, to live on the mountainside, you need an energy index of more than 3 points, which is the index of 3 ordinary gods combined. If divided according to this energy, they are indeed at the bottom of the existence. It's impossible to ask us to be so strong in the realm of the secondary god. However, I have reached the 9th level of the secondary god for so many years, and I can already try to break through the realm of the gods. Once I break through the realm of the gods, my strength will definitely increase 100 times and 1,000 times. At that time, don't mention the top of the mountain, even the cloud palace on the top of the mountain, I'm qualified to live." Many Tianjia thought for a moment, and immediately snorted like this. Bai Lingxue glanced at these Tianjiao, as if he had seen through the hearts of everyone at once, and a funny smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "In addition, I want to tell you that if you break through the realm of gods at this time, you will be kicked out of the Kingdom of Truth immediately, and you will never join the kingdom of truth again. Why is this? Does the kingdom of truth even limit our cultivation and refinement? Bai Lingshua's words immediately made these Tianjiao look iron-green around. You bet. No matter where, the promotion of cultivation is a top priority, especially the promotion from the secondary God realm to the divine realm, which is a transformation from man to God, and is of great significance to anyone. At this moment, almost all of these Tianjiao and cultivation achievements are secondary gods, and they are almost able to break through. Now when they heard that the kingdom of truth should limit their cultivation, they naturally became angry one by one. Bai Lingxue shook her head and explained, "Don't get me wrong, the kingdom of truth won't restrict your cultivation and improvement, but your foundation is too poor. If you promote the spiritual realm at this time, it's a waste of talent. So you must cultivate hard in the kingdom of truth, build a solid foundation, and then promote. The basic requirement of our kingdom of truth for Tianjiao and Tianjiao Palace is that their own energy index should be at least 6 before promoting the spiritual realm point above. If they fail to meet this requirement, the promoted gods will have limited future and are not qualified to become members of the kingdom of truth. Poor foundation. The energy index must reach more than 6 points before being promoted to the divine realm. The faces of these Tianjiao people are getting worse and worse. At the moment, they feel that they have been greatly insulted. Most of them are the peerless Tianjiao of their respective major forces, and they are definitely treated the best at ordinary times. They didn't know how much they had eaten before. In this case, Bai Lingxue even said that their foundation was poor. Of course, they would not be convinced. In addition, at the moment, their strength has almost reached the limit. If they want to improve their strength, there is almost only the way to improve their cultivation. It is simply impossible to raise your energy index to 6 points in the realm of secondary God. Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian stood together and couldn't help shaking their heads at the moment. His own divine personality has only evolved to more than 400 aspects, and there are still many opportunities for evolution in the future, so he has the opportunity to stack his energy index to 6 points. But other Tianjiao are different. Their divine personality can't evolve. At this stage of cultivation, they can't make progress. Not to mention raising the energy index to 6 points, even raising the energy index to 3 points is almost impossible. Just when these Tianjiao looked so blue that they almost turned against Bai Lingxue, several figures suddenly appeared from the towering mountain in front of him. Haha, Sister Lingxue, are these people the so-called Tianjiao you newly recruited? How do I feel that they are all and are not qualified to join the Tianjiao Palace of our kingdom of truth? Before people arrived, the sneer came first. Such a mocking voice, let these originally ugly faces have been extremely arrogant people suddenly burst into anger. Who are these people? They are so arrogant. Bai Lingxue stared at those approaching figures and said calmly, they are young people born in the kingdom of truth. They were the masters here before you came. Ning Xiaochuan noticed that at the moment, Bai Lingzuku didn't use Tianjiao to describe these people at the moment. Obviously, these people who appeared at the moment in Bai Lingzuku can't be regarded as Tianjiao-like people. Other Tianjiao also found the defects in Bai Lingxue's words, so he immediately asked, they are just ordinary young people in the kingdom of truth, so their strength is not too strong? Yes, according to the standard of the kingdom of truth, their strength is really nothing. Bai Lingxue nodded. If they dare to be so arrogant without strength, do they want to die? That brother taught them a lesson and let these guys know our strength. It's still not good. After all, this is the kingdom of truth. We're new here. If we fight directly with others, I'm afraid it will have a bad impact. As soon as Bai Lingxue's voice fell, the other Tianjiao snorted coldly together. Among them, Tianjiao directly asked Bai Lingxue whether he could deal with these visitors. They were beaten all the way by Bai Lingxue, and they had been holding a stomach of anger in their hearts for a long time. At this moment, One is to teach these people a lesson, the other is to vent their anger, and the third is to prove that they are not necessarily bad, and the kingdom of truth is not necessarily good. Bai Lingxue pondered for a moment, then nodded directly, indicating that these Tianjiao could take action. Immediately, two impatient Tianjiao rushed towards the ordinary disciples of the kingdom of truth. Their figures are like electricity. As soon as people fly out, their bodies become faintly visible, which seems to be integrated with the surrounding space. Such strength is definitely worthy of their name of Tianjiao. Ning Xiaochuan looked up at these two figures, and his expression was extremely dignified. Simply looking at the body shape of these two Tianjiao at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that their strength would never be worse than that of Tianjiao Fei, the king of magic Tua Mountain. Although these two Tianjiao are strong, Ning Xiaochuan feels at the moment that they may not be able to get benefits. However, at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he should see more and speak less. First, he observed the situation silently, so he stood with monk Tanqian, didn't speak, but just looked at the distance. Other Tianjiao around are also mostly like this, quietly waiting to see a good play. The two peerless Tianjiao figures flew to several ordinary young people in the kingdom of truth. With a wave of their hands, chain-like rules spewed out of their hands and wound around these young people. What thing? Dare to attack us? Among these young people, one of them suddenly gave a cold drink and appeared behind the two Tianjiao with a flash of his figure. His palm seemed to be like a giant hammer, pounding on the two Tianjiao, breaking through the body protection law of the two people, spitting blood in their mouths, and then flew to Bai Lingxue from a distance like carrying two dead dogs. Plop! Casually threw the two Tianjiao in his hand on the ground. The young man shook his head and sneered, "Sister Lingxue, what's the use of recruiting such a group of garbage? In my opinion, it's better to drive them all away as soon as possible, so as not to waste the resources of our kingdom of truth." It is recommended that Feitian Fish's fantasy masterpiece, The God of All Ages, which is absolutely classic, absolutely hot-blooded. The old Nine's character is guaranteed. Don't ask me where my character is? Eternal God Emperor. 800 years ago, Zhang Ruochen, the son of the Ming Emperor, was killed by his fiancée Princess Qi Yao, and a generation of Tianjiao fell. 800 years later, Zhang Ruochen came back to life, but found that he had killed his fiancée and had unified the Kunlun realm, opening up the first Central Empire, known as the Queen of Qi Yao. The Empress of Qi Yao, who controls the world and faces all directions, youth is eternal, immortal. Zhang Ruochen stood outside the ancestral hall of the emperors, looking at the statue of Empress Qi Yao, and the flames of hatred burned in his heart. When I rebuild for 13 years, dare to call the empress down the yellow spring. Two top Tianjiao of the 8th level civilization failed to catch a move in front of the two ordinary young people in the kingdom of truth, and then they failed, and the failure was very miserable. Now they were simply carried in their hands like two dead dogs. Such a scene made all the Tianjiao around take a cold breath. The gap is too big. These Tianjiao can stand at the peak of the 8th-level civilization, but in the kingdom of truth, they are not even the most ordinary young people. However, monk Ning Xiaochuan and monk Tan Qian did not look the same, because they came all the way from the lower civilization, and they have seen many huge gaps between the lower civilization and the higher civilization. The ordinary young man of the kingdom of truth, at the moment, looked proudly at these arrogants, like looking at a group of mole ants, and the contempt in his eyes was undisguised. Bai Lingxue stood up at this time and said, "Kong Mo, don't underestimate them. They are all Tianjiao selected from the 8th-level civilized world. Their talent is not much worse than you. There are even several people whose talent is stronger than you. Now they are not your opponents, but as long as we train them, they will soon surpass you." The young man named Kanmo sneered at the corners of his mouth and said, "Sister Lingxue, in that case, how about a competition 3 months later? At that time, we will fight these wastes to see if they are qualified to become citizens of our kingdom of truth." 3 months. Bai Lingxue pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, 3 months is 3 months. 3 months later, we will have a competition to see who wins and who loses." "Haha, very good, but Sister Lingxue, is it useful for you to promise for these wastes? I'm afraid they don't dare to fight at all now." Kanmo glanced at a group of Tianjiao in front of him and sneered. At the moment, these Tianjiao really look depressed one by one, and they have no confidence to fight with Kanmo and others in 3 months. Because 3 months is too short. In such a short period of time, no one is confident that they can improve their strength to fight against Kanmo. Bai Lingxue glanced back at these Tianjiao behind him, and his eyebrows immediately frowned. She just let the 2 Tianjiao attack Kanmo and others, just to make these Tianjiao realize their lack of strength with the help of Kanmo and others' hands, but she didn't expect that these Tianjiao were used to arrogance in ordinary days, and had hardly suffered any setbacks. Now they were hit here one after another, and even their belief in victory began to collapse. In this case, let alone let these Tianjiao fight Kanmo and others in 3 months, I'm afraid that even 3 years later, they may not be able to restore their previous confidence. 3 months later, I will fight with this brother. Just when Bai Lingxue frowned, a voice suddenly sounded. Bai Lingxue and Kongma looked at it with some consternation, and they saw Ning Xiaochuan coming out. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan looked calm and stepped out of these arrogance. He looked very calm and could not see any strange emotions at all. Monk Tanqian, who was originally standing next to Ning Xiaochuan, now also looked bitter, shook his head and walked out and said, "Alas, monks value peace, and I didn't want to do things like fighting, but if even Ning Xiaochuan wanted to fight, I'm one." In fact, Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to stand up at the moment. At the moment, he and these Tianjiao can be regarded as a group. If his side was forced too badly by the other side at the moment, I'm afraid it will be difficult in the future. Monk Tanqian obviously saw through this, so he stood up and spoke with Ning Xiaochuan. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian, Bai Lingxue's face exuded a little joy. For the decision to absorb Tianjiao from low-level civilization and supplement the citizens of the Kingdom of Truth, the interior of the Kingdom of Truth is also divided into 2 factions. One school believes that low-level civilized people are garbage and not worth cultivating at all. Kanmo and others in front of him belong to this school. The other school believes that as long as they are well cultivated, the Tianjiao of low-level civilization can also become the pillar of the Kingdom of Truth, and Bai Lingxue belongs to this school. The infighting between the 2 factions has never stopped. At this moment, Kongma and others are fighting against Bai Lingxue and others with the help of these Tianjiao's hands. If these Tianjiao really make Kongma and others unable to recover from the blow this time, and there is nothing to do from then on, then the school of Bai Lingxue, whose voice in the Kingdom of Truth, must be greatly affected. So at this moment, Bai Lingxue is so excited to see Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian stand up. Because the performance of Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian at least shows that not all Tianjiao are frightened by Kongma and others at the moment. Kanmo, see, not everyone is scared by you, so you are sure to fail in 3 months. Bai Lingxue turned around and said to Kongmo. At the moment, Kanmo glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian monks with a bad look. Suddenly, a few sneers appeared on his face, and his figure flashed to Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian monks like ghosts. At this moment, only monk Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian have no fear in their hearts. If they practice here for 3 months, they may really catch up with him. After all, Kongma few people in the Kingdom of Truth can only be regarded as the most common existence. Their talent is not too excellent, and they can't be regarded as Tianjiao at all. In front of Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian, they are also unchanged in the face of masters like him. Obviously, their mood is extremely strong. If such people are given a certain time, they will catch up with him sooner or later. But if 2 people are injured at the moment, I'm afraid that these 3 months are not enough for recuperation alone, let alone fighting with others. Kongma suddenly shot at the moment, which was to hit Ning Xiaochuan and monk Tanqian directly first. However, before he rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian, Bai Lingxue disappeared, and his whole body turned into a cold current, sweeping Kong Mo directly. Almost instantly, Kong Mo's whole body was frozen stiff. The competition didn't begin until 3 months later. What are you worried about now? I'll punish you first, so as not to make any small moves behind your back. Bai Lingxue appeared again, holding Kong Mo in his hand and throwing him out. Bai Lingxue's strength is obviously much stronger than that of Kong Mo. Those Tianjiao who had been looking at Kong Mo immediately turned their eyes to Bai Lingxue. The gap. They used to be full of confidence and thought they were the best in the world, but when they arrived here, they were beaten to the end. Since our strength is nothing at all in the kingdom of truth, although an ordinary person can match us, why does the kingdom of truth absorb us in? Finally, a gloomy Tianjiao growled. Just now, these Tianjiao didn't ask such questions, thinking that they were proud and felt that their talent was strong enough. The kingdom of truth absorbed them because they liked their talent, so they took it for granted to join the kingdom of truth. But now, their pride has been directly defeated by Kong Mo, and such a question naturally arises in their hearts. The kingdom of truth is so powerful that anyone can have such strength. Why should we absorb them? Bai Lingxue nodded and said, You guys, as I said just now, although your strength is not strong, your talent is not bad. As long as you practice in the kingdom of truth for a period of time, your strength will definitely exceed that of Kong Mo just now. Shit, my condensed divine personality is already the king of divine personality, and my strength has reached the limit. How can I make progress? Further progress is to step into the divine level, but after stepping into the divine level, according to what you just said, aren't you still going to be driven out of the kingdom of truth? If so, it's better for me to quit now. Another Tianjiao said in a low voice. After being hit one after another, these Tianjiao even began to regret coming to the kingdom of truth. After all, he was still a proud man in the Bapan civilization, but when he came here, he was nothing. Can't you improve your strength? Your vision should not just stay at the level of the 8th grade civilization. At this moment, Bai Lingxue frowned and repeatedly scolded, as the only 9-level civilization, the kingdom of truth, many things have exceeded your imagination. You said that your strength cannot be increased, but I want to ask you, do you think your God personality has reached the limit? How many laws do you understand? Is the secret skill you cultivate powerful enough? Is your constitution strong enough? A few questions in succession made these Tianjiao people speechless. Has the Godhead reached its limit? Can God's personality continue to improve after being condensed? It's impossible. Once the divine personality condenses, it will be completely fixed. How many rules are there? It goes without saying that the secondary God can understand how many laws, but if he understands the laws again, he has to break through the divine level. And the secret arts? And physical problems? When you reach the level of secondary God, the main point of cultivation is law. What secret skill can be stronger than law? As for physique, once you enter the God level, you can evolve into the body of gods. Therefore, no one in the sub-God realm will care too much about their physique. But now, all this seems to be the problem in Bai Lingxue's mouth. So at the moment, hearing Bai Lingxue's rhetorical question, these Tianjiao people were all confused one by one, and they didn't know how to answer. Monk Tanqian is gathered around Ning Xiaochuan at the moment. He muttered excitedly, Ning Xiaochuan, did you hear that? This woman must say this, because the kingdom of truth has a way to make the divine personality evolve. This shows that the information given to you by the poor monk must be true. It is precisely because the kingdom of truth has the strongest artifact civilization. With the power of artifact, the kingdom of truth can have all kinds of incredible supreme cultivation secrets. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at monk Tanqian, but his eyes immediately focused on Bai Lingxue. At the moment, he is also curious about these rhetorical questions raised by Ning Xiaochuan. If, as Ning Xiaochuan said, the kingdom of truth can really strengthen a person in all aspects, then the kingdom of truth is definitely the strongest holy land of cultivation in the world. Ning Xiaochuan looked at these Tianjiao and said, "What you think is right. These things that are impossible to achieve in the 8th-level civilization are nothing at all in the kingdom of truth. As long as you are talented enough, your strength will certainly improve rapidly. This is also the main reason why I promised to let you compete with Kanmo in 3 months." Introduction? Does the kingdom of truth even have a way to make our divine personality evolve? You know, the divine personality I condensed is the king of divine personality, with 2,300 aspects. A Tianjiao's voice trembled. Once the divine personality is condensed, it cannot be changed. This is common sense that everyone knows. If the kingdom of truth can even break this common sense, it is a little too rebellious. Of course, but I won't say much this time. After arriving at Tianjiao Palace, you can slowly experience it yourself. I have only one requirement for you, that is, to improve your strength within these 3 months as soon as possible, and then defeat Kanmo them in 3 months, otherwise, not only your face will be disgraced, but also my face will be lost. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, turned around and continued to fly towards Tianjiao Palace with this group of Tianjiao. And the group of Tianjiao who followed him was completely silent at the moment. Although silent, but in their looks, at the moment, most of them have a somewhat excited look. If everything is like what Ning Xiaochuan said, then the kingdom of truth is definitely the only Jiopin civilization between heaven and earth. At the foot of the towering mountain stands a huge palace. Above the entrance of the palace, there is a plaque with the words Tianjiao Palace. Ning Xiaochuan led the crowd into the hall from the entrance, and finally stopped in the hall of the hall. This is Tianjiao Palace. Before you become a god, you should always live there. Next, I will distribute the energy detector to you first. In the future, if you encounter an opponent, you'd better observe the energy index of the other party first. If the energy index of the other party is too high than yourself, you'd better run away immediately to avoid getting into danger. Lingqing took 2 steps forward, and then Xiaosu made several decisions one after another. Then, on top of her head, suddenly appeared fist-sized balls, which split in the middle, like separate eyes. After these balls appeared, Ning Xiaochuan waved them casually, and they immediately flew towards Ning Xiaochuan and others, and then they received one in their hands. This is a part of a powerful artifact, which can see through a person's energy index, and can also assist in cultivation. If you refine it, you can feel its mysteries. White cold snow path. Around that group of Tianjiao, nature immediately began to refine this ball. Holding the ball in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan looked a little surprised. Combined with Monk Tanqian's data and Ning Xiaochuan's words, Ning Xiaochuan began to suspect that the ball in his hand was a part of the artifact civilization, one of the 6 supreme artifacts in the kingdom of truth in the data. But after the idea came into his mind, he immediately threw it aside. Anyway, with his strength at the moment, he is far from touching the 6 supreme artifacts of the kingdom of truth. It was not difficult to refine this eyeball-like artifact. In just a moment, Ning Xiaochuan thoroughly refined it. When he opened his eyes again, everything in front of Ning Xiaochuan suddenly changed dramatically. DD. The strange sound that sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear when he was transferred from Xinhe civilization to the test point of the kingdom of truth, now sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear again. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan, who stood in front of him, suddenly appeared a string of data. Ning Xiaochuan, a member of the Tianjiao Palace of the Kingdom of Truth, is a secondary god with 9 levels of cultivation, and the pure energy index is 7. The energy index is as high as 7, which means she is qualified to live on the top of the mountain. Ning Xiaochuan showed some surprise on his face, and then began to scan around, including Monk Tanqian. The data of those Tianjiao around, now all fell into Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Among these Tianjiao, the weakest pure energy index barely reaches 1, but the stronger ones can reach 2.6, and the energy index of Ning Xiaochuan's 1.7 can only be regarded as ordinary among these Tianjiao. As for the Tanqian monk beside Ning Xiaochuan, his own data is weaker than that of Ning Xiaochuan, with only a little strength, which is the bottom existence in this group of Tianjiao. The idea moved in my mind, and the data that appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan suddenly disappeared. However, those data that appeared before have clearly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Ning Xiaochuan's mind at the same time, there is another string of information. Ning Xiaochuan, a member of the reserve palace of the God of the Kingdom of Truth, is a sub-god with 9 levels of cultivation, a pure energy index of 1.7, and has 500 divine coins. Ning Xiaochuan knew all the above information, but the 500 divine coins made Ning Xiaochuan a little confused. Just when he wanted to ask, there was Tianjiao around and said, "Take the lead, what is this divine coin?" Divine coin is the currency of the Kingdom of Truth. No matter what you want, you can buy it as long as you have enough divine coins. White cold snow path. Such an answer immediately made many Tianjiao cry out again. You know, money is very popular in some civilizations below the 6 civilizations. But in the 8-pin civilization, there is no concept of money. Because many treasures of the 8-level civilization are so rare that they cannot be measured by ordinary monetary units. But now in the Kingdom of Truth, there is a monetary unit. Therefore, as soon as Bai Lingshua's voice fell, another Tianjiao immediately asked, "Take the lead, what is this divine coin? Why can I buy everything? Can I buy artifacts if I want to use divine coins?" Of course, you can buy it, not to mention artifacts. Even more precious things, you can still buy it. As for the coin itself, in fact, it is just a string of data, which has no value in itself. The source of the coin depends on your contribution to the Kingdom of Truth. The greater your contribution to the Kingdom of Truth, the greater the number of coins you have. At present, as a new citizen of the Kingdom of Truth, you can get 500 divine coins. You can study how to get divine coins in the future. Bai Lingshua nodded. Money is also a part of civilization. There is an artifact civilization in the Kingdom of Truth. Of course, it will develop corresponding money. The poor monk has long said that the information in my hand is true. Monk Tan Qian muttered aside, and the corners of his mouth were so happy that he was about to laugh. In fact, Monk Tan Qian was not sure whether the information in his hand was true or false, otherwise he would not sell it all over the world. But now, like Ning Xiaochuan, he began to affirm that the information in his hand was only true. Such a situation, of course, makes Monk Tan Qian happier. You know, the information he took out and sold before is only a part of the information in his hands. The rest of the information is enough for him to deceive people several times. You refined the artifact separation just now, which means that you have officially owned the national identity of the Kingdom of Truth, and you can freely enter and leave everywhere in the Kingdom of Truth. However, I still want to advise you, you just came to the Kingdom of Truth, it's best not to go anywhere, but to improve your own strength first. I won't say anything else. If you have any questions to ask, you can directly use the artifact you refined just now separate, send me a message. After continuing to tell Ning Xiaochuan and others, Bai Lingshua directly turned around and left, leaving these Tianjiao to explore everything here by themselves. These Tianjiao had been impatient for a long time. Seeing Bai Lingshua leave, they immediately dispersed and began to study everything around them. Monk Tan Qian walked to Ning Xiaochuan with a smile on his face and said happily, "Ning Xiaochuan, let's also go out and have a look, such as what the chick just said about the Spacetime Palace and the Secret Script Palace. The poor monk has been longing for a long time, so we must go and have a look." Ning Xiaochuan glanced up and down at Monk Tan Qian, grinning his white teeth and said, "Master, don't try to muddle through. You haven't said where you got your previous information?" Monk Tanqian disappeared with a smile on his face, and changed into a bitter face, and said, "Why do you always ask this? This is the secret of a poor monk, of course, I can't tell you easily, but..." "But what?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "But now that it's you, Ning Xiaochuan, who wants to know this, it doesn't matter if I tell you." "You really want to know this?" Monk Tanqian asked back with a turn of his eyes. "Of course, isn't that nonsense?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at Monk Tanqian and said. "Just the data taken from Monk Tanqian before, but it clearly records everything about the Kingdom of Truth. I'm afraid that only the great figures of the Kingdom of Truth can record such a data. However, this information now falls into the hands of Monk Tanqian, which certainly makes Ning Xiaochuan a little curious and wants to know how Monk Tanqian got this information." Monk Tanqian sighed, straightened his chest, and said, "Well, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. But such an important secret, I only accept 200 God coins for you and leave 300 for you. How about, I'm still very interesting." "You're funny enough." Ning Xiaochuan stared and simply turned around and walked outside Tianjiao Palace. "It's a joke. Now these new people who have joined the Kingdom of Truth have only received a total of 500 divine coins. This divine coin can become the currency of the Kingdom of Truth, which is of great significance. Under such circumstances, how could Ning Xiaochuan simply let Monk Tanqian extort the divine coin in his hand? At present, in this situation, it is the king who knows everything here first. Just came to the Kingdom of Truth, almost everyone still had a little doubt and curiosity in their hearts. So in the first few days, everyone was wandering around and groping for everything here. Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian monks are the same. At first, some people suspected that the Kingdom of Truth absorbed them for another purpose, but after a few days, they didn't have such an idea. Because the Kingdom of Truth is indeed cultivating them wholeheartedly and giving them cultivation resources and environment that are more than 1,000 times better than what they had before. As Ning Xiaochuan guessed before, for any martial artist, the Kingdom of Truth is a holy land of practice. In such a holy land of cultivation, these Tianjiao people naturally get excited every day and devote themselves to cultivation. Even the confidence they lost before being hit by Como is beginning to recover gradually now. There are too few divine coins. How can there be only 500 divine coins? If there are 50,000, the treasures that the poor monk likes can be obtained. It's so sad. Ning Xiaochuan, lend me some divine coins. At the top of a pillar, like peak, Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian fell here. As soon as they landed, Monk Tanqian howled loudly. Ning Xiaochuan, of course, ignored Monk Tanqian and walked directly towards the building standing in front of him. Around Tianjiao Palace, there are many such mountains and buildings, which are used to assist practice, such as Artifact Hall, Spacetime Hall, Elixir Hall, Kung Fu Hall, etc., but in addition to these main halls, there are many other halls scattered around. For example, the palace that Ning Xiaochuan came to at this moment is called Tianji Palace. Tianji Palace. As the name suggests, this is the place to control the mystery. Ning Xiaochuan also found the existence of this Tianji Hall after searching around for several days. At this moment, he came to Tianji Hall, naturally to find Xiao Linger, Xiao Hong and Xue Lingshu with the help of the ability of Tianji Hall. Monk Tanqian has been staying with Ning Xiaochuan recently, so he followed him together. Entering the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, Ning Xiaochuan immediately saw a huge compass in front of him. This compass seemed to be illusory, surrounded by many circular virtual shadows. Suddenly, an old man's figure congealed in front of the compass. He laughed and said, "Haha, welcome to the Palace of Heavenly Secrets. What can I do for this child?" In every palace of the Kingdom of Truth, there are artifact spirits. The old man who appears here at this moment is the artifact spirit of the Temple of Heavenly Mystery. These Ning Xiaochuan had already explored these clearly, so he was not surprised. He nodded directly and said, "How many divine coins do I need to find the whereabouts of several people?" "It's hard to say. If you want to search other people's information, the number of coins you need varies. I'll send you a copy of the specific charging standard." This Tianji Hall Qi Ling nodded, and then stretched out his hand to Ning Xiaochuan. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt a lot more in his mind. Searching for the trace of the Lord God requires more than 1 billion coins. Searching for the trace of the upper God requires more than 100 million God coins. Searching for special life requires more than 100 divine coins. All other low-level searches start with 1 God coin. Ning Xiaochuan felt these contents carefully, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. The kingdom of truth is worthy of being the only Jiu civilization between heaven and earth. It has almost reached the extreme in all aspects, such as the ability of the temple of time and space to allow people to transmit at will in all places, and the ability of the temple of heavenly secrets to casually find others at this moment. In other low-level civilizations, such ability is simply unimaginable, but here, these have long been used to things, and everyone can use them. Of course, if you want to take advantage of these convenience, the price you need to pay is God money. These days, this group of Tianjiao who just came to the kingdom of truth have long discovered the importance of divine coins. It can be said that as long as there are divine coins here, you can have everything. The artifact hall can use divine coins to buy the strongest artifact, the skill hall can use divine coins to buy all kinds of strange secret methods, the miraculous medicine hall can buy all kinds of rare miraculous drugs, and the space-time hall can let you transfer back and forth in any space. Of course, the premise of all this is that you have enough divine coins. With the only 500 divine coins Ning Xiaochuan and others have at the moment, they can do almost nothing. Even if they go to various halls to buy things, they can only buy the worst kind. So at the previous meeting, Monk Tan Qian would howl like that. He had long been interested in many treasures in the treasure hall, but because he didn't have enough divine coins, he could only watch those treasures drool and couldn't get them at all. Ning Xiaochuan felt a little at this moment, and he had a little idea about the charging standard of the Temple of Heavenly Secrets. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I have recorded the identities of the people I want to search for. First, help me see how many divine coins I need." Ning Xiaochuan's mind moved, and the information of Xiao Linger and others was immediately passed by him to the old man in front of him. The old man is just an artifact, so Ning Xiaochuan is not worried about what he will do secretly. Just a moment later, the elder Qiling said, "Child, the people you want to search need a total of 482,013,76 divine coins." "How much?" Hearing this series of data, Ning Xiaochuan almost bit his tongue. 482,011,376 divine coins. The spirit elder repeated again. Ning Xiaochuan's expression eased a little, and he said suspiciously, "It's impossible? How can there be so many? The people I want you to search for should be only secondary gods at the moment, and there are not many people who achieve the next gods. How can they need so many god coins? The charge of Tianji Hall is absolutely fair. You can have a look at the specific charge list." The elder tool spirit smilingly passed over a list. After only one look, Ning Xiaochuan was completely speechless. On this list, the string of zeros followed by little linger is simply blinding. In the previous charge of more than 400 million divine coins, Xiao Linger alone accounted for the largest charge. In addition, Xiao Hong's charge was also in millions of divine coins. On the contrary, the last Xuelingxiu and others did not need too many divine coins to search. Xuelingxiu, Niao Lanqin, Moon God, De Shi and a group of Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve Palace searched for the required divine coins, which together was the 1376 divine coins. "Child, the little Linger and little Red you are looking for are special lives, and they are also extremely powerful special lives, so the charge for searching is quite high. As for others, because they are ordinary people and their cultivation is not high, the charge is not high. The elder Qiling explained with a smile. Looking at this charge list, Ning Xiaochuan was speechless, and he could only temporarily cancel his plan to find Xiaolinger and Xiaohong. Staring at the remaining names, he began to calculate in his heart. At the moment, the total number of God coins on Ning Xiaochuan is 500, and it takes more than 1,000 to search for the God coins that everyone needs. Ning Xiaochuan can't afford to search. Therefore, at the moment, he can only simply search for 2 people. Master Zijin and Xuelingshu. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan made a decision to search the whereabouts of the Emperor Zijin and Xuelingshu first. To search the 2 of them, the required divine coins are about 280 divine coins. Ning Xiaochuan now has 500 divine coins, but he can also search. After searching, he can buy treasures in other halls to enhance his strength. Give the information of Zijin Emperor and Xuelingshu to the old man in front of him. With a wave of his arm, the virtual compass behind him immediately rotates rapidly. Blurred pictures emerged from the virtual shadow of the circle around the compass. After a few breaths, a picture suddenly popped up on one of the rings. In the picture, the purple gold emperor was surrounded by purple clouds and sat cross-legged in the core of a burning planet. The high temperature around him did not hurt him at all, but promoted his practice. Around the Zijin Emperor, thunders fell like rain. At this moment, the Zijin Emperor was actually crossing the divine disaster. Once he passed the disaster, he could condense his divine personality and become a real god. What the Emperor of Zijin didn't do in the previous life, this life seems to show signs of achievement. Because at this moment in the picture, the thunder around can't hurt the Purple King at all. It seems that Master Zijin doesn't need me to worry. After he becomes a god, he will definitely return to the God Palace. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and then looked at another picture. In this picture, what is shown is Xuelingshu's cold face. From Xuelingshu's body, an ethereal breath is transmitted through the picture. Around her, countless corpses fall to the ground, but in the distance, there are still many monsters with ferocious looks, looking like corpses rushing over. At the moment, Xuelingshu seems to be in a dangerous place and is fighting with each other at the moment. Such a picture naturally made Ning Xiaochuan's heart suddenly nervous, and firmly remembered the position of Xuelingshu at the moment in his heart. The picture in front of him disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt that the number of divine coins he owned was reduced from 500 to 220. Their divine coins are all controlled by divine instruments in their bodies, so even if Ning Xiaochuan wants to default, he can't do it. Thank you, Master. We're leaving. After searching the information of Zijin Emperor and Xuelingshu, Ning Xiaochuan immediately turned and walked out of the Palace of Heavenly Secrets. After experiencing the magic of the Temple of Heavenly Secrets, Ning Xiaochuan was relieved. At least, if he wants to find the people in the God's Palace in the future, he just needs to search here. However, at the thought of the number of divine coins needed to search Xiaolinger and Xiaohong, Ning Xiaochuan felt his heart twitch violently. With more than 400 million divine coins, Ning Xiaochuan himself did not know when he would be able to collect such a huge sum of money. There are many ways for the Kingdom of Truth to make money, such as enhancing their own strength, contributing treasures to the Kingdom of Truth, or directly accepting the tasks issued by the Kingdom of Truth, and so on. But these methods can earn God coins, the number is not too much. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation at the moment, it is difficult to earn enough 10,000 divine coins, let alone 400 million divine coins. Now he can see why those secondary gods of Xinhe civilization deliberately took Xiaolinger and Xiaohong away alone, because they are simply a big treasure. Coming out of the Tianji Palace, Ning Xiaochuan didn't go back to Tianjiao Palace directly, but rushed to the nearby Treasure Palace. Other Tianjiao, if they want to enhance their own strength in the fastest time, usually choose the Hall of Martial Arts and the Hall of Miraculous Drugs to buy treasures that can quickly promote their cultivation, but Ning Xiaochuan doesn't need this. As long as he continues to improve the quality of his divine personality, he can immediately make his energy index soar continuously. This is also Ning Xiaochuan's confidence in spending more than 200 coins at a stretch to search for the Emperor Zijin and others when there are only 500 divine coins. Entering the treasure hall, Ning Xiaochuan bought the 5-element force of more than 150 divine coins from the weapon spirit in the treasure hall at one go, and then turned to enter the Kung Fu hall. The power of the 5 elements purchased by 150 divine coins is enough to raise Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality to a new level again. In fact, for any martial artist, the Palace of Kung Fu is fundamental. As the top existence of all civilizations, the Kung Fu, collected by the Kingdom of Truth, is already the ultimate between heaven and earth. In the 8-level civilization, those so-called top-level skills are not even qualified to be collected in the Kingdom of Truth. In the 8-level civilization, the struggle between the secondary gods is mostly just to blow out the law, and the skills of operating the law are very strange and crude. A secret technique that can improve the efficiency of the use of the law of the secondary god has almost been called the top secret technique. But here, there are countless similar secret skills. As long as you have divine coins, you can exchange enough powerful secret skills. This is also the main reason why ordinary people in the Kingdom of Truth can be stronger than the Tianjiao of the 8th civilization. People who have practiced such secret skills will also have an increase in their energy index. For example, Ning Xiaochuan's current energy index is only 1.7. If he can practice a secret skill here, his energy index can easily soar to more than 3. Kanmo, who provoked Ning Xiaochuan and others before, has an energy index of about 4, far exceeding the highest index of these Tianjiao people by more than 2 points. However, his potential has almost been exhausted. However, these Tianjiao who just joined the Kingdom of Truth have not developed their potential. As long as they are given enough time, it is not a problem to exceed Kanmo at all. Bai Lingxue didn't hesitate to directly promise Kanmo a 3-month engagement, which is also because of this. Ning Xiaochuan entered the Hall of Kung Fu and directly used the remaining divine coins to choose a secret skill that he had long liked before, and then walked out of the Hall of Kung Fu. Waste, it's simply a great waste. Ning Xiaochuan, if you had known that you wasted God coins so much, you might as well give them to the poor monk. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan spend all his divine coins in such a short time, Monk Tanqian's eyes are almost full at the moment, constantly nagging in Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Since he knew the importance of divine coins, Monk Tanqian stored his 500 divine coins like a baby. He was reluctant to spend even 1 divine coin. So at this moment, Monk Tanqian felt blood dripping in his heart when he thought of Ning Xiaochuan's reckless appearance just now. Haha, it's such a group of garbage that they even want to become members of our school palace. The decision put forward by the King of Golden Buddha is not feasible at all. Walking to the entrance of Tianjiao Palace, Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian suddenly heard a wanton laughter. Entering the Tianjiao Palace, a group of laughing figures appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian monks. In front of this group of laughing figures, those Tianjiao people who had previously joined the Tianjiao Palace with Ning Xiaochuan were now black and blue, lying on the ground and crying constantly, looking very miserable. These Tianjiao accomplishments have reached the realm of secondary gods. Even if they were injured by others, they would never be as miserable as they are now. But now, they have become like this. It is obvious that these people are deliberately humiliating them in front of them, so they have used some special means to turn them into this in front of them. Haha, there are 2 more. Who will take them down? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian coming in, these figures standing in Tianjiao Palace laughed, and a voice immediately came out. Brush. Several figures flashed out from these people in an instant, showing a mouth of white teeth, and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian monks in a gloomy way. Ba, Ning Xiaochuan, we are going to have a bad luck this time. Monk Tan Qian didn't dare to publicize any more at the moment, and whispered to Ning Xiaochuan with a sad face. In fact, without Monk Tan Qian saying anything more, Ning Xiaochuan had already seen that the situation was bad at the moment, because among these figures standing in Tianjiao Palace at the moment, there was prominently Conmo who had clashed with them before. At the moment, Kongma was smiling and standing in front of a young man who was short and only about the height of Ning Xiaochuan's chest, with a flattering appearance. Such a scene, Ning Xiaochuan can naturally distinguish that this short boy is the leader of Kongma and others. Surrounded by several figures around, Ning Xiaochuan immediately activated the energy detector in his body. Didi. Zhang Yu, a member of the academy, cultivates 9 secondary gods and has an energy index of 5. Mo Ting, a member of the school palace, cultivates 9 secondary gods and has an energy index of 4. Kongma, a member of the academy, cultivates 9 secondary gods and has an energy index of 6. Yi Chaofan, a member of the school palace, has 9 levels of cultivation and an energy index of 14. Staring at the short boy named Yi Chaofan in front of him, Ning Xiaochuan's face suddenly showed a look of shock. At the moment, his energy index is only 1.7, and the energy index of these people around him is mostly between 3 and 6, but this Yi Chaofan is simply a pervert, and his energy index is as high as 14. No wonder he will become the head of this group of people. With his strong energy index, if he wants, one person can defeat everyone here. Ning Xiaochuan secretly exclaimed in his heart. Even in the face of Conmo and others, Ning Xiaochuan felt indifferent, because although Conmo and others were powerful, they were not far beyond him, and Ning Xiaochuan could catch up with Conmo and others at any time. But this Yi Chaofan, at the moment, has surpassed Ning Xiaochuan too far. Even if Ning Xiaochuan catches up and wants to catch up with him, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Haha, did you see that these two guys, like these guys on the ground, were scared and turned blue immediately after seeing the little prince's energy index? Wait, it's estimated that they didn't dare to move their hands. It's really boring. It's not as good as they dared to attack us when they didn't have energy detectors before. Last time, Conmo did it alone. The rest of us were just watching the excitement. Kong Mo, a fool, made a March appointment with Bai Ling Xue, which made us unable to make trouble here these days. Finally, the little prince had to come forward. Little Prince, this seems to be the nickname of the abnormal young Yi Chaofan. These figures standing all over Tianjiao Palace are laughing casually at the moment, and they don't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian monks at all. And those people around Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tan Qian, now with a sneer on their faces, are about to take action immediately. Wait a minute, these two people have some exceptions. Don't send them away so easily. Suddenly, Conmo stood out with a smile. After glancing up and down at Monk Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tan Qian for several times, Kongma turned back with a proud smile and said, "Little Prince, these two guys were not scared by me before, and they dared to take the initiative to challenge me. Now it's better to let me do it and teach them how to behave." Yi Chaofan, nicknamed Little Prince, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tan Qian and said dismissively, "The energy index adds up to less than 3 points. You can solve this garbage by yourself with what you tell me. But for the face of the Golden Buddha King, don't kill people directly. If you kill people, I won't end up." Kongma laughed twice and said, "Don't worry, Little Prince, I'll be very gentle. I'll never kill them both. I'll just cut off their hands and feet, and then let them lie on the ground and drink my urine." It's said that these guys are still peerless in the original place. Usually their eyes are higher than the top, and don't pay attention to anyone. I'll let them have their eyes higher than the ground later. All the people around Yi Chaofan immediately laughed, and one of them shouted in a cooperative manner, "Kong Mo, you are a boy who can play tricks. I know the eye is higher than the top, but you talk about what it is higher than the ground. Kong Ma walked towards Ning Xiaochuan and explained proudly, you don't understand this. If your eyes are higher than the ground, just let your eyes be higher than the ground. Well, I think it's better to let their eyes be in close contact with the ground later. Anyway, even if they are in close contact, their eyes should be higher than the ground, which definitely belongs to the eye higher than the ground. When Kong Ma said this, all the people understood that Kong Ma was preparing to trample Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian under his feet and severely trample their faces on the ground to humiliate them. Lying in the trough, the poor monk can't help it. Ning Xiaochuan, fuck them. Monk Tan Qian finally couldn't help but scold. Okay. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and his figure suddenly rushed out. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tan Qian make moves, Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tan Qian are surrounded by their figures, but they retreat one after another and give the place to Ning Xiaochuan, Monk Tan Qian, and Kong Ma. Although Ning Xiaochuan's three people's accomplishments are equal, Kong Ma's energy index is as high as 4, which is far higher than Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian monks. Therefore, these people around looked relaxed and looked at Kong Ma's hand. At the moment, Kong Mo also looked relaxed. The difference in energy index between the three of them was too large, which represented a huge strength gap between the three. Therefore, Kong Mo did not take Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian monk to heart at all. Who? A golden light appeared on Monk Tan Qian, and his body even vaguely formed a Buddha shadow. This Buddha shadow is almost all composed of laws and is extremely powerful. If it is in a low-level civilization, it is enough to suppress everything. But at the moment, facing Kong Mo, he just whipped it casually. With a slap, the virtual shadow of the Buddha on Monk Tan Qian was completely broken. Even Monk Tan Qian himself was also sucked, spitting blood in his mouth and flying back. After Monk Tan Qian, Ning Xiaochuan's figure also appeared immediately. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tan Qian actually know that they are not rivals of these people in front of him. These people have been practicing here for unknown years. They are new here and their energy index is far worse than each other. But at this moment, knowing that they are not opponents of each other, Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tan Qian are still decisive. Being humiliated like this, if they don't even have the courage to fight, their martial arts road may end here. Boy, your energy index is only 1.7, and my energy index is as high as 4. Although we have the same cultivation, your strength is simply scum in front of me. Kong Ma stared at Ning Xiaochuan, with a sneer on his lips. What he said just now is not just to stimulate Ning Xiaochuan and his two people, but is really ready to do so, trampling Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tan Qian on the soles of their feet and trampling out the pride in their hearts. However, just as Kong Ma looked disdainful and prepared to attack Ning Xiaochuan, the energy detector in his body suddenly reacted violently. Ning Xiaochuan's energy index suddenly jumped from 1.7 to 3 at the moment. Although the 3-point energy index is still not as good as the 4-point energy index of Kong Ma, the difference is not big. Kong Ma looked shocked, and he didn't know what happened, but Ning Xiaochuan looked cold, and he had rushed in front of Kong Ma. A blast of sword gas shot out of his palm, and instantly shot through Kong Ma's two arms. Kong Ma was a little too careless, and at the moment, he was surprised by the sudden change of the energy index in Ning Xiaochuan's body, so he immediately fell down, his arm was shot through, and he roared in his mouth. He also burst out a force of law, trying to defeat Ning Xiaochuan at one stroke and turn defeat into victory. But at the moment, it was already a little late. Ning Xiaochuan's evil sword appeared in his hand and crossed it from his neck. Kong Ma's leader rolled down directly from his body. Such an accident made all those around look greatly changed. Among them, several people who reacted quickly wanted to kill Ning Xiaochuan immediately. But Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed, but he had held the virtual divine lattice in Kong Ma's residual body in his hand. With Kong Mochi's Jiuzhong cultivation, although the body was destroyed, it was not difficult to resurrect. But if his virtual godhead is crushed, then he wants to be reborn again, and the price is high. If you want him to die, you can just come up. Ning Xiaochuan held Kong Mo's divine personality in his hand, and his voice was cold. Such a threat immediately made all the people around hesitate and stop. They were obviously worried that their companions would really be killed. Yi Chaofan, the little prince who had been standing aside and was too lazy to speak, suddenly looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said with a grin, "Haha, it's interesting that a little backbone appeared in these guys. I like it. Don't touch any of you. I must deal with him myself." Ning Xiaochuan held Kong Mo's virtual look in his hand and frowned. "We agreed to have a competition 3 months later. It seems that you have violated the agreement to come to the door at this time." Agreement? Yi Chaofan showed a somewhat contemptuous smile on his face, glanced around and said, "Have you heard of any agreement? Why didn't I know what agreement we had with them before? Of course there is no agreement, and we haven't heard of it." Those people around Yi Chaofan laughed together. "Did you hear that? Since there is no agreement, we can come over whenever we want to bully you. Can you manage it?" Yi Chaofan pulled out his ear with a fingerboard, and the mockery on his face became more and more obvious. "Besides, what if there is an agreement? I think this agreement is very uncomfortable, so the agreement is abolished, and what can you do?" With a joking look around, Yi Chaofan's eyes immediately fell on a Tianjiao lying on the ground. This Tianjiao was beaten with a black and blue face. Now he was lying on the ground, staring at Yi Chaofan with a sad and angry face. Yi Chaofan and the Tianjiao looked at each other, and suddenly stretched out his hand, directly sucked the other party into his own hand, and held the other party casually. Yi Chaofan grinned, "You look like you are very angry, so I will be merciful and give you a chance to speak. If you are not convinced, just say it." The Tianjiao's face was livid. He was so insulted by Yi Chaofan, but he had no strength to fight back. He stared at Yi Chaofan and shouted, "We didn't know you at all before, and there was no hatred between us. Why did you deal with us like this?" Those arrogant people around are really sad and angry at the moment. They and Yi Chaofan didn't know each other at all. Today, the other party suddenly came to the door and humiliated them like this. For these Tianjiao people, it was a disaster without provocation. Many people didn't even know what Yi Chaofan and others wanted to do. "Yes, we don't know each other at all, and there is no hatred between us. Why should we come here to bully you?" The banter on Yi Chaofan's face became more and more obvious. He took Tianjiao in his hand in front of him, looked into each other's eyes and slowly said, "The reason why we came here today is very simple. That is, we don't like you, and we want to teach you a lesson. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Yi Chaofan's answer widened the Tianjiao's eyes and showed a look of sadness and anger on his face, because everyone could hear that at the moment, Yi Chaofan was not really communicating with him, but teasing him. "Pa." Yi Chaofan teased the Tianjiao for a moment, and unexpectedly took out the virtual divine lattice on the Tianjiao and held the virtual divine lattice in his hand. Yi Chaofan turned to look at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "One for another. Now I also have a divine lattice in my hand. How about we hand it over?" Without waiting for Ning Xiaochuan's promise, Yi Chaofan grabbed around with his palm, and unexpectedly grabbed several gods in Tianjiao's body in succession. "Now I have more than one divine personality in my hand. If you want to change it, I'm afraid it's not qualified. Then I'll destroy several." Yi Chaofan grinned and smashed 2 virtual gods. 2 top-level Tianjiao from 8 levels of civilization completely fell before they could rise in the kingdom of truth. Looking at such a scene, the Tianjiao people who fell to the ground around them were sad and angry, but at the same time, they were also a little timid. This Yi Chaofan is simply a little demon king. He has no scruples about doing things at all, even killing people here. This is Tianjiao Palace. Don't you have any rules? Don't even people who kill it will be punished? A Tianjiao, who looked almost broken, roared. Rules. I'm the rules here. Yi Chaofan looked at the Tianjiao coldly, and with a wave of his palm, he smashed the Tianjiao's body. Glancing at those Tianjiao on the ground, Yi Chaofan sneered, whoever dares to oppose me will be killed. Looking at Yi Chaofan, who is so fierce and domineering, it is not only the arrogance on the ground that is suppressed, but also the people who come with Yi Chaofan, all look dignified and seem a little worried at the moment. These people are young people born and raised in the kingdom of truth. They were the masters here before the Tianjiao of Bapan civilization came here. The original name here is not Tianjiao Palace, but Shiwagong, which is the place where the kingdom of truth cultivates the young generation. It is only in this generation that there are problems in the kingdom of truth, so we have to absorb Tianjiao from the 8-level civilization to supplement the defects in the population of the kingdom of truth. Such a population replenishment strategy is absolutely crucial to the inheritance of the kingdom of truth. But for these young people who are still located in the school palace, their vision is not so long-term. In their view, these guys from low-level civilization are basically Hatoyama Magpie's nest, and they come to rob resources with them. And in their hearts, they despise these Tianjiao from the Bapan civilization, which is also a common problem when people of high-level civilization treat people of low-level civilization. These ordinary young people born in the kingdom of truth naturally have no good feelings for these Tianjiao in Tianjiao Palace. Kanmo and others took the initiative to provoke before, and they thought so. This time, Yi Chaofan brought them here to make trouble for the same reason. But these ordinary young people are obviously not as brave as Yi Chaofan. Before they came here, they just wanted to make a big fuss and attack the arrogance of these Tianjiao people in Tianjiao Palace. As for killing, they dare not, because after killing, they will be severely punished. So at this moment, seeing Yi Chaofan killing so recklessly, even these young people in the kingdom of truth are worried one by one. One of them gathered around Yi Chaofan and whispered, "Little prince, are we going too far now? Now we kill people, for fear that we will not be able to explain in front of the order." The order envoy is the one in charge of punishment in the kingdom of truth. In fact, the original kingdom of truth does not need to exist in an orderly way. All operations of the kingdom of truth are controlled by artifact. Even if it is punishment, it is the artifact that actively makes the most fair judgment. But now there are problems in the kingdom of truth, and the original order of the kingdom of truth has been completely disrupted, so the kingdom of truth has set up the position of order to maintain the normal operation of the kingdom of truth. Hearing the words order, Yi Chaofan's face showed a little fear. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan stood on the other side and helped monk Tanqian up. Although monk Tanqian was injured by Kanmo, the injury was not too serious. Staring at Yi Chaofan in front of him at the moment, monk Tanqian muttered with a sad face, "It's over, Ning Xiaochuan, this guy is more ferocious than the devil in hell. We can't escape this disaster this time." Ning Xiaochuan frowned and didn't say much. At the moment, he was also thinking about how to get rid of the current dilemma. Just now, his energy index soared so much that even Kanmo was overpowered by him carelessly. In fact, it was the result of secretly absorbing the power of the 5 elements just exchanged, and then evolving the divine personality in his body. As long as there is the power of the 5 elements and the law in the soul ball, Ning Xiaochuan's divine personality can continue to evolve almost immediately. At the moment, there are more than 1,000 sections of the virtual deity in his body, fully reaching 1080 sections. The divine personality evolved so much that the energy index of Ning Xiaochuan jumped to 3 points. But even so, Ning Xiaochuan's energy index is still much worse than the little prince Yi Chaofan in front of him. If he relies on force, Ning Xiaochuan can't break through the current dilemma at all, and he may end up as arrogant as those around him, and be trampled underfoot and insulted by Yi Chaofan and others in front of him. No matter where it is, strength is fundamental. Ning Xiaochuan feels this again at the moment. Even in places like the Kingdom of Truth, strength is still paramount. Without strength, you can only be bullied. The existence of order seemed to make Yi Chaofan a little afraid, so at this moment, the publicity posture on his face slightly restrained, turned around and looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian and Shang Dao. Ning Xiaochuan, hand over the god in your hand. In addition, kneel on the ground for me, knock 3 times, and I'll forgive you today. For a fighter, especially a fighter of Tianjiao level, killing them is nothing. If you can break up the pride in their hearts, it will really destroy them. At the moment, Yi Chaofan is like this. He wants to make Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian monk bow their heads completely. Kill those Tianjiao around. Yi Chaofan has no sense of achievement at all, because those Tianjiao have been beaten badly by him, and there is almost no courage to fight him. But Ning Xiaochuan is different from monk Tan Qian. Even in the face of Yi Chaofan, they know they are not rivals, but they still have the courage to fight. It is really refreshing to let such 2 tough people kneel in front of themselves. Let's kneel down. Ning Xiaochuan and monk Tan Qian showed some disdain on their faces at the same time. Along the way, whoever knelt down, let alone Yi Chaofan, who is standing in front of them now, even if it is a real god standing in front of them at the moment, they will not kneel. If you don't kneel, you'll die. Yi Chaofan's accented tone was gloomy. Monk Tan Qian smiled a little and said, "Almsgiver, let's not talk like this. We are all fighting and killing. I think you are so murderous. It's better to sit down and listen to the poor monk read you a passage of scripture to purify the murderous spirit in your heart." Hearing monk Tan Qian's ridicule, Yi Chaofan immediately frowned and said in a cold voice, "You're looking for death." In a flash, Yi Chaofan was about to catch monk Tan Qian. At this time, a crisp sound suddenly appeared in this Tianjiao palace. Yi Chaofan's action also stopped immediately and turned to look at Ning Xiaochuan. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan holds Kanmo's virtual deity in his hand and directly pinches it to pieces without expression. The crisp sound just now is the sound that Ning Xiaochuan crushes Kanmo's virtual deity a little bit. These young people born in the Kingdom of Truth finally officially died. Such a scene not only made Yi Chaofan full of murderous spirit, but also those young people in the Kingdom of Truth who stood by and watched the excitement were very angry at the moment. The little prince is about to teach them a lesson. They dare to speak wildly and actively provoke the little prince. This guy actually killed Como. What does he think he is? Does he really think that entering our Kingdom of Truth is a national of the Kingdom of Truth? These outsiders are always inferior in front of us. Wait until we call order here and see how he will be punished. Just now, the little prince also killed many people. If order comes over, I'm afraid the little prince will also be implicated. What are you afraid of? As a little prince, even if he is punished, he will be imprisoned for a few days at most, but this boy is miserable. If he dares to kill the people in the Kingdom of Truth, I think the order envoy will directly throw him into the blood-refining prison. The matter of blood purgatory should be discussed later. Now he has to pass the little prince first. Although all these young people around were angry, they just stood aside and muttered, and no one directly shot, because at this moment, Yi Chaofan, with a cold face, had walked step by step towards Ning Xiaochuan. You dare to kill Kanmo in front of me. It seems that I can't spare you today anyway. Yi Chaofan's palm opened, and the whole arm seemed to turn into a series of rules. I don't know what kind of secret method was used, and he grabbed it directly at Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian monks. A thrilling feeling suddenly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan knows that he may not be able to take Yi Chaofan's move at the moment, and may even be killed directly. However, Ning Xiaochuan crushed Kanmo's virtual deity in order to directly irritate Yi Chaofan and make a bold move. Because only in this way can Ning Xiaochuan feel the fatal threat. With this sense of fatal threat, the white bone beads in Ning Xiaochuan's divine cell can rotate again and exert super strength. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan may not be able to fight with Yi Chaofan in front of him. This is also the only way Ning Xiaochuan can think of at the moment. He can only block his hope on the white bone beads in his body. So at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan not only didn't step back, but straightened his chest and directly greeted Yi Chaofan after he stuffed Monk Tanxian behind him. This guy is going to commit suicide. People who saw Ning Xiaochuan's behavior had such an idea in their minds. They couldn't guess Ning Xiaochuan's idea at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yi Chaofan, who was getting closer and closer to him, and his blood seemed to begin to boil. Under this condition, the white bone beads in his body also seemed to start to touch, and there was a tendency to rotate immediately. At this time, a thunderbolt suddenly stopped Yi Chaofan. A powerful man wearing a golden robe and a golden sword hanging around his waist turned into thunder and blocked Yi Chaofan. On this powerful man, a divine power was constantly released, clearly showing his identity as a god. The man in gold appeared, stopped Yi Chaofan, and then glanced around, and he immediately looked majestic. "Little prince, you have gone too far today, and you must be severely punished." This man in gold is one of the thousands of order envoys in the Kingdom of Truth. With his divine strength, he should have been able to clearly feel what happened in Tianjiao Palace long ago, but he didn't know why he was here at the moment. The Tianjiao people who were lying on the ground around looked embarrassed. At this moment, they saw the emergence of order, and directly spoke to punish Yinan Tian. They immediately jumped up with excitement, rushed to order, and repeatedly accused Yinan Tian of being overbearing and bloodthirsty. It's too much for these Tianjiao people to be bullied by Yi Chaofan before. Now, recalling the humiliation they just received, many Tianjiao even left tears on their cheeks. Well, it's my fault today. If I hadn't been careless and didn't stop the fight between you in time, things wouldn't be like this today. But don't worry, order controls all the order of the Kingdom of Truth, and I will definitely deal with this matter fairly and severely punish Yi Chaofan. The man in gold stood among these Tianjiao with a sad and indignant face, and even put down his airs as a god, and comforted these Tianjiao with a gentle face. Such a scene naturally made those Tianjiao around feel more at ease, and almost regarded the man in gold as their dependents at the moment. Only Ning Xiaochuan, who was standing by, inadvertently saw a kind of sarcastic sneer on the soaked man's face at the moment. However, the man in gold disguised well, and such a look disappeared immediately after only a moment. Something's wrong. Isn't even this golden-robed man now with Yi Chaofan? Ning Xiaochuan was secretly vigilant. Although this golden-robed man is an order envoy, he is also a person who has his own thoughts, so it is not surprising that he will become Yi Chaofan's accomplice. From the title of Yi Chaofan's little prince, it can be seen that his position in the Kingdom of Truth is probably not ordinary. It seems not difficult for such a person to buy an order envoy in the realm of a subordinate god. The man in gold comforted those Tianjiao and immediately said coldly to Yi Chaofan, "Yi Chaofan, you led people to make Tianjiao Palace and killed several members of Tianjiao Palace. Now I officially punish you with 10,000 divine coins. If this happens again in the future, the punishment will be doubled again. You should pay attention." "I see." Yi Chaofan lazily agreed, but his eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Punish 10,000 divine coins. What a egg." Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanxian all showed their faces at the moment. Now Ning Xiaochuan is sure that the current Golden Order envoy is indeed with Yi Chaofan. Otherwise, how could he impose such punishment? Although divine coins are of great use, Ning Xiaochuan and others at the moment are also very scarce, but this is because they have just arrived at the Kingdom of Truth. As a native genius of the Kingdom of Truth, it is easy for Yi Chaofan to get 10,000 pieces. Therefore, at this moment, the punishment of the Golden Man to Yi Chaofan is simply equivalent to scooping a ladle of water from the sea, which is not even drizzle at all. The Tianjiao people who surrounded the golden-robed man immediately showed surprise on their faces after hearing the golden-robed man's punishment on Yi Chaofan. They are not stupid. Of course, they can see that the man in gold is shielding Yi Chaofan at all. The young people of the Kingdom of Truth around them looked at this group of Tianjiao with a smile on their faces, as if they were mocking their childishness, and would actually regard their people of the Kingdom of Truth as their dependents. Seeing that those Tianjiao around were far away from him, and no longer trusted him as just now, the man in gold didn't care, but turned around and looked at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. A strong divine power came in an instant, and almost immediately, Ning Xiaochuan was about to kneel down on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed greatly, and his bones seemed to be rattled by this pressure. Staring at the man in gold, Ning Xiaochuan immediately saw a string of data in front of him. The energy index of this golden-robed man is as high as 96. His strength is far beyond Ning Xiaochuan's imagination at the moment. However, Ning Xiaochuan has even seen the Lord God. At this moment, although the man in gold is powerful, Ning Xiaochuan can also carry it down. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan carrying his divine power, the man in gold showed a bit of surprise. He clearly saw that Ning Xiaochuan's energy index was only 3 points at the moment, and it was theoretically impossible to bear his divine power. He glanced at Ning Xiaochuan several times in surprise, and the man in gold returned to normal. He said coldly to Ning Xiaochuan, as a member of Tianjiao Palace, you killed Kong Ma, the disciple of the school palace. According to your crime, I will put you in bloody purgatory for 100 years and accept punishment. What? Enter the blood purgatory for 100 years. Hearing the punishment of the golden-robed man to Ning Xiaochuan, the Tianjiao people from the 8th-level civilization around them were almost stunned one by one. These days, they didn't get nothing here. They had a preliminary understanding of everything about the Kingdom of Truth. Therefore, they all knew in their hearts that this bloody purgatory was the place where the Kingdom of Truth punished the most serious crimes. It's true that Ning Xiaochuan killed Kong, but if he is going to be put into the blood purgatory for 100 years, shouldn't Yi Chaofan be put into the blood purgatory for hundreds of years? Before, Yi Chaofan killed several Tianjiao in succession, and Ning Xiaochuan killed only Kong Mo. The man in golden robe obviously took a great part in the punishment of Ning Xiaochuan and Yi Chaofan. Those Tianjiao around felt this and immediately became more and more far away from the order. They also began to feel that something was wrong with the order. Lying in a trough, and such a sentence, even a pig can't be sentenced like this. At this moment, Monk Tan Qian came out from behind Ning Xiaochuan and shouted a curse. Then he nodded at the man in golden robe with a smirk on his face and said, "Order makes adults, I'm not talking about you, don't misunderstand." The man in golden robe was a little ugly by Monk Tan Qian's angry face, but at the moment, he obviously didn't bother to worry about anything with Monk Tan Qian, but stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, come with me, and I will personally send you to the blood refining prison." Wait. Ning Xiaochuan waved to stop the man in gold robe, and then said, "Order makes adults, I only killed Kong Ma, and I will be punished like this." Why did Yi Chaofan kill so many members of Tianjiao Palace, but only 10,000 divine coins? Although it's useless to ask these questions, what Ning Xiaochuan wants to do at the moment is to tear off the mask of hypocrisy of this order before he leaves. The man in the golden robe curled his lips and said, "Of course, I can also punish you with 10,000 divine coins, but the question is, do you have 10,000 divine coins? If not, don't talk nonsense, and hurry to go with me." Ning Xiaochuan and others had just arrived at the Kingdom of Truth for a few days, and the total number of divine coins on their bodies was 500 per person. Naturally, there could not be tens of thousands of divine coins. At the moment, the man in gold made it clear that he was deliberately targeting Ning Xiaochuan by taking advantage of this. "Isn't it just 10,000 divine coins?" "Of course we have them." In Ning Xiaochuan's surprised eyes, Monk Tanqian stood up again and turned back to those Tianjiao people. Monk Tanqian said loudly, "Brothers and sisters, this time we can't let them take Ning Xiaochuan away like this. Although the number of divine coins we have is not much, but if we put them together, there are also a lot, enough to keep Ning Xiaochuan." So the poor monk suggested that we put our respective divine coins together to make 10,000 pieces. Around, those Tianjiao people looked up at Monk Tanqian. Someone frowned and hid away directly. Some people hesitated for a while, but finally they still avoided to the distance. These days, these Tianjiao people have felt the importance of divine coins, so at this moment, they certainly don't want to waste their divine coins on Ning Xiaochuan. Monk Tanqian said hello for a long time, but he didn't even get a divine coin. He couldn't help shouting angrily, lying in the trough, "I'm rare to be generous this time, but you guys are so stingy. No wonder you will be bullied into a pig's head. Damn, I'm so angry. Master, forget it." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly walked to Monk Tanqian with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan said to the golden-robed man in front of him, "I'll follow you." Even the ghost place of Jiu land, Ning Xiaochuan rushed over. He didn't believe that this blood purgatory would be more terrible by Jiu land. The golden-robed man and Yi Chaofan and others, at the moment, most of their faces have a somewhat sarcastic look. Looking at Monk Tanqian's white busy, the sarcastic look on their faces becomes more and more obvious. "Okay, come with me." Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, the man in golden robe nodded, and then he wanted to take Ning Xiaochuan away. However, after only 2 steps, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped with a strange look and said, "Order makes adults, according to what you just said, as long as I have 10,000 divine coins, I don't have to go to blood purgatory, right?" The man in golden robe stopped impatiently, turned around and looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, it's useless to delay time like this. If I procrastinate like this again, I'll put you in the blood purgatory myself. I'm not stalling, I just want to make it clear. Even if I die, I have to die to make it clear." Ning Xiaochuan looked unchanged. The gold-robed man was a little impatient and said, "Yes, as long as you have 10,000 gold coins, you don't have to be punished anymore." Ning Xiaochuan frowned at the words and said, "Order makes adults, your punishment seems to be wrong. Yi Nantian killed a full 5 people, and I only killed 1 person. If he was punished with 10,000 divine coins, I only need 2,000. It's not to delay time. Every one of you has only 500 gold coins, and no one is willing to help you now. You don't have many divine coins at all, so there is almost no difference between punishing you with 10,000 divine coins or punishing you with 2,000 divine coins, okay?" The man in gold snorted coldly in his heart and nodded directly, "If you have 2,000 divine coins, you don't have to go to blood purgatory." 2,000 divine coins. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. 2,000 divine coins, for these newcomers, is simply a huge sum of money, which is almost impossible to get together. The golden-robed man and Yi Chaofan and others around him obviously thought so at the moment, they looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a sneer, as if they wanted to see how Ning Xiaochuan struggled before he died. Ning Xiaochuan looked the same at the moment, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly looked up and said, 2,000 divine coins, I have passed them to the order envoy. Now can I not go to blood purgatory? What? Ning Xiaochuan's words immediately made everyone around feel at ease. Even Monk Tanqian and others looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some silly eyes at the moment. Now, although Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have to pay the price of 10,000 divine coins, it's still impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to take out 2,000 divine coins. And Monk Tanqian knew clearly that Ning Xiaochuan had already spent all the divine coins on his body and had not left any. Yi Chaofan looked at the man in gold, frowned, and said, What's the matter? This boy can't really give you 2,000 god coins. At this moment, the gold-robed man's face has almost turned into the color of pig liver. His face is ugly. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan for a long time, and then slowly nodded his head and said, "Yes, this Ning Xiaochuan has just handed me 2,000 divine coins." Impossible. How could he have 2,000 divine coins? Hearing this, Yi Chaofan immediately turned livid and said to the man in gold. The gold-robed man frowned and said, "Yes, I also feel strange. This boy can't have so many divine coins. I've investigated in advance. Most of the divine coins on these guys in front of me are almost spent. At the moment, there can't be too many divine coins on them, but now the boy really took out 2,000 divine coins. How about taking out 2,000 divine coins? Just now I just wanted to tease him. Now I see if he can continue to play with me." Yi Chaofan snorted coldly and immediately wanted to fight Ning Xiaochuan again. Yi Chaofan originally came to make trouble today. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan was in trouble with him one after another, but he couldn't help Ning Xiaochuan. Of course, he was unwilling, so even in the face of the order envoy, Yi Chaofan had to do everything to kill Ning Xiaochuan directly. However, just when Yi Chaofan was about to make a move, the man in golden robe stopped Yi Chaofan again. "Little prince, at least I'm also an order envoy. If things get worse when I come here, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it to the top in the future. For my sake, let's forget it today." The man in gold did not change his expression, but secretly began to transmit to Yi Chaofan. "Okay, I won't kill this guy today, but he and the bald monk beside him must kneel down and kowtow to me," Yi Chaofan said coldly. In front of everyone, he and the man in golden robe began to communicate in private so unscrupulously. Anyway, with their strength, they were not afraid that someone could eavesdrop on anything. The man in gold looked at Ning Xiaochuan and found that Ning Xiaochuan looked calm and didn't even give in at all. He immediately said with some distress, "Little prince, you're embarrassing me. This guy is obviously a tough guy. I'm afraid that even if you kill him, he won't kneel down in front of that man." Yi Chaofan snorted coldly, "This is your business. It has nothing to do with me. I just want the result." Seeing Yi Chaofan's attitude, the gold-robed man's face was also ugly. As an order envoy, he was already a master at the god level. Even if Yi Chaofan has an unusual position in the kingdom of truth, at the moment, Yi Chaofan is only a secondary god, which is too far from him. If he was not facing Yi Chaofan but other secondary god masters at the moment, I'm afraid he would have directly shot at the moment and slapped the other party to death. So, at the moment, he was also a little angry and said, "Little prince, I can help you hide today's matter, but if it continues to make a big deal, I'm afraid I can't do anything. I can only report this matter to the King of the Golden Buddha, and then I'll see how the King of the Golden Buddha will punish you." How can the King of the Golden Buddha know this? To tell you the truth, I came here today to make a big fuss, but I secretly got the consent of my father. My father, as one of the 8 kings of the Kingdom of Truth, is no less powerful than the King of the Golden Buddha. The 8 kings of the Kingdom of Truth, in addition to the King of Time and Space, there are already 3 other 7 kings standing on my father's side. Only those 2 fools are left to go with the King of the Golden Buddha. If you are brave, if you are old enough, go to the King of the Golden Buddha. Yi Chaofan disdained. The man in golden robe was immediately shocked. Although he was the next god, he did not have a high status in the Kingdom of Truth. Therefore, he doesn't know what Yi Chaofan said at the moment. This is already a struggle between the high levels of the Kingdom of Truth. The man in gold looked stunned, and immediately asked carefully, "Little prince, the matter of recruiting talents from the lower world, but after the consent of the 8 kings, how can Lord Muyun let you come to Tianjiao Palace to make trouble? Who said that all the 8 kings agreed with this strategy? In fact, the only ones who really passed this strategy were the King of the Golden Buddha and the 3 of them. But because the King of Time and Space was also on their side, this strategy was implemented. Moreover, Do you think the King of the Golden Buddha and the King of the Golden Buddha really want to cultivate them by recruiting these Tianjiao from the low-level Wenming? Yi Chaofan disdained the way more and more. If you don't really want to cultivate them, what are the Golden Buddha kings doing to absorb these people from the Bapan civilization? The man in gold didn't understand. You are not qualified to know these things, but now I tell you it doesn't matter. In fact, King Buddha and others brought these guys here, just want to use them to fight against those rebels. You probably don't know that those rebels have reappeared now and began to attack our kingdom of truth. This time, the other party is fierce, and I'm afraid all low-level civilizations will be involved in the war. What? If so, doesn't it mean the world is destroyed? The man in golden robe was stunned and said. Yi Chaofan skimmed, it's almost like this, but what does it have to do with us? Our kingdom of truth has actually jumped to another space-time. Even those 8 civilizations are in a mess, which has nothing to do with us. As long as we close the space-time channel of the kingdom of truth, even those rebels can't target us at that time. It's just that those fools of the Golden Buddha King have been insisting on killing those rebels, which is basically in destroy our kingdom of truth. Since the accident of the Emperor's Majesty and Empress, the kingdom of truth has no power to suppress those rebels. According to the current situation, only when my father becomes the Emperor of the kingdom of truth in the future, it is possible to keep our kingdom of truth. Although he knew that what Yi Chaofan said at the moment was a little too arrogant, the man in gold changed his look for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Little Prince, if Lord Muyun needs anything in the future, I will not refuse. Knowing that the internal struggle of the kingdom of truth has reached this level, even if the man in gold is a god, he can only take refuge in one side. Yi Chaofan said so much and wanted this effect. He nodded with satisfaction before he continued, My father sent me here this time, mainly to abolish these guys and make the plan of the King of the Golden Buddha fail from the beginning. In this way, the King of the Golden Buddha had to yield to my father. Now do you want to stop me from dealing with this guy in front of me? No. The man in golden robe seemed to have completely surrendered at the moment, shook his head and then said, Little Prince, but you have abandoned most of these guys this time. Even the 2 guys in front of you are harmless. It's better for you to step back now. Anyway, in a few days, the next group of people will come here. When the little prince acts again, no one will stop you. In that case, it's okay. Yi Chaofan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although he knew that the golden man wanted to shirk his responsibility at the moment, when he next came here to make trouble, the golden man would certainly hide far away to avoid being affected. But now the man in gold has taken refuge in his own side, so Yi Chaofan doesn't mind giving the other party a convenience. Glancing coldly at Ning Xiaochuan and monk Tanqian, Yi Chaofan waved his arm and left quickly with this group of Tianjiao of the kingdom of truth. And the man in gold, glancing around coldly, also followed closely. Although Yi Chaofan and others have disappeared, the Tianjiao palace at the moment is still silent. In this case, no one wants to speak, especially those Tianjiao around. They were bullied by Yi Chaofan today, but it happened that they didn't even have the strength to resist. For them, this feeling is like a prince from the palace to a beggar on the side of the road. Only they know the humiliation. Ning Xiaochuan lifted monk Tanqian up, sighed, and disappeared here. There are countless separate spaces in Tianjiao Palace. Ning Xiaochuan and others can appear in a separate space with just one idea, and then rest and practice here. Ning Xiaochuan, how can you have so many 2,000 divine coins on your body? It's impossible. Just entering this separate space, monk Tanqian said with a radiant face. The injury he suffered just now was not serious, and now he had recovered most of it, so he immediately focused on the god coin. Master, I was surprised by your performance this time. You were willing to stand up for me and were willing to take out 500 divine coins. Looking at monk Tanqian, Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile. Monk Tanqian's performance just now really surprised Ning Xiaochuan. Instead, it was the indifferent reaction of those Tianjiao around. Ning Xiaochuan was not surprised. Yes. Just now, I felt a little surprised, but I was originally a compassionate monk. It's not surprising that I could do such a sacrifice for myself and others. Ning Xiaochuan, if you really appreciate me, you might as well give me thousands of hundreds of divine coins. Monk Tanqian grinned. As soon as he recovered from the injury, he immediately recovered his nature. However, to his surprise, before his voice fell, he immediately heard the prompt, and Ning Xiaochuan gave him 1,000 divine coins. There are really so many divine coins. Monk Tanqian was stunned at first, and then his face burst into laughter. You know, Monk Tanqian used to have only 500 divine coins, but now it has tripled. Jumping up happily, Monk Tanqian looked at Ning Xiaochuan more and more strangely and said, "No, Ning Xiaochuan, how did you get this god coin?" "I don't know." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said. Ning Xiaochuan really didn't know how these divine coins came from. When he was about to leave with the man in gold, he suddenly received a prompt sound, and someone gave him 10,000 divine coins. Shen coin is just a string of data. If the other party can hide his identity and just turn it over, Ning Xiaochuan can't know the other party's identity. It was with these 10,000 god coins that Ning Xiaochuan stopped and quarreled with the man in gold. Finally, he completely got away with only 2,000 divine coins, and the remaining 8,000 divine coins were saved. Now he gave Monk Tanqian another 1,000 divine coins, and the remaining divine coins were more than 7,000. With more than 7,000 divine coins, Ning Xiaochuan's strength can definitely be rapidly improved. However, compared with this, what really surprised Ning Xiaochuan was the dialogue between Yi Chaofan and the golden-robed man. When Yi Chaofan talked with the man in the golden robe before, he was almost unscrupulous, but he didn't know it at all. Ning Xiaochuan had already heard their dialogue clearly on the side. The whole world will be in chaos, and even the kingdom of truth may be destroyed. Such news, no matter when it appears, is amazing enough. If Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart was not special, and Yi Chaofan was a little careless, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan couldn't hear these dialogues at all. Where there are people, there are fights, which Ning Xiaochuan had expected, but he did not expect that, as the kingdom of truth of the 9th civilization, the internal fights have reached such a cruel level. With his cultivation at the moment, if he stepped into this struggle, he would be hanged in an instant, even without residue. Master, now we have a problem. How do you think we should choose? Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment in his heart, and turned to look at Monk Tanqian, who was still smiling. After telling Monk Tanqian what he had heard before, the joy on Monk Tanqian's face immediately dissipated. Sleeping trough, in this way, the kingdom of truth is a fire pit at all, and we jumped in so happily. I said, how could we be absorbed here so easily? If we were to recruit disciples in other places, even a small sect would have to pass the strict test. Now, just what little prince comes here every few days, who can stand it? Monk Tanqian couldn't help shouting. If only a Yi Chaofan, Ning Xiaochuan would not be afraid at all. But the problem is that Yi Chaofan represents a powerful force in the kingdom of truth. Even the existence of order should obey their orders. Therefore, even if Ning Xiaochuan defeats Yi Chaofan, there may be a second Yi Chaofan immediately tomorrow. Ning Xiaochuan, you just said that a new Tianjiao will come here in a few days, right? Monk Tanqian cursed for a while, and suddenly jumped up like burning his ass. That's right. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. It's over. Doesn't it mean that those friends of the poor monk may come here and jump into this fire pit later? No, the poor monk must find a way to inform them not to participate in the examination of the kingdom of truth. Monk Tanqian said anxiously. This made Ning Xiaochuan a little curious, looking at Tanqian and Shang Dao. Master, you also have people who care about? This surprised me. Nonsense, who doesn't have many relatives and friends to care about? Don't just talk about me, Ning Xiaochuan. If your confidants come here later, I'm afraid they won't come to a good end. They are women, and they are born charming one by one. In case that little prince has a little lust, I'm afraid you'll have to wear a hat on your head. Monk Tanqian said angrily. Monk Tanqian is right. If the Kingdom of Truth really recruits Tianjiao from low-level civilizations in batches, with the talent of Moon God and others, even if they don't come to the Kingdom of Truth now, they will come here sooner or later. So what Monk Tanqian said at the moment is really likely to happen in the future. However, hearing these contents, Ning Xiaochuan was not angry, but looked at Monk Tanqian with a smile on his face. With such a smile, Monk Tanqian felt a little hairy in his heart and couldn't help saying, "You're not angry when I say this. Do you really want to see your confidants be spoiled by others?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at Monk Tanqian with an ugly face. This guy's speech was getting more and more out of shape. However, at this time, Ning Xiaochuan was too lazy to care about anything with Monk Tanqian, but snorted coldly, "Even the master has already figured out the coping strategy, and of course I know it well." "So you want to leave here, too?" Monk Tanqian said with a smile. He just said so much, but also wanted to see what Ning Xiaochuan thought at the moment. Under such circumstances, there is no doubt that leaving the Kingdom of Truth is the best choice. It's just a little uncomfortable to do so. I came here hard, but left when I didn't get much harvest. However, everyone wants to come to the Kingdom of Truth. It takes more courage to leave at this time. Master, before we leave, can we waste all our god coins? We'd better spend them all. When we come back here next time, we don't know when. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and flew out. Now he has more than 7,000 divine coins, but it is enough to buy them here. Although Ning Xiaochuan decided to leave the Kingdom of Truth for the time being, he was not ready to give up the spiritual resources of the Kingdom of Truth. If necessary, he would return to the Kingdom of Truth sooner or later. I just don't know who gave me 10,000 divine coins secretly. Out of Tianjiao Palace, Ning Xiaochuan was still confused. 10,000 divine coins, this is not a small amount. I'm afraid only the Tianjiao like Yi Chaofan, who was born in the Kingdom of Truth, can gather so many divine coins. But Ning Xiaochuan came to the Kingdom of Truth for only a few days and didn't know such a friend at all. After a little thought, Ning Xiaochuan put these problems aside. The other party concealed his identity this time, obviously because he didn't want to let himself know his existence. In this case, even if Ning Xiaochuan investigated, he couldn't find any results. Flying into the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, Ning Xiaochuan spent more than 1,000 divine coins to determine the location of all the people he wanted to find. Then, Ning Xiaochuan began to enter other halls. Ning Xiaochuan spent only 500 of more than 7,000 divine coins before returning to Tianjiao Palace. With the help of the Temple of Time and Space, it does not need to pay any price to transmit from the Kingdom of Truth to other places, but if it is transmitted back to the Kingdom of Truth from other places, it needs 500 divine coins. Ning Xiaochuan left these 500 divine coins at the moment in order to return here at any time in the future. After waiting for a moment, Monk Tanqian also staggered back from the side. At the moment, his face was a burst of excitement and a burst of loss. It was obvious that he felt the unspoilt amount of divine coins in his hand again. "Master, it's time for us to start." Ning Xiaochuan grinned, flew into the sky, and flew to the Temple of Time and Space with Monk Tanqian. Just after they left, a figure appeared in the sky above Tianjiao Palace. After staring at Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian for a moment, the figure slowly disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanqian flew all the way to the Palace of Time and Space. On the way, they had met several Tianjiao from the 8th civilization. Although these Tianjiao were bullied by Yi Chaofan before, they didn't want to leave here. Instead, he desperately used the divine coin in his hand to improve his strength. For these Tianjiao, this place has simply become a cage, a wonderful cage they don't want to leave at all. In this regard, Ning Xiaochuan can only shake his head and say nothing. Everyone has their choice, and he can't interfere with the choices of these Tianjiao people. Entering the Temple of Time and Space, Ning Xiaochuan and monk Tanqian almost did not hesitate, and directly stepped into the transmission light column in front of them. Xinhe civilization, over the huge planet where the Divine Reserve Palace is located, accompanied by a burst of space distortion, the figures of Ning Xiaochuan and Tanqian monks appear here. Alas, the poor monk has long felt that the kingdom of truth absorbed us so simply, which must be a little strange. Now it has been verified. It seems that the poor monk should study the art of easy reason more in the future, so as not to fall into this trap again. As soon as he appeared, monk Tanqian muttered one after another. Ning Xiaochuan could see that monk Tanqian was still reluctant to leave the kingdom of truth, so he comforted himself at this moment. However, this is also normal. Compared with the Bapan civilization, the kingdom of truth is like the comparison between the imperial palace and the slums. Therefore, those former Tianjiao would rather be bullied in the kingdom of truth than remain in the kingdom of truth. Master, you've all come back. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go back to the god's palace first. Ning Xiaochuan curled his lips, and his figure crossed the sky and fell in the direction of the god's palace. Shit, now Lao Tzu is forced to leave, and he will fight back sooner or later. Those treasures of the kingdom of truth will all belong to the poor monk in the future. Ba, the Buddha will certainly support the idea of the poor monk. Monk Tanqian muttered, and followed Ning Xiaochuan down. Heavenly Palace. Now everything here is quite different from when Ning Xiaochuan first came here. When Ning Xiaochuan first came back, everything here was extremely dilapidated, and many buildings in the Divine Reserve Palace have even been cut in two. But now, many dilapidated buildings have been cleaned up and restored. In addition, there are obviously many powerful smells lurking in the Divine Reserve Palace. Those slaves controlled by Ning Xiaochuan are all lurking in the Divine Reserve Palace and become the guardians of the Divine Reserve Palace. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes swept these masters in the God Reserve Palace, and he immediately shook his head silently. At the moment, although there are many masters in the Divine Reserve Palace, there is not even an energy index of more than one among these secondary gods. Just as Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the Divine Reserve Palace, two beautiful shadows had rushed out of the Divine Reserve Palace. Ning Xiaochuan didn't hide his breath just now, so at the moment, Ucc and Niao Longji had already felt Ning Xiaochuan's breath. Originally, they thought it was a mistake, but after seeing Ning Xiaochuan's figure, they were immediately excited and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan regardless of everything. Ning Xiaochuan, I'm not dreaming. Directly rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's arms, Ucc said. Of course not a dream. Ning Xiaochuan grinned and grabbed the two people directly into the Divine Reserve Palace. Monk Tanqian followed the three men and also entered the Divine Reserve Palace. However, as soon as he returned to the familiar place, he left alone very wisely, and he did not know where he had gone to the god's palace. Night. In a palace in the Shinshu Palace, Ucci's seductive figure sat on Ning Xiaochuan. After a long time, with a gasp, her body slowly fell on Ning Xiaochuan's chest. I feel the taste of happiness quietly. After a long time of Jixiang Kung Fu, Ucc blushed and said, have you and Monk Tanqian really been to the Kingdom of Truth before? During this period, I specially searched the information of the Kingdom of Truth. It is said that the Kingdom of Truth is the most sacred, perfect, just and supreme place in the world, but why did you and Monk Tanqian come back this time to persuade everyone not to enter the Kingdom of Truth? The most perfect world? Ning Xiaochuan's palm crossed Ucc's smooth fragrant shoulder, but his expression was a little trance. In the decades since he left Dian world, Ning Xiaochuan has successively entered several worlds, whether it is the extremely fierce and evil Joyo place, the prosperous Shinha civilization of martial arts, and finally the supreme kingdom of truth. These three worlds have their own different operating rules. But there is no doubt that they are absolutely not perfect. Perhaps when the kingdom of truth was just established, everything was perfect, so there was the legend of the most perfect empire in the world. But now, countless years later, even the most perfect empire has begun to decay from the inside. Therefore, the kingdom of truth can only be regarded as the strongest empire, but it cannot be regarded as the most perfect empire. Lying quietly in bed, these decades of experience quickly crossed in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Dead Thunder Light Lord God. Suppressed the magic mountain of a galaxy. The seemingly powerful, but internally contradictory kingdom of truth. In an instant, there seemed to be a flash of lightning in Ning Xiaochuan's heart, and a strong and extreme feeling poured out of his heart. The confused look on his face instantly disappeared, and Ning Xiaochuan almost immediately had to sit up and carefully experience everything he had just realized. However, Yu Cece, who was lying in his arms, gently pressed him down with a pair of jade hands, and said with a dissatisfied face, "It's this time. What are you thinking? You're mine tonight, and I won't allow you to leave me one step." Looking down at the beauty in her arms, Ning Xiaochuan showed a smile on his face, nodded, and then rolled over. One night passed, and the next morning, Ning Xiaochuan immediately went into the secret room, and he couldn't be seen for several days in a row. Monk Tanqian has enjoyed great scenery recently. After returning from the Kingdom of Truth, he has enough bragging capital to cheat those Tianjiao in the Divine Reserve Palace with a pile of junk. And when he left the Kingdom of Truth, he exchanged a lot of good things with divine coins, so in recent days, his strength has also improved rapidly, and his energy index has improved from 1.1 to 1.5. Just a few days after Ning Xiaochuan began to close down, the figure of the Emperor of Purple and Gold fell from the sky over the god's palace. A divine power was released from the Zijin Emperor. Today's Zijin Emperor has even stepped into the realm of the next god. All the disciples of the divine palace, come out and leave with me quickly. As soon as it fell, the Purple Gold Emperor gave a cold drink. Monk Tanqian and others rushed out of the palace. Looking at the invincible Purple and Gold Emperor in front of him, this group of Tianjiao's faces all showed joy. "Congratulations, Master. I didn't expect that Master was reborn against the sky and could become a god." At the moment, Monk Tanqian also looked at the Purple Gold Emperor with a surprised face and repeatedly congratulated him. At this moment, the energy detector on Monk Tanqian has clearly detected that after becoming a god, the energy index of the Purple Gold Emperor has reached a full 15 points. It's amazing that the energy index can reach 15 points with the cultivation of the Purple Gold Emperor's next god. However, the Purple Gold Emperor didn't look happy at the moment, but frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Although I have become a god, I have also offended a group of extremely powerful opponents. Now they are arriving here, and I can only take you to avoid the edge." The words of the Zijin Emperor immediately changed the look of the Tianjiao of these gods' palace. Even the Zijin Emperor, who has become a god now, is not an opponent. Killing them is almost like crushing a bug. "Haha, Lord Zijin, don't want to run away again this time. You think we have chased you for so long, can't we really catch you? We just want to catch turtles in a jar here." Before everyone reacted, a sneer suddenly came from the air. With this sneer, a broken boundary boat suddenly stopped over the God Reserve Palace, and then a group of figures came out of the broken boundary boat. Among these figures, there are impressively 3 people, like the Zijin Emperor, who have become gods with a strong divine power. Obviously, like the Zijin Emperor, they have become gods. The appearance of such a group of god-level strong people immediately made the disciples of the Western God Palace pale. However, their eyes were soon attracted by one of the group above them. "Han Fu, will you be with them?" A disciple of the divine palace exclaimed. At the moment, among these figures above everyone's head, there was Han Fu, who was also a disciple of the divine reserve palace in those days. Han Fu glanced at the crowd, but his face showed a smile and said to the man on the side, "Boss, this is the God Palace I told you about. These people all came here from Dian World, and all of them have good talents. If you catch them and sell them to those bulk traders, you can certainly exchange a lot of treasures." "What? Han Fu, you brought them here?" A group of God Palace Tinjiao below, all looked angry. Han Fu's expression didn't change much, but he glanced coldly at the bottom and said, "We used to be a little friendly, but now we have arrived at the Xinhe civilization, and each has its own chance. Following the boss is my chance. You are captured by the boss and sold as slaves. This is your chance. No wonder I am shameless." Looking up at Han Fu overhead, these disciples of the divine reserve palace all cursed. If there were those gods around, I'm afraid they had flown up and beaten Han Fu. At this moment, the purple gold emperor looked a little suddenly and said, "No wonder you have been chasing me since you saw me at the beginning. It turned out that someone was your inner ghost. Otherwise, do you think we will be interested in an ordinary subordinate god? It is precisely because you were born in a low-level civilization, and according to Han Fu, you seem to be reborn against the sky and become a god again, which is of great research value. If we catch you and sell you to those mental therapists who are about to break through the realm of Shinnong, we will definitely be able to exchange many treasures from the mental therapists." Staring at the purple gold emperor, one of the three gods grinned. In fact, when they came here this time, they just heard what Han Fu said, and wanted to capture the people in the God Palace as slaves. However, who knew that he met the Lord Zijin on the road? As soon as he heard that the Lord Zijin was born against heaven, the three gods immediately became interested, so they pursued the Lord Zijin all the way. "If you want to sell me as a slave, it depends on whether you have the skill." The purple gold emperor looked cold, his figure suddenly flashed out, squeezed Han Fu in his hand, and then returned to the original place. Caught in the hands of the purple emperor, Han Fu's face naturally changed, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Boss, save me." The man called the boss by Han Fu is a fierce man with a face full of flesh. He is the existence with the highest cultivation among the three gods. At the moment, he watched Han Fu be captured, but he didn't mean to do anything. Instead, he grinned and sneered, "You can even sell your friends. I don't want such subordinates, so you go to hell." Han Fu looked desperate and turned around to beg for mercy from the Zijin Emperor, but before he could speak, the Zijin Emperor had pinched him into meat. Since entering the Xinhe civilization, the Emperor of Zijin has seen many such villains who are selfless for profit, so he is very clear that in the face of such villains, there is only one way to kill them. However, judging from the current situation, killing a Han Fu will hardly help the current dilemma. Monk Tan Qian is hiding away at the moment, but his eyes have been quietly scanning the sky for those people. An energy of 20, an energy of 17, an energy of 13, and the rest are garbage. It's over. It's really going to be over. Although these guys are not as talented as the Zijin Emperor, their accomplishments are much higher. Now the Zijin Emperor is not their opponent at all. Relying on the energy detector on his body, Monk Tanqian can easily distinguish the strength of these people above his head. Two of the three god-level masters are stronger than the Zijin Emperor, and only one is weaker than the Zijin Emperor. In this case, if the Zijin Emperor ran away alone, he still hoped to escape from heaven. But these Tianjiao in the god's palace had no hope of escaping from these gods. "Haha, brother, let's take action and catch these boys first, so as not to have any future trouble." The three god-level masters laughed and immediately wanted to fight. Purple clouds poured out from the purple emperor. Just when several people were ready to take action, a voice suddenly came from the god reserve palace. "Hey, Master Zijin, I also said that I would go to you immediately after I left the pass. I didn't expect you to come back by yourself. Zijin Emperor turned his head and saw Ning Xiaochuan, accompanied by Ucc and Niao Longji, coming out of the Divine Reserve Palace. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan looked surprised and didn't seem to see the danger in front of him at all. Ning Xiaochuan, your cultivation has reached the 9th level of the secondary god. The Emperor of Purple Gold looked at Ning Xiaochuan, but his expression became strange. He could see through Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation at the moment, but in addition, he vaguely felt that Ning Xiaochuan seemed to have changed, but he could not see the specific change. The Purple Gold Emperor couldn't see it, but the Tanqian monk beside him could see it. Glancing at Ning Xiaochuan, monk Tanqian immediately exclaimed, "Wokeo, Ning Xiaochuan, what's the matter with you? In just a few days, your energy index has decreased from 3 points to more than 1. Monk Tanqian carefully observed Ning Xiaochuan several times, and finally found that he was not wrong. The energy index of Ning Xiaochuan was indeed reduced from the previous 3 points to more than a little, and even he was a little worse. This strange situation immediately made Monk Tanqian's eyes turn to Ucc and Niao Longji. Shivering all over, Monk Tanqian couldn't help but say, "What my master said is true. Women are tigers." Ning Xiaochuan has been entangled for a few days, and his strength is about to be drained. Ning Xiaochuan noticed Monk Tanqian's strange eyes, glanced at him in a wordless way, and then shook his head and said, "I have a little understanding these days, but I didn't expect to consume a lot of physical strength, so now the energy index has decreased so much." With a casual explanation, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shifted to the Purple and Gold Emperor. The Zijin Emperor became a god. He saw it in the Temple of Truth Heaven, but now he confirmed that the Zijin Emperor had passed the divine disaster and become a god completely. Ning Xiaochuan was still a lot happier in his heart. Glancing at the Emperor Zijin for a few eyes, Ning Xiaochuan smiled and congratulated, "Congratulations, Master Zijin, who has worked hard and been happy, can finally fulfill his wish and become a god." The 3 gods on one side have been scanning Ning Xiaochuan since just now. After seeing that Ning Xiaochuan is only a secondary god, their faces immediately showed a little disdain. However, Ucc and Niao Longji immediately attracted their attention. "These 2 chicks are good, brother. Catch them later, and we must have a good time first. Don't worry, these people are already in our hands. We mainly catch them. We can do whatever we want to do at that time." With an unbridled joke, one of the 3 gods stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "This boy is only in the realm of secondary gods. He pretends to be so forced and completely ignores us. I'll catch him first." Boom! One of the 3 gods' fists seemed to turn into a meteorite, which crashed down from the air and hit Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that this look suddenly changed, the Zijin Emperor immediately stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan and stopped the fist of the god. "Lord Zijin, your opponent is me." Seeing the Purple Gold Emperor's action, another god also immediately acted. Among the 3 gods, the last one left, glanced around coldly at the moment, as if he was on guard against someone escaping in disorder. Seeing another deity coming towards him, the Purple Gold Emperor's face was cold and he shouted, "You are at least a deity. Now don't even want the face of the deity. You should have shot at a secondary deity. Bah, can your face be used as a meal? What comes out of a small place is really a buns." In Shinha civilization, big fists are the truth. Who cares about your face or not? The god snorted with disdain, and his figure had completely blocked in front of the Purple and Gold Emperor, separating Ning Xiaochuan from another god. Facing a god alone, Ning Xiaochuan looked almost unchanged. He just nodded to the Emperor Zijin, who looked anxious on the side and said, "Don't worry, Master Zijin. A few days ago, I suddenly had a new understanding of practice. In recent days, I have almost grasped this understanding, so now I should be able to deal with the current crisis." Haha. Ning Xiaochuan's words made the god in the sky immediately burst into laughter. The subordinates of the secondary god standing beside him also laughed one by one at the moment. A secondary god wants to fight against a god with a little perception, and he is a strong man who achieves the dual cultivation of the lower god. This is simply a joke. Even the Emperor Purple and Gold also showed a somewhat puzzled look at the moment. It seemed that Ning Xiaochuan, who had been very calm and suspicious, had become so arrogant this time. Standing on both sides of Ning Xiaochuan, UCC and Niao Lanji, now with a worried look on their faces, whispered and asked, "Ning Xiaochuan, can you do it or not? Don't take risks." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Don't worry. You go away first. I have something to say to you later." The god opposite Ning Xiaochuan didn't make a move at the moment, but looked at Ning Xiaochuan thoughtfully and arranged everything. His eyes greedily swept over UCC and Niao Lanji. He looked a little disdainful and said with a smile, "Yes, let these two little beauties go away quickly, so as not to wait for the blood on your body to stain their clothes. I'm afraid it's not me, but you who will bleed later." Ning Xiaochuan looked calm, took out the world-destroying magic sword in his hand, and turned around to look at the spiritual path behind him. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan's expression was extremely dignified. A very unique feeling came from him, and even the god opposite him could not help but begin to dignify. Sure enough, there is a way. With a cold hum in his mouth, the god formed claws with one hand and made a clattering sound in his hand. Two long rivers of circular rules appeared in his palm, and then fought against Ning Xiaochuan. Annihilation Kendo. Ning Xiaochuan looked calm, waving his evil sword of destruction, playing a sword. These sword chi collided with the two ring-like law rivers. After only holding on for a moment, these sword chi was all smashed. The two ring-like law rivers directly bombarded Ning Xiaochuan and blew him out from a distance. The god who shot Ning Xiaochuan looked at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance with some speechless eyes. Even his shadow had been inlaid below the ground, and his face disdained him. Lying in the trough, it turned out to be really garbage. Thanks to Lao Tzu, he was so serious. The many disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace who had some expectations for Ning Xiaochuan suddenly showed a look of despair. They didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan, who was still full of confidence before, even didn't catch the other party's move, so he was beaten away, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Yusasai and Niao Lanji immediately wanted to rush to Ning Xiaochuan to check Ning Xiaochuan's current situation. However, the god who fought against Ning Xiaochuan stopped directly in front of them at the moment, waved and grabbed them. "Hey, two little beauties, come with me. I won't treat you badly." Under the operation of the two laws, UCC and Niao Lanji had no power to fight back at all, so they had to be directly captured. In this matter, a sword spirit suddenly came from one side and hit the long river of these two laws sideways. "Hey, don't make a mistake. Your opponent is me." A calm voice sounded from behind. The god who was called 2-1 suddenly turned around and saw that Ning Xiaochuan, who had just been beaten away by him, had climbed up from the ground at the moment, carrying the demon sword of destruction, and walked towards him again. "I'm not dead." 2-1 looked a little surprised, but then even sneered, "You're lucky you didn't die last time. I won't be polite to you this time." The two circular rule rivers appeared again between his hands, and 2-1 waved to fight towards Ning Xiaochuan. At this time, 2-1's had suddenly heard a voice saying, "Third, we're here to catch people, not to collect corpses. Be careful, don't kill this boy. I think he has good talent, and at least he can be worth an artifact. I almost forgot this, but this boy is too arrogant. Even if I don't kill him, I'll disable his hands and feet so that he can't move." 2-1 patted his head, and the rule he came up with was much weaker. Click. Ning Xiaochuan still waved his hand and hit the world-killing sword gas. These world-killing sword gas collided with 2-1's long river of laws. It didn't collapse directly as last time, but poured up one after another, blocking the long river of these two laws. Tuan looked surprised, and immediately fully drove the power of the law river. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan, like the last time, was hit by the power of the law river and flew backward again. And this time, Ning Xiaochuan was obviously injured. He flew in his mouth and vomited a large mouthful of blood essence. These blood essence flew in the air, emitting light like a pearl, but even disappeared. With the experience of the last time, Tuan didn't relax his carelessness this time, but stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who flew backward, to see if the boy could stand up. At the moment, he was already a little surprised. If he had changed to other secondary gods, he would have been killed countless times now. But at the moment, the boy in front of him was obviously a dead move, but he didn't die. Under Tuan's gaze, Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground, but only for a moment. He got up again. Standing in place, Ning Xiaochuan didn't come over immediately, but frowned, as if thinking about something. Lying in the trough, this boy is using me to practice. It's time for him to practice. He's also useful. Tuan couldn't help scolding secretly in his heart. At the same time, he secretly decided that Ning Xiaochuan would never have the chance to get up again this time. Ning Xiaochuan was quite attentive at the moment. He thought for a moment, and then he looked a little suddenly. Wrong, what I thought before is really wrong. If so, this time I should be able to completely kill the lower god in front of me. No wonder the master has always said that killing the world and passing on the secondary god can kill the gods, which seems to refer to this power. Ning Xiaochuan was talking to himself, but he walked towards Tuan step by step. The closer to Tuan, Ning Xiaochuan looked more and more determined. Boy, see if you can stop my blow this time. Tuan sneered, and his figure rushed directly at Ning Xiaochuan. The sound of the long river of the two laws clattered from him, as if there were really two rivers running in his body at the moment. Annihilation Kendo. Ning Xiaochuan held the sword of destruction in his hand, and also rushed towards Tuan. Their figures crossed, and then everything calmed down. Impossible. Tuan's face showed a look of disbelief. Then his head slipped from his neck, and a bright divine lattice flew out of his body. Not long after he left the body, he clicked and cracked, and then completely shattered. A god, unexpectedly, fell down like this, and was destroyed by a secondary god. Almost all the people around were stunned by this scene. Even the Emperor of Purple and Gold and another god paused at the moment and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with astonishment. A sword killed a god, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't seem to feel much. He held the evil sword in his hand, and his face was silent, but at the moment, the joy on his face had become more and more obvious. Tuan was really killed by a secondary god, but this boy is only a secondary god. Looking at Ning Xiaochuan below, the remaining two gods felt a sense of fear in their hearts. The god who has been staying in the sky is Tu Xiong. In fact, he is the most powerful and cunning of the three gods. At this moment, after seeing Tuan killed, Tu Xiong's eyes flashed a little hesitant. Ning Xiaochuan's strength has made Tu Xiong feel threatened. Although the other party is only a secondary god, he has the intention to escape. However, glancing at Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, Tu Xiong really didn't want to let go. The secondary god can destroy the god's arrogance. In addition to his invincible talent, there must be other secrets, so he also wanted to get this secret. A secondary god can kill God by relying on it. If he got this secret, wouldn't he be more powerful? Therefore, Tu Xiong looked firm after his eyes hesitated a little. The temptation in front of him was so great that he was unwilling to leave. With a flash of his figure, Tu Xiong appeared beside Ning Xiaochuan. His body was hazy, as if in another space, but his palm came out of thin air and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan, trying to grasp Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked the same, but the sword of destruction trembled in his hand, and he cut towards his palm. With a bang of his palm, Tu Xiong's figure disappeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Although he was a god, he was more careful than Tu Wan. He didn't know how many times. At the moment, he didn't fight against Ning Xiaochuan at all, but kept testing Ning Xiaochuan. The figure returned to the air, but Tu Xiong's face showed a somewhat confused look. Just now, he tried Ning Xiaochuan's move. He thought he would suffer some earth-shattering counterattack, but Ning Xiaochuan only had a sworded hand, and this sword was ordinary, just like a sword stabbed by ordinary people. Tu Xiong's slap just now can directly blow the world-destroying demon sword away. Did this boy have exhausted his strength when he fought with the third man just now, and now he just has nothing to show? Standing in the sky, Tu Xiong's face showed some happiness. The next moment, he immediately wanted to continue to fight, but Ning Xiaochuan, who was at his feet, suddenly turned around and walked towards the god opposite the purple and gold emperor. Such a scene immediately confused everyone again. Especially Tu Xiong, who just shot, looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a livid face at the moment and said, "Boy, you don't care about me too much. Now that I am your opponent, you should ignore me and deal with others. Is it my strength that has scared you?" Ning Xiaochuan frowned, glanced at Tu Xiong, and said, "Your strength is really good, but I don't have the habit of fighting with a dead man." Dead man? Haha, boy, you said I was a dead man. I was so arrogant that I looked like you. I saw it for the first time. I'm standing here now. You unexpectedly said I was a dead man. Don't you really think that your strength is against the sky and you have reached the point of killing people in the air? Tu Xiong stood in the air, looking at Ning Xiaochuan with a joking face, and sneered one after another. Ning Xiaochuan kept walking and continued, "Killing people in the air is not enough, but now here, I say you are dead, you are dead." What nonsense, I'll see, what are you going to do? Tu Xiong cursed, but before he finished saying a word, his expression suddenly dull, the vitality in his eyes quickly dispersed, and the spirit in his body, at the moment, unexpectedly snapped. A corpse of a god fell to the ground with a plop. It had no breath and died completely. Silent. Terrified. With one's hair standing on end. At this moment, all the people around, including the disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace, felt hairy all over. Now Ning Xiaochuan is really too strange, but he in the realm of secondary god, unexpectedly killed a powerful god by talking. What is this ability? The only god left in front of the Zijin Emperor widened his eyes and trembled with fear. You know, the god who Ning Xiaochuan said died just now, but the eldest of the three of them is the most powerful. If such a person is killed by Ning Xiaochuan, he certainly has no resistance. If they didn't believe in ghosts and gods at all, he would surely cry hell in his heart at the moment. Run away, you must run away. This boy is too strange. If you don't run away, I must die like the eldest brother and the third brother. Almost without hesitation, the spirit would drill into the void, break through layers of space and escape. However, a purple sealed the space in front of him. At this time, can you still escape? The figure of the purple king, mixed with a purple, blocked in front of the god. Spell it. Of course, this god was not willing to die here, so when he was blocked by the Zijin Emperor, his breath immediately soared and he desperately attacked the Zijin Emperor. The two figures were in the middle of the void fault, fighting madly. Ning Xiaochuan was holding the sword of destruction in his hand at the moment, and walked step by step towards the direction of the two people fighting. Master Zijin, leave this guy to me. With his strength, even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I can kill him completely. I'm going to do it right away. Watch my move. Ning Xiaochuan's words greatly flustered the spirit. While fighting with the purple and gold emperor, he secretly turned his head to see what powerful tricks Ning Xiaochuan had done now. However, after looking back, he found that Ning Xiaochuan didn't do anything at the moment, but stood in the air, looking at himself with a smile on his face. What trick is this boy playing again? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's appearance at the moment, this god not only did not have half confidence, but his heart became more and more flustered. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan was so talkative that he killed his eldest brother Tu Xiong. Have I been recruited? Just when the spirit was in a nervous mood, a piece of purple gas, like smoke, penetrated into his body, and then abruptly pulled out the spirit in his body. Holding this divinity piece, the finger of the purple gold emperor flicked on it, and the will contained in it was completely destroyed. Then, holding the divine figure in his hand, the purple gold emperor stepped back from the void vault. Lying in the trough, this guy is finally dead. Ning Xiaochuan looked relaxed at the moment and scolded, but the whole person suddenly lost his strength and fell from the air. With a flash of the figure of the purple gold emperor, he held Ning Xiaochuan in his arms and then fell from the air. Seeing this scene, Yusasai and others were naturally very worried and ran over from a distance. But the men of Tu Xiong and others, who had originally stood in the air with a dull look and had been completely desperate in their hearts, now showed some surprise in their eyes, turned and ran away towards the starry sky. Ning Xiaochuan, the leader of the purple gold emperor, put down and waved a purple knife gas in his hand, directly sweeping all these guys. Most of these guys are in the realm of secondary gods. After being swept by this blade gas, their souls have been destroyed, and the rest of their bodies have been immediately devoured by the void storm, and there is no residue left. This group of star robbers who wanted to rob members of the god's palace as slaves finally died, and none of them could escape. Outside the god reserve palace, Yusasai and others surrounded Ning Xiaochuan, looking worried, but also strange. Ning Xiaochuan's performance just now still makes them feel shocked and surprised. Ogawa, how do you feel? You were fine just now. Why did you suddenly faint? Yusasai held Ning Xiaochuan in one hand and said with worry. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes, concentrated on breathing, and did not speak. The purple gold emperor on the side said in a deep voice, in fact, Ning Xiaochuan has killed 2 gods in a row just now. He has consumed too much and has no ability to continue the war. But if he falls today, I'm afraid no one can suppress the remaining gods. That's why he insisted on supporting the spirit. He just scared the spirit and was finally killed by me. After explaining it, the purple gold emperor looked at Ning Xiaochuan, but he was also very surprised. In fact, like Yusasai and others, he is also full of curiosity about Ning Xiaochuan. The first of the 3 gods just now is okay to say that they were indeed killed by Ning Xiaochuan. But the second one was directly said dead by Ning Xiaochuan. The third one can also be said to have been scared to death by Ning Xiaochuan. Up to now, the Emperor of Zijin cannot tell what means Ning Xiaochuan used before. After adjusting his breath for half a day, Ning Xiaochuan's spirit finally recovered. When he opened his eyes, Ning Xiaochuan saw the curious eyes of the people around him, especially Monk Tanqian. At the moment, he jumped around like a burning ass, and didn't live in peace for a moment. Now that he saw Ning Xiaochuan wake up, he rushed over immediately and hugged Ning Xiaochuan's thigh, crying bitterly, Ning Xiaochuan, tell me quickly how you killed those 2 gods just now. I think my head is big, and I don't think clearly. Monk, this is Ogawa's own secret. If it's so simple, I'll tell you. It's too unfair for Ogawa. Royal Sissy pouted aside, looking like a housekeeper. Monk Tanqian's face showed some bitterness, and a lot of things were summoned in front of him. These are the most precious treasures on me. This time I'm really broke, and it should be enough for Ning Xiaochuan to give me some advice. Monk Tanqian actually took out all his things just to let Ning Xiaochuan point him out. Although such behavior is extreme, no one feels there is anything wrong, because the strength shown by Ning Xiaochuan just now is indeed against the sky. If such strength can be mastered, these treasures are nothing at all. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed some surprise and said, Master, this is what you took out yourself. Sissy, you take it first. A few days ago, under the pressure of Yusasai, Ning Xiaochuan finally changed her nickname of Yua Tourmaline. Ning Xiaochuan knew, however, that many of the things monk Tanqian took out at the moment were exchanged from the kingdom of truth, which was extremely precious. The entire Shinhe civilization could rarely find those treasures. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's order, Yusasai's face showed a little joy and waved away the pile of things on the ground. Monk Tanqian looked distressed. When all the things were taken away, he gathered up in front of Ning Xiaochuan and said eagerly, "Ning Xiaochuan, the baby is gone. Can you start talking?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded, and then said, "In fact, I was going to tell you my feelings this time. If you can have an epiphany like me, it would be best." "What?" Monk Tanqian fell to the ground. 5 thunders hit the top. Monk Tanqian seemed to see in front of him the pile of treasures he had thrown out, which he had saved for many years, but now, they are all gone. With a sad face, Monk Tanqian muttered in his heart, "Ning Xiaochuan, you are indeed my nemesis. I shouldn't come back with you this time." Hearing that Ning Xiaochuan wanted to say all his feelings, the purple gold emperor also showed a somewhat surprised look. Monks have always attached great importance to the cultivation methods they have developed. In addition to their relatives and friends, few people will directly publish them, just like the Zixia Sutra of the Zijin Emperor, which is also only spread among the descendants of the Zijin Emperor. So at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly made many people feel a sense of admiration. Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about this, but he paused and continued, "The most important result of my retreat this time is to understand another power, which is hidden in the heart of the people. Only when the power of the mind is strong enough, can we understand it. This power should be called spiritual power." Monk Tanqian now looked attentive and listened carefully to Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, hearing Ning Xiaochuan mention the power of mind and spirit, Monk Tanqian's face showed some confusion. "Ning Xiaochuan, what kind of spiritual power is it?" According to the poor monk's knowledge, the body of a monk represents physical power. The law and spirit of a monk's practice represent spiritual power. This spiritual power should also have a carrier, right? What the master said is right. The body of a monk is the carrier of physical power, and the law and divine personality are the carrier of soul power. As for the carrier of spiritual power, I can't say. If I have to say, I can only say that the carrier of spiritual power should be the obsession in the people's heart. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment. Obsession? You mean mind demon? The purple gold emperor looked stunned. Obsession is equal to demons, which is almost the consensus of every monk. If you are too eager for power, a power demon will be born. If you are too eager for wisdom, you will have wisdom demons. Therefore, monks generally try their best to avoid obsession in their hearts. Ning Xiaochuan replied, "Master Zijin, in fact, I thought that obsession was the same as the mind demon before, but now I don't think so. Obsession should be something stronger than the mind demon, higher than belief and everything. In fact, even if the body is destroyed and the soul disappears, but there is obsession, then you will never die. This should be the true meaning of obsession." The purple gold emperor's body shook, and his eyes showed an incredible look. Others' cultivation is too weak, and they don't have much perception. But the emperor of Zijin felt something else from Ning Xiaochuan's words. After a moment of silence, the Zijin emperor said, "Monk's practice, which is the immortality of the body and the eternity of the soul. If this obsession is really so powerful, then the spiritual power you understand should be the most powerful power. There is nothing the most powerful. No matter what kind of power, when you practice to the most powerful, you are just pursuing eternity." Ning Xiaochuan waved his hand. Monk Tanqian was stunned for a long time, and then suddenly exclaimed, "This obsession can be so powerful. If so, the poor monk should be invincible. No one can match his obsession with babies." Ning Xiaochuan laughed at the speech and said, "Master, your idea is not obsession at all, it's greed." "Greed?" Monk Tanqian's face was deathly gray, and he pondered dully. At the moment, the Emperor of Zijin looked curious and said, Ning Xiaochuan, since you have understood the power of mind, can you tell us how to understand this power of mind? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the people, slowly shook his head and said, there is no way, you can only rely on yourself. I speak out the existence of spiritual power, but only point out a direction for you. In fact, I am also a coincidence, and I can understand this power. If I do it again, I may not be able to understand spiritual power. Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart at the moment. This spiritual power is indeed difficult to comprehend and cultivate. Ning Xiaochuan has experienced so much in succession before. First, he stayed in such an extreme place as Jiu for more than 30 years, then he went to Mount Montua, and then the Kingdom of Truth. After several successive worlds, Ning Xiaochuan has come to this day step by step. Coupled with his unique power of 7 orifices, Ning Xiaochuan finally realized the existence of spiritual power. As he said, if he did not have such an experience before, he might still not be able to understand the existence of spiritual power today. Royal Sissy and Niao Lanji have been silent on the side, thinking about what Ning Xiaochuan is saying now. But after thinking for a long time, they didn't think of anything, so they simply didn't think about it. Niao Lanji looked at Ning Xiaochuan curiously and asked, Young Marquis, you say spiritual power is obsession, so what's your obsession? My obsession. Ning Xiaochuan showed a distressed look and said, I don't know what my obsession is. Ah? A group of people all around showed astonishment. Ning Xiaochuan quickly waved his hand and said, Don't get me wrong. What I said doesn't know what my obsession is. It's not what you think, but that I know I have obsession, but I can't say it at all. Maybe when I can say it, no one in the world will be my opponent. Niao Lanji chuckled and said, Then I want to wish the little Marquis in advance to say his obsession as soon as possible, and then the little Marquis will be invincible. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and did not answer Niao Lanji anything, but looked up at his head. A moment later, the Zijin Emperor seemed to feel something, and suddenly looked up. At this moment, above their heads, there were waves like waves. In this circle of waves, a cold woman in blue came out. After appearing, the woman in blue dress immediately cast her eyes on Ning Xiaochuan and others below. White cold snow. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. The woman who appeared on his head at the moment was Bai Linxue, the receiving envoy of the Kingdom of Truth at the beginning. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Bai Linxue immediately said, Ning Xiaochuan, please leave here quickly. The little prince has found your whereabouts from the Temple of Heaven, and will bring people here soon. What? Did Yi Chaofan catch up? Monk Tanqian reacted and said with a shocked look. Bai Linxue glanced at Monk Tanqian, recognized that he was also a member of the Tianjiao Palace of the Kingdom of Truth, and nodded and said, Yes, you can't hide the fact that you escaped from the Kingdom of Truth. It is said that after the little prince, he was furious, and now he will take you back. Lying in the trough, this guy is really haunted. We have escaped, and he will not let us go. Monk Tanqian cursed loudly, and his face turned into a happy look and said, Ba, I'm really a little embarrassed. Buddha forgive me. In fact, I think the little prince is coming very well at the moment, just so that he can see how these people here die, and then choose a comfortable way to die. Monk Tanqian was not in a panic at the moment. Joking, even that guy with an energy index of 20, Ning Xiaochuan, killed each other. Now come to a little prince with an energy index of 14, isn't it like abusing vegetables? What's more, there is also a Zijin emperor here. No matter from that point of view, his side has an absolute advantage. Bai Linxue reminded Ning Xiaochuan, but found that the people below didn't do anything at all, and her eyebrows frowned slightly. She continued, Ning Xiaochuan, I have reminded you that you'd better leave here immediately, and you'd better not stay in a place for too long in the future. With the character of the little prince, if he entangled you, he wouldn't let you go so easily. Thanks for reminding. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, his eyes suddenly took a bit of curiosity and said, "Take the lead, I have a question to ask you." Bai Lingxue looked a little ugly and said, "Now is not the time for nonsense. If you have any questions, ask them later. Now you'd better leave quickly." "No, it's too late. Yi Chaofan is about to arrive." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and continued, "Last time I had a conflict with Yi Chaofan, someone secretly gave me 10,000 divine coins. I've been guessing who this person is? Now it seems that the owner of these 10,000 divine coins should be you? We didn't know each other at all. Why did you help me like this?" Ning Xiaochuan's voice just fell, and a ripple-like spatial transmission fluctuation appeared again on Bai Lingxue's head. Bai Lingxue looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some astonishment. Just now, she didn't even notice these spatial fluctuations, but Ning Xiaochuan drank it out in one gulp. However, what appeared at the moment was not Yi Chaofan and others, but a handsome young man in white. His figure had just appeared, and after glancing around, he stopped on Bai Lingxue. Anxious on his face, the man in white said eagerly, "Younger martial sister, Ling Shui, you should have done wrong with the little prince for such a group of ants. Do you know the consequences of your doing so?" "Of course I know." Bai Lingxue's indifferent words immediately made the man in white completely speechless. Yu Sisai and others on the ground all frowned at the man in white in the sky at the moment. They could tell that Bai Lingxue appeared to help them, but the man in white appeared to stop Bai Lingxue. Apart from other things, just this man in white eats a mole of ants, which makes life difficult. Monk Tanqian looked at the man in white strangely, and couldn't help muttering, "I'm just a mole ant." Unexpectedly, I still call Ning Xiaochuan a mole ant. It's not far from death. It's absolutely not far from death. I'm looking for death myself. To dare to talk about my Ren Feng behind my back is simply to die. The man in white seemed to hear the murmur of Monk Tanqian. As soon as he looked cold, he waved his hand and hit a sharp sword at Monk Tanqian, puncturing layers of space and coming at Monk Tanqian. Click! Bai Lingxue's figure appeared in front of the sword chi, blocked the sword chi, and then said coldly, "Ren Feng, if you hit them again, don't blame me for turning against you." Ren Feng's face stagnated, and then he urgently argued, "Younger martial sister, Ling Shui, why are you stupid at this time? The little prince already knows what you have done before. Now only by killing the people the little prince wants to catch and taking their heads, to see the little prince, can you be forgiven by the little prince? Otherwise, with the character of the little prince, I'm afraid even you will deal with it. You don't care about my affairs." Bai Lingxue said the same sentence, coldly. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the ground, looked up for a moment, and then opened his mouth again, "Take the lead, you don't seem to have answered my question just now." The angry Ren Feng glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, and then looked more and more disdainful. The energy index was barely 1. "Younger martial sister, Ling Xue, is this garbage really worth your disobeying the little prince for them? If you don't want to kill, I'll help you." Hearing the words, Monk Tanqian on the ground immediately jumped up from the ground and rushed behind Ning Xiaochuan. Just now, he has seen that the energy index of Ren Feng is as high as 8 points, which is much stronger than his point. As I said, I don't care about my affairs. Bai Lingxue shook his head coldly. "Look at Sha." Ning Xiaochuan wrote again, "Ning Xiaochuan, if you really have to know the reason why I help you, I can tell you, because you have the breath of a person I know well. For that adult, even if I am forced to work hard, I will help you. Now that you know the reason, don't wait any longer. Your dependence is about the god beside you. His energy index has just reached 15, which is not much better than Yi Chaofan. As long as you know the reason Yi Chaofan drags him, and the people around Yi Chaofan are enough to catch you, so you'd better run away immediately." At this moment, Bai Lingxue is still urgently urging Ning Xiaochuan to escape. Knowing everything about the little prince, she still believes that no one here can resist the little prince. Hearing Bai Lingshua's words, Ning Xiaochuan looked a little pensive, and Feng Yueshi appeared in his mind. Among the people he knew, it seemed that only Feng Yueshi came from the Kingdom of Truth, and Feng Yueshi and the royal family of the Kingdom of Truth were still the same surname. However, before he opened his mouth to ask anything, the ripple of space transmission appeared again. Go quickly. If we don't go again, we won't want to leave here. Seeing these waves, Renfeng's expression changed greatly, rushed to Bai Lingshua's side, grabbed her arm and wanted to leave. Bai Lingxue glanced at Ning Xiaochuan, but his expression was somewhat determined. She had secretly determined that even if she fought for her life, she would definitely save Ning Xiaochuan's life today. In Renfeng's eager expression, Yi Chaofan, the arrogant little prince of the Kingdom of Truth, finally appeared here. Haha, these 8-level civilizations are really garbage. Even the environment here makes me feel sick. After we clean up the people we are looking for, we will go back immediately after killing a few planets. The little prince's cold voice appeared immediately before the man appeared completely. Destroy a few planets at random. Such cold words suddenly made many people fall into the ice cave. With this sound, Yi Chaofan and a group of young people in the Kingdom of Truth constantly appeared around. A dozen of them came this time, standing in the air from a distance. A group of people looked like slaughtered pigs and cows, scanning everything below with great interest. Yi Chaofan glanced at Monk Tanqian and Ning Xiaochuan, and then turned his eyes to Bai Lingxue. A little sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yi Chaofan said, Bai Lingxue, it seems that I guessed right. You helped this boy last time. I've spared you once. Now do you still want to be right with me? Bai Lingxue shook her head and said, I don't want to be against you, but I don't want to see you kill. Nonsense, the person who stops me from killing is my enemy, Renfeng. Are you the same as Bai Lingxue? The little prince shouted angrily, but his eyes shifted to Renfeng beside Bai Lingxue. Renfeng's face changed greatly, and he said eagerly, Little prince, don't misunderstand me. Younger martial sister Lingxue and I are here, just trying to help the little prince and catch the person you want for the little prince. Haha, yes, for the sake of your kid's tact, I'll catch Bai Lingxue and let you be satisfied. It seems that you've been chasing her for a long time. Wasting so much time on a woman is simply a fool. With your energy index, you can catch her completely, and then you can do whatever you want. Yi Chaofan grinned. Such words made Bai Lingxue's cold cheeks suddenly show a somewhat angry look. After a step away from Renfeng, he said coldly, Little prince, the emperor of the Kingdom of Truth is surnamed Feng, not Yi. King Muyun, even if he is strong at the moment, once His Majesty and Queen wake up, you clowns will all be solved by His Majesty. Yi Chaofan's expression suddenly became gloomy, and he glanced at Bai Lingxue with a bad expression and said, Well, Bai Lingxue, for the sake of your good looks, I originally wanted to leave you alive, but now, I don't think you need to live anymore. Renfeng, you grab her, and then play whatever you want. I'll help you fight all the charges. Renfeng's face showed a somewhat strange look, and his eyes to Bai Lingxue also took a bit strange. He really wanted to get Bai Lingxue, but now he hesitated to listen to Yi Chaofan. Little prince, younger martial sister, Lingxue, wait a minute. I'll help you solve these mole ants on the ground first. Renfeng hesitated for a moment, and his eyes shifted to monks Ning Xiaochuan and Tan Qian. Yi Chaofan sneered and didn't stop anything. If Renfeng really helped him solve Ning Xiaochuan and others today, he was certainly too lazy to continue to fight. However, as soon as Renfeng shot, Bai Lingxue appeared in front of him and blocked him. With a flash of their figure, they fought all the way to the air. Waste. Yi Chaofan glanced at Renfeng disdainfully. With that group of young people in the Kingdom of Truth, they fell directly to the ground. Then, Yi Chaofan's eyes stopped on the Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperor and said, There is a garbage god here, and your dependence is probably him. When I tear him up later, don't be too desperate. Although he saw that the little prince was only a secondary god, the Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperor also saw that the other party was very difficult to provoke. With the state of mind of the Zijin Emperor, of course, he won't care about anything like this. He waved his hand calmly, and the Zijin Emperor turned and left directly. I'll go first, Ning Xiaochuan. Come to me when you clean up these garbage. With that, the Zijin Emperor's head would nod, and directly entered the Divine Reserve Palace. Such a scene not only made by Ling Xue and Ren Feng, who were fighting in the sky, completely dumbfounded, but also made even the little prince and others confused. After a long time, the young talents of the Kingdom of Truth behind Yi Chaofan laughed one by one. Lying in the trough, this guy must be scared silly by the little prince. It shouldn't be. He doesn't have an energy detector. He shouldn't be able to see our energy index. He didn't, but those two guys did, especially the bald monk, whose mouth has always been very cheap. He should have told them about the energy index long ago. It's a little strange. This one is Ning Xiaochuan. Last time in the Kingdom of Truth, the energy index has reached 3 points. Now why is it back a little more? What's weird about this? Won't you look around? They obviously fought with people just now. This boy consumes too much and his energy index decreases a little bit. It's strange. Although the feeling is strange, these people in the Kingdom of Truth have been used to detecting everything with energy detectors. Therefore, after detecting the energy index of Ning Xiaochuan and others in front of them at the moment, they immediately didn't take the strange feeling just now seriously. Who? Ren Feng, who was fighting with Bai Ling Xue, seemed to finally come up with strength at this moment, and a whirlwind of law gushed out of his hands, crushing the surrounding space. The figure of white Ling Xue fell down from the fragmented space. Ren Feng's face showed some excitement, and his eyes on Bai Ling Xue's white and tender waist were full of hot. You are mine. Ren Feng's palm directly grabbed Bai Ling Xue's towering chest. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan disappeared. Ren Feng is about to catch Bai Ling Xue. As soon as he thinks of catching Bai Ling Xue, he can enjoy Bai Ling Xue wantonly, and Ren Feng feels hot in his heart. Of course, he also knew that if he did such a thing, he might have to cling to the little prince in the future. But at the moment, he can't care about these. In his eyes, there is only white cold snow left. Just when his palm was about to catch Bai Ling Xue's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. The next moment, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of Ren Feng with Bai Ling Xue in his arms, and looked at Ren Feng coldly. Ning Xiaochuan held Bai Ling Xue in one hand, slapped Ren Feng in the face with one hand, and knocked out several teeth in his mouth. You are just a mole ant, dare to hit me. Ren Feng looked crazy, and his palm seemed to turn into a mountain, pounding at Ning Xiaochuan. But before he hit himself, Ning Xiaochuan held Bai Ling Xue in his arms and retreated to his previous position. Looking down at Bai Ling Xue in her arms, she checked slightly, and the worried look on Ning Xiaochuan's face retreated slightly. Bai Ling Xue was not seriously injured, but the virtual god lattice seemed to be entangled by something, so for a moment, even consciousness would be lost. Little Marquis, give her to me. Niao Lanji and Yucisi came over from the side with a bad look and took Bai Ling Xue. At the same time, Yucisi stared at Ning Xiaochuan with great worry. Just now she saw that when Ning Xiaochuan held Bai Ling Xue, one hand had completely touched the snow-white skin exposed on Bai Ling Xue. Out of a woman's intuition, Yucisi felt that this white cold snow was a big threat. Ning Xiaochuan handed Bai Ling Xue to Yucisi in some silence, and then looked back at Yi Chaofan and others. At this moment, Ren Feng had fallen in front of Yi Chaofan, and a group of people frowned, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, constantly scanning up and down. Ning Xiaochuan knew that this was the strength index of the other party scanning himself. After scanning several times in succession, Yi Chaofan and others looked relaxed again. Little prince, everything just now should be a coincidence. This boy dares to hit me. I will give him back that slap 1,000 times. Ren Feng's face has recovered, but his face is very angry, staring at Ning Xiaochuan fiercely. You don't have to do it. I'll do it myself this time. Yi Chaofan looked cold and snorted coldly. However, before Yi Chaofan made a move, Ning Xiaochuan's voice suddenly came. You don't have to fight anymore. Get down. The figure appeared again in front of Yi Chaofan and others. Ning Xiaochuan waved his palm, grabbed Yi Chaofan's chest, and then threw Yi Chaofan directly to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan was very fast, and the rest of them didn't escape the robbery. Ning Xiaochuan carried them one by one and threw them all on the ground. Bai Lingxue, lying in Yusasai's arms, just woke up at the moment. Looking at Yi Chaofan and others who were fooled by Ning Xiaochuan, she was immediately stunned. Immediately, she began to scan the energy index of Ning Xiaochuan, who was somewhat unbelievable. Ning Xiaochuan's energy index is 1.2. The little prince's energy index is 14. Looking at this speechless data, Bai Lingxue was completely dull, and felt that his eyes seemed to have a problem. Yusasai and others were calm, and felt that these were normal. Especially Monk Tanqian, seeing that the fierce and domineering little prince was finally beaten by Ning Xiaochuan, he ignored his imagination and shouted at Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiaochuan, hit that fat face, a fat face looks like no restraint, Ning Xiaochuan, leave one for the poor monk, so that the poor monk can have a good time. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on Yi Chaofan and others at the moment, but did not immediately subdue them completely, but looked at them coldly. When someone of them could stand up, Ning Xiaochuan would slap them over again. With one foot, he stepped on Yi Chaofan's face on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan said coldly, don't you like to torture people like this? I'll let you taste it today. When they were in the Tianjiao Palace of the Kingdom of Truth, Yi Chaofan and others insulted those Tianjiao people from the Bapan civilization in this way. Now they also ended up like this, being humiliated wantonly by Ning Xiaochuan. Yi Chaofan's face was beaten by Ning Xiaochuan at the moment, and the eyes in his eyes were almost burning everything in front of him. After being trampled on the ground by Ning Xiaochuan for several times, he finally couldn't help but roar and hit Ning Xiaochuan with a bang. His fist itself had no power, but the bracelet on his wrist suddenly broke away from Yi Chaofan and turned into a dark metal man. After the metal man appeared, he immediately punched Ning Xiaochuan. The metal man doesn't seem to use any rules. The fist he hits is just the most ordinary fist, but the power of this fist makes everyone around him change color in horror. Ning Xiaochuan also changed his face. As soon as his figure turned, he appeared beside Yusasai and others, waved and rolled up a whirlwind, sending them all back to the Divine Reserve Palace. As soon as Yusasai and others entered the Divine Reserve Palace, a colorful film appeared around the Divine Reserve Palace. It was obvious that the Purple Gold Emperor had taken action to protect the Divine Reserve Palace. The metal man just hit a punch, although he didn't hit Ning Xiaochuan, but the punch strength penetrated through layers of space and directly punched a big hole in the ground of the planet at present. The big hole ran through the whole planet, but the punch didn't seem to weaken, and rushed towards the starry sky. What is this? It's so powerful. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the metal man in front of him with some astonishment. The fighting power of the metal man is simply extremely strong, but it doesn't use any force of law at all. Ning Xiaochuan, this is an alchemical puppet given to me by my father. You forced me to use it. You are dead today. Yi Chaofan got up from the ground with an angry face and stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly. Waving at the metal man suddenly returned to Yi Chaofan, as if he had become a stream of water, wrapping Yi Chaofan in the middle. Kill! Yi Chaofan, who was incarnated as a metal man, let out a roar. Immediately, his figure came to Ning Xiaochuan again, which was different from the simple fist just now. At this moment, Yi Chaofan melted into the metal man, raised his hands and feet, and unexpectedly brought a series of rules. Ning Xiaochuan turned directly, and his figure rushed into the starry sky above his head. This metal man is too strong. If you fight on the ground, I'm afraid the whole planet will collapse. Breaking through layers of space, Ning Xiaochuan's figure quickly moved away. At the moment, the metal man followed Ning Xiaochuan, breaking through layers of space and constantly chasing him. Ning Xiaochuan, I want you to die. Yi Chaofan's voice came from the metal man. In fact, the secondary god has no strength to shuttle through the starry sky for a long time, but at this moment, neither Ning Xiaochuan nor this metal man is comparable to an ordinary secondary god. With the blessing of spiritual power, Ning Xiaochuan's strength has been strong to abnormal, and this metal man is also a treasure of the kingdom of truth, powerful, otherwise it would not be used by the king of Wujun as a protective treasure for Yi Chaofan. After shuttling countless distances in the starry sky, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the metal man who was getting closer and closer. Generally, only when you reach the spiritual realm of cultivation can you fully control the law. You can use all kinds of laws to create all kinds of powerful tricks, but I'm different. The spiritual power I understand can already suppress all kinds of laws, so even in the realm of sub-god, these methods should be obediently controlled by me. Today I officially start to create my own tricks. Standing in the starry sky, Ning Xiaochuan kept calculating in his heart. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan beat out all the laws of the world destruction he had previously understood. The world-destroying sword and the world-destroying sword formed a long river of sword and sword chi around, and the world-destroying magic fire burned in the surrounding starry sky. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan beat out all the 12 laws of destroying the world. Originally, he could only show one kind of world-destroying ways at a time, but at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan has been able to fight 12 kinds of world-destroying ways together. Garbage, it's all garbage. Ning Xiaochuan, I'll catch you and search your soul, to see what secrets you have. Yi Chaofan's roaring voice appeared. In his anger, Yi Chaofan didn't even look at the rules around him carefully. Otherwise, he would surely find that these rules played by Ning Xiaochuan at this moment are the most destructive laws in the world. Ning Xiaochuan ignored Yi Chaofan's roar and stood in the starry sky, letting those starry storms blow his clothes and make a sound. One hand was held horizontally in the void, and all the laws of the world destruction around Ning Xiaochuan were slowly moving at the moment. With the sword formula as the claw, the knife path as the tooth, the magic thunder path as the eye, and the beast emperor path as the limbs. A law beast composed entirely of laws suddenly took shape in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ow! Like a real beast, this law beast immediately sent out a startling roar after it appeared, and the surrounding stars seemed to be shocked by it. Immediately, the law beast roared and rushed to the metal man in front of him. Claws are torn, teeth are gnawed, and thunder blows on the metal man. The metal man is like a boat in the surging ocean, which is plagued by this law beast. Impossible, impossible. Yi Chaofan roared, but he couldn't control the action of the metal man at all. After the law beast roared with his head held high, his claws, based on the world-destroying kendo, grabbed the metal man in front of him. Yi Chaofan's body slipped out of the metal man, and the metal man slowly shrunk into a palm-sized human sculpture. Ning Xiaochuan waved and squeezed the sculpture in his hand. I don't know what material this sculpture is made of, but there are 2 small words Tianzuan on the surface, and after the word Tianzuan, there is a number of 15,221. Glancing down at the sculpture, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly came up with an idea in his mind. It seems that this sculpture is not only one, but a complete set. It is made by people and equipped with the equipment of an invincible army. Most of the people who make these sculptures are this family called Tianzuan. As soon as such an idea came out, Ning Xiaochuan was startled. Such an idea is really terrible. Apart from others, the power of this sculpture in front of us is terrible enough. If there are tens of thousands of such sculptures, I'm afraid even the Xinhe civilization will be destroyed by it. You know, Ning Xiaochuan was able to defeat this sculpture, not because the sculpture was too weak, but because Yi Chaofan was too weak. After Yi Chaofan and this sculpture were combined, although the flexibility was greatly increased, the strength of this sculpture was greatly affected, resulting in the final defeat by Ning Xiaochuan. If it's just a sculpture, with its hardness and strength, Ning Xiaochuan can't help each other at all. Of course, without Yi Chaofan's control, this unconscious sculpture is also impossible to hurt Ning Xiaochuan. Put away the sculpture in his hand, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed, and held Yi Chaofan floating in the void in his hand. He was attacked by the law beast. At this moment, Yi Chaofan was unconscious and had no power to resist. Seeing this, Ning Xiaochuan's mouth showed a smile. If he wanted to kill Yi Chaofan directly, one move would be enough. Yi Chaofan would not have the opportunity to play the metal man at all, but Ning Xiaochuan did not do so. Instead, he let Yi Chaofan take his cards and beat him. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan did this was naturally to enslave Yi Chaofan. It is absolutely not a simple thing for an invincible arrogant like Yi Chaofan to enslave him. It is difficult to subdue his own will alone. It's like that Ning Xiaochuan subdued Mo Tianxiang at the beginning, but he also spent a lot of thought, and finally subdued it successfully. Now, Ning Xiaochuan uses the same means to enslave Yi Chaofan. Yi Chaofan is too arrogant, so Ning Xiaochuan breaks his arrogance, beats him completely in despair, and then enslaves the other party with the power of the seven-hole demon heart. Now, Ning Xiaochuan's plan has been successful. The power of the seven-hole demon's heart poured into Yi Chaofan's body and enslaved him completely without any obstacle. Carrying Yi Chaofan, Ning Xiaochuan rushed back from the starry sky. With the palm of his hand turned, Ning Xiaochuan's hands appeared 3 golden pills with a sacred breath. These pills were not refined by Ning Xiaochuan himself, but he used divine coins to exchange them in the kingdom of truth. Such a pill, at least, can only be refined by Shinong-level mental health masters. In Xinhe civilization, such pills are also extremely precious, but in the kingdom of truth, such pills seem to be the inventory of rotten streets. Feed the 3 pills to Yi Chaofan's mouth, and then a layer of golden light appears on Yi Chaofan, and the injury on him disappears quickly. After a few breaths, Yi Chaofan opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. His expression was still as arrogant as ever, and his eyes were still fierce, but when he saw Ning Xiaochuan, his eyes showed a somewhat complex expression, and finally bowed respectfully and shouted, "Master! Go and catch all your men." Ning Xiaochuan casually ordered. Those young people in the kingdom of truth are still scattered on this planet at the moment. Yi Chaofan is still here. They should not escape. Since Yi Chaofan was enslaved, Ning Xiaochuan was not ready to let them go. Yi Chaofan received Ning Xiaochuan's order and dared not resist at all. He immediately flew away to help Ning Xiaochuan catch his men. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan turned around and walked in the direction of the God Palace. In the Xinchu Palace, Yusasai and others had already waited at the door, waiting anxiously. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan appear, their faces showed a reassuring look. The metal man that Yi Chaofan took out just now was so overbearing that he punched through the huge planet under his feet. Anyone who saw that scene just now would be afraid. Bai Lingxue is also standing among Yusasai and others at the moment, with a complex look. She has been looking at Ning Xiaochuan carefully, but no matter how she looks, Ning Xiaochuan's energy index is no more than 2 points. However, Ning Xiaochuan abused Yi Chaofan with an energy index of less than 2 points. If such a thing is sent back to the kingdom of truth, I'm afraid it will immediately cause a shock. When Ning Xiaochuan came to the gate of the god's palace, Yi Chaofan had already appeared here with a group of young people in the kingdom of truth. Seeing Yi Chaofan and others, Yusasai and others all looked nervous. However, in the next scene, their shocked eyes almost fell out. Yi Chaofan took this group of young people from the kingdom of truth behind Ning Xiaochuan and said respectfully, "Master, I brought all the people back." "Well, good." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and looked back at the young people in the kingdom of truth. To be honest, these people's talents are not very good, even worse than the talents of the people in the god's palace at the moment, but because they were born in the kingdom of truth, they have enjoyed the best resources and received the best training since childhood. At the moment, almost none of their energy index is lower than 3 points. At the moment, these young people in the kingdom of truth have looked frightened. "What? Little prince, you didn't kill this boy, but call him master? Are you enslaved by him?" A face of disbelief glanced at Yi Chaofan and Ning Xiaochuan. These young people couldn't help it anymore. As soon as they flashed, they wanted to escape. Even their invincible little prince was defeated by Ning Xiaochuan, and they certainly did not dare to continue to fight with Ning Xiaochuan. "Come back to me." Ning Xiaochuan waved his arm, and a black chain appeared out of thin air, locking all these young people and pulling them back. "Surrender, or die." Ning Xiaochuan gave a cold drink and walked towards these young people step by step. Under the heavy pressure, these young people became one of China. Although their faces were pale, they still angrily scolded, "You are simply lowly ants. Why should we submit to you? If the masters of the kingdom of truth know that you dare to enslave us, they will personally suppress you and destroy your 9 clans." Poof! Ning Xiaochuan appeared the demon sword of destruction in his hand and cut off his head. The demon sword of destruction knocked on his virtual divine lattice and immediately smashed the divine lattice. A headless body fell to the ground, frightening the young people in the kingdom of truth around them. Although they are powerful, they are a group of flowers living in the greenhouse. They have never seen such a cruel scene. "We surrender." Finally, a young man cried in fear. As the first person to surrender appeared, almost all the people behind lowered their heads and lost all their spirit. Ning Xiaochuan walked up to several people and spent his energy enslaving them one by one. Only in this way, Ning Xiaochuan will completely rest assured of them. After the eyes of these people all turned into docile eyes, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed some satisfaction, and then looked up at the top of his head. The spiritual power just understood, like a sharp arrow, pierced the void above. Gudong! A figure rolled down from the void and fell to the ground in confusion. "Impossible, how can you find my trace?" The scream sounded, and the figure falling from Ning Xiaochuan's head was impressively Ren Feng. Ren Feng and Yi Chaofan were not together, and he was alert. Just now he saw Yi Chaofan and Ning Xiaochuan rushing into the starry sky to fight, so he quietly hid aside. He thought no one could find him, but he didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan didn't find him, but didn't bother to pay attention to him before. Now he freed his hand, and a look blasted him out of the hiding space. "You're hiding well, except that half of your leg is exposed." Ning Xiaochuan grinned and walked towards him with the sword of destruction. "Half of his legs are exposed." Ren Feng was stunned, and then realized that Ning Xiaochuan was simply entertaining him. Looking frightened, Ren Feng's eyes shifted to Bai Lingxue. Looking praying, Ren Feng begged bitterly, "Younger martial sister Lingxue, for the sake of our friendship for so many years, please help me beg for mercy today. I was just confused by Yi Chaofan just now, so I did that stupid thing." Bai Lingxue seemed to be a little impatient, sighed, and came out to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, Ren Feng is indeed not with the little prince and others, so please forgive him this time." "Okay." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Ren Feng's face suddenly showed a happy look, but in his heart, he was cursing Ning Xiaochuan severely. Today, Ning Xiaochuan has seen all the things about enslaving the little prince and other young people in the kingdom of truth. As long as he reports these to the ears of the high level of the kingdom of truth, Ning Xiaochuan will immediately face the crisis of extinction. At that time, I'll see how you die. Ren Feng said fiercely in his heart. However, a sword shadow passed before his eyes, and his face was still happy, and Ren Feng's head fell down. After killing Ren Feng with a sword, Ning Xiaochuan continued, "Okay, I'll let him die, simply." Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan still didn't hesitate to kill Ren Feng, Bai Lingxue said angrily, "Ning Xiaochuan, why did you still kill Ren Feng? You have promised me." Ning Xiaochuan shrugged his shoulders and interrupted Bai Lingxue's words, "You heard wrong. I didn't promise you anything just now." Bai Lingxue's face was suddenly full of anger. What Ning Xiaochuan did at the moment really made Bai Lingxue very angry. If it weren't for the familiar smell of Ning Xiaochuan, Bai Lingxue would have turned and left at the moment. Forcibly suppressed his anger, Bai Lingxue said coldly, "Ning Xiaochuan, I admit that I can't see through your current strength, but you are too reckless to enslave the little prince and kill so many people in the kingdom of truth. Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing so?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "They originally wanted to kill me, but now I've killed them. I can only blame them for their poor skills. Is it difficult? In this world, they can only kill, not be killed?" Bai Lingxue said, "You're right. In this world, only they can kill people, because they come from the kingdom of truth, especially the little prince. If you enslave the little prince and his father King Muyun knows about it, King Muyun's anger can even destroy the whole Shinhe civilization, and you can't escape death at that time. Because from the kingdom of truth, they can't be killed. Just this theory, they won't be wronged if they die. As for me, what about death? Even if it's death, I somehow enslaved the son of King Muyun. At that time, it's still the King Muyun in your mouth who will lose face." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, looking crazy. Bai Lingxue's face became more and more angry, and he snorted coldly. He simply turned around and wanted to leave. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed and stopped in front of Bai Lingxue. "What are you doing?" Blocked by Ning Xiaochuan, Bai Lingxue burst into a rage. Ning Xiaochuan just laughed, stretched out his hand and grabbed her fragrant shoulder, and then his strong mental force rushed directly into the other party's body, completely sealing the virtual deity in Bai Lingxue's body. Bai Lingxue slowly fell down with an angry look on her face. Ning Xiaochuan calmed down at the moment and held Bai Lingxue's soft body in his arms. Yu Cixi, Niao Lanji, and others came over with a livid face, glancing at Ning Xiaochuan suspiciously. Niao Lanji blinked and asked, "Little Marquis, just now the princess sister said you were interested in this sister. If you leave people now, do you really want to leave this sister here?" The disciples of the Divine Reserve Palace around them also showed strange faces at the moment. Bai Lingxue has a beautiful face. No matter where she is placed, she is a top beauty. It is not surprising that Ning Xiaochuan will be moved by such a beauty. Seeing that Yu Cixi was about to explode immediately, Ning Xiaochuan helplessly shook his head, stretched out his hand and handed Bai Lingxue to Yu Cixi and said, "Where do you all want to go? After all, she is a person in the kingdom of truth, and she saw with her own eyes that I enslaved Yi Chaofan and others. If she returns to the kingdom of truth and divulges this matter, the situation will be bad, so it's better to leave her here first." Yu Cixi looked a little slower and took Bai Lingxue into her hand. Then she snorted coldly, "If you dare to have any wrong thoughts about her, I." Niao Lanji glanced at Bai Lingxue and whispered, "I think what the little Marquis is saying now is an excuse." Ning Xiaochuan grinned, quickly turned around and walked to Yi Chaofan and others. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan really wants to plunder the memory of Yi Chaofan and others directly, but the memory of these people born in the kingdom of truth actually contains a powerful force, which prevents Ning Xiaochuan from exploring their memory. So in desperation, Ning Xiaochuan can only ask their own confused questions in person. Taking the human figure sculpture he had previously obtained into his hand, Ning Xiaochuan asked, "What is this thing?" Yi Chaofan explained, "Master, this is a puppet of the divine calculation, a puppet forged by Zhuxiang, the first generation of our kingdom of truth. There are a total of 100,000 statues in the whole kingdom of truth. It is said that if 100,000 statues go out together, they can suppress everything. But in our generation, no one can use this kind of weapon, otherwise the rebels of the kingdom of truth would have been suppressed. In that case, the kingdom of truth is much weaker now than it was at the beginning? Ning Xiaochuan asked again. Now the puppet in his hand is extremely powerful. Putting 100000 together, it is absolutely earth-shattering. The person who can forge such a thing is actually only a minister of the kingdom of truth. This shows how powerful the original kingdom of truth was. However, listening to Yi Chaofan's meaning, today's kingdom of truth has no strength in the past, so Ning Xiaochuan asked like this. Yi Chaofan nodded and said, "Yes, Master, the first generation of founders of the kingdom of truth are all extremely strong. The first generation of the Emperor of Truth is the first strong in the world at that time, and the ministers of the kingdom of truth are all strong enough to suppress an era. Although the present kingdom of truth is also strong enough, it cannot be compared with the original kingdom of truth." Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, learned how to count this day as a puppet, and then opened his mouth again. "You can then go back to the kingdom of truth. For the Tianjiao who will arrive in the kingdom of truth in the future, you'd better not bully too badly, especially the gorgeous women, and don't provoke them." Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to give Yi Chaofan the information of Lingxiu and others, and let Yi Chaofan help pay attention to Lingxiu and others. But later he gave up this idea, because once Yi Chaofan had a problem, Lingxiu and others were afraid that they would suffer instead. In order to avoid this situation, Ning Xiaochuan just gave him a few general orders at the moment. As long as Ning Xiaochuan's slavery to Yi Chaofan is not a problem, even if Lingxiu and others reach the kingdom of truth, it is estimated that they will not suffer the treatment that Ning Xiaochuan and others suffered before. In this way, Ning Xiaochuan was relieved and didn't worry about looking for Lingxiu and others at all. After all this, Ning Xiaochuan showed a slightly excited look on his face, glancing at the little prince and other people in front of him. "How many God coins do you have on your body? Turn them around to me." God coin, this is the foundation of survival in the kingdom of truth. If there are enough divine coins, Ning Xiaochuan can return to the kingdom of truth in exchange for massive resources. Now, although he understands the spiritual power is a completely different power from the physical power and soul power. It is much more difficult to cultivate the spiritual power than the physical power and soul power. Therefore, if Ning Xiaochuan wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, he must not only take the road of cultivating spiritual strength, but should take into account the three ways and practice the three forces together. In this case, it is very necessary to find sufficient resources. "Master, I have 178,200 kaleidoscope coins now, and I will transfer them all to the Master immediately." "Master, I have 7,000 divine coins in my hand." Of course, Yi Chaofan and others would not refute Ning Xiaochuan, and immediately reported the number of divine coins in their hands. Those ordinary young people in the kingdom of truth are all right. The number of divine coins is mostly only a few thousand, but the number of divine coins on Yi Chaofan is as many as nearly 180000. With so many divine coins, Ning Xiaochuan made a windfall. "Leave 1,000 divine coins for Yi Chaofan and others," and Ning Xiaochuan assigned all these divine coins to his own name. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan began to search for the treasures of Yi Chaofan and others. After the group was completely searched, Ning Xiaochuan let them leave here and return to the kingdom of truth. Looking at the piles of treasures in front of him, Monk Tanqian's eyes were shining at the moment, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you're tough enough, you're even too much than the poor monk, but the poor monk likes it. All these treasures are left by Yi Chaofan and others. Of course, the treasures produced by the kingdom of truth are exquisite. Even if they are ordinary weapons, they also belong to the artifact level. Ning Xiaochuan didn't have much demand for this pile of treasures. He waved away several things that he valued, and then waved his hand and said, "These things may be useful for your practice. Please choose a few of them respectively. In addition, Master, you are special, and the number of things you choose will exceed 3. Only 3. Monk Tan Qian's excited look suddenly disappeared, and turned into a bitter look. At the moment, there was a whole pile of treasures in front of him. If he divided them equally, he could get more than 3. Ning Xiaochuan was too lazy to care about these at the moment, shook his head, and turned to the depths of the God Palace. At the moment, deep in the God's Palace, the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor sat cross-legged on the ground, like a river flowing continuously, making a clattering sound. This is the sound of the river flowing on the Purple and Gold Emperor. It is said that after stepping into the God level, not only can they condense a real God, but more importantly, these laws will condense into a long river to replace the spiritual power and blood in the God. The muscles and veins in the spirit can be roughly divided into 9 parts. If the 9 laws can be condensed, the spirit can start to try to impact the realm of the median God. At this moment, there is only one river running on the Purple and Gold Emperor, which is obviously far from the realm of the median God. Hearing the sound of Ning Xiaochuan approaching, the Emperor of Purple and Gold, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes and said, "Sit down." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and obediently sat on the futon opposite the Purple and Gold Emperor. In Ning Xiaochuan's heart, the Emperor of Zijin has always been a respected elder. Even if Ning Xiaochuan is stronger than the Emperor of Zijin at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's mood towards the Emperor of Zijin has never changed. Sitting with the Emperor of Zijin, the Emperor of Zijin calmly said, "I didn't expect that the little guy who was very embarrassed at the beginning can grow to this level now. Ning Xiaochuan, with your talent and strength now, I'm afraid you can't let go of the original Emperor of Heaven." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the Purple Emperor, and did not get excited because of the praise of the Purple Emperor, because he knew that what the Purple Emperor said next was probably the key point. The Emperor of Purple Gold praised Ning Xiaochuan several times in succession. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan's expression remained unchanged, he was greatly relieved. With a secret exclamation, he took out a round token in his hand and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. "What is this?" Ning Xiaochuan took the token curiously. On the surface of the token, there is an ancient and simple character. Ning Xiaochuan is also well informed, but he can't distinguish what font it is at all, so he can only look up at the Purple and Gold Emperor with a blank face. The Purple Gold Emperor looked dignified and told Ning Ogawa, "Cut your finger and drop a drop of blood on it." Ning Xiaochuan hardly hesitated, a finger slightly trembled, and then ejected a drop of blood. Now he is a secondary god, and a drop of blood is simply comparable to the miraculous medicine of heaven and earth. After such a drop of blood, which is obviously different from ordinary people, fell on the round token, it immediately disappeared on the token, as if it had been swallowed by the round token. Ning Xiaochuan looked confused and was about to continue to speak, but from this circular token, a sudden sense came, Ning Xiaochuan's body shook, and information began to appear in his mind. Leader. 2 simple characters appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Although Ning Xiaochuan still didn't know these 2 characters, he could understand the meaning of these handwriting. After the 2 big characters of leader appeared, pictures immediately appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. These pictures are warm and are the pictures of the growth of all things. But there are more cruel pictures of war, countless creatures extinct and dead, and there are a sea of corpses everywhere. These pictures constantly flashed in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Finally, something familiar to Ning Xiaochuan appeared in these pictures. 8 light doors stand high in the sky, and a steady stream of masters enter the Dian world. Therefore, the entire Dian world is facing a catastrophe, and almost all lives are dead. This is the scene of a battle of gods in Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked, and the pictures in his mind flashed constantly. The war of gods is constantly emerging in Dian world. Every outbreak of the war of gods will bring endless havoc to Dian world. But every once in a while, the war of apotheosis will come to Dian world and destroy it in a mess. Such a thing seems to be a magic spell on the head of Dian world. Finally, the picture ends in the scene where Ning Xiaochuan blows up the gate of man and God. Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness suddenly separated from the token. His face was shocked, and he looked up at the purple and gold emperor. At the moment, the emperor of purple and gold had a smile on his face. Facing Ning Xiaochuan, he said, "Ning Xiaochuan, this is the leader's seal of Dian world. Only the strongest person in Dian world deserves to have this seal. I and the Emperor of Heaven were once the owners of the leader's seal. It's a pity that we failed to lead the development and growth of Dian world, and failed to free the Dian world from catastrophe. Now I give this leader's seal to you, hoping that this leader's seal can play its power in your hands." The seal of the leader. Ning Xiaochuan Zhou Narode. The pictures just flashed in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, and even gave him a feeling of boiling blood. After his mind gradually calmed down, Ning Xiaochuan wondered, "Senior, this leader's seal is indeed extraordinary, but I don't understand what the use of such a gadget is." "What use?" Zijin Emperor stressed, "The seal of the leader is the core of a world. It represents the power of a world. People recognized by him can use the power of the seal of the leader to sweep everything. It can be said that the seal of the leader is the strongest artifact in heaven and earth." "So, the seal of leaders is strong, but there are many?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Zijin Emperor's main road, yes, civilizations above the 7th grade will form the seal of leaders, and the higher the level of this civilization, the more advanced and prosperous the world is, the stronger the power of the seal of leaders will be. For example, the seal of leaders of Shinha civilization is more than 10,000 times stronger than the seal of leaders of our world. Selecting leaders for the seal of leaders is actually selecting leaders who can lead the world forward. Ning Xiaochuan, in the future, you will wear the seal of leaders, and take the farther you lead the world, the stronger your power will be. Ning Xiaochuan looked down at the round token in his hand. After his blood was integrated into it, he had a feeling of flesh and blood with the token. However, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and handed the token back to the Emperor Zijin and said, "Senior, you are the real mainstay of Dian world. Now you have become a god. It is better for Senior to hold this seal of leadership." The Emperor of Zijin didn't accept the leader's seal in Ning Xiaochuan's hand at all, but looked serious and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, as I said just now, both I and the Emperor of Heaven were the owners of the leader's seal. Now our era is over, and now it's your era. Only you can afford the leader's seal of Dian world." For a moment, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the seal of the leader in his hand seemed to be heavy. This seal of leadership is not only a token, but also a responsibility. Ning Xiaochuan stared down at the leader's seal in his hand, and his expression gradually became firm. With the palm of his hand, he thoroughly refined the leader's seal into his body. To lead the rise of Dian world, although he never thought about it in detail, he never gave up such a dream. After all, Dian world is his root. His family and everything are in Dian world. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan has faintly felt that the obsession in his heart seems to have been integrated with the seal of the leader at the moment. The stronger the seal of the leader is, the stronger his obsession will be. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan incorporated the seal of the leader into his body, the purple and gold emperor nodded with satisfaction and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, do you know what my dream is?" "Predecessor's dreams?" Ning Xiaochuan looked up at the Emperor Zijin with confusion on his face. He didn't understand how the Emperor Zijin suddenly mentioned this at the moment. The purple gold emperor wore a smile on his face, with a look of memory. He continued, "When I was a child, my family was very poor, but next door to my family, there lived a noble. I envy the life of the noble young master, but my father told me that the noble can enjoy everything, because it is doomed by God, and we poor people have no luck to enjoy it at all. At first, I believed, so I silently lived a hard life with my father, and I never thought of living a noble life, but then one day, the young master of the clan actually bullied my sister. I was so angry that I fought with him. Guess the result? As if chatting at home, the emperor of Zijin smiled and asked Ning Xiaochuan. The elder must have given the noble young master a hard lesson. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and echoed. As the lord of Zijin emperor, even when he was young, he was definitely a hero of a generation. It was certainly not a problem to teach an ordinary noble teenager a lesson. However, to Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, the Emperor of Purple Gold shook his head and said, "You are wrong. I was beaten badly by the noble young master, and I couldn't get down to the ground for a few months. At that time I was just an ordinary farmer, but the noble young master was already a strong man in the Xuanqi realm. I wasn't killed, and it was the result of the other party's mercy. However, although I was beaten by the other party, I was very happy, because from this matter, I knew that the other party could live a good life, not because of fate, but because of their fists strong enough, so after I cured my injury, I also began to practice boxing. Later, relying on my fist, I unified the whole northern Xinjiang." Ning Xiaochuan nodded, waiting for the Purple Emperor to continue to speak. The Purple Gold Emperor continued with a somewhat indulgent smile on his face, "Although my strength is growing, my dream has never changed. My dream is to make everyone around me live a good life. Very pure dream. But it is also almost everyone's dream." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said with a smile, "Then I probably have the same dream as my predecessors." The Emperor of Purple Gold grinned and said, "Haha, Ning Xiaochuan, although this dream is simple, it is not easy to realize. What is a good day? At first, I think the life of the noble young master is a good day. But then I found that the emperor's life is better than that of the noble young master. Then, I found that there are more nourishing days than the emperor. What degree of good life do you think you can make people around you live?" Ning Xiaochuan was stunned by the question of the Emperor Zijin. Infinite, who dares to guarantee that he is living an absolutely good life. Like the Xinhe civilization, it is strong and prosperous enough, but there is a more prosperous Jiuping civilization, truth heaven. The Emperor of Purple Gold stared at Ning Xiaochuan, looking at Ning Xiaochuan with a confused look on his face. He laughed and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I'm talking to you about this, just to remind you how big your heart is, how far you can go in the future. Even if you are the emperor of the world's first Jiuping civilization and truth, it's not impossible for you to replace it in the future. By that time, the people around you will be citizens of Jiuping civilization. Well, let's stop gossiping. You are now the leader of Dian World. What are we going to do next? Think about it. Are you ready?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and laughed bitterly. When Emperor Zijin said this, he was obviously reminding himself not to forget Dian World. However, even today, Ning Xiaochuan does not inherit the leader's seal of Dian World. After realizing his spiritual power, he is ready to reconnect with the people of Dian World and return his resources to Dian World. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "I have already thought about this. I want to reopen the door of man and God, open the channel between Dian World and Xinhe civilization, and with the resource supply of Xinhe civilization, Dian World will become powerful. Well, let's open the door of man and God to Dian World first." The Purple Gold Emperor nodded and stood up directly. Immediately, their figures rushed out together. The gate of man and God from Xinhe civilization to Dian World was originally a very important existence, because every time the gate of man and God was opened, a group of God-level strong people could be born. However, with the reduction of the number of gods in Dian World, most of the strong of Xinhe civilization have paid little attention to these 8 doors of human gods. The human god gate of the source world is located in a desolate space. Usually, it is only a very small sect gate of the source world that guards the passage of the human god gate. In the void, a tall palace stands. Inside this palace is the gate of man and God to Dian world. The figures of Ning Xiaochuan and the Emperor Zijin quietly appeared outside the hall at the moment. Their ears moved, and the sound in the hall immediately came into their ears. What's the matter with this battle of gods? Even the divine calculation in front of him fell into Dian world this time. Didn't some of the natives of Dian world rush out of the door of man and God before? According to what they said, it seems that there is a peerless strong man in Dian world, so they killed all Lang Muyu and others. These aborigines are so damn that they dare to kill the masters of our Shinha civilization. When the door of man and God opens next time, we can send more masters to kill Dian world. Obviously, at the moment, these guys who are guarding the gate of God are chatting in boredom. But the content of their chat made Ning Xiaochuan and the Emperor of Purple and Gold look blue. Kill. Ning Xiaochuan and the Emperor of Purple and Gold looked at each other, and his figure immediately entered the palace in front of him. At this moment, the person guarding the palace, with the highest cultivation, is a sub-god quadruple guy, not to mention in front of Ning Xiaochuan, even in front of the Purple and Gold Emperor, he is also vulnerable. He took out his virtual deity, and Ning Xiaochuan crushed it directly, and then put his body away. If it's not too time-consuming to absorb the rules in this virtual god, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan will even leave the other party's divine personality. As for leaving his body, Ning Xiaochuan is of other use. Standing in the hall, Ning Xiaochuan looked up at the huge array in front of him. This Dharma array is the door of man and God to Dian world, but at this moment, the Dharma array is dim, and it is obvious that it cannot be moved at all. It's not difficult to urge this Dharma array, but the key is that you can't determine the specific location of the Dian world. Someone must sacrifice in the Dian world, and then you can reconnect with the door of man and God here. Ning Xiaochuan, you have refined the seal of the leader of the Dian world. I urge the Dharma array, and you can try to see if you can link to the Dian world. The Emperor Zijin turned around the Dharma array and turned back. Okay. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, immediately closed his eyes, and his mind sank into the leader's seal in his body. The power of this leader's seal spread out, and immediately let Ning Xiaochuan's mind cross countless distances and return to the Dian world. Over the familiar Dian world, an illusory figure of Ning Xiaochuan directly condensed out. The seal of the leader can make me condense the virtual shadow from so far away. Ning Xiaochuan looked down at his illusory figure with some shock. Then he sighed again. Unfortunately, this illusory figure is only an illusory shadow, and it has no combat power at all. With a sigh, Ning Xiaochuan's virtual shadow immediately crossed the air and swam around the world of Dian. After decades of leaving Dian world, everything in Dian world has changed dramatically. The continents of Dian, which were once fragmented, have now recovered their vitality and become vibrant again. However, at the beginning, the situation that the demon clan was strong and the Terran was weak has completely changed. Nowadays, almost all the continents are strong and prosperous, because the Terran now has a common emperor, the Sword Pavilion King. The King of Jiang'a was the old Marquis of Jiang'a Marquis Mansion. Now the cultivation of the old Marquis has reached the realm of secondary god. However, his cultivation is improved by catching the god bead, so he belongs to the weakest kind in the secondary god. But even the weakest is enough to suppress today's Dian world. What's more, in today's Jiang'a palace, in addition to the secondary god of Jiang'a King, there are two other female secondary gods, one of whom is Ning Shiner and the other is Tang Shuyao. Ning Xiaochuan's virtual shadow swam for a moment in Dian world, then directly swept his palm, tore open a void, and entered another small space-time. In this time and space, Yu Ningxing, who has become a god, sits here impressively with his knees crossed. With the help of the seal of leader, Ning Xiaochuan can almost perceive everything in Dian world, including everything in Guishu. Ning Xiaochuan didn't disturb Yu Ningxing's cultivation, but with a flash of his figure, he left this small space again and entered the Guishu. All the demons in the Guishu have disappeared, which makes the guishu desolate. Ning Xiaochuan's virtual shadow keeps moving forward in the guishu, and finally stands in front of the master Sui Hanyu. Sui Hanyu closed his eyes, and his white cheeks looked a little weak, but it was just a look. At the moment when Ning Xiaochuan's virtual shadow appeared, Sui Hanyu's eyes suddenly opened and looked at the place where Ning Xiaochuan's virtual shadow was located. Did you come back from the Shinha civilization? No, it's just an illusion of you. Did you refine the leader's seal of Dian World? After only looking at the virtual shadow of Ning Xiaochuan, Sui Hanyu saw through everything of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan Shuiying grinned and said, Master is really powerful. You can see through my details at a glance, but right away, I will open the door of man and God and return to Dian World. At that time I will rescue you from here, Master. Your strength is indeed much stronger now than before, but you want to save me with this strength alone. It's a little too belittling to the heirs of the world-destroying Tao. But the world-destroying Tao you cultivate at the moment seems strange. If your Numenon returns, come and see me first. Sui Hanyu shook his head and looked surprised. Ning Xiaochuan didn't continue to say anything, but turned around the place where Sui Hanyu was, and finally turned around and left. This time, he was going to meet the Lord directly, but before he flew to the place where the Jianghe Palace was located, he suddenly felt a trace of strangeness. Deep underground in Dian World, something seemed to be gestating, but when Ning Xiaochuan wanted to feel it carefully, this strange feeling suddenly disappeared. Standing in the air, Ning Xiaochuan thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything. Although he refined the seal of the leader, Ning Xiaochuan also knew that there were still many secrets in Dian World that he had no ability to know at all. For example, the grandfather of Xiao Jinshin still couldn't feel the existence of each other until now. Shaking his head, Ning Xiaochuan continued to fly towards the Sword Palace. At the moment, the Jianghe Palace is located in the place where the original Jianghe Marquis House was located. It was originally the king capital of the Yulan Empire, but now it has been changed into Jianghe City. As for the original Yulan Empire, it had already moved to other places at the moment, and under the care of King Jianghe's mansion, it almost occupied the entire continent alone. If it weren't for the insufficient number of strong people in the territory, the Jade Orchid Empire at the moment might have been comparable to the past 6 civilizations. Standing over Jianghe City, Ning Xiaochuan glanced down. Ning Xiaochuan saw all the marquis who were dealing with official business, Ning Shiner and Tang Shuyao who were fighting with each other. However, Ning Xiaochuan glanced down and saw a guy who made him quite angry. Come and have a look. The supreme Xuanqi refined by the neighbors of the disciples of the world's first weapon smelter has 8 dragon patterns attached. One move will destroy the sky and destroy the earth. If you buy 2,000 xianshi, you will definitely not lose money. Yumingsong, with a thief's eyes, is squatting on a street in Jianghe City at the moment, constantly shouting. As soon as the people around saw Yumingsong's untrustworthy appearance, they immediately raised their eyebrows and turned away. Yumingsong shouted for a long time, and finally shouted to a young man who was less than 20 years old. He leaned in front of him and asked suspiciously, "This mysterious weapon is really so powerful. What level is this mysterious weapon? Has it reached level 7? Little brother, you really have an eye. This Xuanqi is not only as simple as level 7, but also a stepless Xuanqi that surpasses level 7. Yu Mingsong said with a smile. Stepless Xuanqi? What grade is this? The young man was suddenly more and more stunned. It's a waste product that can't even be counted as a first-class Xuanqi. If it were me, I would only produce 1 xianshi at most. A voice sounded behind the young man. The young man looked back in amazement, but he didn't see anything, but he listened carefully to the sound just now, so he snorted angrily, dropped the mysterious instrument in his hand, turned and left. Yu Mingsong originally wanted to hold the young man, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, his eyes suddenly widened. Ning Xiaochuan, ghost. I didn't kill you, don't come to me. Hurriedly packed up the things on the ground, Yu Mingsong patted his ass and ran away. Ning Xiaochuan's figure followed Yu Mingsong slowly. At this moment, he was more and more curious about Yu Mingsong. This guy has a semi-finished broken boundary boat. At the moment, he can even find himself. This alone shows that Yu Mingsong is definitely not simple. You know, before, even Yu Ningxing, who had become a god, could not find the trace of Ning Xiaochuan. Yu Mingsong rushed out of the Jiangya city, with Yu Mingsong all the way. Yu Mingsong just sat on the ground, looked back at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Forget it, I won't run away. Even if you are a ghost, I have a talisman in my hand." With that, Yu Mingsong directly took out a spell that had been kneaded into a ball, and then hurriedly unfolded it. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yu Mingsong in front of him in a hurry. He didn't know when the spells he took out from his arms were drawn. They were wrinkled like waste paper, which was probably intended to be used to deceive people. At this moment, holding the spell in his hand, Yu Ming began to mutter constantly. "Ning Xiaochuan, I didn't kill you. When I got the broken boundary boat, he was a semi-finished product, so it was the broken boundary boat that killed you. You can take revenge on it." Muttering, Yu Mingsong spit on the spell in his hand, and then pasted it to Ning Xiaochuan in front of him. At the same time, he muttered, Brother Ning, I know you are wronged, so you can go at ease. On your death day next year, my brother will burn some artifacts for you. If you want to be a woman, my brother can burn some for you at his discretion." Looking at Yu Mingsong, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly and said, "Yu Mingsong, you." Ning Xiaochuan had just opened his mouth, and the tattered spell in Yu Mingsong's hand was pasted on Ning Xiaochuan's phantom. What made Ning Xiaochuan speechless was that when the spell was stuck to him, he immediately felt his consciousness confused. Then his consciousness returned to Numenon. In the hall where the door of God is located, Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes in amazement. He didn't expect that the rags in Yu Mingsong's hands really scattered his virtual shadow. At this moment, the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor sat cross-legged in a corner of the hall, and his divine power had begun to pour into this Dharma array, and the grand Dharma array now released brilliant light. Feeling the change of Ning Xiaochuan, the Emperor of Purple and Gold turned back and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, why did you come back so soon? The door of man and God seems to have not been opened. I really didn't get through." Ning Xiaochuan said the matter just now with a depressed face. The Purple Gold Emperor frowned and said, "I've seen this Yu Mingsong before, but I didn't find his details. But as you said at the moment, he can easily destroy the projection created by you with the help of the seal of the leader, which shows that his strength is far beyond you and me. Fortunately, he doesn't mean any harm to you, otherwise, he can damage your mind with that move just now." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "It's true. Although Yu Mingsong is unreliable, he has never hurt me. On the contrary, he has helped me many times." "Wait a moment, Master." I immediately projected to Dian World again. This time, I first get through the door of human God, return to Dian World, and then find Yu Mingsong to settle accounts. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan's mind sank into the seal of the leader again, and the power of the mind crossed countless spaces, and came to Dian World. Returning to Dian World again, Ning Xiaochuan's projection returned to the king city of Jiangya in one step. Glancing down at the Jiangya king city below, the scene just now suddenly appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Just at this moment, glancing at the king city of Jiangya, Ning Xiaochuan's face was immediately stunned, because at this moment, he could no longer find the trace of Yu Mingsong. This guy escaped. And I don't know where I escaped. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around silently before landing directly in the king city of Jiangya. There are demons killing people in Yanyan mainland. Immediately, contact General Xian of the Crimson Empire and ask him to take people to strangle these demons. The Cliff continent has been cleaned up now, but the migration of human beings to it is left to the Jade Haze Empire. Ning Xiaochuan stood behind the old marquis, scanning the official documents that the old marquis was processing at the moment. Even when he was a marquis of the Sword Pavilion, the old marquis didn't seem to be so busy. Ning Xiaochuan was not in a hurry, waiting for the old marquis to deal with all the documents in front of him before he showed his figure. The old marquis was squinting his eyes to refresh himself. Even as a secondary god, he was still a little tired after being so busy. However, after feeling the abnormality in front of him, his face changed greatly, his figure flashed, and immediately left his original position. Who dared to break into the Sword Palace? A thunderous cry came from the mouth of the old marquis. But immediately, the old marquis's eyes stared wide, with a face of disbelief, and said, "Ogawa, are you back?" "Yes, Grandpa." Ning Xiaochuan nodded with a smile. The old marquis glanced up and down at Ning Xiaochuan, as if he couldn't believe that what appeared in front of him at the moment was his grandson. At the same time, the whole Jiangya palace has become a mess. That was the voice of the marquis just now. "Sword Pavilion guard, come with me immediately." A bearded man shouted angrily, and with a group of strong men who had at least the highest accomplishments, he swept through the void and appeared around the palace of the Sword Pavilion. Tang Shuyao and Ning Xiaochuan, who were originally fighting in the backyard of Jiangya Palace, changed their looks and disappeared in a flash after hearing the angry voice of the old marquis. "Haha, Grandpa, it seems that something has gone wrong. Please calm down the people first." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly in the main hall of the king's residence of the Sword Pavilion. At this moment, he has felt the abnormality of the outside world. The old duke's angry cry just now was originally to cry for reinforcements, so it naturally spread far away. At this moment, because of the old duke's roar, most of Jiangya City began to riot. "Okay, wait here until I come back." The marquis nodded, turned and walked out. Ning Xiaochuan watched the old marquis leave, and then turned to the side. Ning Xiaochuan and Tang Shuyao, two women who had long been stunned nearby, were already there. After decades of reunion, only they themselves may know what it is like. When the old marquis came back, Ning Xiaochuan and Tang Shuyao had rubbed their eyes with tears and were lying in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. "Grandpa, at this moment, the master of Zijin Emperor is ready to open the door of man and God on the other side of Shinhe civilization. If you want to completely open the door of man and God, you still need our response to Master Zijin. Wait a moment, and then meet you after I reopen the door of man and God." After calming Ning Xiaochuan and Tang Shuyao in her arms, Ning Xiaochuan flew over the king city of Jiangya. With a wave of one hand, in Mengguiwan, which is thousands of miles away from the king city of Jiangya, at least hundreds of sleeping supreme corpses, now as if reborn, staggered to stand up and flew in the direction of the king's residence of Jiangya. In addition to Mengguiwan, similar things have happened in most other continents of Dian world. Of course, such shocking news about the change of the supreme skeleton can't hide from the real strong in today's Dian world. A statue of the strong who survived the battle of gods appeared, and then followed these supreme corpses to Jiangya King City. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan sat cross-legged in the air, and his body seemed to be completely made of light. The light flowed everywhere. Those ordinary people in the Jiangya King City saw this scene, and they had already knelt down on the ground with excitement and shouted at the gods. The strong people who rushed from around, although not as unbearable as these ordinary people, also looked stunned and didn't know what happened. With the continuous appearance of the supreme skeleton, gathered in the sky over the king city of Jiangya, at this moment, the surrounding of the king city of Jiangya is like a desperate situation. Yes, it's a desperate situation. The dead breath released from these supreme corpses is afraid to be enough to turn a continent into a dead land. But at the moment, all these dead spirits were suppressed by Ning Xiaochuan and controlled within a certain range. After gathering more than 10,000 supreme corpses, Ning Xiaochuan slowly got up, bowed down to these corpses in front of him, and gave a deep salute. Predecessors, today I prefer Xiaochuan to reopen the door of man and God in order to free Dian world from its previous shackles, and will no longer become the food of Shinha civilization. Now I disturb you. Please forgive me. Ning Xiaochuan respectfully saluted these corpses. It was shocking that these corpses seemed to be alive, and instead knelt down to Ning Xiaochuan. Although they were supreme when they were alive, Ning Xiaochuan is now the leader of Dian world and the seal of the leader of the controller. The power of the seal of leaders is enough to subdue all ordinary creatures in the world. Tens of thousands of supreme remains knelt around Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan glanced around, but his face showed gratitude. This situation indicates that the trace of spiritual imprint left on these supreme remains has all recognized Ning Xiaochuan, the leader. Thank you, seniors. Ning Xiaochuan sighed, but his face immediately became dignified. Looking up at the top of his head, Ning Xiaochuan stepped into these supreme corpses. With the help of the infinite dead breath emanating from these corpses, in front of Ning Xiaochuan, a door began to appear slowly. Click. As the door gradually appeared, the supreme skeleton around Ning Xiaochuan was now broken into dust and integrated into the door. With more and more supreme remains broken, the door in front of Ning Xiaochuan has become more and more stable. Ning Xiaochuan and others stood in the king city of Jiangya, looking at the scene in front of them with astonishment. At the moment, there are dozens of tall and majestic statues over the king city of Jiangya, which seems to be the huge portal of the gate of heaven and earth, standing high above the clouds. Through the door of this door, you can even vaguely see the unpredictable cosmic starry sky. Ning Xiaochuan looked up at the gate, and his face gradually showed a happy face. At the beginning, Tianming Demon Emperor opened the door of man and God, but casually linked the space of Dian world to all parts of Shinha civilization, so he opened the door of 8 people and gods in a row. But now Ning Xiaochuan is different. With the existence of the seal of the leader, Ning Xiaochuan easily fixed the door of man and God on the Dharma array controlled by the purple and gold emperor. In the distant starry sky of Shinha civilization, Ning Xiaochuan, standing in this hall, slowly opened his eyes. Senior, the door of man and God has been completely opened, and we can return to Dian world. The creatures of Shinha civilization must pay a great price if they want to pass through the gate of man and God to reach the Dian world, because for the Dian world, they are all outsiders and invaders. However, Ning Xiaochuan and others are different. They are native creatures of Dian world. As long as there is the channel of the gate of man and God, they can return to Dian world at any time. Through the door of man and God in front of him, the Emperor of Zijin has felt the breath of Dian world. However, he slowly shook his head at the moment and said, Ning Xiaochuan, I'm already the next god. If you force through this door, I'm afraid it will be completely destroyed, so you can go back alone. From then on, this door of man and God will become the connection point between our world and Shinha civilization. There is no loss. I will stay here until this door of man and God is no longer useless. Nodding at Ning Xiaochuan, the purple gold emperor turned directly and sat cross-legged in a corner of the hall. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the every move of the purple and gold emperor, sighed, and then stepped into the front of the Dharma array. The lower the level of civilization, the more backward the way of communication, such as Dian world, which is only the 7th grade civilization, so it is almost impossible for the creatures of Dian world to come to Shinha civilization. The Shinha civilization, which is already an 8-level civilization, has various technologies, which can cast tools such as star boats and boundary-breaking boats, shuttle through the stars, and even develop a long-distance space transmission array, which can be directly transmitted from one star domain to another. To the higher Jiopin civilization, the way of communication is even more advanced to the extreme. As long as there is a divine coin, an idea can be transmitted everywhere at will. Ning Xiaochuan stepped into the door of man and God at the moment, but he felt a lot of emotion in his heart. If one day he can develop the Dian world like the Kingdom of Truth, I'm afraid he is a leader worthy of the name. In Dian world, over the palace of King Jianga, the remains of tens of thousands of supreme masters have now been completely shattered, all condensed into the huge gate above. Under the gaze of countless people, Ning Xiaochuan's figure slowly walked out of the door. In the vast starry sky, a boundary-breaking boat kept shuttling in the air. Inside the broken boundary boat, a man in a straight uniform with a cold face was standing in the broken boundary boat, scanning everything outside. In the dead starry sky, the viewer was extremely boring. After watching it for a long time, the cold man was also a little impatient. He shook his head and wanted to sit down and practice. At this time, an expanding world membrane in front of him suddenly attracted his attention. There is a world wall outside the starry sky so far away. Is this the Dian world I'm looking for? If it's true, I can finally complete the leader's entrustment. The cold man's face showed some joy, and immediately urged the boundary-breaking boat to move forward towards the world ahead. At the moment, in Dian world, Ning Xiaochuan and Ning Xiaochuan stayed together for nearly a whole day before leaving alone and flying towards Guishu. When his projection returned to Dian world, he promised Sui Hanyu to go to see her once. Now Ning Xiaochuan has returned, and of course he will not break his appointment. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan is now ready to save the cold rain. Although the person who seals the master is extraordinary, which is not comparable to me at the moment, this seal has existed for so long, and must have weakened a lot. As long as I cooperate with the master, I can't break this seal. Ning Xiaochuan thought a few times in his heart, but his figure immediately rushed into the Guishu. Flashing in the Guishu, Ning Xiaochuan appeared in front of the cold rain just by drinking tea. Sui Hanyu is still as beautiful as when Ning Xiaochuan first saw her. She is cold all over, as if she is like an ice block that is difficult to dissolve. However, she is locked on the iron sword, but she has no vitality, and seems to have died. Master. Ning Xiaochuan fell in front of the cold rain. From the moment Ning Xiaochuan appeared, Sui Hanyu's eyes have been looking at Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan fell in front of her, and her face showed a somewhat gloomy look and said, "You are really not suitable for practicing the way of destroying the world. I really don't know whether I passed the way of destroying the world to you at the beginning, and whether it hurt you or not. I hope you won't blame me in the future. If it weren't for the master, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to go today. How could I blame the master? What's more, now I feel that everything is fine for me. Even if I don't have the immortality, I'm not likely to be much worse than Dan Tai's ESR in the future." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said. Although he sealed Dan Tai ESR into the black hole, Ning Xiaochuan knew that with the ability of Dan Tai ESR, he was afraid that even if he entered the black hole, he would not die. If Dan Tai ESR doesn't die, there will be another war between him and Dan Tai ESR in the future. The god of destruction. Sui Hanyu shook his head, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end, but pondered for a moment and said, "The way of destroying the world is the strongest law of destruction. As long as you cultivate the way of destroying the world, you will all be the natural enemies of various world leaders. I didn't expect that you could become the leader of Dian world while cultivating the way of destroying the world, and get the recognition of the seal of the leader. In this way, I can't be sure how you will go on the road of cultivation in the future. Ning Xiaochuan, your fate as a teacher and apprentice is over, and you don't have to come to me again in the future." What? Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. He didn't expect that Sui Hanyu would say such a thing. But immediately he shook his head and said with a smile, "One day as a teacher and lifelong as a father. No, it should be one day as a teacher and lifelong as sister. Anyway, the master is not old. Master, this time I came here to rescue you from here. You can leave here completely after a moment." Before Sui Hanyu could say anything more, Ning Xiaochuan's figure flashed, and several figures suddenly appeared on his body, scattered around Sui Hanyu. "With your strength, you can't break." Sui Hanyu shook his head, didn't stop Ning Xiaochuan, just sighed in his mouth. However, before the end of her sigh, her face suddenly showed surprise. This is spiritual power. That powerful and familiar power appeared on him, and he was stunned when it rained in the winter. You know, the reason why she was defeated at the beginning and finally sealed here is that the other party realized the existence of obsession and possessed spiritual power. As long as there is persistence, it is equal to eternal life, which was personally admitted by the first generation of ancestors of the world-destroying Tao, and the first generation of ancestors of the world-destroying Tao is also a controller of spiritual power. After being sealed here, Sui Hanyu also tried to understand spiritual power, but until now, she failed. The existence of spiritual power is an illusory existence. There is no experience to learn from and no skill to practice. Everything depends on yourself, your heart and your thoughts. But Sui Hanyu didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan would realize the existence of spiritual power. Moreover, the spiritual power he understands is quite different from the spiritual power possessed by my founder of the world-destroying Taoism. If the world-destroying Taoism is a simple destructive power, the spiritual power that Ning Xiaochuan understands at the moment is a kind of vibrant, but extremely hegemonic power. It is clear that what he practices is the world-destroying Taoism, but why does he understand such spiritual power? Staring at Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, he became confused when it rained in the winter. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't think about Sui Hanyu at all. His eyes were fixed on the iron sword that sealed Sui Hanyu. After being sealed for so many years, the root of everything was on this iron sword. Although the iron sword is worn out, Ning Xiaochuan can feel that there is still a powerful force on the iron sword. As long as this force exists, it is impossible to get out of trouble. Ning Xiaochuan's body stared at the iron sword for a moment, then walked towards the iron sword step by step, and then stretched out his hand to hold the iron sword. A powerful idea of destruction rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness in an instant. Shocked by this powerful consciousness, Ning Xiaochuan's mind was instantly confused, and the whole person seemed to fall into a completely different time and space. In this time and space, a gorgeous woman who is somewhat similar to Sui Hanyu steps on the crystal-red ghost ship and shuttles constantly in the starry sky. Soon, a splendid civilization appeared in front of her, and her expression was cold, and she directly entered this civilization. Countless people were killed and countless planets were destroyed. Countless strong men in this civilization came forward and wanted to suppress this woman, but all of them killed the woman and stepped on her feet. Finally, the woman turned and looked at Ning Xiaochuan. Obviously, it's just an illusory consciousness, but Ning Xiaochuan feels that the other party is really confronting himself at the moment. Law Beast. Ning Xiaochuan hardly hesitated, and immediately played his strongest trick. The woman opposite also waved her long sword. Two huge forces collided, and countless sword shadows directly swept Ning Xiaochuan. It's too strong. At least there are thousands of laws of extermination in this sword. Ning Xiaochuan screamed in his heart, and his consciousness instantly returned to his noumenon. At the moment, his palm is still holding the iron sword. Poof! Ning Xiaochuan's mouth spurted a mouthful of blood and dyed the chain on the iron sword red. Immediately, his figure flew out upside down. Did I really underestimate the heirs of the world? Flying in the air, Ning Xiaochuan gave a wry smile in his heart. Just when he realized that he was going to sleep, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly felt that a greasy and soft body fell into his arms and lay on the ground with him. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness disappeared and he completely fainted. Violent, bloodthirsty. Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was about to be controlled by this sense of destruction. If he hadn't realized the existence of obsession, I'm afraid his mind would be controlled at this moment, and he would become a madman who only knows killing and destruction. For 3 days and nights, Ning Xiaochuan was suppressing this crazy idea. 3 days later, he finally woke up. As soon as he woke up, he noticed the exquisite body that fell on his body at the moment. From Ning Xiaochuan's point of view, you can only see an attractive back, with dark long hair scattered from the delicate fragrant shoulders as white as ivory, creating a unique aesthetic feeling of wanting to welcome and be ashamed. At the moment, the two slender are not touched, gently pressing on Ning Xiaochuan's body. His eyes moved up, and he only saw the other party's side face. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took a breath of cold air, and exclaimed in his heart, "Hey, this is..." "Slowly get up and lift up the woman who fell on his body." Ning Xiaochuan's face became more and more strange. Because at this moment, the woman lying naked on her body is impressively his master, Sui Hanyu. Just at this moment, the breath of the cold rain is almost as weak as the dead. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly got up, put his clothes on Sui Hanyu, and then held Sui Hanyu in his arms. Sui Hanyu's soft and petite body was held in Ning Xiaochuan's arms, like holding a little girl. Holding the cold rain, Ning Xiaochuan looked up into the distance. At this moment, in front of Ning Xiaochuan, where the winter cold rain was originally sealed, the iron sword was still in place, but it was pulled out a little by Ning Xiaochuan, and there was nothing abnormal at all. What made Ning Xiaochuan even more frightened was that at the moment, beside the iron sword, the figure of Sui Hanyu was still standing in place. Master didn't break the seal at all. Who is the man in my arms at the moment? Ning Xiaochuan looked down eagerly, but what he saw was a face almost identical to that of Sui Hanyu. However, unlike the cold rain next to the iron sword, the cold rain in Ning Xiaochuan's arms at the moment obviously looks much weaker. Two cold rains, one seems to be a shining sword, while the other seems to be a delicate flower. 2 years of cold rain, his breath is almost the same, even Ning Xiaochuan can't tell the true from the false. Just when Ning Xiaochuan hesitated, the cold rain in his arms suddenly moved slightly. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a happy look, and immediately put the cold rain in his arms on the ground and checked it carefully. The robes worn by Sui Hanyu spread out, revealing an amazing perfect body of temptation, but Ning Xiaochuan has ignored these at the moment. After a slight inspection, Ning Xiaochuan's face showed consternation again. Because at this moment, he has found that the body of this year's cold rain is even weaker than an ordinary person. You know, although Sui Hanyu failed in the struggle to destroy the descendants of the world, he is still a top power. When Ning Xiaochuan came to see Sui Hanyu before, he had observed the energy index of Sui Hanyu. Although it was sealed, the energy index of Sui Hanyu still exceeded 10,000 points, and this was her sealed state. Among all the strong people Ning Xiaochuan has seen, the energy index of Sui Hanyu is the strongest. But now, the energy index of Sui Hanyu has returned to 0, which is simply fragile. Ning Xiaochuan was going to directly use the collected elixir to heal her injury, but at this moment, in her state, Ning Xiaochuan was a little overwhelmed. Deficiency is not compensated. If Sui Hanyu takes those panacea at this time, I'm afraid it will make her body unbearable. After pondering for a moment, Ning Xiaochuan frowned and retreated, then adjusted the heart-nourishing reel tripod, and then put the Sui Hanyu in front of him into the heart-nourishing reel tripod, slowly rotate the medicinal gas in the heart-nourishing reel tripod, and nourish the body of Sui Hanyu with the help of the medicinal gas contained therein. Sui Hanyu sat in the heart-nourishing tripod, revealing only 2 round and white fragrant shoulders, and his whole body was shrouded in a breath of medicine. After almost a whole day, Ning Xiaochuan released Sui Hanyu and put on his clothes with his hand. Then he stood in front of Sui Hanyu and stared at each other quietly. After a few breaths, Sui Hanyu's eyes slowly opened. Ning Xiaochuan and Sui Hanyu's eyes looked at each other. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan knew that the woman in front of him was indeed the master Sui Hanyu, he knew well, not something else. Recognizing this, Ning Xiaochuan immediately looked suspicious and said, "Master, what's the matter with you?" Sui Hanyu glanced around once, and finally her eyes fell on the Sui Hanyu, who was still locked on the iron sword not far away. She stared at the iron sword silently for a long time, and then she said again, "Nothing, just cut off some of the past." Cut off the past? Ning Xiaochuan's face was stunned. Sui Hanyu nodded, his expression returned to normal and said, I used the secret arts to leave all my strength in the seal, and then my body escaped. This is equivalent to cutting off everything in the past. Ning Xiaochuan, I will follow you for the time being. This is no problem. Ning Xiaochuan nodded indifferently and said, but master, your current state seems very wrong. If you don't treat it properly, I'm afraid you won't live long at all. If you want to get rid of the seal, you naturally have to pay a price. In fact, if you didn't rescue me immediately, I might have died. But after this level, as long as I take good care of myself in the future, I will eventually recover. It rains in the winter. Although she said it easily, the situation was actually extremely miserable at the beginning. Although she had been treated by Ning Xiaochuan, she just recovered a little energy. The breath on her body was still weak and terrible, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Ning Xiaochuan walked over and picked up the cold rain again. Sui Hanyu's eyes flashed a little shy, but immediately she pretended to be nothing and let Ning Xiaochuan hold it in her arms. Holding the cold rain, Ning Xiaochuan jumped up and flew. Because of the weak body of the cold rain, Ning Xiaochuan didn't even dare to fly too fast at the moment, for fear of affecting the cold rain. Feeling the frail body of the cold rain in his arms, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help sighing, Master, do you think it's worth it? As long as you wait a while, maybe I'll be able to completely break the seal. Now you leave the seal like this, maybe you'll never have the original strength in the future. Sui Hanyu closed his eyes, and his long eyelashes seemed to tremble a little, then the corners of his mouth slightly showed a funny smile and said, I was really not prepared to use this method to get out of trouble before, because I felt that sooner or later, I could break the seal with my own strength. However, your appearance this time surprised me. You actually practiced the world-destroying Tao to the current state, and also understood the spiritual power. If I had the courage like you and dared to practice in accordance with the world-destroying Tao, maybe now I will not be sealed here. With a sigh, Sui Hanyu's face showed an indifferent look, as if everything of that year had appeared in his mind again. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know what happened in that year, so it's hard to plug in at the moment. Sui Hanyu was silent for a moment before he continued, now I have lost the power of the past, but I have been reborn. This time I will go on according to the idea in my heart, and then go to the elder martial sister to compete with her completely. However, compared with myself, Ning Xiaochuan, I am more optimistic about you. You are the leader of the world at the moment, and you must be able to go further than me in the future. Hard. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said. If he hadn't left Dian world, Ning Xiaochuan might be arrogant and think he is the best in the world. But this time he traveled outside the Dian world, and he walked through dangerous places. The more he knew, the more awed Ning Xiaochuan felt. Apart from other things, Ning Xiaochuan was deeply impressed by Fang's Hujin, the great power who exiled him to Jiuyou. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know when he would have the considerable strength of Fang's Hujin. It's really difficult. The way of the strong is to go against the sky. Ning Xiaochuan, you should have been to the Kingdom of Truth? The cold rain fell on Ning Xiaochuan's chest, calmly. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Sui Hanyu curiously and said, yes, I have indeed been to the Kingdom of Truth. After telling Sui Hanyu about his experience of going to the Kingdom of Truth, Ning Xiaochuan asked curiously, Master, how did you know I had been to the Kingdom of Truth? As long as you have been to the Kingdom of Truth, you will naturally leave the flavor of the Kingdom of Truth on your body. What's more, you still have the separation of artifact civilization on your body. You used it to detect me several times before. Don't you think I didn't find it? Sui Hanyu calmly said that although her strength had disappeared at the moment, her perseverance and confidence seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. So, is Master also a person in the Kingdom of Truth? Ning Xiaochuan said curiously. Sui Hanyu can know so much, which is definitely the existence of a considerable understanding of the Kingdom of Truth. Sort of. Sui Hanyu nodded and remained silent for a moment before continuing. Since the great emperor who created the kingdom of truth left, the kingdom of truth has become increasingly declining. Now those guys have come up with the set of recruiting talents in the golden list, and rebels have also been born. I'm afraid that even His Majesty, the great Emperor of Truth, has given up today's kingdom of truth. What? The founder of the kingdom of truth, is he still alive today? Ning Xiaochuan looked surprised. The history of the existence of the kingdom of truth, I'm afraid, can't be studied. For such a long time, I'm afraid that even a world will be destroyed and reborn. Although the strong of the kingdom of truth is powerful, it is impossible to achieve eternal life. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan will have this question at the moment. Of course, he is still alive. I'm afraid that the cultivation of the Emperor of Truth has reached a level beyond space and time. Even if space and time are destroyed, he will not die. Sui Hanyu hardly hesitated. Such an answer surprised Ning Xiaochuan and said, Master, if the Emperor is really alive, why doesn't he come out to rectify the kingdom of truth in person, but let the kingdom of truth decline? I don't know this. Maybe the great Emperor has his own ideas. Just like the great Emperor of Truth, we can't figure out their ideas. Sui Hanyu shook his head and continued, Ning Xiaochuan, the fall of the kingdom of truth is a catastrophe for all of us, but it is also a rare opportunity, especially for you. If you can develop the Dian world to the extent of the kingdom of truth, then your strength will not be much weaker than the original Emperor of Truth. Haha, I also know this, but now the Dian world is too far from the kingdom of truth, which is simply the gap between heaven and earth. It may take countless years to develop the Dian world to that extent. Ning Xiaochuan grinned. Sui Hanyu said, You don't have to belittle yourself. In fact, when the Emperor of Truth established the kingdom of truth, the situation he faced may not be as good as you are now, but he still created the kingdom of truth with great perseverance and faith. As long as you have this confidence, you will be able to succeed in the future. The road of cultivation is originally an anti-heaven road. We all practice the way of destroying the world, but we all follow the old path of our ancestors, so no matter how we practice, we can never surpass our ancestors of destroying the world. Only by walking a new path can we step on the height of our ancestors. I just want to see if you can get there. After such a long talk, Sui Hanyu seemed very tired and fell asleep directly on Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Ning Xiaochuan looked down at Sui Hanyu, who rushed out of the guishu with a little sick face. Although this trip was not a complete rescue of Sui Hanyu, it was also a wish in his heart. Returning to the king city of Jiangya, Ning Xiaochuan ordered people to properly settle Sui Hanyu, and immediately left the king city of Jiangya again. Now he has just returned to Dian world, and there are many things to be busy with. Flying away from the king city of Jiangya, Ning Xiaochuan began to wander around the Dian world. With his cultivation at the moment, it didn't take much effort to turn around the whole Dian world. Having left Dian world for decades, today's Dian world has long changed things and people. Many continents of Dian world are now fragmented. Even the continent where Tianting was originally located has changed greatly and is almost no longer suitable for living creatures. However, the above resources are still extremely rich. Experts sent by the Sword Palace are collecting these resources on the mainland. In addition, there are almost 90% fewer creatures in Dian world today than before the Battle of the Gods. Many continents are almost deserted and completely lifeless. Seeing such a tragic situation, Ning Xiaochuan felt heavy. A war of gods has created such a scene of thousands of miles. You know, today's Dian world has experienced several wars of gods. With a sigh, Ning Xiaochuan stopped in the air. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to find the whereabouts of Xiao Jin's grandfather and Fenji Wexi, but at the moment, he couldn't find them at all, and didn't know where they were hiding at the moment. After a slight pause in the air, Ning Xiaochuan turned directly toward the space above his head, and then walked in. The spatial structure of Dian world is simpler than that in the starry sky. I don't know how many times. Ning Xiaochuan tore the space of Dian world and immediately jumped into a small world. In this small world, Ningxing opened his eyes with a smile, looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "You finally came." Ning Xiaochuan said curiously, "Did you know I was coming?" Ningxing glared at Ning Xiaochuan with some dissatisfaction, and came over and said, "After you came back, you made such a big posture. Of course, I know you have come back to Dian world. If you don't take the initiative to find me, don't think I'll find you." This little girl's coquettish tone made Ning Xiaochuan suddenly speechless and wry smile. At this moment, I glanced up and down at Ningxing, and Ning Xiaochuan's face showed some surprise. Today, Ningxing has refined the divine personality and become a subordinate god. According to the law of energy becoming God, the divine lattice in Ningxing's body at the moment is at most 36 sections, and its energy index is generally around 1 point, which is inferior to many rebellious secondary gods. But at this moment, Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Ningxing and found that the energy index of Ningxing was as high as 21 points, which was even stronger than that of the purple and gold emperor. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan was still worried about how to solve the matter of Ningxing in the future. After all, if Ningxing's talent was allowed to cultivate by herself, her achievements would never be weaker than those Tianjiao of Xinhe civilization. After the energy becomes God, her achievement will be immediately bound, which is equivalent to a dragon falling from the sky and becoming a worm on the ground. The difference is too big. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan didn't understand the disadvantages of energy becoming God at all, so he handed over the divine personality obtained in his hand to Ningxing for refining. Later, after knowing this drawback, Ning Xiaochuan sighed for Ningxing countless times in his heart. But now, Ningxing's cultivation surprised him, which was too different from what he imagined. "Has your cultivation broken through the lower god?" Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment before he thought of a possibility. If Ningxing's cultivation breaks through the lower gods, the energy index may indeed be so high. "No, I'm still the next god, but after all, I'm an apotheosis messenger, and I've got a lot of benefits from the apotheosis tower, so my strength is many times stronger than when I first refined my divine personality," Ningxing said proudly. "Can the Fengshen Tower actually change your constitution of becoming a god?" Ning Xiaochuan exclaimed in his heart and put the matter aside. Anyway, at the beginning, he knew that this sacred tower itself was a treasure beyond ordinary artifacts. It was not surprising that Ning Xiaochuan could do this. And such a variation is absolutely good for both Ning Xiaochuan and Ningxing. It seems that I have to be grateful for this god tower. If I have time in the future, I will have a good look at what this god tower is. After muttering a few times in his heart, Ning Xiaochuan looked at Ningxing with a smile and said, "Don't be an apotheosis messenger in the future. Come back with me." Ningxing showed a surprised look on her face. It was obvious that she misunderstood the meaning of Ning Xiaochuan's words and thought that Ning Xiaochuan was going to take her home and live together. However, just after a moment of surprise, Ningxing showed a somewhat helpless look and said, "After becoming an apotheosis messenger, I can't escape from the apotheosis tower forever. I can only sit in the apotheosis tower forever. This is my destiny, and no one can change it. In fact, I'm very satisfied to meet you." Before Ningxing finished speaking, Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "What nonsense, fate, I never believed this thing. Now I'm the leader of Dian world. Even if this god tower is a natural god, it should be honestly managed on my territory." Ningxing smiled and looked at Ning Xiaochuan, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan was talking angrily at the moment, but even if it was angry, she was willing to listen, especially at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan's domineering appearance made her secretly happy. Ning Xiaochuan said something, but immediately reached out and grabbed the bloody camel beside Ningxing. This camel is also the tower god beast of the god's tower. Now I surrender it first, and then surrender to the god's tower. Ning Xiaochuan snorted coldly, and his palm immediately pressed on the top of the bloody camel. It seemed that he felt the danger. The bloody camel shook and stood up directly from the ground. Then his body shook and began to become huge. Yuningxing suddenly changed his face and said, "No, this camel feels a crisis, and I can't control it." After the bloody camel got up, his body shook, he stepped out of this small space and began to swim through the cracks in each space, just like when Ning Xiaochuan first saw it. However, Ning Xiaochuan had nothing to do with the camel at first, but now it is difficult for the camel to escape from his palm. In a flash, Ning Xiaochuan followed the camel closely. With one step, Ning Xiaochuan appeared on the camel's wide back. Countless huge corpses were thrown out by the camel and wanted to attack Ning Xiaochuan, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't even move at all. After an idea passed, he completely killed these corpses. "Come back." Stepping on the camel's back, Ning Xiaochuan gave a cold drink. Suddenly, like hundreds of millions of kilograms of heavy load on the camel's back, its steps slowed down. Finally, the camel bent its knees and knelt in the void. Yuningxing, who followed in the distance, immediately widened his eyes when he saw this scene. She is the most aware of the strength of this camel, and at the moment, Ning Xiaochuan is clearly in the realm of secondary god. Subduing this bloody camel with the cultivation of secondary god, Yuningxing can't believe his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan leisurely stood on the camel's back, oppressing the camel even further. Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan tore the space and appeared in the Dian world with this camel. Boom! With a heavy kick, Ning Xiaochuan directly stepped on the camel into the ocean below. Although the camel was large, it fell into the ocean, just like a stone falling into a pond, which was completely inconspicuous. Then, Ning Xiaochuan waved to the side. A broken continent tens of millions of miles away on the left of Ning Xiaochuan slowly moved at the moment. "What are you doing?" Yuningxing looked at Ning Xiaochuan's behavior and was extremely surprised.